There are 42 hours of racing in the 24/8 Series Esports Championship for 2022-23, but with only one round to go, nearly a third of those are yet to be complete. We head to Spain for the 12 hours of Barcelona, one of the iconic venues for 24/8 Series racing in real life that will now take centre stage here on iRacing to crown 4 champions. With points available at the 6-hour mark and double points at the end, 43 teams are mathematically in with a chance of taking home one of the coveted titles in endurance sim racing. Welcome to RaceBot TV. My name is Ewan O'Leary. I'm alongside Andy McEwen for the qualifying session and first 4 hours of this race. Very much looking forward to being alongside you this afternoon, or this morning I should say, Andy. It's pretty early here in Europe, but you can be sure these drivers are ready and we're ready as well, because it's a very important day, a very long day, but hopefully a very exciting one to come this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. There aren't many things that would get me out of bed this early in the morning, but this certainly is one of them. It's going to be a really exciting 12 hours of racing. Oh, in fact, some of the excitement kicking off even in the practice session before the really competitive stuff starts. But yeah, championship battles raging across all 4 classes, 3 of them in particularly very finely poised and with extra points on the line, given the fact that this is a double length race. There are double the points essentially available at the end of this race, plus some halfway points to go for too. All of those championships are very much hanging in the balance, and it's going to be fascinating over the course of the next 12 hours or so to see which way they fall.
It certainly will. Let's have a look at the TCR Championship standings, because we're about to get on with qualifying. As we know, all 4 classes are split up, starting with these cars here. It's SimRC after a dominant performance at the 6 hours of the Nürburgring, who take a 3-point championship lead into the finale. Pure Sims Esports were second on that day. They're now 3 points behind. MSI Esports and Team Huizinveld had comparatively bad races, but they're still very much involved. Impulse Racing, they're in 5th. Carbon Sim Sports, Zenith Esports, Full Send Racing and Maniti Racing can still all win mathematically, but they probably need to win at the halfway stage and at the end and hope for things to go their way. Aspar Team Esports are out of it from 10th place in the championship standings, but they'll be looking for a good performance here today. It is going to be one of those days where we're going to have to do a lot of maths, and there's going to be lots of figuring out going on, not least from the teams as well, but a lot of these teams are still involved in the championships just because of the pure amount of points that are available at this race. It's quite frightening, really. It's kept things very close so far this season, but now with one race to go, almost everybody's involved here. Certainly all the main players are involved.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, there is a total of 60 points on offer today. You get your regular points after 6 hours and then double points at the end of the race. So if you're in the lead of your class at halfway, you score 20 championship points. If you're in the lead of your class at the end of 12 hours, that's another 40 championship points. Now, when you look at the points totals, take TCR, for example, well, championship leaders, SimRC, they're only on 86 points, which means that virtually everybody, I think certainly the top 10 within the TCR championship, could mathematically still topple them if things really go their way. Now, of course, realistically, we're narrowing that down probably to the top 4 teams, as you said, but with so many points on the line, so many hours of racing to go between now and the end of the season, multi-class endurance racing strategy to be thrown in there as well, it could all change pretty rapidly, and I'm certain that at least one of the classes by the end of the day will have a bit of a shock champion crown, because just as you said, the nature of the way that the points are allocated here at this championship decider.
Yeah, certainly. We're currently looking at the 176 SimRC Honda right now, and if you cast your minds back to the 6 hours of the Nürburgring that took place, what was it, a couple of months ago now, maybe a month ago, it was a dominant performance from this team. They got a really strong race under their belts. They basically got to the lead and were never seen again, really, and that's very difficult to achieve, especially at a circuit like the Nordschleife, like we were at on that occasion. So we always look for favourites and teams to pick going into a championship finale. A team with momentum is certainly one to go for, and SimRC will have bags and bags of confidence after that performance they put in back in February.
Absolutely, and they've been wonderfully consistent, really. They've been on the podium in 4 of the 5 races that we've had this season, and they were the most recent 4 races as well. Sebring, Kota, Monza, and as you said, the Nürburgring a few weeks ago. Whereas their big championship rivals, Pure Sims Esports, they've been a little bit more up and down. Remember, they dominated at the start of the season, Pure Sims. They won the first 2 races, the 6 hours of Spa and Sebring. They were on the podium twice more, but they did have that poor race at Monza, didn't they? The 5th round, or 4th round, I should say, of the championship. So their championship campaign's been a little more on the inconsistent side, but I think Pure Sims are more than capable of taking the fight here to Sim RC. Only 3 points between them as well, and as we said, with 60 on the line today, 3 points is absolutely nothing. It's as good as neck and neck between those two, and if either slips up, then MSI also within a dozen or so points of the championship lead too. So yeah, going to be a really interesting battle between those top 3 teams, I think.
Let's not forget as well, by the way, that in the top 6 at the end of the race, each position is separated by 4 points. When you've only got a 3-point championship margin, it makes the maths quite simple, really, for us, which is a good thing. We'll talk a little bit more about that a little bit later on, though. As I mentioned, it's going to be a very long race for these drivers and for us here on Raceblock TV as well, of course. But we're going to be enjoying it, and I hope you do at home as well. Currency Greeners then through the final couple of corners, the faster version of this. Of the final couple of corners. We're not doing the stopping and starting at the chicane. We'll have a discussion about that a little bit later on, Andy. I'm sure there'll be time. But we'll get into it later because we've got some times on the board. Pure Sims Esports go to the top initially. SimRC just took in behind them with Carbon SimSport getting in front there as well. It's a typically close TCR qualifying. Have you ever seen one that's not close?
Not that I can remember, no. It's one of those classes that, being in real life war here on the sim, always produces really close action. The cars have a natural balance of performance. Some championships, of course, applying their own as well to really make sure the competition is tight. And the 3 variants of TCR car that we see on this 24H series grid, the Hyundai Veloster, Honda Civic, and the Audi as well, are particularly well matched. And yeah, these qualifying sessions, like the races in fairness, are often very tight. This is also a track I think that will suit these cars well. I've seen some brilliant TCR racing at Catalunya over the years, and I think that even over 12 hours we should see a pretty close level of competition throughout.
I certainly hope so. This is Wave Italy Racing Team with the 161. Currently way down in the standings. They only started participating at the Nordschleife round of the championship. That was like a month ago. So we're not expecting them to be involved. Just looking for a good performance, really. And they certainly had that last weekend in the Ivor Club Sports Series, which TCR cars do compete in. We do see a fair amount of these teams involved within it as well, like Impulse Racing are there. Obviously, Wave Italy Racing Team, Full Send Racing also there. It is a, I don't want to say feeder series, but there is a promotion system in place these days between Ivor and this series. So that is a way of qualifying for this class in the next season, which will be coming up soon. But all that's to figure out in that series, really. Lots quicker from Pure Sims Esports, although Quarantine Greeners goes a little bit quicker as well. It's Ross McFarlane in the 116. He's only 1,000th of a second. I know it's not being displayed there, but he is 1,000th of a second behind Quarantine Greeners right now. It's one of those sessions that is just going to keep getting quicker and quicker, because in TCR we often see this. They just seem to go out there and just smash it for 15 minutes. They don't worry about pitting like we see in the other categories.
Yeah, and that I think in part is because of the amount of time it takes them to complete a lap. It's knocking on the door of a 2-minute lap for these TCR cars. I'm sure if they had the opportunity to, they'd love to come in for a fresh set of tyres midway through the session, but they simply don't have the time. These cars will wear their front tyres pretty hard. In fact, tyre wear is something I think we'll be talking about a lot today. This is a tough track on tyres. The left front tyre, especially on a front-wheel drive car, really takes a beating around here, but even the GT cars that we'll see coming up later on, I think they're going to struggle with tyre management too. For the TCRs though, as I said, a long lap. Also, they take a while to get the rear tyres up to temperature, because those front tyres are really doing everything on a front-wheel drive touring car. They're handling the steering, they're handling the bulk of the braking and power application as well. The rear tyres are kind of just along for the ride, so it will take you a couple of laps to get the rear tyres into the ideal operating window. Then you've maybe got a couple of push laps before you start feeling the burn on the front tyres, by which point your 15-minute qualifying session is pretty much over. So yeah, I think particularly on a long lap such as this one, they will kind of be forced into just pounding around for 15 minutes, but whether we see any real improvements in those final few minutes, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, yeah, let's see if when we get there, as Ross McFarlane comes over the line, he will improve. It's a 52-1 from him. What about Guinez, who's not far behind? He also improves, but not as much as Carbon Simsport do. That is Owen Lucas Liskowitz, who has improved in the 190 there and gotten up towards the front. We've got Zenith Esports quite close in attendance as well. They've also gone in with a 52-2. So, as expected, it is very close. And the thing that is, maybe a bit different about this circuit compared to some of the others that we've seen so far this season, particularly at Spa and Monza maybe, is that these drivers and teams aren't really fighting over slipstream as we often see in the TCR categories. They do spend quite a lot of time in the slipstream, and it will be very beneficial at some circuits, but around here it is just better to get your head down and do your own thing, really, which seems to be what everyone has chosen to do. Even though they are running all in a line, they're not really slipstreaming off of each other by the looks of things.
No, I mean, this is kind of the perfect distance, actually, to be behind another car. In my experience racing these TCR cars on iRacing, you do pick up at least a hint of a slipstream as long as you're within a second and a half or so of the car ahead. So I think this is a track where the slipstream will benefit you. It's not Monza, it's not Spa, sure, but I think any track which has this amount of high-speed running, as Barcelona does, you would want that slipstream effect if you can get it, especially because you don't really suffer from any dirty air syndrome in TCR cars. It's not like they're massively aerodynamically dependent, so you can afford to run in the toe without worrying too much about losing mid-corner grip. The big problem is you don't want to be too close to other cars, because if they make a mistake, it's likely to have a negative impact on your lap time. This is a real rhythm circuit, a momentum circuit, and you don't want to trip over somebody in front of you who's had a moment on their qualifying lap. So I think they're playing this pretty smart, actually. Corentin Guinez also playing things smart and does now improve onto the front row. And yet again, Ewan, look how close those lap times are.
Yeah, it's quite astonishing, but I think that the far more notable thing than the times, because as I mentioned, when was the last time you saw a spread out TCR qualifying session? The noticeable thing for me is look at the teams there. Pure Sims Esports, second in the championship, and SimRC first. They've barely been separated by more than a tenth all qualifying session so far. Now, I know that the qualifying was very close at the Nordschleife, and then SimRC got the front and were just never seen again, and fair enough, but that doesn't happen very often, and this is going to be a very, very different race. It's a very different circuit, first of all, so I think the fact that the two championship, or the two main ones in this championship fight, the fact that they're both up there is very, very exciting to me, and I hope that that's a good sign for the race. I think, we're speaking a little bit about the top two here in TCR in terms of the championship, but I think we are justified in that, because look at where Team Huizenveld and MSI Esports are right now. Neither of them in the top five, and MSI Esports evidently struggling because they're a second off the pace, and that is unusual.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got Huizenveld, Impulse and MSI, 7th, 8th and 9th respectively. Well, they are 3rd, 4th and 5th in the championship, not quite in that order, but they are the three teams aiming to take the fight to SimRC and Pure Sims, and on the basis of this qualifying session at least, they're just not able to do that. Now, it is possible that the teams, or some teams, have perhaps focused more on race setup over qualifying setup, this being a 12-hour race, these being teams who are very much focused on endurance racing for the most part. They may have foregone a qualifying setup in order to try and focus on a setup that's going to work well for the race. Of course, they can change setups between qualifying and the race, but it's all about how much of your pre-event testing time you want to dedicate to short runs. I would imagine the majority of it they're probably putting into long run practice, and so perhaps that explains a bit of why they're off the pace. It could also be that they haven't found a slipstream that we mentioned. I do still think it's worth a little bit around this track, and when you look at how far off the pace they are, well, Impulse 6.5 tenths off pole, Huizenveld 8 tenths off pole. I think you could pick up 6 to 8 tenths of a second a lap round here just by timing that slipstream well. So a couple of potential reasons for that. I wouldn't panic too much, but they will very much be afraid of what happened at the Nürburgring. They don't want to allow Pure Sims and SimRC to escape at the front of the field, because even over 12 hours of racing, they may never catch them again.
Yeah, exactly. There's no safety cars to bring everything back together again. This is going to be one long green flag, 12-hour race. So there's, it's going to be almost impossible to catch someone who gets out in front in that way. So we'll see as Owen Luskovic makes his way through the very fast right-hander at the top of the hill. That's turn 9. I'm sure we'll be speaking a lot about throughout the day. We did see a bit of a moment in practice there, just as we came to air. It was a little bit scary, but that's what's going to happen a little bit later on. I do get the feeling as well that for these TCR cars, that with 54 cars out there and 44 of them are faster than all of these, it is going to be a bit of a race of survival really over the course of 12 hours. Obviously pace is going to matter, but far more important is going to be those race runs, as you were just talking about, but also just pure survival, really.
Yeah, I mean, this should not be the toughest track on which to negotiate lap traffic, right? It's plenty wide enough. Most of the corners have reasonably length straights between them, so if you can't get past a slower car through a corner, you don't have to wait long because you can just drive past it down the next straight. In theory, the drivers should be able to have a cleaner race here than perhaps they would have been able to at some of the tracks we've visited earlier in the season, certainly looking at places like the Nordschleife, like Sebring, for example, where it can be tricky to negotiate those slower cars. But that being said, I'm sure we will still see some drama in traffic, because just the intensity of racing, particularly over the first hour or so, the first couple of times you negotiate those slower cars, that can certainly be when you trip over them and you see a little bit of action in the lap traffic. So yeah, I'm cautiously optimistic for a cleaner race, but I'm not necessarily willing to put too much money on that particular bet. We shall wait and see, but if ever there was a class that may well find themselves on the receiving end of some rough treatment from the faster cars, then you're right, it's the TCR cars. They are the slowest of the 4 classes out there, and because they're often quite closely bunched together, again, particularly in the first part of the race, the faster cars kind of have to negotiate them all at once, and that is when things can get a little bit tight. So we'll see. I'm maintaining hope that we won't see too much contact, but it's a championship decider. There are championships on the line, and people are not going to be wanting to back down and lose any time at all in traffic.
They certainly won't, and there's going to be some high pressure situations going on in those championship battles up front as well, that I'm sure we'll speak about when we get round to them. GT4 qualifying coming up next, by the way, as this one will end right about now, really. Not far away from the end here. Corin Guinness has got one more chance, maybe 2, to be able to get in front of Ross McFarlane and end this session on the front. It does look like they're going to share the front row, but Corin Guinness is going to get to the inside line by the looks of things, because he might well have just taken pole with that lap time there. Ross McFarlane is still out on the circuit, but I'm not convinced he is going quicker. There it is. He is going quicker, as it turns out. Of 151.8, and with pretty much the last lap time of that session, Ross McFarlane has got Pure Sims Esports on the inside of the front row, setting up a titanic battle between themselves and SimRC.
Yeah, and you might think, well, okay, what's the point in really pushing hard for pole position? It's a 12-hour race, there's no points available for pole position in this championship. Well, that's right, but it is bragging rights, isn't it? It gives them that little bit of confidence. I think, in a way, they needed to try and stop this run of momentum that SimRC have had. We mentioned it earlier on. SimRC have been on this really good run of late, podiums in the last 4 races. 2 of the last 3 wins have gone their way, and I think Pure Sims just psychologically needed to try and stop them in their tracks, and what a lap that was for McFarlane to do just that.
Certainly was. He'll be sharing the front row with Corin Guinness there, an all Honda front row and an all Hyundai row 2 with Carpenter Simsport and Zenith Esports. Wave Italy Racing team are into the top 5 with Navihid Hussein, and then it's Alex Gonzalez for Fast Repair Motorsport Simify. Hostingveld and Impulse share row 4, and of MSI Esports and Full Send Racing to round out your TCR qualifying results. That was very exciting end to that session, and we'll see if we can have a little bit more as we transition into GT4. 27 points separate Urano Esports from SRC Movano Corsa. That is the biggest gap of any championship we see. Impulse Racing are in third, of Sebelt Esports. Then it is SimRC rounding out the top 5. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing are in 6th place ahead of CSR8 by Entropic. Then it is SCK Racing, Pure Sims Esports and Talk Freak Racing, your top 10. All of those teams can mathematically win the championship. Realistically, we'll try and work it out, but I think as we were talking about for lots of times at the North side, and we were talking about for some periods of time that they would actually clinch the title during the last round. It very much is Urano Esports to lose.
It is, yes, and they were in a position, weren't they, where they could, if not wrap it up, certainly put one hand on the championship trophy, even with the double point situation, because SRC Movano, second in the championship, didn't have a stellar day at the Nürburgring. They came away with the top 5, but it could have and should have been a lot more for them, really. Urano, of course, with late race drama, found themselves even further down the order, but the gap didn't come down massively. They've still got a good advantage, but that may well play on their mind, because the Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports team had been stellar up until that point. They won all 4 of the first 4 rounds of the championship. They had their first bit of bad luck at Nürburgring, and they'll be hoping now that that isn't the start of a downward trend. This is the worst time in the season to start having a little bit of bad luck and some poor results, and they desperately need to make sure that doesn't happen here today, because one more slip up and it likely will cost them the championship. That sounds ridiculous to say given how dominant they've been so far, but that's the nature of these extra points on offer for the final round. It certainly keeps the pressure on, even for the teams that have a decent points advantage.
Yeah, it is also the only championship, I think, where it is possible to clinch it at the halfway stage. We may well see Urano Esports already crowned champions at the halfway stage. I know we were talking a little bit during the Nordside race about Urano clinching the title there and then with a round to go. Didn't quite realise there were points available at the halfway stage as well as at the end, but double points at the end, so that puts 60 points on the table today as opposed to just 40, which I thought was the case. Even so, SSC Movano Corsa with that 5th place did actually do enough, with that 4th place I should say, did actually do enough to make sure that they wouldn't have won the title there, even if Urano Esports had won. Whichever format we're going for, whether 40 points or 60 points are available today. So Movano did do enough themselves to keep it alive. It wasn't everything just falling into place for them, certainly, on that particular occasion. GT4 qualifying, though, is underway. So at the top left there, when there was an hour to go on the countdown timer, and they'll leave their pit box now and head their way out there once again. It's a bit of Mercedes heavy category so far, you'd have to say, but we'll see who takes pole on this occasion as we ride on board with the Bootson VDS by Undercut car. There are the manufacturers, all but 2 are Mercedes here today, with Young Costa Racing Esports and SimRC choosing the Aston Martin. SimRC reigning champions, of course, with 5 wins in the 21-22 24H Series Esports Championship season. It's a very dominant performance from them, but they find themselves in 5th place in the standings now, 38 points adrift, and they can't finish behind Urano Esports at the halfway stage because they'll be eliminated with 6 hours to go. It's looking very, very unlikely that they're going to defend their title.
Yeah, you would suspect so, but as we've said, things can change, and halfway is still 6 hours away. So if Urano could have a bad race at the Nürburgring over 6 hours, then there's nothing to say that they couldn't have some misfortune in the first 6 hours here today. Not wishing that upon them by any means, but I think perhaps the other teams may well be, at least to a certain extent, because they know that is really their only chance to try and beat them. But even if Urano can't be beaten, there's still a ferocious fight for 2nd place, actually, and whilst it's not quite as exciting as a fight for the championship honours overall, it would still be a pretty tasty scrap, I think, because 2nd through to 5th, the championship, 11 points only between them, and that's much more like it. So we'll see how Urano are getting on by halfway, but there is a very good chance that there will be some changes behind them, especially because outside of Urano, there isn't really a team that's had a solidly consistent season. They've all been a bit up and down, haven't they? And that has sort of bred this really tight situation for 2nd in the points, and we could see a bit more of that here today.
Yeah, it certainly has been up and down for everybody, not least SimRC, who have got 2 second places and a 4th, which is quite a lot better than some of the others, but 2 well, I don't say DNF, but certainly no points scored at 2 races in this season. I guess there must be DNFs. You have to complete 60% of the race to get classified, and so I guess they haven't done that on a couple of occasions so far this season. Make absolutely sure they're still involved right towards the very end of this race. SIMRC need to be leading at the halfway stage. Obviously, different situations could mean that they stay in it past halfway anyway, but we'll wait and see on that. As Adam Isaacson gets very close to the back of Pure Sims Esports Mercedes, just up in front. It's either the 416 or the 417, but they are identical, so there's no way of telling from this distance. We'll wait to see as they all come over the line and see where they go in these opening moments. Adam Isaacson just going through the second sector there. Now, about 9 months into a team transfer, just between 6 and 9 months between a team transfer, with previously driving for 5 Star Motorsport, now driving for SIMRC, and this has been one of his main focuses over this winter period. It's been the 24 Series Esports Championship for Isaacson that he's been focusing on, especially in the endurance side of things. Coming up towards the line right now, we're going to get a whole bunch of times in all at once. We're in the low 48 so far. Isaacson slots into 5th place. It looks to me as if some of those teams got an off track during that time, because a lot of them haven't got time at all, and Urano are well off the pace there, so we're expecting a bit more from them later.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's something to bear in mind in the race as well, because there is not, I believe, a hard and fast incident limit in this series, but track limits specifically are monitored by race control, and cars that are caught not respecting track limits on, quote, a consistent basis, then they may well incur the wrath of race control. So easy to do here at Barcelona, really. It's not one of those modern Formula 1 tracks such as a Paul Ricard, for example, that has acres upon acres of tarmac runoff area. There is grass, there is gravel. If you get it wrong, then you're likely to find yourself kicking up the dirt, but they do have these big green concrete areas just over the back end of the curbs, and at certain parts around this circuit you will get pinged for track limits for going beyond them. That there through the left, right at 7 and 8, for example, very easy to run a bit too wide on the exit of turn 9 here at Campsa. See just how tempting it is to run all 4 wheels over the back edge of that curb, and that will start getting you in trouble. So they'll have to be careful of that. It's perhaps more damaging in qualifying, where those lap times do get immediately disallowed, whereas in the race you can make a few little mistakes before you start getting in trouble for it. But yeah, it is a really challenging circuit, this one, deceptively so. Quite an underrated track, I think, as far as driving challenge is concerned, and it's quite easy just to slip beyond those track limits once in a while.
Yes, certainly. There is a predefined, as you alluded to there, predefined limit of off-tracks. So race control monitor off-tracks only themselves. We don't put an in iRacing limit on things, because that would include hard contact and stuff like that. It's only the off-tracks we're interested in. So it's a predefined limit. I guess it's probably quite a lot bigger at this race than it has been at any of the other races so far, but I don't believe it's released to the public, the amount of off-tracks that you have to get to incur a penalty, because you might just get people just wild in the last moments of the race because they know they've got a few to burn. So I'm going to guess that they don't release it to everybody, but yeah, there is a time penalty for exceeding the limit if indeed you do push it too far. So both esports have currently got the fastest time right now here in GT4, but the top 6 are very closely separated, less than 3 tenths between them. It involves Pure Sims, involves SIMRC, Movano, among others. Urano with Constantine Shaft still not quite on the money just yet, down in 14th place right now, but unlike normally, especially in TCR, as we were talking about, those who are not inside the top 5, you know, are they going to be worried about where they are? I don't think this team are going to be particularly worried.
No, I doubt that will be the case. They are looking looking so strong, aren't they? As we said, had that little blip at Nürburgring, but generally speaking, they've just been so, well, impossible to beat, actually, through the rest of the season. And that is why you put the effort into those early races, as Constantin Schaaf makes a very late decision to dive for the pit lane. But that's why you put the effort into banking those points through the first races of the season, so that you can get to the end of the championship and either already have it clinched, or at least put yourself in a position where you could perhaps have a bad race at the end of the season and it wouldn't cost you everything. So every race matters. We tend to only start talking about championship points at the end of a season. Understandably, I suppose, that's when it becomes really significant, but actually every race gives out points, and it's the points that you score in the first few races of the season that form the basis for your championship challenge in the last few races. And over a relatively short season as far as number of races itself are concerned, just 6 races over the course of this 24H series, it is important that you're doing well in the majority of them, as indeed the championship leaders have been so far.
That certainly have. This is SCK Racing, who are having a good run out so far in this session. Something we haven't seen from them so much this season, but they were second at Sebring. After that, it has been a struggle for them. No more top 5s other than that one. And they're currently 48 points adrift of Urano Esports. They'll need to do something special to get involved today. And it's not going to be on this lap by the looks of things. We go back to Boost and VDS by Undercut. In sort of black and orange sort of livery. Not a bad one. They follow Movano through what is turn 7 and 8 there. Down the bottom of the hill, they go upwards towards the very quick turn 9. Movano will just slow down a little bit, but they'll benefit from a bit of slipstream before heading into the final few corners. More looping turn 10 and 11 that we have here. I don't know if I'm a massive fan of that looping corner. I'm certainly a fan of the missing the chicane, I've got to be honest, at the end. But that long looping left-hander, I don't know if I'm quite a fan of, but maybe because I'm not very good at it. But anyway, that's a story for later. Final couple of corners, feels like a bit of a throwback really to 20 years ago as we fly through here in towards the final corner, and we'll see if Thomas Cavillier's got any of a better time here. Not quite. We'll stay just behind it. It does feel in this session right now as if we've hit a bit of a limit almost in terms of what these guys can achieve.
Yeah, which is odd since the TCR cars, who I predicted would suffer more from tyre wear, they were able to improve right to the end, weren't they? Ross McFarlane stealing that pole position literally in the final moments of TCR qualifying. So for whatever reason, GT4 not proving to be the case. Now, a couple of them have been in the pits for new tyres, it must be said. We also have had a handful of lap times continuing to be disallowed, I think, for track limits offences as well. So there are a couple of reasons perhaps why we're not seeing the huge flurry of improvements. We've still got just under 5 minutes of the qualifying session to go as well. So these cars don't take quite as long to get the tyres into the window as the TCR cars do, and therefore those who have pitted, they will still have time to get fully up to speed before the session is over. But yeah, interesting qualifying session this so far, isn't it? Not necessarily seeing the teams that we expected to see right at the front. Certainly Urano all the way down in 15th position, not what we would have expected, and that either tells me they've had a really disappointing qualifying session, or they have again chosen to simply focus on the race, or and this is a risky strategy I think in a way, but have they decided that they don't have the pace for outright pole position? They don't want to start mid-grid because that's where there's going to be the most drama in the opening few corners. Perhaps they have chosen to start from the back of the field so that they can just pick their way through. They don't need to be on the podium. They don't need to be at the front for the whole 12 hours here. They just need to make sure that they've got a solid finish by the end of the 12 hours. And perhaps they think the safest way of doing that, never mind, as they go to third place, they immediately prove me wrong. As I suspected all along, Ewan, they were keen to get a bit closer to the front.
It's 9 o'clock in the morning and we've broken the tinfoil hats out already. We've got the conspiracy theories going. Paper all over the walls with thinking what's going to go on. That couldn't have been timed better. That was hilarious. Constantine Schaaf, though, has finally got his skates on and he's got up to 4th place now. And that was a good lap for him, all jokes aside. It was, he's up onto the first couple of rows now. Not necessarily, I suppose your point still stands there. They're not necessarily mid-pack. with a time like that, and it is probably more dangerous to start at the mid-pack than it is right down in 15th, but if they can avoid starting last, then they will do, and that's exactly what Sharp has just done. A couple of incidents, by the way, in this qualifying session here, and one of them no further action. That was between Pure Sims Esports 417 and Fiercely Forward, so that was no further action, but the 499 has been given a 20-second time penalty for rejoining the session after having towed back to pit lane, which you are allowed to do as long as you don't return back to the circuit again. That's the Delta Sport car you can see down in 14th place there, the 499. They'll be having a 20-second time penalty that can be served, by the way, at any point during 90 minutes to when it was given. Any penalties in qualifying mean you can serve them in the first 90 minutes of the race. Imagine that will be served in the first pit stop here this morning. Matthew Turnbull will come over the line as well, and he'll go to the front. Good time from the Pure Sims Esports driver, and he has got up front and maybe down to a little bit to that slipstream. Sabelt Esports look to respond, and they do, a 47.9. So we were having a bit of a stalling moment through the middle of this session, but it does look like the final times here are producing for us. I think they'll have one more chance here, and we might well see some improvements very late on.
I think you're right, and I think that these are, by and large, cars that have been in the pit lane for new tyres. So I think they put their banker laps in early on. They got a first run on a first set of tyres. They came in, and now they're really starting to push hard. And yeah, we're into the 47s now with Sabelt Esports. That's pretty impressive. Sabelt, though, they're fourth in the championship, I suppose. They are in contention at least for a runners-up spot in the points, and they are one of the many teams looking to try and beat this car across not only the full race, but at that halfway point as well. Pure Sims second, not particularly championship contenders. SRC Movano, they're doing what they need to as well. They're starting third as it stands, and this is where it does get nervy, I should say, for Team Urano. As I was kind of making the point earlier on, they did sort of prove me wrong as I was making the point, but as you said, I think the point still stands. They will be nervous about that first few laps, because it is entirely possible that some of those around them get a little bit racy through the opening few corners, especially if they are surrounded by cars that they're fighting for the championship, which they are. SRC Movano at the moment, one of their nearest, relative term I know, but nearest championship rivals, will be sharing the second row as it stands. So Urano will be very glad, I think, to get to the back end of that first hour. When things start to spread out, they get into their first round of pit stops, then they can perhaps start to breathe a little bit easier. But the first few laps, they're going to be on edge, I suspect.
We might well be as well, to be honest. By just watching it, Constantine not able to go quicker there on that lap time, and I believe this is close to being over now for this session. We're not too far away from the end of GT4 qualifying, but it does look like they're still going at quite a pace through the first couple of corners, so maybe they do have another chance. Aidan Young here for Delta Sport, going through the final couple of corners now in the 499. An all-American team here, by the way. 5 drivers registered, and they're all American. And so it's a very early morning over there. At best, it's 4 a.m. So sorry to them, but they've got it's a very early morning for Aidan Young by the looks of things. Urano Esports still carrying on here. I thought that was going to be the last chance for them, but Constantine Schaaf still believes he has one more go at this. And he may well do. He's the only driver inside the top 6 to still be out there on the circuit. This is the only car we're going to see really change, if we do see it at all.
Yep, so definitely not letting up. They want to try and improve a little bit on 4th place if they can. They've got a whiff of a slipstream here from a car just up the road as they head down to that turn 10, which, by the way, Ewan, I agree with. I don't like this particular version of it. I think it robs us of one of the few overtaking opportunities on the track and replaces it with a particularly frustrating left-hander that never really seems to end. But anyway, probably a bit more flowing for the drivers, but certainly from a spectator's point of view, doesn't add a huge amount to the track. Now they head into these final 2 corners, which certainly are an improvement upon the tight and fiddly chicane. The car ahead pulls into the pit lane. That might have been the Sim RC Aston Martin, I think, wasn't it? Which is currently sitting 7th. Where will Urano end up there at the end of the session? Well, Constantine Schaaf has backed off already, pulls over to the right-hand side of the road. and actually did cross the line and went third, so a slight delay in the timing there. He did find an improvement. The timing line, of course, coming up quite early on the exit of the final turn, and they move third ahead of one of their nearest championship rivals.
They'll be sharing row 2, as we'll run through in a few moments' time, as the final the car, the Ford by 9, will come through the final couple of corners now. Aidan Young. Doesn't look like he's going at a pace though, really, and will pull into the pit lane. 14th place will be the starting position for them in this one. It's About Esports though, who are on the front with Roberto Ferrari, then Pure Sims with Urano and Movano on the second row together. SCK Racing with the top 5 there, ahead of Boots and VDS by Undercut. Adam Isaacson, the best of the non-Mercedes, in 7th. Alvaro Gomez for Fiercely Forwards is 8th, ahead of Impulse Racing and Hydrace Geodesic Racing, who round out the top 10. In 11th place, it's David Barclay for Talk Freak Racing. Junkers Racing Esports in 12th, head of Pure Sims Esports is 17. Then it's Aidan Young we were just seeing. And Scuderia Volpe Competizione round out the 15-car GT4 grid. It's a fast-paced qualifying session. We are going to head towards the 992 category now, where Team 75, Bernard by SimRT, are currently leading the championship. Urano Esports, 8 points behind them. Aztec Simport Visceral, 10 points behind them. Those 3 are the main players, but Apex Racing Academy is still involved. Sabel Esports, Williams Esports, same goes for them, along with ATRS Esports. Those 7 teams can all mathematically win at this stage. Harvey Maniti and Urus Rincon at IRS are out of this one. They won't feature in regards to a championship here today. Just about a minute until the 992 qualifying session gets underway here. It's the Porsche Cup category, of course, the first and only of the single car categories that we have here in the Trade for 8 Series Esports Championship this season. And they're very, very fast cars as well. There you can see the championship leaders at the front of the order. That's Team 75, Bernard by Sim RC. Won the GT4 championship last season. They're looking to step up a notch and win the 992 championship here this season, but this is one of the real close ones here. 10 points separating the top 3. That can go any which way really, with the amount of points on the line today.
Yeah, definitely. And there is a certain separation, I think, between the top 3, because Apex Racing Academy, 4th in the points, didn't score last time at the Nürburgring. So I confess, I can't remember whether that was a race they didn't enter or if they were just an early...
They weren't there.
They weren't. Okay, good. So I've slept since then. I couldn't quite remember. So yeah, Apex Racing then sort of taking themselves out of the equation, and then you can really count out the likes of Sabelt and Williams Esports. So yeah, realistically, this is a 3-way fight. Simplifies things a little bit for us, but in my experience, Hugh, in this 992 category, tends to be anything but simple, because their strategy is always fascinating. We always see from this class above all of the others something a little bit different in strategy, and that again is something that we'll probably be talking about, well, perhaps not us two, but you'll be hearing on the broadcast in 5.5 or so hours time, because strategy is a big part of how you're going to get hold of those halfway points, because if that halfway point in the race falls between pit stops, then I'm sure there will be somebody who tries to stretch that fuel a little bit further, and I would not be surprised if that's the storyline in the 992 category as we get to that halfway point, because they do like to keep us guessing on fuel strategy.
They certainly do, and do stick with us this afternoon, because we're going to have David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonda on through the middle portion of this race, and they'll really come into their own in that particular point with all of the strategy gains going on. Who's looking to have who's looking good for the end of the race and all of these kind of things, and who's looking good for the halfway points as well, because they'll be on at that stage. And thankfully I can do maths while not talking, which is going to be a big relief, but although not later. But we do have by the way, a graphic to show you for championship standings, so we'll obviously get to that later on in the race, but we will have a graphic for you, so just in case anybody does any wrong buttons on the calculator or whatever, we've got a computer to do it as well, so that's a relief, and they don't tend to get it wrong, funnily enough. Through the final corner then for Team 75, Bernard by SimRC. I have to say, one of my favourite, if not my absolute favourite livery in this series. The combination of the dark blue and darkish red with the black highlights as well makes it look Very, very nice indeed. It's looking good at the top of the championship. They will be leading the field around and providing a bit of a slipstream to SERIES Esports, to be honest. We've not seen teammates in the same category very often so far in these qualifying sessions, but we are doing for that team just in the background there, and maybe they'll be able to help each other with a bit of slipstream.
Yeah, that's certainly something I think we will see in qualifying in particular, and maybe even into the race as well. I've always said if you can get a couple of your cars on the front row of the grid, I don't care how long the race is, you take immediate control of that race. If you can keep them in front through the first few corners, it becomes very difficult for anyone else to breach through your defences, and yeah, that is going to be tough to do in such a competitive category as this. I doubt we will see any particular team domination, but in qualifying at least you can try and do your best to help each other out. Although I will say that, in my experience, often provides more complications really than it solves, because yes, you can go quicker if you work together and you start slipstreaming, but there's always a little bit of infighting as to who gets the slipstream at which point, because the tyres are only in their ideal window for a short space of time, and if at that point in the session you are the car pulling around your teammate, then you can start to feel a little bit of resentment about that situation. Also, when you try and work together like that in the slipstream, you tend to really sit very close to each other on the track, much closer even than we saw from some of the other cars that were perhaps sitting a second or so apart to get a hint of a slipstream. If you're deliberately working with someone, then you tend to stay a lot closer than that, and that can cause complications if the car in front makes a mistake or isn't quite up to pace. So it sounds like a great plan, but in my experience, Ewan, it can cause a few more headaches than you might like, that whole working together through qualifying.
I don't particularly enjoy it either, really. I just prefer to get the head down and get on with it. A couple of representative times coming over the line here, but only really the top four have gone as quick as they can here so far. So Motor Esports join them, go on board with, I think it's not Harvey, it's Apex Racing Academy. We'll go over the line now, and this is not representative for them, but a good chance for the first time today to spend a lap on board with somebody, and we will do here in the 992 category. Have a look at just how challenging and physical this 12-hour race is going to be. Through turn one, bouncing over that curb, almost straddling it really, and then opening out turn three as much as possible as you go through the left-hander at 2. It's a really painfully long corner as you try and get on the power as early as possible and try not to let the understeer drag you all the way to Portugal, to be honest. Into turn 4 they go. Now, third gear corner, very low revs actually, just to make sure that the rear tyres don't spin up too much, and then another braking zone, downhill, tricky braking zone. We're going to see some incidents with that traffic through there, I've no doubt. Out through turn 5 and into 7 and 8 now, which very tricky corner. Once again, just try and get over these curves as much as you possibly can, especially on that right hand side. And then you'll need to make sure you don't miss the apex up here as well, because small mistakes can cost you a lot at the very fast turn 9. Down the hill towards the long looping hairpin of turn 10. Not a great overtaking opportunity anymore, but maybe a more flowing corner, maybe more enjoyable to drive as well, although we don't necessarily agree. Into the turn 12 they go as well, which is also a little bit more flowing now as a result of the previous turn. Final couple of corners as well, and more high load corners as well. These tyres really do take a beating around here, as we've just experienced really.
Just heard Maxence there lifting off the throttle through the final corner a little bit. Just couldn't quite get the front end to stick as he would have liked. Of course, Porsches, as we know, rear-engined cars, so no weight over the front axle really, and they can pick up a little bit of mid-corner understeer, particularly through those medium to high-speed corners, of which Catalunya is absolutely full of them. And that final couple of turns in particular, slightly downhill as they are, the front end can go a little bit light anyway, so great to ride on board though. So as I say, a really satisfying track to drive. It gets a lot of hate, this track, and I think a lot of that is because most casual motorsport fans' experiences of it come once a year when the Formula 1 World Championship rolls into town, and they rarely put on a particularly exciting show, it must be said. But for anything that isn't a single-seater, I actually think this is a track that produces some really good racing. There are places that you can pass, and lots of places where you can run side by side, and even on your own in a qualifying session, or in a lengthy endurance stint, such as the ones that we will see the drivers doing today, it's a really satisfying place to drive. It's got a really nice flow to it. There aren't that many really slow and clumsy corners now that we're using the old school final sector. And as we saw from that onboard there, it's pretty high average speed too. So yeah, pretty fun track to drive when you've got the car hooked up, although it can be a little less enjoyable if the car isn't handling quite right, particularly towards the end of a run on tyres.
Absolutely. It's I don't know, not one of my favourite circuits, I must admit, but in terms of 24/8 series racing in real life, there's been a lot of good races down the years here at this circuit. As Eduardo Leo goes to the front now for Estoril Movano. Of course, this is very, very close. In cars as fast as this, it's very impressive to see. Just 17 thousandths of a second separate Leo from Phoenix Racing Esport and Rafael Renhofer, who's second. First of the championship contenders. Where are they? Down in 4th place. Jürgen Frank is there at the moment. Apex Racing Academy is 6th place. Williams in 7th. Urano down in 11th. And Visceral Esports still down in 14th. You get the feeling that Nicholas Last surely has more to give than that lap time right now. But you never know. He's only a second off the pace right now, but in dead last position.
Yeah, that's how tight things are, but they won't be terribly happy with the way that this session's going. Third in the championship, remember that 996 car, 975 the championship leaders. Well, we're following them now. Jürgen Frank, 4th place in the session and only 3 thousandths of a second away from moving into the top 3. And the 911 car is down in 11th as well. So actually things at the moment looking good for the Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC team, who are coming through to complete another lap there. They're going to head for the pit lane as we get towards the closing stages of their qualifying session. But yeah, they may not be on the front row of the grid, but they're not far away from the front row of the grid, and they are comfortably out-qualifying their nearest championship rivals. So really the pressure is on for Urano and Aztec SimSports Visceral here to try and find a little bit of time. And as you said, even if they can find a couple of tenths of a second, particularly for the 996 car, that can make the world of difference, because even in a race of this length, you do not want to be starting 14 when your championship rivals and the championship leaders are on the second row.
No, we've got a penalty for the 490 here, which is the championship leaders in GT4. I know this is 992 qualifying, but at the moment it doesn't look like any new times are really coming over. 20-second time penalty for Urano Esports for taking the checkered flag twice. I don't remember them improving right to the end, so it was a pretty pointless exercise anyway. But,
I think they didn't they? I think they went from 4th to 3rd on the last lap.
Oh, maybe they did. But was it worth a 20-second penalty?
Well, no.
Maybe not. But obviously, I'm guessing they didn't know at the time. Well, I'm very sure of it. Also being investigated right now, the 463 and 473 in GT4. Still, I believe, being investigated for blocking in that one. That's Junkers Racing Esports along with Boots and BDS. Both maybe checking to the stewards or whatever as of right now. But yeah, that's not a great start for Urano Esports. As I said, I'm sure they'll be fine. They are starting in 3rd place, but starting off your day with a 20-second penalty is never ideal. Thankfully, we haven't got any investigations ongoing for this session so far.
Yeah, I sympathise with them a little bit, because this is a slightly different way of doing qualifying. You know, those of you who use iRacing on a casual basis, or perhaps compete in other championships on iRacing, will know that generally speaking, the qualifying session ends when it ends, and any laps you do beyond the conclusion of your allocated laps don't count. But of course, the way we do this with the 4 classes separated into their individual sessions, it's all within 1 hour and a bit session, and there is no checkered flag at the end of each individual qualifying session. So you have to have one eye on the time. You have to have a team that has one eye on the time, and they pass the message on to the driver as to whether they got across the line before their part of the session concluded. So it's easily done, I suppose. Phoenix Racing Esport, meanwhile, Rafael Renhofer jumping onto pole position, but immediately picked by Pure Sims Esports. So all of a sudden, this qualifying session is coming alive, and we're down into the 1 minute 43.6s now.
Yeah, coming back to life, and we still have a few minutes to go as well. Eduardo Leo is going to be starting at his next lap time as well. He's only just over a tenth of a second away from Pure Sims Esports as we... well, this is track limits cam as far as I can see there on the left-hand side. on board with Leo through the first couple of corners and through turn 3, which is so painful in a non-single seater, by the way. I really don't like it. It's just, you just have to wait forever to get on the throttle. That's the end of the first sector, just over half a minute through there. Pure Sims Esports current pole sitters just about getting out the way in time. But around this type of circuit, this car does almost look like it's in slow motion sometimes, just because of the amount of time you have to wait to get onto the throttle sometimes. You really don't want an understeery car around here, because you'll be in for a very long 12 hours and you'll be shredding your front tyres to pieces, because they all are anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at least it is the same for all of the 992 class cars. They'll all be suffering from that understeer, but that's where practice, testing, setup work all comes into its own, because there are things you can do to these cars to try and make them turn a little bit better. You can change things in the geometry and the suspension. Of course, you get nothing for free when it comes to car setup. It's certainly not my area of expertise, I will confess, but even I know that if you make a change that makes the car turn better, you're almost always sacrificing long run pace, because you can't keep leaning on those front tyres and expect them to still be underneath you half an hour, 40 odd minutes down the road. So it is a really tricky circuit, this, in these rear engine cars, just to get the pointiness, get the rotation through the corners. And again, Eduardo Leo running a bit wide there. Urano Esports Heineken Media go 4th fastest now. That's the 911 car, and that's a pretty big improvement for the team second in the championship. And crucially, it does now put them ahead of the 975, which has sort of quietly faded down to 7th place.
Yeah, certainly. It's just a case of not really improving, but they're only, what is it, a 10th away from pole right now. They haven't got a bad lap time on the board there, but just a lot of drivers have gotten ahead of them. For Jürgen Frank to get into to 3rd place, he needs 0.03 of a second, and he's down in 7th. So it's a little bit ridiculous right now with just how close this session is. The top 2 comparatively are getting away from the rest with a 10th over them. Phoenix Racing Esport, the second of them. This is Raphael Renhofer, who briefly did take the pole position through that last round of times. And we are coming up towards the end here now. And so we are going to see checkered flag waving soon. But Renhofer doesn't need very much to jump over the Pure Sims Esports car. And unsurprisingly, every one of the 14 cars in this 992 category is still out there right now, still able to improve as well in the final seconds of this session.
Indeed so. Raphael Renhofer then down through the penultimate corner, riding that sausage curb on the way into the final turn, which you'd think would unbalance the car quite badly, but they seem to be riding it pretty well. Renhofer across the line, though I don't think that's going to be an improvement. 43.712 is not. There is a small improvement further back for Seibelt Esports and Maniti, and the 911 even going quicker again. They're now 3rd fastest. Can Eduardo Leo fight back with a 43.87? It will not be an improvement, and he stays in 4th position. So the 911 car, really improving nicely as the session goes on. And it is, as I said, down to 7th place now for Jürgen Frank, the championship leader. So an intriguing session this, and I think very much in keeping with what we expect from the 992 category. You never quite know what is around the corner with this class, and even within a 15-minute qualifying session, there was a real story that was told over the course of that session, and it was a session that looked as though it was shaping up quite nicely for the championship leading car, and suddenly they find themselves with work to do and right in the danger zone. 7th on the grid on a 14-car class is exactly where you would expect things to kick off in the early stages. So nervy times again for a team with a pretty slender championship advantage.
It will be a little bit nervy for them by the looks of things, but Jürgen Frank does have one more chance to lift their way out of this. The checkered flag's waving. Jürgen Frank going to be one of the final drivers to come across the line here. What's the time going to be? It is going to be a little bit better. Up to 2nd, onto the front row, and just when it was needed, Jürgen Frank delivers for his team again. He's up to 2nd for Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, but not ahead of Pure Sims, who have gotten a 43.3. A frighteningly good lap time from Tyler Hervius at the very end here has taken them pole position. But Jürgen Frank has done Championship leaders a big favour there. They'll share the front row with Phoenix Racing Esports and Urano Esports on row 2. Eduardo Leo rounds out the top 5 for Movano, with Kamil Grabowski in 6th place for Williams. Waverley Racing Team and Maniti Racing will be on row 4 together, ahead of Apex Racing Academy and Sabel Esports in the top 10. Harvu just outside of the top 10 with ATRS Esports 12. Aztec Sim Sports Visceral down in 13th is a big worry for them, with the other ATRS car down in 14th position with Sebastian Hove. Well, that was a very close session in the 992 category, and we don't expect anything less. We're going to expect something similar in the GT3s as well, with Williams Esports currently leading the standings by 12 points. Then it's MSI Esports. Biela Racing Team Euronics, the defending champions, in the 3rd position ahead of BS competition. Sim 75 Burner by SimRC round out the top 5, 40 points adrift. Harvey 41 points away. The other Biela car in 7th ahead of the BS Turner, BMW, then Riley Sim Racing and Apex Racing Academy. All of those teams mathematically still involved, as are the top 15 in the GT3 category. But it is Williams Esports who are on the top of GT3 standings as of right now. And if we cast our minds back to the 6 hours of the Nürburgring, it was a very, very good performance from them during that race. They basically got to the front, got together with their other car, the number 5, and they just bump drafted each other away from the rest of the field. It was pretty impressive, really.
Extremely impressive, and really that was the definition of a dominant team performance. As you said, it wasn't just one car that they got to the front, it was 2 of them, and they were able to work together just brilliantly well. They never really looked as though they were in any danger, and also what I liked about that race was that if at any given point during the race, the second of the cars, if you like, the number 5 Chill Blast car, which is not a championship contender, if ever they looked a little bit quicker than the leader, they swapped, they put the quicker car in front, and they continued to pull away from the rest of the field. So there was no ego there. I think the championship leading car always knew that it was going to be allowed to win the race come the end of the 6 hours, which indeed they were, and yeah, they just put on an absolute clinic. That was their 3rd victory of the season for car number 55. But again, this is the frustration in a way for the drivers. Oh, we love it as neutrals, but the teams who have done really well through the season will perhaps have a tinge of frustration coming into this race, because Williams Esports BenQ have won 3 races this season, dominated the most recent one at the Nürburgring, and yet they still can't relax. They are only 12 points clear. The point system itself is very tight throughout the course of the season. It doesn't really allow for any massive gains in points race by race, and then you throw in these extra points here at Barcelona and it really keeps the pressure on. So Williams, despite how dominant they may have been of late, winning the last 2 races of the season, they can't relax yet by any means.
They certainly can't. We're about to see a bit of a traffic jam, by the way, coming out of the pit lane here. I think that is one of the Williams cars just parked at 45-degree angle there. I'm not sure who that is exactly, but they're all rushing to be first out here. It looks like it's going to be MSI Esports who will go first. Timer ticks down. Light at the end of pit lane. And after you. A bit of games going on. To be fair, that is 2 Williams Esports cars, to be fair, so they will let each other out. And they may work together here. We talk about the teamwork at the Nürburgring. What about teamwork here in the qualifying session? The 2 Porsches may well get together again and help each other along.
I think they will, because it worked so well at the Nürburgring, and this is what I was saying earlier on. I think during TCR qualifying, you might not look at this track and think that the slipstream is worth a huge amount, but I think it is. This is, any track that has this amount of full throttle time is going to be worth getting a bit of a slipstream. You need to be careful in the GT3 cars, though. You do start to suffer sometimes from that dirty air, and it can be a little bit tricky to run too close to another car. But again, I'm sure this team, as professional and experienced as they are, will have practiced this extensively. They will know exactly what distance behind they want the second car to be at the beginning of a lap, so that they don't catch the leading car by the end of the lap, but they're still getting that slipstream advantage. And I suspect that they will try to do that again, because they proved at the Nürburgring how beneficial this can be. Again, if you can get 2 cars at the front of the grid and keep them there through the opening exchanges of the race, you have control of the race. The second place car can act as rear gunner if needs be, or they can just work together to try and disappear out in front of the field. field as they did last time out. So for sure, expect some teamwork here from Williams Esports, and I think that begins right now in qualifying.
It certainly might well do. Harvey just slipping inside of them there, and they get in front. BS competition look like they're going to try and benefit off of a bit of slipstream here, as well as there's a bit of slowing down in towards the final corner and get themselves over the line to start a lap. Williams Esports, though, just pulling up. They don't want to tow everybody around here. Visceral don't want to overtake them. And now we really do have a lot of games going on here in qualifying. It's, you know, a relatively long session, but you've got to be careful here to not give over slipstream, to stay out of people's way, but also don't block people, for goodness sake, because there's people flying down the front straight here into turn number 1, and they're on actual lap times, and you can't block them, of course. So these games are dangerous games to play, and well, it's pretty fascinating to see right now, really. I didn't think the draft would be very important around here at all. However, well, it is.
Yeah, this is not ideal, is it? And I think that, of course, having live stewarding, as we do in the 24H series, you need to be really careful with this sort of stuff, because you will get penalties. We've seen already a penalty given out to our GT4 championship leaders. Williams need to make sure that they don't find themselves on the wrong side of the rules in qualifying here. I'm not entirely sure what this is all about. Clearly the teams do think that slipstream is worth a lot of time, even around this circuit, because the Williams cars, who themselves were presumably planning on working with each other, are still trying to find people to slipstream with and get themselves into the queue, I guess, so that both cars have the advantage of the slipstream. In theory, they can both go more quickly, and it gives them both a chance to be near the front of the grid. But they'd all got a bit messy there down to turn 1, and they still haven't really sorted it out, have they? That's the 43 Porsche now, the Altus Esports car pulling out of the way up through turn number 12. Arvu set a time of 1 minute 40.489, which will not stand as the fastest lap within the session, that is for sure. Because that's only slightly quicker than some of the 992s were going earlier on. DSR second, Tempest Sim Sport in third, but you can see the spread of lap times caused by them all backing off last time around. Now they seem to have got themselves sorted out, but it looks to me as though the Williams cars, well, yes, they've been separated, so all of that working together on the outlap to get themselves sharing the same bit of road has all kind of come to nothing, because there is the number 55 car making its way through the first sequence of corners. I can't actually see the number 5 machine. I think it's further up the road because it's already registered a lap time. So they clearly decide, oh no, there it is. So it is the next car ahead, I believe, but it's some distance ahead, probably too far ahead to be of any real help. So they've clearly foregone that slipstreaming strategy for now. Perhaps the plan is just to get a banker lap in each, come in for new tyres, and then maybe try and get back out in a clearer bit of track, because with everybody leaving the pit lane at the same time at the start of the session, it's always going to be a bit more of a traffic jam, whereas if they pit midway through for new tyres, they've got a much better chance of getting out into some clean air. But a very messy and disjointed start to the session, Ewan. They do now, though, seem to be just about getting themselves settled down.
It looks like it. Very bizarre, though. Yeah, I was not quite expecting that, but there we are. We've gotten through that early moment now, and hopefully this will turn into more of a normal session, really. Tempest Sim Sport currently watching them through the final couple of corners. They're about 8 tenths off, or they were 8 tenths off of pole. That's no longer Harvu. It's now MSI Esports, the first team into the 39s. Tempest Sim Sport go 1 second away from that. BS Turner go up to the front. Then it's Williams Esports, who've got one of their cars up there, but it's not the championship contending one. Williams Esports Chill Blast are way down. Williams Esports BenQ are the ones we want to be focusing on championship-wise. And they want to get near to MSI Esports, but it's Altus who are up there now with a 39.6. It's a good time from the reigning 992 champions to get up there. Just 5 thousandths of a second ahead of Antoine Lacherit, who you can see in the ASR car, in the 27. By the way, we already do have a penalty in the GT3 category, because you see 39 Pure Sims Esports, and you're wondering, and if you're wondering at home, should I say, why you haven't seen that car so far this season, well, you haven't with that number. It's meant to be the 16. They've joined with the wrong number, and they've got a penalty for it as well. We also have a 20-second time penalty finally coming through for the Boots and VDS GT4. Some warnings going out in the GT4 as well for blocking. Qualifying infringement already for the 83. That is one of the GT3s, of course, of Variety Sim Racing. Dominic Push has already broken the rules, I'm afraid. And he's gotten a 20-second penalty for rejoining after towing back to the pit lane. And still with no time on the board either. And not great news at all. Not great news at all for Riley Sim Racing. Right now, I'm trying to usher it back into the pit lane as Team 75 burner by SimRC jump up to 5th. Nicholas Hyder was initially in the GT4 team. Don't know at what point that changed for them, but now the GT4 team only have 2 drivers on the entry list, and some of them clearly have transferred to other parts of the SimRC team. There is Hyder in the 75 Porsche, and he's just a couple of attempts away from Autos Esports at the moment. Trying to find those couple of attempts to get up towards the pole position. 6 drivers now registered for the GT3 team, by the way, so we could be seeing any number of people here today for them. Nicholas Hyder, maybe the most recognisable name of those, certainly on a GT3 standpoint, one of the most recognisable names in this team. So, putting in a decent performance in qualifying right now, just ahead of MSI Esports. Interesting to note, though, that Williams Esports BenQ still have not set a lap time in this session right now. Atte Kupanen at the wheel there. You'd expect him to be challenging for a top 5 in this session here, but it's not too... well, he's not got a time at all just yet, so that's going to be a worry for them as Nicholas Hyder comes into the pit lane. Not long to go then in this qualifying session, but we've seen a mad opening moments here with these times. Now we've seen it quiet, you know, just get quiet for a moment, and now I think we're going to see some more Fast and Furious action here with the times coming in once more over the last 5 to 10 minutes. We are going to see some new times on the board, hopefully at least, and it's going to be like what we saw a little bit earlier on, because it has very much quietened in the last 5 minutes.
Indeed so, but already some interesting storylines developing, aren't they? Championship leaders haven't yet set a lap time, and towards the sharp end of the field, well, you don't really find that many of their championship contenders, do you? So lots of teams with the pressure on now, heading into the final few minutes of qualifying to try and better their starting position. And if they all find themselves starting deep in the field, I suppose that gives us even more to get excited about. But right now, it is a very disjointed qualifying session that we've had in our GT3 category. It is the biggest of the classes of cars as far as sheer numbers, up there with GT4, both quite similar, I believe, for this weekend's race. But the sheer number of cars on the track meant that finding that clean air early on wasn't the easiest of things to do. But as I sort of predicted, now that they've all, or most of them, have come in for a fresh set of tyres, they are kind of finding a bit more clear space, and I suspect that we will now start to see some bigger improvements in lap time. Certainly a couple of teams who need it.
They certainly are. Harvard are only 8 tenths away here, but they are down in 11th. That has been the story of this qualifying session so far. So many close sessions, and so far nobody dominating in these ones right now, so it is going to be an interesting race. Through the final corner for Matthias Vitikainen here, and he does go quicker, up to 7th for the lime green Porsche. I don't know about lime green, but it is green. Up to 7th, and that's not a bad time, but we'll be looking to break the 100-second barrier around this circuit, you'd imagine, as MSI Esports have done, along with the rest of the top 6. Now, are got Williams Esports BenQ out there right now. They are. Atte did a 53.7 on his outlap there, which doesn't really mean much. What about his actual lap time? Well, it's right about where Harvey were. 7th place, the two championship contenders, ideally placed in 6th and 7th so far.
Yeah, that's a bit more like it for Williams, isn't it? But they would like to be a bit further up than that. And Atte Kauppinen, interestingly, going it alone now, separating himself completely from his teammate, just trying to get on with this. And this kind of takes us back to the conversation we had in one of the earlier sessions. I think it was the 992 session. Sometimes when you go out there in a 15-minute quali like this with a set plan of action, you're going to work with your teammates, you're going to be this distance apart, you're going to swap over at this point. That is very easy to do when you're in a private test session and it's just the two of you, but when you've got 15 or so other cars out there all trying to also benefit from the slipstream or find their ideal spot on the track to go quickly, that becomes a lot more complicated. So I suspect that this was the right thing to do really for Kauppinen. Just go it alone, get some lap times in. He'll be confident that he can set a quick lap time regardless, but that puts the pressure on even more because MSI Esports have just gone 3rd, and that means Kauppinen really does need to try and go with him now, given how close these two are, relatively speaking, in the championship.
Well, that is a relief. 3rd place for MSI Esports. Not a relief for Williams Esports at all, because now they have their main championship rivals ahead of both of the cars. The Williams Esports Chill Blast car, of course, not involved in the championship fight realistically. They are mathematically, but not realistically. And so that means that they'll be helping this car for a lot of the time. But Kauppinen back in again. I'm not sure he'll be able to improve for the remainder of this session now. Given that he's pulling to the pit lane. There's Danny Elgabay, though, in this wonderful livery as well. I was saying about the Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC liveries, and they're good, but this one's fantastic as well. As ASR Esports, or ASR Able Esports, have just put in the fastest lap time so far. Antoine Lacheret with the best time, just ahead of Dino Lombardi for Autos Esports. Then it's Danny Elgabay we're just watching here. It's very close once again, less than half a tenth separate the three of them, but a good time from ASR in the 27 there. We haven't seen very much of the Canadian team so far this season. They're down in 17th. They've not had a better result than 11th, but they're on pole here at Barcelona. What a turn of events for them.
Yeah, and this is very often the case, isn't it? You get to the final round of a championship, all of the attention is on those fighting for the title, and sometimes the attention of those championship contending teams is so much on each other that they kind of forget about somebody else, and it's not unheard of to get a bit of a surprise winner. We're a long way away from that, of course, but at least a surprise pole sitter in the ASR Able Esports car. But let's see if they can hang on. It's a very, very narrow advantage, a couple of hundredths of a second over Dino Lombardi in the Altus Esports car. And can Dino find an improvement here towards the end of the session? MSI 3rd, Williams Esports Chill Blast in 4th, but that is not the championship leading Williams Esports car. That car's still down in 7th right now, and again in that danger zone mid-grid, heading into the first few corners in a few minutes' time. Dino Lombardi, though, out of the final corner, and it is a 39.645 for number 43, which is not an improvement, but there is one for 75.
There certainly is. It's another 39.6, but Nicholas Hyder has gone to the front. Dino Lombardi was 2 thousandths away from taking that one, but he's probably glad he didn't now, because he would have had immediate heartbreak there. With Hyder putting in a best lap time of the session so far. Riley Sim Racing not able to improve here, and not many other drivers actually still out there on the circuit to actually improve at this stage. It looks like Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC are going to take this one quite possibly. And there it is, Nicholas Hyder, the German, with a fantastic lap time. And it might well just be good enough for pole position. I can't see anybody else who's really going to improve here. Atte Kauppinen is still out there on the circuit in 7th place, but first of all needs to find nearly half a second. But also, I don't know whether he's already taken the checker flag. He might well have done. So that looks like it's going to be it. Nicholas Hyder looks like he's stolen it right at the end, and it's another qualifying session separated with the very final laps.
Absolutely, and separated by next to nothing, less than half a tenth between those top, three cars really. You're right, I hadn't spotted Altus making that improvement. It wasn't an improvement in position, but they did get awfully close to the ASR Able Esports time. Team 75, again, a long shot at the championship perhaps, 40 points as they are off the championship leaders, but they will have, in theory, clean track into the first quarter. The championship leaders very much will not, so anything could still happen here. And at the very least, they will be targeting a top 3 in the points, which is certainly within their grasp because they're only 9 points behind Bela Racing Team Euronics number 45, who sit third in the points, and they also haven't had a great qualifying session. So it does seem to me, and maybe I'm reading too much into this, Ewan, but it does seem to me like the championship pressure is starting to tell. In most of our qualifying sessions today, we have seen front runners in the championship, not only points leaders, but all of those sort of inside the top 2 or 3 in the respective class points, perhaps struggling to get a lap on the board. Some of them got there in the end, but for all of them, it seemed like hard work.
I would say the only exception to that, I do agree for GT3, 992 and GT4, however, TCR, we saw a fantastic battle between the top 2 in the championship and their top 2 in the qualifying session as well, so it does seem that championship pressure was getting to some, but clearly Ross McFarlane and Quarrington Greeners just don't feel that, and they were absolutely fine. I think the TCR battle is going to be one of the most exciting we see all day. This is your starting grid then in GT3. Nicholas Harley with that late lap time will get to the inside of the front row alongside Antoine Lacharette. Then it is Dino Lombardi and Danny Elgabay on the second row. Louis Nasser rounds out the top 5 ahead of Ruben Bonga for BS plus Turner. Then it's Atek Kupanen for Williams Esports ahead of the Harvu Porsche. Lucas Jestat will be alongside fellow BMW driver Julian Kesselschuk for BS competition. Then it is Pike from Beach Racing in the 91. Lucas Prada for Pure Sims will be in the 12th place, although they have an early penalty to serve. Aztec Sim Sports Visceral will be 13th ahead of Riley Sim Racing. Then it's GSR, Leipert and Tempest Sim Sport to round out the 17-car GT3 grid. In the 992s, Tyler Hervias is going to be alongside Jürgen Frank on the front, head of Phoenix Racing Esport and Urano Esports on row 2. Eduardo Leo is in the top 5 with Kama Grabowski just missing out. Then in the 7th place, it's Waverley Racing Team ahead of the Maniti Racing car. Then Apex Racing Academy and Sebelt Esports round out the top 10. Henry Salmon will be alongside Alexander Lauritsen on the 6th row, head of Visceral Esports and the other ATRS Esports car to round out the 992s. GT4 is being headed by Sebelt Esports. That's Roberto Ferrari ahead of Matthew Turnbull for Pure Sims. Urano Esports up there again, but they have an early penalty too with Mivano alongside them. SCK Racing and Boots and VDS on the 3rd row together. The first of the non-Mercedes in Sim RC is 7th. Then it's Fiercely Forward ahead of Impulse Racing. Hydra Race Geodesic Racing are ahead of Talk Freak Racing and Young Cost Racing Esports, who are sharing row 6. Jordan Johnson for Pure Sims will be 13th ahead of Race Factory / Delta Sport. Then it is Scuderia Volpe Competizione to round out your GT4 grid. And finally, Ross McFarlane and Quarrington Greeners are going to be in a colossal fight at the front of TCR. They're ahead of Carbon Simsport and Zenith Esports, who are sharing row 2. Waverley Racing Team and Fast Repair Motorsport Simify rounding out row 3. Ahead of Fabian Siegmund in 7th, Norbert Leitner in 8th, Gabby Montoro and Mikel Garcia rounding out your 10-car TCR grid. That was quite a lot of cars in a row. 56 cars, by the way, on the grid here. It's a 12-hour race. It is endurance racing, so you'd expect to see a lot of cars, but 56 around this circuit. And it's a shortened version as well. Just under 100 seconds on the pole there for Nicholas Hyder. It's going to be pretty congested, and it's going to feel pretty busy in these first couple of hours.
It certainly is, and I think the odds on there being still, 57 cars running at the end of the first lap, perhaps a little bit slim, because although, as I said earlier on, in theory, this is not the toughest of places to negotiate when you're in a tightly bunched field such as this one, there is still going to be that real scramble to get into the first corner. And as we've said, these sort of championship decider jitters that a couple of teams seem to be suffering from, that could well translate into the first few corners as well. But the pressure that is on the shoulders of the starting driver for these championship contending cars is immense, and the next time they barrel down off into this first corner, well, it is unlikely to be a nice clear view ahead, as Nicholas Hyder here enjoyed during qualifying.
Yeah, this is the pole lap that we're getting a view with now. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. Noticing staying in third gear actually around turn 3, which is maybe a little bit different to what some people were doing earlier on. Grabbing a little bit of 5th before down to 3rd, but not grabbing 2nd through turn 4 here. Running out a little bit wider than what we've seen from some others. The downhill braking zone now towards turn 5. It is one of those really nice and flowing circuits to drive on your own. It's just a case of how easy or difficult is it going to be to overtake. I think that's where the lap traffic's going to come from, really. That's where the opportunities are going to come from. Into turn 9. Had to have a couple of goes at that, but that's to be expected in the Porsche. It can be a little bit uncooperative on the rear end. Down the hill again towards turn 10. A little bit more flowing here. And then through 11. You saw one corner really. This is 12 into the right-hander. And then the final couple of corners coming up as well. It's a very nice and flowing circuit and a very tidy lap time from Nicholas Hyder. There's nothing really to note in terms of corrections being made or anything. Car looks a little bit nervous maybe in a couple of moments, especially the high-speed corners, the final turn and turn 9 as well. But the fact that there was no real moments to note through that lap time is a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely, but it is always the sort of smaller elements, the almost unnoticeable elements of those laps that can make the difference, and the drivers will pinpoint, I missed the apex by a few inches there, and I was a little bit too early on the brakes there, and that can all add up over the course of a 100+ second lap to make a big difference to your ultimate lap time. As you can see, the track conditions changing slightly now between qualifying and the start of the race. We've gone back in time, as you can only do really in sim racing, to 7:15 in the morning. It is real time as far as the date is concerned though, so temperatures are mild but not spectacularly hot. They will though get warmer than that, I'm sure, over the course of the next 12 hours, and we will start not long after sunrise and end perhaps around about the time at which the sun will set. So we're going to have a little bit of everything conditions wise over the course of the day, Ewan, and that's just another challenge for the teams when it comes to car setup.
Yeah, it is just about going to get dark as this race being held. Date is actually yesterday, as it turns out,
yes.
for this one. It's 4th of March today, as far as I'm aware, and it's 3rd in sim, so whatever. But 7:15 in the morning. I'm surprised it's still quite so dark actually for 7:15. I would have thought it'd be a little bit lighter than this, but it certainly is going to get a little bit darker later on. There is the view of the skyline, and it's well, maybe I don't spend enough time up around at 7 o'clock in the morning at this time of year, but yes, it's relatively dark. The headlights still picking out a few of the details of the circuit, but not too many really. It's not too much of a worry. It might be a consideration later on when it gets dark. It's going to be all about getting through these opening moments cleanly though, as the GT3s pull away for their formation sector, I guess we can call it. It's all about getting through these opening moments nice and clean.
Indeed so, and some teams already in trouble. We documented a couple of penalties after qualifying. The race control board is lighting up already. I think we've had about 15 different cars that have already picked up time penalties for qualifying infringements, so already a few of them starting to push the limits of what's acceptable, and now they've got 12 hours of racing ahead of them. You can't win it in the first corner, but as we know, Ewan, someone will probably try.
Well, let's see if they do. Nicholas Hyder going to make sure that he's not going to fall victim to that as he takes control of the field through the final corner. The final race of the 24/8 Series Esports Championship for 2022-23 is underway. Nicholas Hyder with the pole position, getting things going. It's the Porsche top 3 as MSI Esports are pulled into position, and are they going to be pulled into second place? They slot in front of Autos and they slide down the inside of Waverley Racing Team as well. Side by side, and there may have even been a slight bit of contact as well, but it's got to get their championship head on here because it is the opening moments of a very long race here this afternoon. Into turn 1 come the 992 category now as well, as Pure Sims Esports get things going. They're on the pole here, and they've had a good start ahead of Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. Then Maniti, as one of the TCRs is already off in the gravel here. Not sure what's happened there. However, I swear there was somebody in the gravel on the outside of the final corner there. It looks like it's been a clean start for all of them, apart from that GT4 in the background that is just getting going from the gravel trap on the formation lap. That's very odd, as it's contacting TCR. Pure Sims around and into the pack. Oh my goodness. Koissingveld have been caught up in it, but championship contenders Pure Sims involved in an opening lap incident.
Yeah, they were tagged by somebody there going through the first corner. I think it was one of the Carbon Sim Sport cars that came rocketing up the inside, caught the right rear corner of the Pure Sims machine, and on cold tyres, they just couldn't save it. Back into the pack they came, and that will have massive championship ramifications in TCR, if not just for Pure Sims, perhaps for a couple of others who may or may not have got themselves caught up in that. Meanwhile, the GT3 frontrunners out of the final corner for the first time. Hasn't been a great first lap this for Williams Esports, has it? Neither of their cars particularly marching forwards, as we've got a real battle here at the front of the field. ASR Able Esports moving back to the front ahead of Team 75, who seem to be struggling here, Ewan. Have they got damage?
I'm not sure what they've got, but problems is what they've got, because they've lost 2 places in towards turn 1. ASR Able Esports onto the front now here at lap 2. MSI Esports up to second. It is a good start for them. They're in a good place. Harvu have come into the pit lane at the end of lap 1 then. They've had issues. Jordan Johnson was the driver who had issues in GT4, by the way. This is what happened in towards turn number 1. And is this a championship deciding moment here for Pure Sims Esports? It's a bizarre one, I have to say. They're not at fault for the initial contact at turn 1, but they certainly are at fault for coming back into everybody there.
Well, yes and no. I really don't think they were in any control of their car by that point. You're on cold tyres, remember. The TCR cars in particular, the rear tyres are like ice through those first few corners. And once you get tagged sideways, normally in a front-wheel drive car, you stamp on the throttle, you steer into it, and it rights itself, but not on cold tyres. When they get sideways, they're almost impossible to gather together. So I find it difficult, really, to put any significant blame on the Pure Sims car there. I think Ross McFarlane was an innocent victim in that, and unfortunately so were a few others. The 190 Carbon Sim Sport car of Erwin Lucas Liskovic, in the pit lane with damage. So is the 148 Team Koissingveld car. They were 4th in the points, remember, in TCR coming into this race, so that has really shaken things up significantly. Within GT3, meanwhile, I think that the Team 75 car has picked up some damage somewhere. They're really falling down the order very quickly, and you can see they're slow in a straight line. I think they picked up some front aero damage. Where that's from, I don't know, but they are plummeting down the order already.
Yeah, I agree, but it is hard to pick up front end damage when you are the leader.
Well, yes.
On lap 1. So I don't know where that's come from right now. We'll try and figure it out, but that is another car going through. One of the Williams cars. That's the BenQ Williams car going through there from 7th place at a Kupanen. Nicholas Hyder now down to 8th place. But a very bizarre one for Nicholas Hyder. Such a strong performance in qualifying. And now a real struggle in the early part of the race. 3 drivers and teams on pit lane at the end of lap 1. Carbon Sim Sport and Koissingveld from TCR and Harvu from GT3. 3 of the top 4 in the TCR Championship, by the way, have picked up problems through that opening corner. That was the only start, really, where we saw problems taking place. This is a replay of Team 75 Bernard by SimRC going over the curb at 7 and 8. Now, we saw a lot of that during qualifying, but I wonder whether that is the culprit there. Surely it's got to be very unlucky for them to pick that up on lap 1.
Yes, I think that must be it. What happened is they caught the end of the sausage curb, where it sort of acts as a bit of a ramp. Now, I've seen this happen in real life, and this is going to sound a little bit silly, what I'm about to say, but in real-life motorsport, when the car is on lower tyre pressures, the ride height is lower as a result. It's only fractionally lower, but the cars are set up to be millimetre perfect on that ride height. You can see him rattling over the curb there. Is it on the landing, maybe? See, that doesn't actually look to have done the damage. No, I think it has. Just slightly crumpled the front bodywork. could just be iRacing doing iRacing things. But as I said, on low tyre pressures, in theory, a car will have a fractionally lower ride height. So whilst you can hammer that curb during the course of a qualifying session when you've got the tyre pressures up and less fuel in the car, that also has an effect on ride height, remember, you maybe will struggle to do that on low pressures and a full tank of fuel. Now, I don't know if that is something simulated within iRacing, but I think perhaps a combination of those things and maybe just a bit of iRacing shenanigans going on there. Either way, as you said, massively, massively unlucky.
It really is. They're down now to 10th place with Pike from Beach Racing right behind them. Here is the 992 battle. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC have got to the front here. Urano Esports still in third. They're ahead of Phoenix Racing now, with Movano just behind. And that's a dive from ATRS, I think, who have had a great start to this one. Alexander Lauritsen is up to 7th place there, and that was quite a dive on Maxis Godino for Apex Racing Academy. Oh, and there's more bouncing over the curb. I'm going to be nervous now for the next 12 hours about that curb now. And I think these teams might well be as well, judging by what we just saw. But this is a nice start to the 992 race. We've got a bit of a train going on, a bit of battling going on for third place.
I'm going to sound like a grumpy old man now, but I mean, it's worked for me for the last 28 years, so why stop now? If you don't want to get damaged by hitting curbs, there is a very easy solution. Don't hit the curb. And I know that technically you're allowed to run wide over that part of the track. It is clearly not going to do you any good, or at least you're taking the risk of it not doing you any good. And Nicholas Hyder has now had to bring the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC car into the pit lane. This is significant. Again, a car that was mathematically in contention for the GT3 Championship. Realistically, we'd sort of narrowed it down to 2 cars escaping at the front of the pack, but that will certainly cost them a chance of breaking into the top 3 in points, because this is likely to put them a lap or so down. They'll be hoping that it's minimal damage repair that needs to be done, because although they were losing a lot of time on track, these cars are very aero sensitive, so actually it might not have been a huge amount of damage. You might not take that long to repair, but it was certainly having a negative effect on their lap time. So, well, so much drama in the early stages. What did I say, though? I had a feeling that we'd see some of this in the early stages. All through that qualifying session, though, I was banging on about how starting mid-pack was the dangerous place to be. Turned out, actually, even the race leader wasn't out of danger.
Yeah, exactly. If you'd have told me at the start of this race that the leader was going to pick up front-end damage on lap 1 of any race, really, then obviously you'd say definitely not, but that's exactly what's happened. We're into traffic already. Lap 5 this is right now, just coming up towards the end of it, and we're in TCR traffic. Admittedly, there's not many of them. There's only 8 left in the leading pack, and they're quite spread out already due to the opening moments, but it's still something to negotiate for Dino Lombardi and the rest. We ride on board with the Autos Esports driver right now as he coasts past the that was close. Wow. Coast past one of the Hondas and Wave Italy Racing Team as well. And there is the ASR car just up in front. There's a dive in the background. That's Williams Esports. That's the Chill Blast car, I'm pretty sure. Not the championship leading one, but that's a moment you could do without. The opening run through traffic has already seen its first bit of contact.
Dear, oh dear, what is going on? This is a 12-hour race, everybody. You can just take a bit of a chill pill here in the early stages. You're not going to win it here. You can very much throw away a good result. As you said, thankfully, from a championship perspective, that wasn't the championship leading car, but of course, it's running only a couple of places ahead of the championship leading car. And we've seen already what can happen at turn 1, where one car gets sideways in front of the pack. They negotiate there the leading SimRC TCR car. And Corentin Guinez, much as we saw at the Nürburgring for that car, just completely unbothered by all of the drama going on behind him. Of course, it was actually happening in front of him through the first few corners. He weaved his way through the drama and now enjoys a 2-second lead.
It certainly does. Sims Esports down in 5th place right now, and Corentin Guinez cannot believe his luck, really. Visceral Esports, Robin Nurberg into the pit lane here in GT3 as well. So that's another pit stop. 6 minutes in the lane for Harvu, and they're back out there again. Nicholas Hyder still in there after nearly 3 minutes. I think everybody still going to continue on, still intends to continue on as of right now, which is good to see. Up in GT4 then. The Belt Esports still leading after 10 minutes here. Urano Esports in second, and then it's Pure Sims in the third position, just behind SEK Racing, the cork in the bottle, preventing the next 4 cars as well from getting up towards these drivers. It's Mercedes 1, 2, 3 right now, with SERIES Esports leading them around. A calmer start in GT4, although I still don't know what quite happened to Jordan Johnson to make him start behind the TCRs. I don't know quite what happened there.
Yeah, I suppose a lot of it depends on when the leader of the class, or the pole sitter of that class, decided to accelerate, because if they did it before the first corner, the final corner, excuse me, you'd hope they'd accelerated before the first corner, then that could have caused issues, although we are hearing now from Hugo, our producer, that it was a tech issue that he had, which makes a lot more sense, really, when you see a car suddenly disappearing off the road at an odd angle, especially before the race had even got underway. But pretty tasty battle here developing at the front of the GT4 field then, with the championship leading Urano car right in the middle of it, and this three-way breakaway really for the time being really starting to gap the rest of the field, and crucially SRC Movano, of course, are not able as of yet to break out of that second pack.
Well, this is very, very congested now. The 992 category also coming through on some TCR traffic now. That's Zenith in the position. That's Kira Wolf currently driving that Hyundai from 8th place, but about 15 seconds off the rest of the pack, which is why they're overtaking that car so quickly as Harvu go around. Well, that was an attempt at a move through turn 9 and a spin for the Porsche. They dropped to last in 992, and we're seeing a lot of aggression in this first quarter of an hour. As you mentioned, this is a 12-hour race, believe it or not, and we're not seeing some drivers act like it, unfortunately. That's a bit of a silly one, really, at the top of the hill.
Well, it is. Yeah, there's no two ways about it. It's so early in the race, we're not even 15 minutes in yet, and okay, it's not race ending, but it could have been, actually, if you'd made more significant contact there, and at the very least it drops you out of the pack. And as close as the lap times have been, particularly within the 992 category, being a one-make class, it really is going to be hard to regain that lost time. So, yeah, costly error there, I think. Right, overtake going on here. The Pure Sims car under threat. That is for second position in the Urano Esports Heineken Media car, trying to slip through, succeeds in slipping through, and that will now open the floodgates, because again, they're all running nose to tail, and once you get offline here at the Circuit de Catalunya, it can be very, very difficult to get back in the queue, and that is what's happening here for the Pure Sims car. They will lose at least 1, maybe 2 more places before they get back in line.
It's Phoenix Racing who are trying to get through now, and then SSC Movano Corsa are going to do the same on the outside line now, though, which is going to make life a little bit more difficult for them to get up into 4th, although a nice run around the outside there is going to get them the place, and they slide in front to make absolutely sure of it. So that is the position for Urano, Phoenix and Movano, all up a place into 2nd, 3rd and 4th. That's all allowing Team 75 Bernard by SimRC to get away, which is not ideal, especially championship-wise for Urano Esports, but you've got to get through those in front of you first, of course, before you can start thinking about things like that. 992, though, has stayed probably closest of any category so far, and that might be about to be shattered, really, because they're not too far away from TCR traffic. In fact, they're just within it now. They've just passed the Full Send Racing car of Vico Garcia, and on this next lap, the 992 category is going to be split apart by the first bit of lap traffic they've seen today.
Yes, so I'm going to take one step back from my monitor, because I think this is all about to kick off again, because this is probably the most tightly bunched grid of cars that we've got at the moment, and they are out to negotiate those TCR cars that have already been causing a little bit of strife out on track. Full Send Racing Hyundai not exactly moving out of the way of the Williams Esports car, and you can see that little check-up, that just creates these moments of danger where a car lifts where they're not expected to lift, and it just sort of stacks up the field behind. They just about negotiate that car in one piece, splitting the Hyundai as they do on the run towards turn number 4. It is this first pass through traffic, though, we say it every time, that is the most perilous, because once you've gone through them once, as you said, they tend to separate slightly. Even the quicker class, as it goes through, tends to get separated slightly, so that subsequently when you come past the traffic, you're negotiating them more one at a time rather than an entire pack all at once. So once we get through this opening half hour or so, perhaps the race will start to settle down into a little bit more of a rhythm. But right now, most of the drivers, certainly in this 992 category, are racing like this is a 20-minute sprint race.
Yeah, certainly. We often see that, though, at the start of endurance races. It does happen. Oh, big battle into turn 10 for Apex Racing Academy, trying to get through on Alexander Lauritsen. That's Godino just at the wheel here for Apex. Not able to get through into turn 10 and won't be able to through the final few corners either, you wouldn't imagine. There's going to be some lap traffic negotiation here. Through on Pure Sims they go, although the TCR will want the Apex as well. They need to turn it at some point. Inside of the final corner. Nervy moments, but they all make it through. And a flash of the lights from Pure Sims. If they're getting frustrated already, then it's going to be a very long race for them.
Well, they probably are getting frustrated, although I suspect that was second-hand frustration. They're more frustrated with the way that their race started at the very first corner and how everything's going to start rattling Ross McFarlane. But he is still going, and that is crucial. He is in 5th position. Lap time was a 1:54.5, so about 2 seconds slower than Corentin Guinez, the class leader on that lap. But of course, Corentin not yet being lapped by the 992s, so you would sort of expect, I guess, there to be a little bit of a difference in their lap times. But I'm amazed that that Pure Sims Honda is still running at even a half competitive pace after the whack that it took at the first couple of corners. So yeah, that's a little bit of a bullet dodged there, I think, from Ross McFarlane. And whilst it's been far from an ideal start to the race for them, they are at least still in it, unlike really the likes of the Team 75 Bernard by Simar C-Car, which has rejoined the track but is 2 laps down, as we are potentially about to see another lead change.
MSI Esports down to the inside. Contact! Oh, very nearly. A big moment there for Danny Elgabe as he tried to take the lead. Dino Lombardi round the outside of him now as well as the 3 Porsches fight for the for the lead early on in this one. ASR Able Esports have taken it so far. Lombardi tries to shut the gate for second, but Danny Elgabe won't back down. Inside line at turn 4. But he's going to give him the outside at 5. More contact made. Elgabe desperately doesn't want to be served off the road here, and so he'll have to tuck in line. Back to third he goes after that attempt of a move for the lead there. I think he thought that the 27 was backing out of that and he could take the apex at turn 2. Evidently that wasn't the case, and a little bit of contact was made as we see, whatever the hell's going on here. Manichi Racing outside line into the gravel down at turn 10.
Yeah, Maniti just found themselves on the outside of a 3-wide situation that they didn't really put themselves in. They were just trying to go around the outside of the TCR car, and another car, I think one of the ATRS cars, came steaming up the inside to make it 3 wide, and there just wasn't the space. So a little bit clumsy there in traffic again, but this is some fantastic battling at the front of the field. It may be early on, there may not be a huge amount of point in taking these risks, but it sure is entertaining to watch, and I don't think we're done with yet. As I said, this is a track that does produce good GT and touring car racing, and I think we're already seeing that in abundance here in the early stages. Slipstream starts to take effect again down the pit straight, not so much for the race lead this time, but perhaps a challenge for second place. Are MSI going to go for it? No, not really quite close enough, and the GT4 traffic will get in the way too, and so for now the positions stay the same, but in traffic there will be opportunities to go for a risky lunge if you feel it's worth the risk.
Absolutely. They're about to get into the main part of the GT4 traffic now, and here we go. ASR, down the inside. Just wondering whether Impulse saw Lacherie there, but they did. And now it's going to be outside line. Oh, contact! Oh, Dino Lombardi, that was clumsy. Impulse off the road, and Elgabe's going to try and punish his mistake almost like the stewards are about to, I'd imagine. Lombardi there under pressure for second, but didn't need to get into the back of the Mercedes there. That's the worst one we've seen yet. That was really clumsy and careless, really.
Yeah, and it's all just born out of this aggressive racing that we've got for position within the GT3 podium places. You know, if they were all running around on their own, seconds between them, then we wouldn't see that happen. And yeah, he literally just tried to drive through the Impulse Racing Mercedes, which thankfully avoided the barrier, so minimal time loss, but time loss nonetheless. We're going to see something else happen here to Talk Freak Racing, who slide out of the way. Well, that's one way to not be a nuisance to the quicker cars. And he slid off the road and got well out of the way. Now, this is about to get even more headache-inducing because we've got GT3 leaders coming past GT4 leaders who are also trying to negotiate some of the front runners in the TCR class. This has got trouble written all over it.
Well, that was very, very congested once again, but everybody's made it through. Now onto the front straight they go. The GT3s have been spread out quite substantially, actually, by that. But that might not be a bad thing, as the GT4 lead may well change here. Urano Esports, Urano Esports up to the front now, ahead of Sabelt, who have been leading the first few moments here. Matthew Turnbull was overtaken by Constantine Sharp earlier on, and now so has the 491, although Sabelt trying to come back at them. Not quite able to for the moment, as the GT3s are all going to come through here. Nick Schaff has hit the lead at almost the perfect moment.
Yeah, absolutely, although I don't think there's any safe place at the moment among this bunch as they drop down the hill. The third place battle now then in GT3, because MSI really have dropped back from the front runners on this particular lap, and Williams going for an ever closing gap against Urano, and that I think is the GT4 Championship leading Urano car, isn't it? 490, which leads the race at the moment, and almost got punted into a spin there by the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. There is the BenQ Williams Esports car running 5th in GT3 right now. Again, they are your GT3 Championship leaders, a couple of places at the moment behind MSI Esports, who really had all the more reason to not get too involved in that lead fight. They are currently outscoring their leading championship rivals, and early stages I know, but they need to do everything they can really to protect that track position. Getting too involved in fisticuffs at this stage would not go well towards achieving that.
Well, just over 20 minutes gone in this one, and it's been pretty on so far. I guess we can say pretty high intensity stuff. Top 3 in GT4 still together, and this is the only fight we have for a lead in any of the 4 classes so far. DMRC have the biggest lead just as of right now, just around 6 seconds for the TCR leaders. As Junkos Racing Esports are back out there on circuit again. There's the Aston Martin getting laps now. They are now last overall after a quarter of an hour in pit lane. 9 laps down on the class leaders, but at least they are still running. That is the beauty of endurance racing. Despite the fact they are many laps down, they are at least going to get back out there again, get some points, I suppose, but more importantly, finish the season off on a good way. For this race now for them is not contesting for the win anymore. Be a lot less stress for them, and maybe they can enjoy their afternoon.
Yeah, well, there is that, I suppose. You definitely drive a lot more freely when you know you're out of contention. It's just a case of salvaging what you can, and as long as you finish the race, you're pretty much guaranteed points. If you finish top 15 within your class, then you will score points. So there are a couple of classes with more than 15 cars, but inevitably 1 or 2 will fall by the wayside. That should give you a chance to be guaranteed a point if you're still running at the flag, and of course that also counts to halfway, so those extra points that are available at 6 hours will again stretch down to 15th in class. So even if you've had drama in the early stages, particularly if you have championship aspirations, it is crucial that you get back out there. You may be multiple laps down, your car may not be handling brilliantly well, but you've got to be out there, got to be running as high in the order as you can by the time we get towards that 6 hour mark, and then perhaps try working on your car again through the second half of the race to make it more competitive into the final 6 hours. Sabelt Esport with a wheel on the grass there going into the last corner. They flash the lights at the GT3 car that already has forgotten they even exist because it's disappearing up the road, and another example there, Ewan, of how quickly things can at least nearly go wrong.
Certainly. It's another insight really into the interaction between these classes as well, really, because I do find that the slower classes develop a real hatred for the top class sometimes by the end of the race. Normally see it between 4 GT3 drivers about prototype driver, that's in faster class cars, and that's where the moments really are, and the margins there are even finer arguably. But this is the same idea really, that sometimes the slower classes really do develop a hatred for the top classes. But then I guess it's the same for the GT3s about the rest of them as well. They'll feel that some of the lap traffic is not particularly great, yeah, those arguments will forever go on, really. Oh, things like that keep happening, that's why. That's Riley Sim Racing trying to go to the outside of Sabel, where the GT4 was expecting them to go to the inside. And just another example, really, of not necessarily bad driving, but miscommunication more, I would say, there than actually bad driving.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, just miscommunication. You know, racing drivers are not psychic, they're not mind readers, they don't know instinctively where the car ahead is going to go, and that turn 7-8 complex is a really tricky one because it is a chicane, but a high-speed chicane, and on the exit of it, you try and anticipate where that car ahead is going to go, and sometimes you get it wrong, but we always say, don't we, that the slower car should be as predictable as possible, stick to the racing line, don't start weaving out of the way to get, pulling off line to get out of the way of the quicker cars. But as soon as they do sit on the racing line through a chicane like that, then the quicker cars start getting fed up with them. So you really can't win, unfortunately, and it is just a sort of, it gives you an idea of the intensity behind the wheel. You're all so wrapped up in your own individual race, it's very easy sometimes to forget that there are 3 other races going on out there at the same time, and you've all got to kind of learn to coexist happily on the track. Unfortunately, that's something that rarely seems to be achieved. There is always that sense of entitlement almost. You know, this is my corner, I'm having a fight in my class, you need to get out of the way. Well, unfortunately, it's not quite that simple, and it's what makes multi-class racing such a great spectacle, really. The drivers get stressed out significantly about it, understandably, but it is quite fun to watch.
It certainly is fun to watch, and don't forget that the GT3s will interact with each individual touring car more than 40 times today. When you times that by 10, that's more than 400 times. I'd imagine it's probably closer to 500 because 40 times for each car is an underestimation. Yeah, nearly 500 interactions with individual touring cars. It's quite a lot when you put it in that way. Alex Gonzalez, currently 4th place in the 172. He's chasing down Gabby Montoro, but the MSI Esports car in front has just overtaken him, so I'm not expecting him to really come back at that one. Sim RC now with nearly 7 seconds of a lead. This has all the looks of exactly what we saw at the Nürburgring last month. Half an hour in, 7-second lead. Corentin Guinez may well not be seen again. Surely this race hasn't all been decided at the very first turn.
Normally I'd say absolutely not. We've still got 11.5 hours to go. Anything can still happen, but SimRC just have this ability, don't they, to skirt their way around the drama and then just have a really sort of anonymous race. So they managed it for 6 hours at the Nürburgring. They'll have to really do well to go 12 hours today without any dramas, but they are in a position already where they don't have to take any risks. Impulse Racing with their second rotation of the race. This one's self-inflicted though, coming out of turn 5, just about avoids the barriers and then almost reverses back into the barriers as they try to make sure they're not getting in other people's way. But yeah, SimRC, I don't know how they do it. I actually don't know how they avoided the carnage at turn 1. I confess I wasn't watching then whilst it was all kicking off through the first few corners, but somehow they ducked and dived their way through the carnage, came out with the race lead, and now they've got a 7-second lead. They don't have to take the risks in traffic. They can afford to lift off and get out of the way for a quicker car, knowing full well that they've got 7 seconds to play with, which at this early stage is a pretty sizable advantage.
They do seem to get into places that water wouldn't, really.
Oh,
that's an early stop for ASR Able Esports. And what's happened here? 27. Can't see a penalty for them. Can't see a reason why they'd be in here. Antoine Lacherin into the pit lane. Is this the first looks of some bold pit strike? You've got to be careful driving through so many pit boxes there, Antoine, but he's done it now, so whatever. This is a very early stop. We'll see how long it is, first of all, and then decide what we think of it, but surely this isn't the first, back timing of the race. 11.5 hours away. This is very bizarre. It's really caught me off guard, that one.
Yeah, I don't understand that, but then I don't understand a lot when it comes to strategy, it seems. GT3 cars, it's pretty standard, isn't it? You can go usually either just before or on the hour for pit stops. So over a 12-hour race, say you can do 58 minutes per stint, then that means you're going to end up doing 12 pit stops. Does it equate that your last run would be about half an hour? That might be about right, actually. If you're going just short of an hour per stint, then perhaps your last stint would be half an hour. So perhaps they've decided to do the first stint at half an hour, and then the others as long as possible. But what I don't understand about that, Ewan, is they had the lead. Now, okay, they were in a battle with SERIES Esports, but they had the lead. They were gapping the rest of the field, and now they've given up that track position advantage. It's not as significant in endurance racing, I suppose, where you're dealing with traffic all the time. Clean air is at a premium to start with, but I would expect that more from teams like perhaps Williams, who are struggling to dig their way out of the pack, and perhaps they will be tempted into trying something different. But for the race leader, this is odd.
Well, it's bad news, I'm afraid. Antoine Lesserit has been at the pit box now for a long time, nearly a minute and a half, and even if he had done a full stint, this is too long of a stop, never mind only doing half. Clearly there has been a problem for that car, and very sad today. Meatball flag for them, ASR Able Esports, so that is what's happened. But have they made contact with anything? Is it a curb again that's given them a meatball flag?
Surely not.
I'm struggling for any other reasons. There wasn't any visible damage to the car. They weren't going slowly at all. Certainly, you know, Nicholas Hyder earlier, it was obvious that car was damaged. I don't actually think they had a meatball flag. They just had to pit because they were damaged. But they may have just clipped the curb in the wrong way and, you know, gotten a meatball through the pure look of the draw there, which would be really disappointing for them, but I wouldn't be surprised. Nearly 2 minutes in the box and they're a lap down now. But they're back out there again at least, but you'd have to say that hopes of a race win are probably already gone.
Yeah, well, possibly, although it wasn't much longer than a standard service in the grand scheme of things. They didn't lose a lap, for example, so they could gain that back. They've clearly got pace. You know, they've got one of the fastest cars here this weekend, so maybe over, 12 hours is a long time. It's a lot of laps, and if you have got the pace, then ultimately you should be able to work your way back towards the front. A race win, perhaps, yes, is out of reach, but you have to anticipate others will drop by the wayside, others will have issues, and maybe you can still get back into this. But that is a really unfortunate moment for them, just half an hour or so into the race. The only thing I can presume is they've had contact with a back marker, which, when I think about it, isn't that unlikely, actually, given some of the antics in traffic that we've seen already in this race. And if they had had a knock with one of the slower cars, then that could easily have caused a little bit of damage, especially if it's something on the rear suspension. You know, they've got up the inside of a car, there's been a bit of side-to-side contact, it could knock the rear suspension out of alignment, and into the pit lane they had to come. So either way, unfortunate. It does also separate that lead battle a bit now, and it puts MSI Esports into second place. They are slowly but surely making themselves more and more of a factor here, and they're actually taking chunks of time here in traffic out of Altus. So forget what I said about the lead battle being put on ice, it's already tightening up again.
Well, yeah, MSI Esports need a big performance today, given the fact they're 12 points behind coming into it, but this is the perfect start. A fantastic start from Danny Elgabe, who was really, really smart in the opening moments, actually, in terms of making moves. Oh, it was, speaking of smart things, maybe that wasn't, but he's made it through anyway, through the inside of a 992 and a GT4 car, and now he's into the GT4s again for the second time today. They're not far from lapping the 992s as well, who are currently going through the GT4s. This is going to be a very, very tense moment. I bet the TCRs aren't far away from being lapped again as well, so pretty much from this point onwards, I don't think Elgabe, well, any of the GT3s, I think they're going to have to make at least one overtake per lap from here on in. And when you consider there are going to be over 400 laps remaining in this one, you start to realise and appreciate just the task that these drivers actually have to go through today.
Exactly, and this is why it's never really sensible to focus too much on outright single lap pace. It's nice to qualify near the front of the grid, of course it is, and it's nice to be leading the race early on, but this is why we get all grumpy about clumsy, over-aggressive driving in the early stages. You can give away 10 seconds to somebody in the first few laps. There's a very good chance you'll get it back later on, as long as you are better in traffic, or a bit luckier in traffic, than the cars that you're chasing down. There is no real sense in being too aggressive early on, because once we settle into the rhythm of the race, this is what faces you lap after lap, corner after corner, traffic, overtakes, having to drive offline, having to lift off the throttle where you don't expect, having to brake a little bit earlier than you want to, and in a field as closely bunched as all four of our classes are, even TCR if you take SimRC out of the equation, lifting off the throttle and dropping 2 or 3 tenths here or there can make a big difference over a run. So be patient in the early stages, stay out of trouble, and there's every chance that the race will start to come back to you. And I think we have seen that by and large from MSI. I also think we've seen that from the Williams Esports BenQ car, though. They've not got the outright pace today, that is for sure. But Ade Kaupenham in 6th position, he's picked up one from where he started, and crucially is staying out of trouble. As it looks, Ewan, like we've just had another bit of swapping of the lead in GT4.
It does look like it. I think they're going down towards turn 1 at the moment, which is why it's changed about so much. No, they're not. They're through the first turn and still going here. Sebel Esports on the inside line of Konstantin Sharp, who's gone deep into turn 4 to try and hold on to this one, but might not be able to. Still got the inside for turn 5, though, which he'll use. He's going to go deep on the brakes again, but Sebel knew that, and they went for the over and under by the looks of things, but inside at turn 7 is quite hard to come by there for Roberto Ferrari, and so he is going to stay behind with Matthew Turnbull just watching and enjoying in behind. Oh no, over the curb! And Sebel have gone. It's a remarkable save from Roberto Ferrari. He's not found the wall, but my word, was that a moment.
And through it all comes Sim RC. Clearly their look in amongst other people's drama does not just reach through TCR, but their GT4 car with a good dice of good fortune there as well. I was about to make mention of the fact that 476 car was closing in on this group. You could see they were still a second or so behind, but the Sebel car launched over the end of that curb again. Really good save actually there. He hit the brakes, managed to steer into the slide, and up the inside of both of them when the Sim RC Aston Martin, which suddenly finds itself into second in the race. And remember, they're only 2 points behind Sebel Esports in a fight for 4th place in GT4, and they're all sort of within touch of 2nd place in the championship. So even though things are looking good for Mercedes-AMG Team Rano Esports in the GT4 championship race, the fight for 2nd just took another little twist. I'll tell you what though, if I'm a team manager, or if I'm another driver watching on as their car is being driven by someone else in the early stages, I would be giving a real word of warning to my drivers. Don't go near that curb at 7 and 8. I just don't think it's worth the risk. We've seen damage in curb, we've seen cars getting sideways over that curb now as well. It's worth, what, a tenth of a second or so each time you do it. Sure, that adds up over 12 hours, but as I said, you're going to gain and lose so much time in traffic anyway. Is it really worth running that risk, lap after lap, of something strange like that happening and your race potentially being over? They avoided that situation there, but only just.
Yeah, I think the GT4s and TCRs might just have enough ground clearance to do it comfortably, though. I certainly wouldn't be doing it as a GT3 driver. There's no doubt about that. I've seen too much now, but you see the way they just look as if they bounce over that curb a little bit differently to how the GT3s go through there. The 992s as well are probably a bit too low, in my opinion. But I certainly agree in terms of safety at this stage in the race. You know, you mentioned that there's 11 hours to go, and there is a long way to go. In terms of safety, it maybe is best to just avoid it entirely at this stage and save it for later, maybe as Turnbull gets all out of shape in towards turn 12. He'll have a lot of pressure from Ferrari now, whose heart rate is probably coming down to around about, down from the sky at this stage anyway. So he'll be right about that. We'll see if he makes a move through turn 1. Not really the exit off of the final turn to be able to manage that, I don't think, but that really was a heart-in-mouth moment for him. Top 8 in GT4 though, still very, very close together indeed. This is a category that is staying close, as is GT3 to be fair. It's just in TCR where we've seen that field just decimated because of the lap 1 incident.
Yeah, we have, haven't we? It's now a 10-second lead for Corentin Guinez in TCR right now over Wave Italy Racing second. But second, third and fourth pretty tight, aren't they? MSI Esports and the recovering Pure Sims Esports car closing in. And Pure Sims Ross McFarlane is lapping as quickly as Corentin Guinez is right now. So there is your TCR leader just being negotiated by the GT4 front runners. And there's almost contact there. The Pure Sims Mercedes up the inside. And Guinez either didn't see him coming or didn't expect him to come from that far back, and they just again avoid disaster by the narrowest of margins. What was I saying before, Ewan, about how Corentin Guinez didn't need to take any risks in traffic? He could afford to pull out of the way and lose a bit of time because he's 10 seconds up the road. I don't think that's the attitude Corentin has. He is pushing on and nearly paid the price for it.
Well, that was close. I'm not sure who Roberto Ferrari was flashing his lights at there, actually. Whether that was Corin Seguin, as he was saying, you know, why on earth didn't you see that coming? Or the GT4 in front, why on earth did you do that? You could apply either thought bubble if you want at home, but yeah, it was a close moment down there at turn 5, and I said earlier on that the downhill braking zone there does create problems. It's not steeply downhill so that you're going to miss the corner or anything, but it does create lap problems. As that is a wild moment for Carbon Simsport, who have found the wall down there. They were just on the grass on their own there in the 190. They are already, I'm afraid, 6 laps down on the leaders in TCR, so maybe a bit of concentration going there. But look at this. All 4 classes involved at the bottom right-hand side of your screen. There's an incident for Wave Italy Racing Team. Impulse involved again, but it's free wide, nearly for the lead here. Danny Elgabay is going to try and get in behind Lombardi here and try and get through, but won't be able to in towards turn number 1. All 4 classes involved in a big moment down the front straight, and it's not over yet because this is the most congested we've seen the road all day. Elgabay looked as if he wanted the inside maybe on all of these guys before, but he's going to choose the safe option of following Autos. I'm fairly sure they were 4 wide for a moment there going into turn 4. This is crazy stuff as all 4 classes converge here at Barcelona.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what's causing this, and the leader really getting delayed by one of the TCR Hyundais there, the Wave Italy Racing car. I think that was on the inside line because it was having its own battle for class position as the overall race leaders came through. But I really like what I saw out of Daniel Elgabay there on the run to turn 1. He had an opportunity to take it 3 wide in the traffic up the middle of the road as race leader Dino Lombardi was up the inside, but he chose not to. He laid the bumper, his front bumper, to the rear bumper of the Altus Esports car and simply pushed him through. So I think that was really, really sensible from Danny. He knows that he is fighting for a championship and it's not worth taking those risks in the early stages. That was really good to see. I mean, it's never risk-free, a situation like that, but he realised that it was certainly safer than taking it 3 wide, and they benefited massively from that because they've really pulled away from the BS Turner BMW of Ruben Bonga in 3rd position. So they did benefit from that little temporary truce that they formed into turn 1, and once they get into clean air, perhaps then Elgabay may be tempted to have a go. He's had a much better exit from the final corner. Does he this time go to the inside? No, again, lays the front bumper to the rear bumper of the number 43 car. No intention right now of racing.
Look at the 992 Porsche, as quick as the GT3s down the straight. They are so quick these days, those Porsche Cup cars. And Elgabay had to push Lombardi past the Harvu, I think that's Phoenix Racing Esport actually, it is indeed, who were down the front straight there, but my goodness. Pure Sims Esports, by the way, in TCR are off again, and they're in that really congested moment. We just saw the leaders come through there, so I do fear as to what's happened to them there, but it's not the day that they would have hoped for. Second in the championship coming into this one, only 3 points behind. They would have hoped for better than this. I think they may have found the wall there at the final corner. There was certainly contact. Let's have a look at it again. It was down the inside from one of the Williams cars. There's a Junkos GT4 down the inside that wasn't on the apex at all there. They didn't quite find the apex, but that took a lot of recovering for Pure Sims Esports.
Yeah, the Junkos car, remember, has damage already to the front of the car after an early incident. It's been in the pit lane for a while, but came out still with a bit of front bodywork damage, and I think that just created a bit of understeer in dirty air, and he slid out into the Pure Sims car, which miraculously avoided the wall again, but Ross McFarlane must be wondering what on earth he has to do to find a bit of good fortune. Twice now, he's been punted out of the way by another car, and we've just been making the point that he was sort of slowly but surely getting himself back into contention with the TCR class, and that no longer is the case. Once again, the power of the 992 car starting to prove a problem for our GT3 runners. That's the class leading Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC car, and only just under braking are our overall top 2 able to slip up the inside.
Indeed, and they are now through into turn 1, and into the GT4 traffic we go again. So that's the fiercely forward Mercedes. They are towards the back end of the top 10 there. They're 8th place, that's Alvar Gomez, and then the top 8 are all fighting, of course, because we were watching it a moment ago. And now, well, whether they like it or not, Dino Lombardi and Danny Elgabay are going to be watching it as well for a brief moment of time. There is ahead the Boots and VDS car along with SCK Racing as well. Sorry, that's Movado. Boots and VDS are a little bit further up the order than this. They've already been overtaken now. But yes, the leaders come through, the GT3 leaders coming through the GT4 leaders, and 3/4 of an hour in, it's not quietening down at all in terms of traffic, and pretty much after this point in the race, because we've seen pit stops and things as well, and we're going to see pit stops before too long as well, we're going to have all of the classes spread out as well, so it really is going to be a case of picking everybody off one by one and just dealing with the amount of traffic that you have to as one of these GT3 leaders. That was aggressive from Elgabay into the final corner. He does not want to leave Lombardi any sort of a margin because he knows that he can't afford to because of the quality of the leader.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, as long as he's in the slipstream of the race leader, they're continuing to run competitive times, but they did lose about half a second on that lap to Ruben Bonga in third. Of course, these lap times are largely irrelevant because of the ebb and flow of the traffic, but he won't, at the moment, really, Danny Elgabay's job is to build a gap over third place on back, in particular with one eye on the Williams Esports BenQ car, which, by the way, is now fifth. I don't think we've covered that, but Atte Kauppinen has got ahead of his teammate Louis Nasser, and he's now into the top 5, so slowly but surely moving forward, and still well within 10 seconds of the lead, about 7 seconds off the lead. So really the job here for Danny Elgabay is to build a gap over that championship leading Williams Esports car, and right now his best way to do that is to work with the Altus Esports driver Dino Lombardi ahead of him. Notice how they are staying away from that curb through 7 and 8 now. That's good to see. They've learnt their lesson after the Team 75 car had its issues in the on the first lap of this race. Starting now to figure out that it's safer to stay away from those yellow sausage curbs wherever possible. But yeah, I think a temporary truce being formed here between these two. I don't know whether the teams are in communication with each other to state that, but certainly it seems that Danny Elgabay right now is content to sit behind the leader. They're setting good lap times, and they're slowly starting to build a gap on the rest.
Let's not forget here that Elgabay might need, and MSI Esports indeed, might need Altus Esports to beat Williams here, to put more points between themselves and their championship rivals here. So not only are you trying to build a gap purely for yourself to get away from Williams Esports, you're also trying to build Altus Esports a gap on Williams Esports in a way. You're trying to make it easier for them to beat Williams also. We're over 5 hours away from the halfway points. Elgabay doesn't have to worry about finishing in front of him just yet. That can come later on. We'll figure that out later. But for now, get yourself and as many other teams as possible to get as far ahead of Williams Esports as possible here, because let's not forget, it's a 12-point gap here for MSI Esports. They've very much got the odds stacked against them, and given the fact that they've finished 10th and 11th in the last 2 races, they're not in the greatest run of form either. So right now, they're only going to gain 6 points at halfway, if halfway were to come right now. Then that still leaves you 6 points to make up by the end of the race, which means the top 2 for Williams will be enough. So it's all well and good you beating Williams by a minute, but in this situation, if Williams are second, it doesn't matter, they're going to be champions anyway, so you also need to help those around you in a weird way to try and beat Williams as well, which is something we don't see very often.
No, exactly, but this is the heads-up driving and heads-up teamwork, actually, that needs to go on, because the driver behind the wheel can't always, they don't really have the brain capacity, with the greatest of respect, I don't think anyone would really, to drive the car in and out of traffic over a lengthy stint such as this one, and also try to think big picture like that. But you're absolutely right, if they were to win, if MSI Esports were to lead at halfway and win the race overall, with Williams Esports second on both occasions, Williams would be champion. If they can win with Williams Esports third, and that also be the positions at halfway, then that would be the championship to MSI, and all of a sudden that changes. Look, at the inside goes the MSI Esports car, so all this talk of them working together, well, perhaps not coming to an end. That almost looked a little bit either orchestrated or certainly as if Altus weren't going to put up a fight there. There was no defence at all, and once they saw the move was being made there, Dino Lombardi sort of realised not to fight it, settled back in behind. If Danny Elgabay is a little bit quicker, this might still be mutually beneficial. So I suspect that, well, MSI, of course, will try to pull away if they can here, but it'll be interesting to see whether Altus are able to stick with them, and whether now this combination with MSI in front proves to be a little bit faster.
Yeah, I do wonder whether that is the smartest thing for Elgabay, because, as I said earlier, MSI winning doesn't matter if Williams finish second. Williams have a teammate to help them, so I think they'll need to make some allies as well in this one, even if they're not teammates. So yeah, interesting call, but still a long way to go, of course. And we're not far away from pit stops either there, and that could all change things in the meantime. Boots and VDS in 7th, and contact being made wheel to wheel with Riley Sim Racing off into the gravel very nearly, fiercely forward, go through into 7th place. Another bit of miscommunication again involving Riley Sim Racing, again involving a GT4. I'm pretty sure it was a GT4 last time up towards turn 9, but that was a bit of contact that could have been very much a lot worse.
Yes, that was, again, a little bit clumsy on the way into 7 and 8 there, which really has been the trouble spot so far, hasn't it? And that does seem to be a place where we're going to have our cameras trained for the next 11 hours and 9 minutes. To the point about the race leaders, by the way, it does look as though that was a good call by Danny Elgabay. I think Danny felt that he was being held up slightly by Dino Lombardi. If he thinks he's quicker, then it's better to get in front and pull away. And look at that gap already, 1.1 seconds, 1.2 seconds, it's going up corner by corner. So traffic perhaps playing a part in that, but I do think Danny Elgabay perhaps is the quicker of the two. And that was a smart call, ultimately, to get in front and start to try and pull away and maybe drag the Altus Esports car with him. The GT4, though, had some really, really good battling again in the early stages, and that remains really close between Urano and Sim RC. So a good opening stint this, actually, for Sim RC, I would say, within GT4. And Adam Isaacson has clawed his way through the order, made some really good opportunistic manoeuvres, and now finds himself almost on the tail of the race-leading and championship-leading Mercedes.
Yeah, I really enjoy seeing the Aston Martins do well, actually. It's my favourite looking of the GT4s we have on iRacing, which is a decent selection these days. But it's not been the strongest for, and it's not been very well selected in the last few seasons. Oh my word! This is forward on the grass in towards turn 7 there. Thankfully they kept things going straight, but that was very close. Yeah, it's been a good performance so far from SimRC, and a good opening to this race for them. Closing down on Constantine Sharp, who's leading for Urano Esports right now. Pure Sims Esports not too far away either. It's about to have dropped back by a couple of seconds after their big save through 7 and 8 earlier on in this one. The GT4 is looking like it's going to be an entertaining one so far, but just for now, it is a case of getting through this moment in the race, because there's not going to be 56 cars on this racetrack forever. I mean, I know we've seen some long stops so far, but everybody's returned to the racetrack and everybody's back out there again. It's going to feel very, very busy. It's not going to be like this forever, but it might well be like this for some period of time, and it's just about getting through it, really, at this stage.
Yeah, we will inevitably get a few non-finishes as the race goes on, but I think generally, though, the attrition rate doesn't tend to be all that high in these 24H series races. I know we had a few retirements at Nürburgring last time out, but I think that's just the nature of that track, really, and once you've lost a number of laps, you're not going to get them back there. And here at Barcelona, though, I think, especially with these points at halfway, we're not going to see that many teams throwing in the towel before the 6-hour point. They'll want to make sure they're running them, because, like I said, you're guaranteed points as long as you're in the top 15 within your class at that stage. So I do think it's likely that we will see a slightly lower rate of attrition in the first 6 hours of this race than we see normally in the 6-hour regular distance races throughout the rest of the season. But yeah, dare I say it, things just now starting to calm down. I know if Arjuna was here, he'd be telling me off for saying something as silly as that, but we haven't had any major dramas for a little while. I think drivers are starting to figure out the best way to negotiate this track, negotiate each other. They've all encountered each other at least once now as well. All of the different classes have intermingled a couple of times now, and that means that things are just starting to spread out ever so slightly. Still some pockets of activity though, including this here, the fight for second place within TCR, and Naveed Hussain in the Wave Italy racing car on the tail of Marc Perez for MSI Esports. They are a country mile behind the class leaders for the time being, but enjoying a pretty tasty all Hyundai scrap here for second.
Well, they've at least stopped losing quite so much time to SimRC, I suppose. That's a positive. But it has been a good start to the campaign for Wave Italy Racing Team. I know that we've only been here for, or only going to have been here for the last 2 rounds now, but 4th place at the Nordschleife and running up inside the top 3 early on here. Naveed Hussain will be partnered by Demian Owen Harris a little bit later on. So new signing there. Also saw Michael Polosek driving for them last weekend as well, which was a surprise to see, but good signs for them if Wave Italy Racing Team are going to do some more TCR endurance racing over the next season. Then they'll be very strong. That's a very good good lineup to have. You're saying just in the wheel tracks of Gavin Montoro right now, the youngest of the, I believe, youngest of the 3 drivers for MSI, and still in his teenage years and still performing very, very well for this Spanish team. They are, of course, involved in the championship fight. 3rd place and 11 points away from SimRC, but that's no use if you're 11 seconds behind them.
Yeah, well, no, it's not, but we've seen already that things can change, things can happen, and even Corentin Guinness had that close moment a while ago in traffic, so 10 seconds is not a lot. That is one little knock, one little sort of spin off the road. In fact, you'll probably lose more than 10 seconds from that, and certainly if you pick up some damage somewhere, then 10 seconds can disappear very, very quickly. Of course, the deeper into the race you get, the less likely perhaps you are for things like that to happen, but you never do know. There's always the chance of an incident, a penalty or something coming your way. There are lots of incidents being looked at by race control right now, I can tell you. One of them particularly, though, are affecting our front runners within the classes, but so easy to get yourself involved in a silly little incident out there. And then, of course, you've got to have the right pit strategy as well. We know for the TCR cars that's a little bit different than some of the other classes. They can go that bit further on fuel, 90 minutes roughly on a tank of fuel for the TCR cars, and that will change things around too. Speaking of pit stops, Ewan, we're not that far away, are we? In fact, we're probably getting close to the GT3 fuel window, I'd say. We are.
And it won't be far behind for the 992 and GT4 cars either in this one, as Phoenix Racing Esport got a very good run out of turns 7 and 8, which you don't see very often. Towards 9, they very nearly went for that, but decided to stay behind. Go past one of the TCRs. This is a fight for 2nd place in 992, where Urano Esports really need to catch the 975 in the lead of this race. We don't really have Phoenix Racing Esport involved in the championship, although they have been very strong since they've been here. Their first race was at the Nordschleife, where they were 2nd. And once again, they're showing themselves to be very strong, so it does make you wonder a little bit how they didn't get through pre-qualifying, actually, given that they're performing like this now. But clearly, they've been waiting for their chance, and now they're ready for it once it has arrived. Over the line they go. Maybe a chance here in towards turn number 1 on the brakes. There's a look and there's a move possibly from Phoenix, and they do indeed make their way through. Rafael Renhofer through on Vlad Kimichev, and that is a change for 2nd place in 992 that I think SimRC will also be enjoying from the lead.
Yeah, most certainly, and that was a particularly good move. One of the things that I really enjoy about the 992 Cup car is the fact that, yes, they're very, very quick down the straight, but they don't have the braking capability of a GT3 car. We've seen that a few times down that straight. They can peg back the GT3 cars actually on a straight that's long enough, but they have to brake significantly earlier, and the longer a braking zone is for a corner, the more scope there is for overtaking, and that's something that as those 992 cars have got faster, I'm glad that they haven't started really adding downforce onto the car and really increasing the braking capability, because we do do see much more overtaking these days in 992 Cup racing than we used to. GT3 leaders are in meanwhile. MSI Esports and Altus Esports both diving for the pit lane, so we are now officially into our first pit stop window. 35 laps completed, and all of the GT3 cars pretty much coming in at once.
Well, can anybody go one lap further? Pure Sims Esports can, and they have certainly made it to the hour. Now, this could be very important later on in the race. Of course, we'll have everybody changing tyres here, as you can fuel and change tyres at the same time. Altus Esports seemingly overshot their box there, and so MSI are going to come out with an even bigger lead here, you'd expect, as Tempest Simsport also go past, but they're the only two that have been able to go on. That is important for Pure Sims to be able to make it to the hour there. And we'll speak about that a little bit later on. But what about this pit exit here now for Danny Ogabay? Is he going to be able to get out in front? Of course he is. Dino Lombardi is going to be quite close to those behind as well for Altus. I'd imagine the likes of BS Turner and the two Williams cars won't be far away from him. There he is. I was expecting BS Turner to be a lot closer than that. And Ruben Bonga is going to be behind both of the Williams cars here. Had a penalty to serve. Of course he did. Both of the BS competition cars did, actually. Both the 89 and the 96 had a penalty to serve, and that is why they have come out a little bit further down. Oh my good lord, that was close for BS competition, and that could have been a really bad accident, actually, if that had gone worse.
Wow, that was as close to disaster as you can get without actually getting there. I don't know if they even made contact with the wall. If they did, it was very gentle. But yeah, as others were pouring into the pit lane behind them, the last thing they wanted to see was a car stuck in the middle of the pit lane entry having whacked the wall, especially because we've seen they really do commit to that pit entry, don't they? They carry full speed because the pit lane speed limit line is after the final corner. See how close they did get to the wall. Was there contact? They might have just got away with that. Maybe. Yes, miraculously, they avoid significant contact. Maybe a tiny scrape at the end, but that was a brilliant bit of car control and a great example there of how they are maximising every inch of this racetrack, even on the way into the pit lane.
Well, that was quite astonishing. Great car control from Julian Kesruhut in the 89. But at the moment, Lucas Prada still out there for Pure Sims Esports, still leading. Tempest Simsport have had to come in. It's a bit of a shorter stop from both Williams Esports cars on that occasion. That's an interesting one. Most of the drivers have gone for 41 or 42 seconds in the box, but only 34 from Williams Esports. Now, I don't quite know why, but I'm thinking it's a little bit shorter on the fuel in that case, which would mean they're not quite going to go as far on this next stint, but we'll see in about 50 minutes time, really. If they're coming down pit lane well short of the hour, then we'll have our answer.
Which is interesting because they are going quite close to the hour, aren't they? In fact, as we've said, a couple of them going slightly beyond the hour, and the relevance of that is that it, in theory, means that you don't have such a... Often when they're pitting, 2 or 3 minutes before or 2 or 3 minutes after the hour, that leads to a shorter stint at some point. But I'm not convinced that's going to be the case here. If they are willing at this early stage to gamble on that, and they've worked that out already, then that is pretty surprising. What is surprising, though, is that this car has still not come down the pit lane. So you clearly can go some way beyond the hour in a GT3 car, but only if you're driving a Pure Sims Esports BMW, it seems. This has been a brilliant stint by Lucas Prada. We haven't mentioned him really all race long, and I suspect that's because he's been deliberately hanging back, saving the fuel, lifting coast, using the slipstream perhaps to do the same. And if he can stretch this, well, this is his 38th lap on the stint. That is significant. That's 5 minutes, 6 minutes longer, 7 minutes longer, in fact, than some of the others. And that does start to make a difference as the hours go by.
Well, I've got some bad news because he's doing very well, and Pure Sims Esports would have had a chance. They do have 1 minute of a penalty to serve here, so that is going to hurt, I'm afraid, for Pure Sims Esports, and that would take them out of contention for a race win, really. 1 minute down in the lane. When he pits, though, surely it's got to be this time. We'll have a bit of more of an overview as to quite what's happened. ATRS Esports and Waverley Racing Team have already been in from the 992 category. Apex Racing Academy also. They've even changed driver there in the 998, but we'll have 992 pit stops to cover very shortly. But let's see if Prada comes in on this occasion. 1 out of 5 really is the upper limit of a GT3, and I think he will be in this time around. He is. Follows in one of the GT4s, which is going to just halt his progress a little bit on the way in here. He's going to lose even more time on the way in, and he's going to take a hard right here. Into the box he goes, into the penalty box alongside somebody else, but he's going to be there for 1 minute, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but it still proves the point that you can go a long way on fuel if you want to, and I think it's worth doing, actually, because if you can go 1 hour and 5 minutes every stint, then over the first half of the race, you've saved yourself half a stint's worth of fuel already. So I think that is well worth doing, and I think that may well have caught the attention of some of the other teams. Perhaps Williams Esports had already clocked onto that, and they decided, they're going to short fuel the car this time, gain some track position, knowing that they should be able to save the fuel back a little bit later on. We'll have to wait to see how this all shakes out, but it certainly is going to bring that number 55 car, I think, onto a podium place. This all looks a bit messy, though. The Lippert Esports Lamborghini there losing a spot in traffic towards turn number 10. They just about all avoid contact for now, but this is a very, very close battle back as we go into the second hour of racing.
And this is why penalties are, really... This is going to sound so stupid. This is why penalties are not a good thing to get.
Really?
Obviously. But it's not only... The point I'm trying to make is... It's not only the seconds you lose actually stationary, but look at BS Competition now, stuck behind 2 cars they otherwise wouldn't be. So it's not only about those seconds you spend down in the pit lane, but the penalty is actually a lot more than that. They're also losing time right now. They're being held back by these two, and so it's costing them even more than the actual penalty suggests. With lap traffic here, they're going to struggle to get past Lippert Esports. They're just about going to get a chance, although it's going to be a defence from the Lamborghini that very nearly goes straight into the side of Tempest. The 89 not able to go all the way around the outside here, and not only is it costing them time, it's just frustrating for the BMW at the minute.
Well, there you go, everyone. You heard it here first. Getting penalties, not conducive to good race results normally. If you want controversial opinions, head to Ewan O'Leary, who is absolutely right, of course. I'm taking the mickey. That is a very good point. You don't just lose the time in the pit lane, but it then puts you in situations on the track you really shouldn't be in. So you're absolutely spot on. And that is something that's becoming painfully clear now to BS Turner, who just can't dig their way out of this hole. Flashing the lights isn't going to do a bit of good. Oh, well, actually, it did. I stand corrected. The Lippert car responding to the flash of lights and pulls right out of the way. I think I can count on the fingers of one hand, you, and the amount of times I've seen that actually work. And BS Turner will be eternally grateful there for a bit of gentlemanly driving from the Lippert Lamborghini.
They certainly were. Certainly will. In that instance, Tempest Simsport just up in front of them now. It's Julian Kesselhut at the wheel, by the way, of the 89. It's the new GT4 leader, Pure Sims Esports, coming to the pit lane, and they're the only ones, apart from Ivano and Talk Freak Racing, yet to come in. Still plenty more pit stops to come in 992 for us to have a little look at later on. But for now, Kesselhut trying to make his way through on fellow BMW driver Antonio Pixo there. Through turn 3. I'm going to struggle to get through here. Might have to wait quite a good deal longer now. Into turn 4, and they're going to have to wait for a little while. So, in GT4, Alexander Davidson actually gets in to the Pure Sims car. Lorenzo Manfredotti is into the SRC Movano Corsa car, although Adam Isaacson still at the wheel for Sim RC. Sebelt Esports there as well. Urano Esports have spent more than 2 minutes in their pit box right now. This is not good news for the GT4 Championship leaders. They also have a penalty to serve in this one, of course. 20 seconds for taking the checker flag twice in qualifying. But forget about all of the penalty stuff. There's damage or something for Konstantin Schaff. He's now dropping behind the TCRs in the overall standings.
Yeah, Yeah, okay, I didn't see anything happen to him, but he must have, you're right. Oh, yeah, there is damage, isn't there, on the left-hand side, so he's had some contact with something. What did we say? This championship was not over in GT4. Yes, they had that very healthy lead. What was it, 27 points, I think, the advantage coming into this race over SRC at Movano Corsa, but that can change in a heartbeat, especially if you have a problem before halfway, because that takes you out of contention, not only for a good result at the end of the day, but for those halfway points as well. And this could be a massive turning point in the GT4 Championship. It all depends on how long they have to sit there getting this damage repaired. It doesn't look terrible, does it? Be surprised if it was a meatball. This may just be optional repairs that they're getting done, but it is going to take quite the effort now, I think, to get that car back into contention. You can see the damage sort of virtually repairing on the pit lane, and it actually, there was a bit more damage there than I first thought, so this is going to be costly.
Well, big moment in this championship is Urano Esports. Well, there they are. Oh, no. Goodness, that's the moment. It was SCK Racing pulling into their pit box as Urano was serving a penalty. Oh, they're going to be furious about that. Absolutely furious, and you can see why as well. There he goes. Well, that was quite quick actually. I'd be a little bit surprised if he wasn't speeding, but wow, you've got to remember that not all of the pit apron there is drive-throughable. This is why I don't like the idea that some of it is at all, really. I know that people get jammed in and whatever, but that's almost like what happens in real life. You see it all the time. People getting jammed in the box. So, you know, why not make it solid all the way through? But anyway, that's a discussion for later on. The far more important thing is Urano Esports got smacked there, properly smacked, and I'm not surprised after seeing that they're staying there for so long.
I've seen collisions in pit lane quite a lot, both in real world racing and sim racing. That is something I have never seen before, and I think it's just the nature of the way that they do the penalties in this series, and I think either are the same as well, aren't there? There's a couple of series that have their own dedicated penalty box because they have penalties that are not applied by iRacing, they're applied by race control, and so they need somewhere that they can be served, and a lot of drivers aren't familiar with how that works, and they just kind of assume that the entire pit apron you can go through all the cars, but
sorry.
Yeah, go on.
Sorry to interrupt you, Andy. Job Delict, 33 minutes of optional repairs for Urano Esports, 11 minutes required. So this is a half an hour stop coming up for them.
I mean, well, I'm not going to argue with that because it's obviously right, but it didn't look like that hard of a hit. You know, we've seen cars crash into a wall at 100 miles an hour before and not sustain that much damage. They will, I suspect, get the optional repairs done now and then try and do, you know, little by little, get the rest of it repaired at each pit stop, because they really have to try and score some points at halfway. They can't afford to let SRC Movano Corsa take too many points out of them at that halfway point. Where is SRC Movano? Well, they're 4th in class right now, so that means that at halfway they're destined to score 14 points, but they've got the best part of 5 hours to try and improve on that, of course. If they can get themselves into the top 2 or 3 in class by the time we get to halfway, that is a significant chunk of that 27-point lead taken away. So that is huge, and something completely out of their control as well. I mean, as much as from a neutral perspective it tightens things up quite nicely, that is heartbreaking to see. There was quite literally nothing Urano could have done to avoid that.
No, not really. Well, not at all, really. I guess the only thing they could have done is avoided that penalty, which was avoidable, by the way. But other than that, yeah, very unlucky indeed. 10% Foot continues to defend here, but this is a huge moment in GT4, absolutely huge. Junkers Racing Esports, by the way, in the pit lane, and may have retired actually from this race. Even if they were to go back out there, I reckon they'd only just get out in front of Urano. And so that is one position that Urano will be able to gain. Now, this race kind of hinges now in GT4 on how many people have issues, how many people retire, how many people can Urano get back in front of, because realistically they're not going to catch anybody up on pace. You know, half an hour is not going to be catchable. I'm not going to work out how many seconds a lap that is, but it's a lot. They're not going to catch anybody on pace, but how many people are going to go off the road here? How many points are Movano going to gain? If halfway came right now, they would gain 12 points. That would leave them with 15 to gain, at the very end, which is a very catchable amount, actually, 15 to gain at the end, because they would need to be in the top 4 or 5 or so, so that is possible. But yeah, this has just changed from Urano. I mean, the situation 1 month ago compared to now is wild, really. Urano had won the first 4 races. They were dominating. They nearly clinched it at the Nordschleife, and now look, it's all changed.
Absolutely. How quickly these things can change, and it's such a good point that you make. Okay, they could never have expected that to happen in the penalty box, but you're right, if they hadn't had the penalty, then that wouldn't have happened at all. And for what? For doing 1 extra lap in qualifying, a tiny miscommunication, a team member, not keeping an eye on the clock, and it's a tiny, easily forgivable mistake, but that has had massive repercussions. And it goes to show that whatever level of sim racing it is you're competing at, you have got to keep your eye on the ball. Don't slip up, because it puts you in a bad situation. You were talking about it just now with BS Turner. You have the penalty, okay, sure, loses you time on pit lane, but then you come out and you're in traffic and you've got to overtake people that you wouldn't otherwise have had to overtake. All penalties have a knock-on effect, and this one had a completely unpredictable knock-on effect, but a very, very sizable one indeed. And I'm sure that if Urano do end up losing this championship by the end of the day, which is not set in stone, as you have just detailed, they could still do this, but if they do lose the championship, then they will look back at that qualifying infringement. They did 1 too many laps in qualifying, and it really benefited them very little. I think they did move up to 3rd on the grid from 4th, but it was a very small improvement, and certainly not worth the punishment that they've ended up with.
Definitely not. No, at the moment, if Movano gained the amount of points at halfway as they are right now, they'd need 6th place, at the end of the race. But let's think about that in 10 hours' time. I know I'm doing maths already, but I said I wouldn't. I actually said before
I was just about to say that.
I actually said before the broadcast, I'm not doing any maths until the final 4 hours of the race. But I also wasn't expecting the most nailed on of the title contenders to have that happen to them. So, I don't know anymore. Sim racing and motorsport in general just never fails to surprise and amaze, really. So yeah, can't quite believe the situation we have at the moment, really. 992 has seen all of its pit stops made so far, and we've got wildness going on there as well, if that's a word. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC are leading. That's normal. SERIES Esports have not taken any tyres, and they're now in 2nd place with Sebastian Hove. Phoenix Racing Esport and Urano Esports both catching them. Wave Italy Racing Team have also taken no tyres. They're now in 5th place, with the 975 race leaders having only taken 2 so far. So this is why in GT3 we need to go back to having fuel and tyres at different times, please, because it's interesting, and we've got the 992 category now all over the place, and it will be for the next 10 hours, and we've got to try and work out what it's going to look like by about 10 o'clock tonight, because we don't know how this one's going to work. It's early on in the morning right now. How is it going to change by midday? We've got so many interesting things to look at now in 992.
Yeah, but if we go back to having separate refueling and tyre change in the pit stops, then the team starts asking me to save the tyres and double stint, and I don't like doing that. I like having nice fresh rubber on board when I jump out onto the track. It makes the driver's life a lot harder. You are right, though, from a neutral's perspective, it certainly adds an extra dimension to the strategy, and it is nice that we get an element of that through the 992 cars, even if it's not the GT3s. I suspect if we were to go back to a situation where fuel and tyres were done separately, they'd have to tweak that tyre model again, though, because it would be very difficult to double stint tyres these days in the GT3 category. I'm kind of surprised, actually, as the Urano 992 car dips 2 wheels on the grass there to get past the Hyundai. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised the 992 cars, of all cars, are capable of double stinting tyres, because these cars are very, very tricky to drive. I would have thought they'd use their tyres up pretty hard, although I guess the one good thing about the Porsche is it is pretty light on its tyres, isn't it? Because all of that weight is over the rear of the car. The front tyres don't take as much of a beating as they would on a front engine or even a mid-engine car, so yeah, I guess it does sort of make sense, but still, it'll be interesting to see how that develops as this stint goes on, and as you said, as the race goes on, as it gets hotter and we get into the mid part of the day, that will become harder to do, I suspect. We're, an hour and 20 minutes into this race. The track temp was 18 degrees at the start. I would wager it's a little bit hotter than that now, and it will get significantly hotter over the next 3 or 4 hours. So whether they can do this through the middle part of the race, we'll have to wait and see. They can, though, just to complete the world's longest point. That could be significant at halfway, because I guarantee there'll be a team that tries it to try and gain themselves some track position for those points.
Certainly, although it is, it is only March on the track temperature thing. It is only March, so it's not going to get wild, I don't think. But even so, it's going to be a factor, because it's still only coming up to 9 a.m. now in Sim. Still very early on. And of course we are going to have a temperature dip towards the end of the race as well now, with the fact that it is such a long race. We'll see those temperatures go back down again towards the end of this one. All of the comments about Urano Esports in GT4 is starting to make me think a little bit about SimRC in TCR, because we were, mentioning that, well, almost handing them the title after turn 1, to be honest, because of the way they got through that incident, the 10-second lead they have. But the Urano Esports situation has just shown that even more so for SimRC, because it is even closer in TCR. It's certainly not over there. And MSI Esports have actually caught them by about a second in the last 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you cannot relax in this situation. We saw Corentin Guinez nearly getting turned around by a GT4 car earlier on. These moments can happen, especially deeper into the race, actually, as drivers get a bit fatigued and, they start to just count down the minutes until the end of the race. That's when you can see these little mistakes crop up. And you're right, for whatever reason at the moment, the SimRC car not lapping quite as quickly as it was earlier on. 52.7 last time around was nearly a full second slower than Marc Perez in second. Now again, traffic, you'd imagine, had something to do with that. But still, it's an ever-changing situation at the front of TCR, as it is in GT3, because remember, after the pit stops, there was that mistake by Dino Lombardi going into the pit lane. The Altus Esports car slid through its box, dropped a couple of seconds to the race-leading MSI Esports car. The gap is back under a second again now, so in the early part of this stint at least, Dino having a small advantage. Again, you have to add the caveat every time you mention lap times and gaps. Could be to do with the traffic, but it could also just be that the Altus car, as we saw at the start of the race really, is particularly good on the short run, and if that is the case, he's using that to good effect.
Certainly is. However, more bad news for Altus Esports, by the way. Well, I say more bad news, there's not really been much of it so far for them, but they have got a 15-second time penalty for hitting the 4.57. Trying to find who that is. There's that Junkus. Oh no, it's not. It's impulse rating. I think that might be the one we saw ages and ages ago. But they made their pit stop just before it was assigned. So they're going to have to do the next one. Or Altus. Yes, that was, yeah. The Altus Esports car basically driving up the back of the Impulse Esports Impulse Racing GT4. We said at the time that was a nailed-on penalty, and 15 seconds seems reasonable to me. It was very obvious, though, when we saw it in real time that was going to happen. And, well, with a bit of irony, here they are again together.
Right on cue. Oh, and you see, why cut it that close? I sense a bit of frustration there. I don't know about you, but I think perhaps Dino Lombardi doesn't feel that he deserved that penalty. He perhaps feels that the blame lies with the Impulse team and just wanted to get his message across. But what is the point? You've got the penalty. There's no point arguing the toss. There's certainly no point sort of riling up Impulse even more. And if that had ended in contact, that could have been race ending. So, yeah, a little bit silly there as they went down the pit straight. But message put across quite forcefully by Altus Esports that they can hopefully now move on with their race. Now, back to some of the battling going on further back. And again, in traffic, we're about to have a change for 7th place. I think this is Julian Kesselhut in the BS competition BMW up the inside of Daniel Sommer, who is in the GSR IPR by ACV car of acronyms, the Lamborghini, which drops down into 8th position pretty much without a fight, really, there. The BMW with the slipstream, a little bit quicker down the straights, made it look quite easy.
I'm going to revert to calling that one just German sim racing, really, because
easier, isn't it?
That's what it is, yeah. Daniel Sommer gets overtaken. Don't forget, this is BS competition and BS Turner as well, just fighting their way back through the field, really, after their penalties earlier on. Outer Esports may well end up doing the same. 15 seconds would drop them down to 4th place behind both Williams Esports cars. And this is the problem for MSI. This is why, well, I guess it doesn't really matter now because Outers have got a penalty anyway, but this is why if I was MSI, I would have brought those cars with me, try to bring them with you at least, because you need to have cars between yourself and Williams Esports. Gaining 2 points at the halfway stage is still going to give you 10 to make up at the end, and a podium would still be good enough for Williams Esports. And as this field gets more spread out, falling off the podium going to become more difficult. But after I've seen Urano Esports and GT4 get hit in the pit lane, anything's possible today. So not going to write anything off for now. TCR is a category we haven't looked at for a while, mainly because there hasn't been all that much going on, but there is now for 5th place. Impulse Racing versus Pure Sims Esports have deflated Ross McFarlane with one of the most difficult stints of his career, I'd imagine, coming towards the end of it now after nearly 90 minutes, but it's been a difficult hour and a half for him.
Well, it sure has, and actually the fact that he's still within 30 seconds of the class lead is pretty impressive. He'll almost be waiting for the next thing to go wrong though, and it almost goes wrong there with Urano diving up the inside. You've got the championship leading GT3 Williams Esports BenQ car also working its way through, but Ross McFarlane will be glad to get to the end of this stint. Now, again, I'm impressed with his pace, given the fact he's had at least 2 bits of significant contact. That car should be a wreck. When you look at, what was it, 33 minutes of optional repairs for Urano after their relatively light contact in the pit lane, this car was broadside across the middle of the road and collected by about half the TCR grid at the first corner, and the Wave Italy racing car there almost causing another drama for Pure Sims. This car should be toast, and yet somehow it is still going. It's still running lap times competitive compared to the race leaders, and despite 2 separate incidents, Ross McFarlane is knocking on the door of a top 5 again. So if this team can come out of today's race with the championship, they will absolutely have earned it. They've had a dose of good fortune in the fact that the car isn't too badly damaged, but they've done a really, really good job nonetheless. And I wonder whether they will even bother doing any repairs during the pit stops, because the car is clearly quick as it is. I'd be tempted to leave it and not lose any more time than you have to.
Urano Esports back out again in GT4, by the way. 10 laps down overall and 6 or 7 down on the class leaders at the moment. They're not a million miles away, but they probably still are a little bit damaged in this one. Just looking to pick up points as things stand right now. SimRC are going to have to pit very soon because they're, well, I'll say very soon actually. That's not entirely true at all. They'll pit whenever they want to, because I'm forgetting they didn't get a pre-race penalty, but it was a penalty that was assigned to them during the race, not even that long ago actually. So SimRC will be in to serve 5 seconds worth of penalty. That's going to bring MSI Esports back into this one a little bit. It's going to halve the gap between themselves and MSI, and so maybe the TCR win and lead is going to be just fought over a little bit more in the second stint of this race. Whenever they decide to make their pit stop and come back out again, we don't know just yet, but they've got to avoid penalties. 5 seconds is going to cost them a little bit in the lead of the TCR field, although they won't be panicked just yet.
No, I suppose not. It's not ideal, is it? And they needed really a clean race, and they needed to try and make sure that they keep those penalties to a minimum, and 5 seconds will halve the advantage that they've got over MSI. And as we've made the point, actually, once they got the gap out to 10 seconds, SimRC have been pegged back by MSI Esports. The gap really never getting more than about 11 seconds and occasionally dropping back down towards 10. So could be a bit of fuel saving going on maybe for Corentin Guinez, but I'm not sure if that is the case, or whether it's just that they gained such an advantage out of the early dramas behind them, and now things will settle down. The pace is a little bit closer than we first thought. Some close moments here in traffic. The Pure Sims BMW, this of course was a car that did have a penalty to serve at its first pit stop. Led a couple of laps though, got its moment in the spotlight, and having proven that you can go an extra 2 or 3 laps on fuel than some of the others did. I wonder whether that might now start a trend for the rest of the race, and we see some others trying to really fuel save and try to stretch that strategy. If one team can do it, there's no reason in theory why some others can't.
Well, certainly the other BMW teams can't. I'm not sure about the other cars. I'm not really sure what the fuel consumption situation is there, but it's maybe a good sign for the rest, because everybody was slightly short of the hour last time, which will be a worry. I'm being helpfully reminded in the YouTube chat, by the way, that a number of other GT3 cars are under investigation right now, including the 55 Championship contending Williams Esports car, the number 5, the other Williams Esports car, and MSI Esports as well. So maybe everybody's going to get a penalty here, and that will all cancel itself out. But we'll wait and see. Autos Esports will certainly be hoping so. Let's read a look at Daniel Sommer. We're also being instructed, by the way, to read all of the acronyms every time by someone. So that's not happening, but they have got a lot of acronyms. Have German Sim Racing here. Daniel Sommer, 8th place right now, keeping with Julian Kesselhoek quite well, actually, in the BMW, as they're about halfway through their second stint of the day. Things haven't really settled down, though, for the first hour and a half. It's been a very high-intensity race. We've had a lot to talk about. There is always a danger with these long races that the action, comes very early on and then kind of sat waiting for the final hour, but that has not been the case here. We've had a lot to talk about and a lot to look at in the first 90 minutes.
Absolutely, and actually the majority of the classes still kind of hanging in the balance. TCR we know is going to tighten up slightly as a result of that penalty for SimRC. I'm intrigued as to what this incident was that 55 were involved in. Apparently it was contact with the 998, which is one of our 992 Cup cars, the Apex Racing Academy car. I don't recall seeing that, so I don't know whether we can dig that out and see what it was, because that could be significant. That you've been mentioning quite rightly that MSI Esports need a couple of cars to get between themselves and Williams Esports BenQ. At the moment it's just the Altus Esports car, which will have its own penalty to serve in the relatively near future. Well, if Williams get a penalty before halfway, that significantly increases the chances of MSI Esports having a chance at the title. So I'd be interested to see what it was that happened between 55 and 998 earlier on. And it was at 10:53 apparently GMT, so best part of an hour ago that kicked off. But whether that's a penalty or not, we don't know. It's still being investigated by race control, but the complexion of this race can change very, very quickly, and has done, actually. I mean, every class has had a pretty significant incident or two already in this race. TCR with the first corner incident, GT4 with Urano having their contact in the pit lane, 992 with the pit strategy being all over the place, and now potential dramas for our championship leader in GT3, and we still have 10.5 hours of this to go. I suspect there will be more twists in the tail as we go deeper into this race.
There certainly will be. You've got to remember as well for race control that there have been 30 incidents so far that have been requested to be looked at. And we already have one warning for track limits here in this one. It's the 161 that has had that. Waverley Racing Team, TCR, as TCR pit stops do actually get underway. A long stop from Fabian Siegmann there, 2.5 minutes in the box. That happened a long time ago. I don't know how I missed that. Carbon Simsport also had their pit stop very long time ago, and it was quite long. But this is Naveed Hussain along with Martin Asher as well, who's also in the pit lane right now. TCR pit stops very much underway. More than an hour and a half into this one. Looks like Hussain is going for more than 3 hours of driving in a row here, which is quite a good effort at the start. There's the incident with MSI Esports, and on first viewing, that does not look good for the race leaders.
No, I would like to see that again, perhaps from on board, because that was it was hard to see from that angle whether there was a gap or there wasn't a gap. Clearly at the point of contact there wasn't a gap, but whether Pure Sims turned in or not, I don't know. Different championships have different etiquette on things like that as well, as in, you have to be a certain point alongside going into the corner. This doesn't look good, does it? A long way back, yeah, low percentage move there from MSI Esports. They did get to the inside, and they did stop for the corner, but it was a definite lunge into a corner at which you don't see a lot of overtaking. That is going to keep race control busy for a little while, I suspect. The other thing it may have done is damaged the MSI Esports car. This would explain, would it not, why Altus Esports are able to reel them in at this point of the race when they were struggling early on. Look at the shape of that front splitter on the race leading car. I think it's just taken a small amount of aero damage, so penalty or no penalty, they're almost serving the penalty out on track if they're losing a bit of lap time.
quite possibly. Yeah, I'm not sure it's going to occupy race control for that long because it looks fairly nailed on to me. But you never know with these things. I just can't get my head around why he would do that. It's such a long way to go. It's such a low percentage lunge at a corner where you never see any overtaking, hardly. I mean, multi-class overtakes are pretty much the only ones you see through there, and even then they are risky. I just don't understand it when you're in a situation like that. But anyway, he's done it now. He's going to have to take his medicine a little bit later on. As I mentioned, there are so many incidents that it's obviously race control dealing with them all one by one, as you would do. There's now 31 incidents, by the way. This is another one in there. But yeah, it might well be that MSI are actually able to get their next pit stop in 25 minutes' time before the verdict is out on that decision there. So we may well see the 14 leading for a little while yet, but it doesn't. I guess it doesn't really matter too much. The penalty is going to come before halfway, and I'd imagine that a penalty will come, but they'll just be hoping that their rivals in the 55 are also going to receive a penalty for an incident that's being investigated as we speak.
The one thing that might save MSI, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here, it was a GT4 car, clearly doesn't have the aerodynamics of the GT3, so the commitment you make into turn 9, which is just about the fastest corner on the track, is very different in a GT3 from a GT4. Yes, it was low percentage, I'm not denying that, but he could argue that he was just carrying his normal speed into the corner and thought that the GT4 car was going to leave him space. Now, that obviously isn't what happened, and I do still think more of the blame lies with MSI, but there is a case to argue that it was just a GT3 car catching a GT4 at an unfortunate place. He did make the corner after all. He didn't understeer wildly off the apex and sideswipe the Pure Sims GT4 car. It was he made the apex and was making his way around the corner at the regular speed that a GT3 car would. So it's the only reason that I think maybe they might think twice about the penalty. But I mean, I could see it going either way for sure. And whatever the outcome is, you're right, they don't need to be taking those risks, especially because actually I've commented a few times in this race that MSI have been sort of playing the percentages, haven't they? They weren't taking too many risks in the first hour. They were working with Altus. They've just been sort of going about this steadily and tried to stay out of trouble, and it does seem a little bit strange that they changed strategy on that occasion. Certainly no malice involved in the contact. It's an easy bit of contact to have, but the one time they really do push the boat out and get a bit aggressive, it could cost them.
Certainly. I still see that being a penalty myself, but I'm not one of the stewards, so I guess my opinion doesn't really matter. We'll see what comes of it a little bit later on. For now, though, lead battle, around 3/4 of a second separating them, and we were talking about a possible bit of damage there. Danny Overbay was the third fastest car on circuit last lap, so I don't think he's going that slowly. I think Dino Lombardi has picked it up, actually, over the last few moments. I just wonder whether, as you mentioned earlier on, Altus went out the gate very well in the opening moments of this race, but fell away towards the end of the first stint. I just wonder whether Lombardi started off this stint a little bit slower, maybe too slowly, and let that gap grow a little bit, and now he's increasing the pace just a little bit, making sure those tyres can be nursed towards the end of this hour, maybe a little bit better than he managed to do in the first stint, because there was certainly a noticeable difference between the two cars at the end of the stint last time, and there was at the start of the stint this time as well, but I just wonder whether he's starting to open the taps a bit more now.
Yeah, I think you might be right, because one thing we've learned about this newish tyre model, we need to stop calling it the new tyre model, really, it's been around for a while now, but the latest tyre model for the GT3 cars, the damage you do to the tyres in the first 2 or 3 laps will come back to bite you 45-50 minutes later, and if you don't look after the tyres in the first couple of laps, you're really going to struggle late on. So it's something that a lot of the drivers, I think, have learnt over the last couple of months. You have to take it steady. If you start sliding the tyres around and really scrubbing the surface of the tyre across the road when they're on low pressures, you're going to have nothing left later on. So I think you might be right about Dino. perhaps just took it a bit easier. Of course, at the start of the race, you're always going to get tempted into racing a little bit harder, pushing the tyres a bit harder. It's inevitable, really, and we saw that both of these cars, but particularly Altus, were involved in some of the more aggressive scrapping for position at the very start of the race. That won't have helped the tyre situation, whereas now he was in a position coming out comfortably in second place, as he did from the pit lane. He was in a position to save those tyres because, of course, we had that slow pit stop, didn't we, from the BS Turner BMW. So that gave Dino a little bit of breathing room. He was still only a couple of seconds off the race lead and has now been able to reel him in. They are, by the way, 9 seconds up the road from Mate Kauppinen. So Kauppinen is a bit closer to the lead in this part of the race than he was last time as well, and of course is into third place. No news yet on his potential penalty, but he has done a good job actually from 7th on the grid to be running third, an hour and a half in. Not bad going.
Yeah, I think he's also a driver who was holding back in the first half of this stint and is now starting to go for it a little bit more, because he didn't start to lose time, and Louis Nasser actually caught him a little bit, his teammate there, but that's no longer the case. And we are waiting to see a little bit what Williams Esports are actually doing here. What's their strategy like here? How much fuel did they put in at that last stop? I'm not sure at all, really. So we'll see how that pans out. All of the pit stops have been made then in TCR, and so now we've got about 20 minutes to wait until the next round of pit stop cycles, this time for the GT3s, but that has reduced everything really in TCR. SimRC had that 5-second penalty to serve, and they have done. MSI Esports now only 5 seconds behind, which is a lot closer than before, but it is still Corentin Guinez versus Gabi Montoro, and we may well see this gap just hold at 5 seconds maybe for the next 90 minutes, to be honest. It just depends how it pans out really, but still advantage SimRC, but they've gotten away with one there.
100%, and so have Pure Sims, who, as I suspected, did not bother to repair the damage on Ross McFarlane's Honda. So he's actually jumped into 4th position since we last saw him, and is within 20 seconds or so of the race lead now that Guinez has had that penalty. So in the end, actually not a huge deficit for Pure Sims to overcome. McFarlane on the previous lap was a full second quicker than Guinez, so don't count that car out. Ross McFarlane, we know, is one of the best TCR drivers on iRacing, mind you, so is Corentin Guinez, but right now Guinez is not the quicker of the two. He just has a bit of a fumble there as the 992 car came up the inside of him through turn 9, and that really is the trickiest place in a way to come across a slower car, because all 4 of the classes of car have very different apex speeds through turn 9. And you've got to anticipate a couple of seconds beforehand whether or not it's safe to make the move, and Guinez thankfully saw that move coming right at the last second. I'm sure he has these close calls every lap, it's just that whenever we cut to him we seem to catch him in a slightly awkward position with some of the quicker cars, and it does make you wonder just how close to the edge he's living when we're not following him. But for Corentin and the whole team, I think the next 10 and a quarter hours or so cannot go by quickly enough.
Absolutely, you'll want this race to be over ASAP, because it's a good place to be right now where he is. Still got ATRS Esports in second in 992, by the way. That no tyre call is paying off so far, but let's not forget they've still got probably half an hour to go on that stint just yet, so not worth getting too excited about it. And Sebastian Hove did stay out for quite considerably, did come in quite considerably earlier than some of the others, so maybe some of that shorter stop is down to fuel as well, but certainly being caught by Phoenix Racing Esports and Urano Esports, but not being caught by too much. Jürgen Frank did save upwards of 10 seconds in that pit stop there, but he's certainly not lost that amount with the tyre situation he's got right now. Still very much doing well there. And in GT4, the top 4 are separated by barely anything right now. It's about 3 or 4 seconds between all of them. SimRC leading Seville Esports, then Pure Sims Esports and SLC Movano Corsa, all in a row there, battling away in GT4, and what is going to be a very, very exciting category to watch over the next 10 hours. Championship finales are always fun, but we've got ourselves set up for a lot of interest over the next 10 hours, and there's a lot to play out, a lot more drama to come, even though we have had our fair share already.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm sure, as you said, more to come, but I do like it when championships do something a bit different with their championship finale, you know, things like double points, points at halfway, all that kind of exciting stuff. Some will argue it's a bit manufactured, but especially in endurance racing, I quite like it. It really adds an extra dimension to the strategy, and that can never really be a bad thing as far as I'm concerned. And it certainly keeps these races, which are long. I mean, a 12-hour race could very easily get a little bit dull if the championships were all pretty settled, which in some cases they would have been without the double points and the bonus points at halfway. Close moments in traffic here. We're following the second place battle in GT4, Save LT Sports and Pure Sims Esports, who really seem to have been locked together since the drop of the green flag, don't they, these two Mercedes AMGs? They're going to get separated temporarily by some of the Cup cars coming through, but these two cars clearly very evenly matched.
They certainly are, and it's very busy around here at the moment. Urano Esports also going through. There are the standings in GT4 as things stand. So that's with the halfway points applied. If the halfway points were to be applied right now, it would close to 15 points between Urano and Mivano. That's a mouthful, isn't it? But look at that as well. SimRC would get involved. They're only 20 points back. So are Subelt Esports. The 4-5-7 is not that far away either. That is Impulse Racing, and they're down in 8th. They've got some points to gain there. So this would not only be great for Mivano, but some other teams as well could very much get involved in what's gone from the most nailed-on championship in the field to the most exciting, I would argue.
Yeah, and imagine if SimRC can win the race. That's 40 points for winning the race with double points. They would suddenly leap right up there towards the very top. So that issue for Urano, that contact in the pit lane, really could turn that championship on its head. It will do so in part at 6 hours, but as we've said, they're unlikely to gain that time back over the rest of the race, especially since they did not repair much, if any, of the optional repairs, did they? Because we said it was something like 11 minutes of mandatory repairs while they were only in the pit lane for 12 minutes 22. So that's the 11 minutes and a bit of mandatory repairs, and then maybe a minute spent doing a full fuel and tyre service. So they are still driving around there with 20 minutes worth, near enough, of optional repair on the car. So that car will not be going as quickly as it should be, and therefore they're not really going to be able to gain back any of that time. They are running, crucially, 14th in class, so they're only just scoring points themselves, and if they do choose, or if they do continue to lose time, it would slip even further back. Although in fairness, actually, the 15th placed Jungos racing car has retired, I think, having sent the Pure Sims Honda off the road at the final turn. I think that was the final nail in the coffin for them. They have retired the car, it seems. So, but yeah, Urano facing an uphill struggle, no doubt about it, and I think that they are no longer the favourites, honestly, for the championship. I know they've still got the points advantage, but the way this race is likely to work out, I think they're the outsiders now.
Well, the problem they've got is that there just isn't a lot they can do. They're really in a bad place, and they're still behind. They're last overall now. I think Carbon Simsport may have pulled the plug as well. Zumcos Racing Esports may have both decided that time is up. So, but they're 54th overall. That's part of the problem. You're just never going to catch anybody on pure pace. So that's part of the problem they've got. We've got back to the 992 category though, where the championship leaders are leading overall, and their teammates are diving down the inside of their rivals as well, which is helpful. Oh, Urano Esports try and gain out of it all, and Phoenix Racing Esports shut the door in their face. This battle for third place getting a little bit more heightened now, although they've still not caught the ATRS Esports car that still is doing well on those older tyres, really well.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with the old tyre pace that they've got, actually, and that again will send a message to the other teams that this is an option, this is something you can try, a bit like the fuel saving we saw from some of the GT3 cars, you know, and as soon as someone does it, other people suddenly realise that that's something they could try as well if they want to try and buy themselves some track position. And it's, as always is the case, it's going to be fun watching this 992 battle develop over the course of the race. Every stint we are likely to have new players at the front if they do continue to chop and change their strategy, because those who are double stinting tyres now will have to go back on that later on. Right, Louis Nasser is in. This is the number 5 Williams Esports car. This is going to be a driver change as well, it seems. Is that the Williams Esports car that pitted early, though? I thought the 55 was the one we expected in first.
They both did the shorter stop, so I am surprised they didn't come in together, but not particularly surprised that at the timing of this one. Clearly, they've decided that 11 pit stops today is not going to happen, and they might as well shorten some stops here and go for 12. Louis Nasser going to stop and swap out for Daniel Pastor now. And we'll see when Atta Kupinen comes in as well, but that's early call from Williams Esports, and surprising somewhat for especially the championship leader to do something so out of the ordinary and so bold. Normally when you're the championship leader and you're in control of it, you normally want to go with the safe choice, do what everyone else is doing, and sort of limp your way home almost, if you like, and coast your way home. But doing something out of the ordinary for a championship leader in a finale is really quite odd.
Yeah, and if I were MSI Esports, that tells me one of two things. Either we've got it wrong, and Williams are onto something that we've not even considered, or, and this is more likely I think, Williams are under pressure. Williams Esports did not have the pace in qualifying. They don't appear to have the race pace that the likes of MSI and Altus do either. They are being forced into trying something a little bit different, and for me, if I were MSI Esports, that would make me feel good about my chances, because if you're forcing your rivals to think a little bit differently, to play around with the strategy a little bit, then that means that that they are feeling like they're on the back foot a little. So MSI, of course, still have this investigation hanging over them for the time being. Williams do not, though, interestingly. So Williams Esports, the decision on the contact that they had with the 998 car that I don't think we've seen yet, no further action. So Williams Esports BenQ do not have a penalty coming their way. Race Control have not yet got to the incident for MSI Esports, and it's quite a long way down the list of incidents that they haven't yet looked at, so we maybe kept waiting for a little while yet, but for Williams at least, they can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief.
They can. Yeah, I don't know. I think at the end of the first hour, they may well have been under a bit of pressure, really, and had to think about these things. But now, I think they'll be regretting it almost a little bit, because they are they're doing fine now, and with the situation that they've all found themselves in. They're doing absolutely fine. Vasilis Belaziotis has gotten at the wheel of the 55 now. It's another shorter stop for the two of them as well. Which has not put them in traffic, thankfully, in their case, but it has put them down the order, as you would expect, and we'll see now what their strategy is for the rest of the race. Will that get them any closer to the top two? Altus Esports, of course, will have that penalty to serve. The 55 did not have a penalty to serve there, as you mentioned. No further action confirmed for that incident. So that's all good news. This is the battle that they're trying to catch. It's Eero Antila and also Julian Kestelschut right now, who's trying to make the overtake. Won't be able to into turn 10, but it's just going to continue to work on the back of this one. It's PS Competition trying to work their way back forward again. They were in the top 5 earlier, but that penalty has really put them down a long way, and it's cost them so much time.
Yeah, as you said, because they're just having to dig themselves out of this hole, and of course every GT3 car they catch is for position, and they don't have to get out of the way. So yeah, they are finding it tricky to work their way much further forward right now. And as they come out onto the pit straight, yes, they're on 9th place. Eero Antila is the Porsche ahead of them, the Pike from Beach Racing car. And BMW, we know, is good in a straight line, but just not quite a long enough straight, ultimately, to make the move, but gets into the apex a lot better than the Porsche. There was a bit of tyre smoke or dust there as well, being kicked up by the Cup car that was just ahead of them. That was the Team 75 car. Not sure if that was the class leader having a moment, but anyway, that's... would have caught the attention, no doubt, of these two. Headlight flashing again, which I am a strong advocate for real-world racing cars having that button removed from the steering wheel. It serves no purpose. If you're fighting someone for position, they are not obliged to get out of your way. And even if you're not fighting them for position, they can't just disappear. Sometimes a slower car just has to sit in front of you for a corner or two. Flashing the lights at them does nothing but irritate them. Irritate the grumpier commentators that you might come across in the motorsport world, I just think it's not a great look in my opinion, but I'll perhaps save that full rant for another day. It certainly didn't work on that occasion, did it? Because the Porsche, quite rightly, did not move out of the way.
No, I do find it very helpful as a commentator, just for a bit of emotion there, because you don't often see any emotion especially in sim racing, but sometimes in real world motorsport as well. When a driver's actually driving, there's not a lot you can see in terms of actual emotion. That's the only display of real emotion you can see without, wild displays of car behaviour that you very rarely see. So it's quite helpful from that standpoint, but it doesn't really serve a purpose at all. Looks like Kesselhut is going to be able to get through here anyway. He pulls alongside. Is he going to trap the Porsche behind the TCR? Oh no! He was attempting to, but it's a huge incident with Impulse Racing, and that was totally caused by the Pipe from Beach racing car in the Porsche there alongside. It was trapped behind the TCR. You can't just turn into the BMW that's trapping you behind a slower car. It's clever usage of the multi-class traffic, and it's caused a big incident on the front straight.
Yeah, could not agree more with that assessment. As much as I was just teasing Julian for his light flashing, he's every reason to be aggrieved at that. You cannot simply turn into another car. I realise that, Hero will have been feeling a bit frustrated at being trapped behind that lap car, but as you say, that's a perfectly valid tactic, using the car as a pick, as they would say in America. And at that point you just give up, lift off the throttle and pull in line and accept the defeat. But for BS Turner, that now really does hamper their chances of getting back into contention. The car clearly is badly wounded. The same will be true of the other two cars involved in that incident. In fact, you can see he's struggling to keep up with the Impulse Racing car with whom he tangled. Now will drive past it down the straight, but
oh dear.
Now I hope that wasn't Impulse getting angry at BS Turner, because they possibly need to watch the replay before they start doing that. That was not the BMW's fault.
No. Well, that's not good at all. And I think Kesselhut deciding that it's probably safer to just stay behind here rather than get taken out by someone here. Might save them from getting a penalty as well, in a roundabout way. Kesselhut's surely going to be in here. Impulse will be as well. And you'd imagine that the Porsche involved there will be in pit lane too. There's the slow-mo. All three coming together. The TCR launched into the air. Pipe from Beach Racing ending up to the right-hand side. And for me, that is certainly a penalty to the Porsche. It's a tactic we talk about. I'm surprised that kind of incident would happen at this level, really, because it's a tactic we talk about a lot, using lap cars as a pick or whatever, or commonly trapping a faster car behind another slower one, so that they have to slow down, and you get the position almost without argument. But at this level, you really wouldn't expect someone to be surprised by that. You really wouldn't expect someone to just do that when they're trapped behind. You'd expect them to, lift off and pull in line. You wouldn't expect them to cause a three-car incident like that. I'm very surprised to have seen that, really.
Yeah, it wasn't even close to being clear either, because sometimes you do see that, and as someone who does a lot of oval racing on iRacing, I experienced this myself, where you try and trap someone behind another car, and they think you've cleared them, and they try to pull in line behind and just tag you, but that wasn't even close. I mean, they clearly weren't clear, and that contact was inevitable. So, very clumsy driving at best, overly aggressive driving as a result of frustration, I would say, is more accurately what happened there, and unfortunately that is probably the most slam dunk penalty that we've seen so far. We'll wait for official notification from Race Control, but I highly anticipate we will see that incident appearing on the Race Control notice board very, very quickly. In fact, I think it already is on the list of incidents to be dealt with. And spare a thought for Race Control as well. It's a relatively small team of stewards who sit there for the entire 12 hours of racing, and they gather together all of the footage. They watching the race themselves, obviously picking up incidents like that. There'll be protests filed by other teams as well, as and when they feel aggrieved, and it's Race Control's job to sift through all of that and not to get overwhelmed by it. When you've got this many incidents, we're up to something like 35 incidents now, if you include the qualifying infringements too. Very easy to start rushing through some of them so that you can get to the ones that have yet to be looked at, but they're not being rushed. They're taking their time. They're looking at them all closely, which is exactly what they need to do. and I know that they will treat every one of those incidents with the care and diligence that they deserve. And a big shout out to that race control team, because they are the unsung heroes in a way of this series. Not necessarily the most popular people, as you can imagine, because they're the one dishing out penalties, but it's a difficult job that someone has to do, and they do it really well.
Yeah, absolutely. You are going to anger someone with every decision that you make, really. So it's a thankless task. Battle for second in GT4 still ongoing, as second place in GT3 has been into the pit lane here. That was Outer Seats, but Dino Lombardi's still at the wheel. It's going to be a 3-hour stint at the very least for him. But with that 15-second penalty and slightly shorter stops for both Williams cars, he's now dropped behind them both. And didn't make it anywhere near to the hour either, which is going to be a little bit of a worry there. Danny Ogabay still out there leading right now, and he's got more than half a minute's worth of a lead. We'll see whether he's coming in this time or whether he can go one more, because this is the end of lap 35, which would make sense, because he did a 35 lap stint the first time round. Now, can he go one lap further and do 36 this time? No, not quite. Though we're coming in just around a few seconds early, but if you'd imagine this is the end of the race and there's 40 seconds remaining, you know, it's going to run out of fuel before the end of the race. So they do need to save a lap or two of fuel throughout the day. They've got plenty of time to do it. They need to save a lap or two of fuel throughout the day before they can be fully safe and make it to the end on only 11 stops today, which you'd imagine they are targeting.
Thing. It's very tempting to say, oh, well, we're only 40 seconds early, what's the harm in that? Well, as you said, at the end of the race, there could be a significant harm in that. Driver change there as well, so Danny Algabay giving way to Arvin Roy Sanchez, who will take over the number 14 car. No news yet on that potential penalty, by the way, so they wouldn't have to serve it this time because it's not been dished out yet. The question is, where do they come out in relation to the Altus Esports car? Well, of course, that's lost ground as well, hasn't it, through a penalty last time around? So, actually, that's not really the question. The question is where it comes out in relation to the Williams Esports cars, both of whom are pitting slightly off strategy, slightly out of sync with the other front-running GT3s. Out onto the pit lane ahead of the ATRS Cup car goes the number 14. Tempest Simsport temporarily take over the race lead, but it looks like it's going to be, what, a 5-6 second gap or so over Williams Esports. It's come down slightly then, but not massively.
Certainly has. Yeah, 6 seconds or so shorter of a stop, and it's come down by about 6 seconds, which is not surprising. Oh dear, that was the 9:13. They were running second. They've made their stop. They're clearly doing 11 stop today as well, which is actually quite a lot for a 992 class car. The top runners will be doing 10 with a short final one, so that's not good for ATRS at all there. The 914 has not taken any tyres through that one either, by the way. That's Alexander Lauritsen. Might well come out in front of the likes of Phoenix Racing Esport and Urano Esports here, but we'll wait and see on that one. It's still SimRC leading there, by the way, by more than 10 seconds. And they're doing a very, very good job with it. I just wonder, though, with the fact that they've made a two-tyre stint work, is that going to encourage anybody else to try that in this next stint here? The 992 pit stops are not far away, and people will be thinking about that.
Yeah, definitely. I think that will be the case. As I said, you know, one team goes out on a limb on strategy, everyone else pays extra close attention to whether that works or not, and if it does, then they're far more likely to give it a go themselves. So, yeah, I 100% expect some of the people to try that. Quick note on MSI Esports, by the way. Very quickly got that gap back up to 10 seconds, didn't they? It almost makes me think that their plan was, right, we'll get a 10-second lead and then we'll start saving fuel, we'll start saving tyres, we'll start managing the situation, because the way they rocketed out to 10 seconds at the start of the race, helped by the early incidents behind them, sure, but you know, the gap was 5 seconds, they got it up to 10 or 11 straight away, and then it stayed there. They've done the same thing again now, got it up to, well, 11 now, as presumably traffic starts to take an effect. I think that's their comfort blanket, isn't it? That 10 seconds is a spin. It's having to lift to avoid an accident. It's pulling out of the way of a group of faster cars without losing too much time. And it does look almost as if they're now kind of managing the situation, because Corentin Guinness put in a few really quick laps immediately after the pit stops and pretty quickly got it back out to 10 seconds.
Well, Aztec Synthos Visceral are only 10 points off the Championship League coming into today, but they just do not have the pace right now. 10th place for Nicholas Last. just behind Harvu in 9th. This is the battle that you can see on your screen right now. But compared to where Urano and SimRC are, this is not where Visceral need to be at all. At the halfway stage, they're going to lose heaps and heaps of points. They'd fall to over 20 points back at that stage, which would be very, very damaging for them indeed. So, yeah, they've just got to keep going and try and get back into this, but for now, they really are struggling. Tempest Sim Sport still out there in GT3, by the way. No idea why they're going so long. Well, they're going 36 laps each time, I get that much, but they are going quite long now. Into the pit lane they come, and MSI Esports are now going to get to the front. And so we restore the top 4 or 5 to what they were, just in a slightly different order. There comes the number 13 into the box, and there'll be a driver change there now as Brie Queros gets into that one, and they'll sit down a little bit further. I think there is going to be a lot of discussion in the next 10 hours though in GT3 about just making this race on 11 stops. Certainly if you're MSI Esports, it doesn't look like Williams or Autos want to do 11 stops. Looks like they're going for 12 by the looks of things.
Yeah, I'd say so. And they did have a slightly shorter pit stop again there, didn't they? The two Williams cars, 35 seconds for the 55, 33 for the 5. That compares to anywhere around 41, 42 seconds, really, for the bulk of the other GT3 runners. So they've got a little bit short again, which explains why the gap did come down to under 5 seconds, as it is now, 4.3 give or take between MSI and Williams Esports BenQ. But again, I wonder how much Williams are just looking to that halfway point in the race and making sure that they are in second place. Now that Altus have served their penalty, that opened the door nicely for the 55 car to try and at least get into second place by halfway, which is still 4 hours away, I know, but you know, never too early to start planning for that. Because as we've said, if they can be second at halfway, that takes a little bit of the pressure off them for the end of the race. And I'm teeing you and up here to hopefully have done some maths whilst I'm making this point, but if Williams were to finish second at halfway and then third at the end of the race with MSI at the front both times, would that still be enough for Williams to hang on? It would be very close, and if it is, then that perhaps explains why they're really focusing on the first half of the race and finishing as well as they can.
It would be only 2 points of a margin, but Williams Esports would still have that one. Right. They would still win. They'd lose 2 points at halfway at present, and a further 8 points at the end if they were to finish third, which is not as much as their 12-point lead, which they currently hold in GT3. We have got Impulse Racing back out on the circuit again with Norbert Leitner. You have to feel for them in TCR, really. 9 minutes of a stop. But they're back out there again in 9th place. Carbon Simsport, by the way, are still in the race. Bartosz Groszek at the wheel there now. I wrongly reported earlier that they were out. They were just changing driver as I was looking at them. And it makes them disappear, so they're still in it. Only one retirement then, Impulse Racing Esport so far. From the opening 2 hours and a bit of this race. Still got those 2 GT3s involved in that incident in the pit lane. And I'm not too surprised by it either. GT4 pit stops are going to be coming up next, and they are already underway. Fiercely Forward have been into the pit lane. That's Isaac Hayne now at the wheel for the 434. And we're going to see more of those pit stops happening very, very soon. But the top 4 still separated by 5 seconds in the GT4 order. It's very encouraging from a pure race point of view. Not thinking about the championship, from a pure race point of view, it's very encouraging these opening couple of hours.
Certainly have plenty to talk about, and it's nice that the strategy is becoming a little bit mixed up as well. It's one of the reasons why I do enjoy these races with open strategies, unlike some real-world GT championships, for example, which have set pit windows. This is always much more interesting, especially when the cars can go just under or just over an hour on a tank of fuel. It means that you do have a bit of variation. You can play a few fuel games, a few strategy games over the course of such a long race, especially. We'll make the point a few times, if you can save yourself a couple of minutes of fuel at every stop, that suddenly starts to add up quite nicely as you get towards the 10th, 11th and 12th hours of the race. So, yeah, it's something that will keep us guessing for the remaining 9 hours, 50 odd minutes of the race, particularly in the 992s, where they are doing this really weird and wacky tyre strategy as well as fuel. That is going to keep on jumbling the order, I suspect. Some of those who had a gain at the last pit stop are now surely going to have to change tyres this time and lose a bit of that time. But I'm with you, Ewan. I'm really impressed with the way that they've been able to manage those tyres and make them last for 2 stints and really not give up anything in lap time, nothing significant anyway, even as they get towards the end now. Well, in fact, they're beyond the second hour.
It certainly is. It's a very interesting situation we have. Continuing to watch SERIES Esports as they work their way through on the 914. Apex Tech Racing something, ATRS. I'm not sure what they actually stand for. Someone will have to tell me. But they're in an interesting situation in 992 as well. As Wave Italy Racing Team come in with Jeremy Lemier. Just looking a little bit further down towards the GT4s really, because they're surely going to be in soon. As we've got Harvu back out there on the circuit again. That's Mateusz Pitikainen. Oh, well, it was. Excuse me. Well, I'm not even going to attempt that. That's too many consonants there for me. Drops down to 28th overall. Had an early stop, of course, an early long stop in this one, recovering and trying to pass some of the 992 cars to get back up towards the front again. We'll still be scoring points from that position, as will most of the drivers. Halfway, the top 15 score points. At the end of the race, everybody who finishes enough laps scores points. 16th on downwards all score 1 point. If they get to the 60% mark, that's just a case of whether those two who were involved in that front straight incident do indeed continue on with this one, and we certainly hope that they do. Battle for second place in 992 still ongoing as the top 3 start to separate themselves from the rest. Phoenix Racing Esport with Rafael Remhofer at the front, Urano Esports Hiking Media with Vlad Kimichev at the back. And this has been the case for a long time now. These two have been in this position and they're still going at it, although the Team Huisenfeld TCR may have just opened an opportunity for Kimichev to go through or at least challenge into turn 10.
Yep, side by side towards 10, but that's the wrong side of the road and a bit too far back for the Urano Esports car. And so the 911 will settle in behind for now. Other news of a Urano, sort of a Urano note, there has been a time penalty given out to car 430, which was the car that clipped the GT4 Urano car in the pit lane. The stewards, I don't think, have yet decided how long that penalty will be, but there has been a punishment gone along for that fairly careless bit of driving in pit lane. But that will be of little comfort, really, for Urano Esports right now, as they continue to lose time with a very badly damaged car.
They have just decided how long it's going to be. It's going to be a minute and a half, which is why...
Fair enough, really.
Well, it is. That's why I exclaimed a little bit out of... when there was nothing happening on the screen. People are wondering what the hell's going on. 90 seconds worth of a penalty for SCK. That's the heftiest penalty I've seen today for that one. But, you know, it's... I guess that this is the silliest bit of contact really we've seen all day long, and unexpected. To be fair to SCK, I think they just would have thought that they would have just driven through the Mercedes there really, as you normally do. But obviously that didn't happen on that occasion, and as we were talking about earlier on, that's why I'd advocate not being able to drive through at all. But anyway, we'll leave that for another time. It's a hefty penalty. But that does mean that we're getting closer and closer to finding out whether the overall race leader is going to get a penalty or not, which I'm quite looking forward to, because I reckon they will, based on what we saw.
Yes, I think so. I mean, there's one more incident to be dealt with first, and then race control will get there. They're keeping us in suspense. They know this is the championship decider. It's like the final episode of a season of your favourite TV drama. They like to keep you guessing as long as possible. They don't want to give you all of the surprises, all of the shocks straight away. But we have been teeing that up for a little while now, haven't we? This potential penalty coming to car 14. The other thing, the more immediate threat for them actually, is the Williams Esports BenQ car, which is starting now to take some meaningful time out of them. That gap is under 4 seconds. It's just over 4 seconds now, but it was 3.6 a second ago between MSI and Williams. And regardless of penalty, actually, Williams Esports could put themselves in a position to challenge for the race lead. And certainly they're close enough now that even if MSI were to get a 5-second penalty, slightly bigger than that, I think, if they get one, then Williams could benefit from that anyway. So it's all starting to fall into place a bit now for Williams Esports BenQ. We should never have doubted them, really. I know things didn't look great earlier on for them, but they've used their strategy, their experience, ultimately, of racing at this level and beyond to claw themselves back into contention here. They are second place on the road, well within striking range now should anything happen to MSI Esports, and I think finally 2 and a bit hours into the race they can start to relax into this one a bit now.
So we'll see just how relaxed it gets here over the next few moments. GT4 pit stops very much in the middle of them right now. Lucas Gabler now is at the wheel of the Sim RC car. It's very much uniform across the board with oh dear, off the road for Urano Esports. Apologies, I was looking at the timing screen. Off the road, turn 7. That was Vlad Kimichev, who's just behind Phoenix Racing Esports. There, here's the incident, and that's a very strange bit of contact.
Well, there wasn't contact, but I suspect maybe netcode had its part to play, but it snapped sideways in a way that would always suggest that it had sustained some rear suspension damage there, but that was interesting. We both were looking at the timing screen at the same time, so I hadn't seen that happen at first. I looked up to see the car in the gravel and what on earth was going on, but yeah, hopefully they got away with that damage. That is the cruelest bit of cruel luck you can have in sim racing, really, when there isn't actually physical contact on the track and it's just netcode, because neither driver did anything wrong. You can't look back at that and say I could have avoided it, or the other car could have left me more space. It's really unfortunate, but it can do just as much damage as actual real physical contact can. Good news, everyone, the MSI incident with car 417 is now the next one to be looked at, so we are hopefully not that far away from getting an answer on this. But as it stands, Ewan, this is how the championship standings look. I suspect this may change in the near future, but right now, just 10 points in it.
Certainly, that's a 2-point reduction on the 12 points that Williams Esports had at the start of the day. And it's it's a strange point system, isn't it? I've got to say. Everybody ends up on even points, which just ends up being really weird to me. It has helped keep things very, very close, and I guess it has to be similar to the real life 24/8 series as well, which is fair enough. But yeah, it's a little bit bizarre. Here's another. Well, that's almost the same incident, but with a different result there. Boots and BDS by undercut. Now, there certainly was a driver at fault there, and it was whoever was at the wheel of the 992 Porsche there. Certainly at fault, in my opinion, as 992 pit stops do get underway with Vlad Kimichev, who just wanted to forget about that and get into the pit lane. Leaving now, Dominic Hoffman for Urano Esports.
Yes, so that was a scheduled stop then. It wasn't a stop for damage necessarily, although they may have chosen to come in a lap early just in case. That car then, as you said, back in the hands now of Dominic Hoffman, the Urano Esports Heineken Media car. But yeah, a very strange moment for them earlier on. 1.3 seconds now, the lead gap. So in this stint, Vasilios Belletsiotis even, almost got it right, is really impressing. He has shown a bit more pace actually than Ate Kaupanen did in the previous stint, and is really closing in on Alejandro Avin Ruiz-Sanchez. And that gap is the least that it's been for a long, long time now. Certainly between those two cars, the top two in the championship, as we just saw, 10 points between them as it stands. That's based upon these positions staying the same for the next 3.25 hours to the halfway point. just creeps back out to 2.6 again as traffic, unfortunately, delays what I think is the inevitable, Ewan, which is those two cars finding each other on track again.
Certainly, yeah, we'll see. Pit stops in GT4 are now complete, by the way. Not sure what's happened to Pure Sims Esports in GT4, by the way. Jordan Johnson's back in pit lane. We heard he had technical problems earlier. I wonder whether he's had some more, but it may allow Constant Shaft to gain another point at the halfway stage here. He's 2 laps away. And if those problems persist for another 3.5 minutes, then Shaft is going to get 1 more point. So this is where the interest is going to come from in GT4. Not only those that are actually up there, but also, like here, SLC Movano Corsa right now, up there in the 3rd place, just ahead of Pure Sims. But the other Pure Sims car is not helping Movano out particularly here. And Shaft may well gain another point at the halfway stage. He's going to gain 2 points at the end as well as a result of this. So that's where the problem is going to lie for those up front here. There's not actually, because they're already nearly winning, there aren't many more points for them to actually gain. But Your Honour, obviously, you've got the whole field to actually gain position from if they have issues.
Yeah, and this was exactly the point we made. They have to keep going. They have to finish the race. They have to be running at halfway because those points are going to be valuable. It's likely to be very tight by the end of the race, and any points that they can get now could just keep them in the safety zone a little bit later on. Following here, the Williams Esports BenQ car as it comes up to put a lap now on the 11th placed GT3. That's the Riley Sim Racing Dominic Push driven BMW. So already putting a lap on some of the other cars within class that have had perhaps issues earlier on in the race. The gap back under 2 seconds again now then for Williams as they hone in on the MSI Esports car in front. Previous lap was 0.6 faster for what that's worth. Traffic no doubt playing its part in that. And the Porsche now starting to become a bit more of a menace at the front of the field. 12th placed Porsche, so that car is Antoine Lecherit in the ASR Able Esports car, which was near the front, was it not, earlier on? Now, Ewan, my memory is notoriously terrible. What happened to that car that put it this far down? It's now off the lead lap.
It was a long stop. Yeah, it was leading earlier. Yeah, it was a meatball for
Yes.
almost no apparent reason. Guillaume Levesque told us in the YouTube chat, and he is part of the ASR driving crew, and he told us that it was a meatball flag that couldn't be cleared. A very early morning for them, by the way, in Canada. All 3 of them Canadians, all 3 of their drivers, as Visceral make their way in GT3. They're still fighting their way through, fighting their way back after issues early on. Still midway through the GT4 field is Santeri Martikainen. As Talk Freak Racing, by the way, still lead in GT4. I'm not sure how they've been able to go so long, but they have done, and that has certainly helped them out into leading this race for a little while. This will turn into the 2nd place fight, though, between Sasha Gole and Alexander Davidson as well for Pure Sims Esports. Sabelt Esports not too far away, neither are fiercely forward. It's still very close in GT4, where the battles are still very much on, as we can see.
Well, the verdict is in. 10-second penalty for MSI Esports for the contact with the 417, as Ewan was predicting. The stewards very much deciding that that was the fault of the GT3 car, and so our race leader, championship contender, with 10 seconds of penalty time to be served at the next pit stop, which of course equates to a bit more than 10 seconds actually, because you've got to pull up in the penalty box, accelerate out of the penalty box, and then pull into your pit box to conduct your regular service. So all things considered, it's 12 or 13 seconds really extra that get added on, and the incidents, yes, that was definitely blamed on them. I am seeing 10 seconds as the penalty. Ewan apparently seeing something slightly different, but if Ewan's version of events is correct, that is better news for MSI, whereas what I've got is 10 seconds. But either way, fault lying with MSI, and even if it was only a couple of seconds, Ewan, it would be enough to cost them the race lead.
Yes, there is a battle for the race lead going on right now. But yeah, I've only seen 5 seconds on my version of the sheet at the minute. I'm pretty sure we are looking at the same sheets. So I don't know. But 5 seconds there. It does look like, by the way, that and almost an hour later, almost exactly an hour later, there was another incident between the same two cars. And maybe this is where the Pure Sims GT4 has come into the pit lane and almost not returned, or is getting damage repair right now, because I believe there may have been an incident between the 14 and the 417 again. It was very quickly decided that that was only to be given a warning there to the 14, because, well, to everybody, because the Pure Sims car could have taken avoiding action there in that incident. But I don't remember seeing a second incident between the two of them, though not entirely sure what that is all about. But it can't be helping Alejandro Avimura Sanchez at the moment, because he is being caught by Beliziotis. I think it's a combination of Beliziotis being very, very quick, and also the fact that the Spaniard just not quite as quick as Danny Elgabay at the moment, and that has created a leading battle nearly 2.5 hours into this one. We're pretty lucky to have a leading battle, really, but we'll enjoy it while it lasts. It should be commencing pretty soon, really, because there's only half a second between them. Just depends what Beliziotis decides to do when he gets there, really. Could sit back, really, given the situation he's in.
Could do, and actually should do, really. Not much point in getting involved in silly incidents, I guess, when you're expecting to get this lead back any moment now. So, you're right, by the way. My spreadsheet has just changed to 5 seconds. I swear to you, I was not seeing things. It did say 10 initially, so clearly Race Control having second thoughts about that, and they have reduced the penalty even further, which I think does sort of go in line with what I was saying. It's a bit of a 50-50. This is also 50-50. This is the battle on track for the race lead. The two very similarly liveried Porsches, but run out of two different stables, are together on the track. And, well, on initial reaction, it looks as though this is going to be a fight. There is a pretty sturdy defence put up by Ruiz Sanchez and a pretty sturdy attack around the outside by Beliziotis. So they are going to do battle, especially because it is only a 5-second penalty. It's well worth MSI trying to keep Williams back here, because they still won't be that far apart even when that penalty is served.
Yeah, it's the battle that matters for the moment, but for just how much longer. Beliziotis, first of all, can't be far away from a pit stop. I think he's about 20 minutes away, 25 minutes from a pit stop anyway. But also, how much sitting back will he do here? On first viewing, it does look like he is going to go for this, but he might change his mind as this gets more difficult. And as we get into the thick end of 992 traffic as well, that's about eSports and SLC Movano Corsa, who are both fighting at the moment for what is third place in the 992 category. Although for the most part, their pit stops are happening down there. Team 75 Bernard by Simos C have been in. They've changed all 4 tyres on that occasion. Dominic Hoffman for Urano also changed all 4 again, but did drop behind Alexander Lauritsen, who didn't change any of the tyres for ATRS Esports on that occasion. Luca Alpert has gotten at the wheel of the Phoenix Racing Esport car now. We'll see how many tyres he changes and see where he comes out of the pit lane in a few moments' time. But it is interesting to see that there are differences down there. But for the most part, Marvin Stroll, who's now at the wheel of the what should be the race leading car, is not really bothering with any of that. Just changing all 4 tyres on that occasion and getting out in the lead, or is expected to do so anyway.
So, through turn 4 comes this fight for the race lead then between MSI Esports and Williams Esports BenQ. As I've been saying, well worth MSI trying to defend here, because not only do they want to try and avoid Williams Esports getting through and then pulling away, if they can really defend, then they bring some of the others back into contention as well. And that's what they need. They need more cars in this battle, especially if there is now a danger that Williams could end up beating them, or at least, being on their tail at halfway. I suspect that maybe Beliziotis is starting to realise this as well, and maybe just choosing to sit behind for the time being. Of course, the trouble is they're still half an hour plus away from the next round of pit stops, so that is when that penalty will ultimately be served. So they are going to be sharing the same bit of racetrack for some time, and I do suspect at some point, if Beliziotis really feels like he's being held up, he may feel the need to go full attack. But right now, knows he's in a good position. They've got another 7 seconds or so over the next car, which is the other Williams Esports car. So the next sort of dangerous car, if you like, is Dino Lombardi, who is 13 seconds behind these two. So there's really no threat here for the number 55. They can just sit here in second place for a while and assess the situation.
Lifting off there from Balenciatis, he knew he wasn't going to get down the inside of that GT4 into turn 1, so why waste the fuel? He goes around the outside of 3 instead, does he? Yes. It's a long way around, but he's made it. And they're catching the Pure Sims Esports BMW as well. That's Alexander Bird at the wheel now. The 39, it should be the 16. And that's what they received a 1-minute penalty for earlier on. Even without that, they would still be running in 6th place, battling maybe with the BS Turner car. Williams Esports are in from the lead in 992. That should hand it over to Marvin Strell, but where are the other, or where are they going to come out, is the question. We've had 2 stints now, and only 2 teams are really willing to change any less than 4 tyres here out there. Smashers Nodju will be at the wheel for the 995 team. So we look at another battle further down in oh sorry, we're looking at the, I thought that was the GT3 Team 75 car. It's not. That's the new race leader there. The Williams Esports are going to come out down in 6th place, or maybe worse there for Nodju. Yeah, it will be 6th place after changing all 4 tyres again. So Marvin Stroll here leads the race, just ahead of his main championship rivals, and as a championship leader, there's not many better things you can do than lead and win the final race. That eliminates all mathematics, and they will know exactly what they need to do, and they certainly do at this stage. And they're performing well for now. Still a long way to go, but they're in the best possible place.
Indeed. Through turn 9, they will head then. 5 seconds the advantage for this Team 75 car. As it ducks and dives its way through the traffic. Still seeing some pretty close calls in amongst the lap cars here. No one really willing to give too much of a wide berth to the cars that they're putting a lap down. It can sometimes cause these little bits of casual contact that we've seen earlier on. I'm sure we will continue to see through the remainder of the race, so everyone doing their very best to not lose too much time, but to be careful when chopping back onto the racing line in particular. That's really what's been causing most of the issues. The drivers have got the inside of a slower car and then tried to merge back onto the racing line. Team 75, 5.5 seconds up in front. Oh, focus on another of those close moments in traffic. That caught our attention, Ewan.
I bet it caught his attention too. That was wild. Antoine Lacherit, it was, at the wheel of the ASR car in the 27. He's trying to catch Riley Sim Racing right now, and has done. Trying to now overtake, but I think he was just pulling around a slower car there, but did it way too quickly and nearly yanked his car into the wall on a straight. That was really weird, but anyway, he's saved it, and he's continuing on. Now in the slipstream of the BMW, it's going to be hard to catch and pass the Harvu 992 car with the GT3 in the background there as well. It will lift off early and brake early, and it looks like we're going to have to wait a little bit longer to see Lacherit try and make that move, but his heart rate's going to have to come down now as well after all that, as well as mine.
Yeah, I think all of us, to be honest. That was, this is where I get frustrated with people who say, oh, endurance racing is boring, and they're just driving around for hours, they're not really racing, are they? Well, that's not true. You do more overtaking in a multi-class endurance race than you ever will in sprint racing, a one-make sprint series. Even the most exciting one-make sprint series will only ever have, a handful of overtakes over the course of a race, whereas here, you're overtaking back markers, and okay, it's not for position, but you still have to physically overtake them, and every single time we focus on a car for long enough, we seem to see them having a close call in traffic, and these are happening all over the racetrack to every single car on pretty much every lap. And it's not until you really focus in on the stories of some of these teams and you really focus on them for a few laps that you realise just how close to disaster they find themselves so frequently, but good quick hands there, and managing to avoid that rather sketchy situation on a couple of occasions there. 27 car finding itself a lap down now, 12th position. Looks as though we've got 9 of the GT3 cars still on the lead lap. It would seem. Pure Sims Esports, I think, have just fallen off that lead lap now. And that leaves us with plenty of competitive cars and not huge gaps at the front, really. You in the top 4 in GT3, covered by less than 10 seconds, and that's partly because Dino Lombardi is driving like a man possessed in 4th place to make up for lost time, and at the moment is succeeding in doing so. Oh, that was close.
Wow, Belaziotis taking a risk that maybe he didn't need to there. So there was a 992 battle he was going through on. That was Guillaume Egloff, who was trying to make his way through on the SLC Movano Corsa car, and didn't really need to, I have to say. Could have just stayed behind there, but decided to go for it. And, well, that was very nearly a bit of an incident, I'm afraid to say. But they made it through. As you say, 9 seconds, 8.5 really, separating the top 4 in this race right now. But I'm just wondering how much further Williams Esports are going to go, because if I remember correctly, they did 50 minutes in the last stint. So they came in with about 10 hours 10 to go. You know, are they going to do 50 minutes again? Does that mean we're only, 5 laps away from a Belaziotis pit stop here? He's on lap 26 of his stint right now. And I do just wonder whether part of the reason this gap's come down so much, and part of the reason why he's so quick right now, is because he's got about a third of a tank of fuel on board right now than the MSI Esports car.
Well, they had a slightly longer pit stop this time. I seem to recall it was 31 seconds stationary last time. This time was about 35, 36. So they perhaps put an extra couple of drops of fuel aboard the Porsche this time around, and maybe saving fuel. In fact, it'd be interesting to listen here down to turn 1. No, okay, he's not saving fuel. No lifting and coasting going on at all. And in fact, this might present an opportunity here in traffic to have a go for the race leader. They're going to split the TCR car. No, to the inside, and Ken goes Belaziotis. And really trusting that the lapped car knew that's what he was going to do, which thankfully on that occasion they did. But certainly I think they can go a little bit further this time. But they were a good 5.5, 6 seconds less in the pit lane than the car ahead of them. So we're anticipating MSI are going to drop these 5, 6, 7 seconds or so because of the penalty at the next pit stop, but they may gain some of that back in the long run, because Williams obviously are going shorter on fuel now. That means at some point they're going to have to make that extra pit stop. So in a way, whilst this is a battle on the track for the race lead, they're both going to have delays of differing lengths and for different reasons at different points on in the race, and that will separate them for a little while, I think.
Well do. And this bit of lap traffic might well separate them here. Oh no. Thought that Bruce Sanchez might go for that. Another one of these Porsche Cup cars that just so quick. So quick. And difficult to overtake as well. Through on the inside. Through turn 12 they go. Belaziotis going to follow through. Down at 30. Then into the final corner. Very, very flowing final section that we have back again. I can't remember the last time I saw in real life. Well, I'll not mention motorbike racing, but because it's not the same. But in car racing, I can't remember the last time that I saw that chicane bypassed entirely. I've obviously seen a couple of versions of it, but it's good to have the nice flowing chicane back for the first time since about the mid-2000s, to be honest. It's been a very long time.
Well, you've got me thinking now, because I can't remember the last Grand Prix that would have used that faster layout. I want to say it was somewhere around 2010-ish, perhaps even longer ago than that. So, and of course, for a long time, it didn't really make much sense for Formula One to use the faster version of that final sector because the cars just couldn't follow each other closely enough. But supposedly these days, with the regulations introduced last year, they can now follow a bit closer. It's interesting, isn't it? We're seeing more tracks now go back to that fast flowing sort of layout, and modern Formula One racetracks being designed very differently than they were 20 odd years ago. The sort of cliched Hermann Tilke design, which was long straight into 90-degree corner, into hairpin, into chicane, into long straight. not really the way it's done now, as Formula One cars do adapt. If I could just put my grumpy old man hat on, though, for another second, if you'll indulge me, that does frustrate me a touch when racetracks change their design or are designed specifically for Formula One. I think the track designers sometimes forget that Formula One is not the only thing that races at that track, and it brings me back to my whinge about Turn 10 here at Catalunya. I much prefer the tighter version of Turn 10 because it was an overtaking opportunity in anything that wasn't a Formula One car, and that's kind of now gone. But Turn 1 is also an overtaking opportunity, and it was almost an overtake for the race lead there as Williams Banque almost saw a gap through the traffic, but again, sensibly choose to settle in behind. But it's not only Formula One cars or single-seaters that race here at Barcelona, and I'm not convinced that some of the track alterations that are being made these days specifically for Formula One are universally beneficial, shall we say.
Yeah, I do agree. People do forget that Formula One's not only the only motorsport in the world. It's very readily forgotten. It's very popular on Twitter. I don't know if it's just on people I follow, but it's very popular among people to mention to F1 fans when they complain about the off-season that Dubai starts on the 1st of January and stuff, or whenever it is. It's the first weekend of January, and I don't know, it's a very popular thing to do.
Well, and of course sim racing is all year round, so if you are missing motorsport through the winter months, then we've got you covered.
Exactly. We had I think my first endurance one was 7th of January or something. So it doesn't take very long to, because I guess you don't need the outdoor weather to be nice again in the northern hemisphere, especially just around our winter time up in the northern hemisphere. You don't need the weather to come back to us again. This is a look on board from Beliziotis, who had his arms everywhere there, and he's getting towards the end of his tyres, you'd imagine. So comes in for a pit stop. The number 5 has already been in, by the way, Daniel Pastor. 38 seconds of a stop that time. We're getting closer to a full stop, but they're still not quite doing it.
No, so 28 laps completed that time. And we've definitely seen them going further than that, haven't we? Well into the third. Oh, rear wheel's spinning there as it went up on the jacks. That could easily injure a mechanic's hand if we had real mechanics here on iRacing. It's not the case in this instance. So this is going to be important then. How much fuel do they put on board this Williams Esports BenQ car? They've been going slightly longer on pit stops each time the last couple of times. 31 seconds stationary a couple of stops ago, 35 last time around. Ticking towards that 30-second bracket now. Are they going to put a full tank of fuel in this time, I wonder? Car down off the jacks, tyre changing. This looks like more of a sort of traditional length pit stop, 38 seconds stationary in the end, so a little bit short, but they're getting longer each time, aren't they?
Yeah, they can't afford to keep doing whatever it was the first time around, 34 seconds pit stop. That's too short. They're going to find themselves in real trouble doing that, in terms of not only making 12 stops, but maybe 13. Now over the next 20 minutes, it's a case of whether MSI Esports can make it to the hour mark or not. Is it going to be another 35 laps for them? How many is it going to be? If indeed it is 35 laps, 12 laps time, we'll see that car down pit lane again. But that will be about a minute short again of where they need to be before the end of this one. Of course, they do have that penalty to serve in the 14. 5 seconds worth of a penalty to serve. And there is more penalty drama, by the way, to speak of. In GT4, SimRC have got a 10 seconds time penalty for aggressive driving. Though they are going to lose the lead, surely in GT4, so they've only got 2.5 seconds. That would drop them way down, maybe even drop them to 5th. There, Lucas Gabler is going to drop down with a 10-second penalty to be served at the next stop, which is coming up soonish. We've got the 9.14 as well in 9.92. The second right now, being caught by Luca Alpert. They also have a penalty to serve of 5 seconds pretty soon when they make their stop. Well, say pretty soon. It's about just under an hour's time when they make their next pit stop. And the 91 as well also has a penalty for that incident. That was Pike from Beach Racing. I'm sure you remember the incident on the front straight. It was a very big crash. It's meant that BS Competition are out of the race. and a 1 minute penalty has gone the way of the 91, which I'm not surprised about.
No arguments from me on that one, that is for sure. It is the championship no one seems to want to win at the moment, this though, isn't it? Because across all of the classes, we've seen, well, so we had a penalty for SimRC in TCR. They picked up a penalty now in GT4, just when they'd kind of got themselves back into the championship picture. Of course, in GT3, both of our top two teams have managed to get themselves involved in incidents, Williams avoiding a penalty, but MSI Esports, as we've documented, have this 5 seconds to serve at the next stop. So really the only class that hasn't had, I think I'm right in saying anyway, a championship contender receiving a penalty is the 992 class, but they're keeping us confused with their weird and wonderful strategy calls anyway. So yeah, this has been a very nervy start to the race. I didn't necessarily expect that. I think I said at the top of the broadcast that at least one of the classes would be decided by mistakes or over-aggression or penalties or something like that, but to have it happen in at least 3 of the classes, and we're not even a third of the way through this race yet, it is remarkable.
It certainly is. I get they might be thinking, when's our bad luck coming here in the lead of the 992 class? Well, see, they hope that it doesn't go at all, but the odds aren't looking good for them, based on what we've seen. Marvin Stroll is still 5 seconds worth of a lead, and the gaps are quite small in 992 really. ATRS Esports second, having taken no tyres. Phoenix Racing Esports third, ahead of Urano Esports and then the other ATRS Esports car. But as I mentioned, the 914 will have that 5 second time penalty for spinning around the 491, which is the Sabelt Esports car. I don't quite remember that incident, but clearly it did happen. And penalty to be served there. 44 incidents now, including the ones in qualifying, in for race control to have a look at here, which is really not great for them, for race control particularly, because all of them have happened in the last half an hour. They're up to date with stuff that happened 20 minutes ago, which is quite up to date compared to what we've seen before. They've been busy the entire time, but over the last 20 minutes there's been loads of complaints, loads of protests, loads of incidents for them to sift through as well, unfortunately. Trying to pick out important car numbers here for who's involved. MSI Esports, interestingly, are involved there in the 14, along with quite a lot of TCR cars and quite a lot of GT4s as well, have been involved in incidents in the last few moments, so we'll keep an eye on it. But I think a lot of people are going to be looking nervously at that sheet to see whether they've got one or not over the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, MSI's latest incident was with the 148 car, which was the Team Huizinfeld TCR car, which has not been investigated yet, and I don't know who was the aggressor in that situation. The sheet doesn't tell us, but that number 14 is appearing on that list far too often for my liking, and probably far too often for their liking. They've already got this one 5 second penalty, and there's a chance now they could end up picking another one up. We shall see. They haven't yet stopped, of course. We're not expecting them to, really. It's Williams who are pitting off sequence, and they again get involved in some contact with a TCR car. Now, that one was a little bit of squeezing, I think, from the TCR more than anything, but these little bits of casual contact, they all add up. You risk damaging the car if nothing else, but if you start picking up more penalties, then unfortunately that is going to take you out of contention for not only the race win but the championship. And this is the point, I think, at which you jump on the chat on the radio to your driver and just say, look, just calm down. We've got 9.25 hours to go. If you have to give way to a lapped car at this stage and drop a second, it really isn't the end of the world.
Absolutely. It's nervy times though for MSI. You can see that they're certainly nervous about this one at the moment, and maybe that is coming through, and it maybe did at turn 10 there, but it's a long way to go here. There's no reason to get too wound up about anything just as of yet. We're still more than 3 hours from the halfway mark, of course, as well. Start to do a little bit more maths as that time comes a little bit later on, and certainly at the end of the race as well, because we've still got a lot to work out, especially in GT4, which is turning out to be the closest of the championships. So I'm trying to make GT3 also a close one here this afternoon, but just under 5 seconds worth of a lead. I think it's worth giving a mention to Dino Lombardi for this stint here. Another 41-1 from him on the last lap. He's closing on MSI Esports here, and after that penalty, which was 15 seconds, let's not forget, he's recovered very, very well, and he's gained back a lot of that time that they lost.
No, he's spot on. It's been a really good stint this from Dino. And as I mentioned a while ago, he's really been dragging that car back into the equation. And as you said, 9 1/4 hours to go. You know, normally at this point we'd be approaching half race distance and thinking, right, you know, you have a problem now, you're not going to bounce back from it probably, but we're not even a third of the way through, like I said, so you can recover from 1 or 2 little moments maybe. If you really start to lose time out there now, then that will still prove insurmountable, I suspect. There is Corentin Guinez. It's still Guinez, isn't it? Yes, coming towards the end of a whopping 3-hour double stint to start his race. I think most of the TCR drivers have done doubles though, I seem to recall. Kind of makes sense, I suppose. They go 90 minutes on a tank of fuel, so may as well give them 2 full stints to start the race off. And Corentin Guinez with no qualms about running over that curb. The TCR car is more than capable of handling it in the exit of turns 7 and 8, but this gap that I sort of mentioned a while ago, they seem to be holding at 10 seconds, has just quietly grown to 16 seconds. It is like the Nürburgring all over again, isn't it?
It really is. Let's not forget when they all came out the pit lane just over an hour ago, the gap was down to 5 seconds because the leading car had to take a penalty, but that's now tripled, and MSI Esports are a long way behind. 11 points behind at the start of the day. They'd be 13 points behind if things were to end, or if halfway was to come right now, and that would leave Sim RC with only a top 4 needed to get to the championship by the end. Pure Sims Esports currently going to be losing another 6 points, so that's not great for them. But Ross McFarlane has indeed been there the whole time, and the gaps aren't that big in terms of the top 4. Separated by less than half a minute, I suppose. There are the gaps. It will be 9 points for Pure Sims, then it will be MSI. So MRC would actually need a podium at the end of the race, but even so, it's looking good for them. And let's not forget, it's not like NASCAR. We're not getting a safety car or anything at the 6-hour mark. It's just going to come and go, and the race will just continue. Which is what NASCAR should do, by the way. I'm
not sure about that.
Controversial. Or just get rid of the thing entirely. How about that? But anyway, it works for this certainly. Just not having a safety car at the 6-hour mark. We're just going to continue on, and I think it's a good way of doing it. It's a good way of offering a few more points. It does mean that effectively 60 points are on offer today, which in my opinion makes it a triple points race, which is really quite a lot. But even so, that's what we're doing, and it's going to be quite useful by the looks of things for quite a few of these teams. Doesn't look like it will matter too much to Sim RC, who will be very glad that they don't have that safety car and they can keep their 16-second lead, or it may well be more in 3 hours' time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the one thing I will say about not having safety cars is it means that you can have an open strategy. You know, you can commit to a strategy in hour 1 of a 12-hour race. As we saw for Williams, they decided very early on they were going to do these shorter stints and try and save some time in the pit lane that way, safe in the knowledge that unless you mess up or someone else messes up and causes you to lose time or get damage, you can stick to that strategy throughout. You know exactly how the race is going to plan out because there are no safety car interventions. But I don't know, I kind of like the unpredictability that you get as a safety car coming out midway through a fuel pit cycle or something can really mix things up. And again, from the neutral perspective, a little bit more action perhaps, but we've not been starved of action in this race, it must be said, and even as we do now tick towards 1/3 race distance, still so much up in the air. So yeah, that I suspect is going to be the case as we go even deeper into this race as well. You won't necessarily need safety cars in this race to keep the intensity up. 3 different classes of car going 3 wide across the start-finish line, and Pure Sims Esports 992 Cup car there, working its way past the Seabelt Esports Mercedes. You're right, I don't recall seeing the incident that they had earlier on that you mentioned, but they've managed to recover nicely. 4th place at the moment. They've been running top 3 until that incident and had one of the saves of the day. I think 2 contenders for save of the day so far. There was the Seibelt car over the curb at turn 7 and 8 early on, and then the BS Turner BMW in the pit lane, which perhaps takes that unofficial award for me at this point. What was a very, very near disaster. But the likelihood is, Ewan, as I was making the point a while ago, there are probably lots of these saves, lots of these close calls, lots of these moments that we just don't get to see because we can't possibly have eyes on 50 plus cars at one time. But there is never a dull lap in multi-class endurance racing, is there, regardless what class it is that you're competing in.
No, there certainly is, and I'd like to put forward, by the way, for save of the day, Antoine Lesserie nearly crashing on a straight. That was a save.
Yes.
Slightly bizarre, really, but it was entertaining and a good save as well, even though it was about here on the circuit. So there we are. That was ASR Able Esports, by the way. Guillaume Levesque is at the wheel now for them, down in 12th place, and disappointing really for them because they had that meatball flag earlier on, and that's set them back a very long way indeed. This is the Semote Esports car we were just talking about, trying to catch up with the SRC Movano Corsa. And it's trying to stay close to SimRC, because you've got to remember the GT4 leader will have a 10-second time penalty to serve when they make their next pit stop, which will be coming up in not so long. We've got to get through the GT3 pit stops first, but when GT4s come in, SimRC are going to be into the penalty box first for 10 seconds, then they'll make their stop. So we may well have a new leader, we may well have a new look to the front of GT4.
Yeah, exactly. These constant stream of penalties just continuing to mix the order up, really. Just when you start to wrap your head around what's going on, then yeah, you do seem to have another incident happens, another penalty applied, and it mixes things up even further. One thing I'm noticing again in the back end of this stint, going back to MSI Esports for a moment, their long run pace really isn't that impressive, is it? Now, I know they had that little knock with a TCR car just here, actually, a few laps ago at turn 10, but for whatever reason, Alejandro Avin Rui Sanchez really struggling towards the end of the stint, to the point that Dino Lombardi, who has had that penalty, was it 15 seconds, did you say, that they served earlier on? Well, he's only 3 seconds behind now, so over the course of one stint, Dino has managed to undo virtually all of that damage. Remember, the MSI car has this penalty to serve, at least one penalty to serve in the near future, with another under investigation. And yeah, it's really starting to slip away a bit from that number 14 car in this stint. I don't know if they've got damage from that contact, or whether it's just that their long run pace isn't that good, but either way, they are losing time. No. Through the right-hander at turn 4 they will go, and yeah, that lead gap coming down 2.5 seconds now, and a 1:42.3. Well, they were pretty even on the last lap, actually, Ewan, but yeah, definitely a concerning trend, this. And I seem to recall something similar happening at the end of the last stint.
It's been really bizarre, really, in the first 3 stints of this one. We've seen a lot of toing and froing with the stints in GT3. It seems that managing your tyres through the hour is pretty difficult. And maybe that's partly why Williams Esports have gone for those shorter stints where they can go a little bit quicker. Well, let's see, Otis not on the last lap, he must have had traffic, but the one before was back down into the 40s again, which is more than a second clear of MSI and Autos. So I think Williams are going to come out in the lead here quite comfortably. Certainly the 55 will. I'm not sure about the 5 with Daniel Pastor, because now he's nearly 9 seconds behind, but I think Bellotti is going to come out in the lead here. And then it will be MSI and Autos in whichever order, but we're not too far away from seeing those pit stops now. We're coming up to the end of lap 103, expecting MSI in lap 105, but Autos are in right now. They've put in another, I think that was 35 laps from them, but their second stop today was earlier than it maybe should have been, and so they're now coming in before the hour as well, which means they'll either have a splash and dash or they'll have to work some way around this. It's going to be a little bit awkward for them, really. I'm not sure why they came in so early not sure why they came in early in the second stop.
No, I'm not, especially because we are now halfway to halfway, if that makes sense. And presumably they're going to end up now pitting, they'll be making their, fifth pit stop, just before halfway, and there is a potential, therefore, that they will lose time there too. So, yeah, interesting call for them to make that slightly early pit stop. MSI managing to stretch this, though, at the moment. And so they now enjoy a 33-second lead, but of course that's all going to change in the next handful of laps when they make their way in. It will be significant to see whether they can stretch it past the 3-hour mark before they make their next stop. They really could do with doing that and putting themselves in a position where they can stay out a couple of stints' time beyond halfway, pick up a few extra points. And again, that's why I do like these halfway points. It means that some teams can try different things to score well out of this race, and it means that then you've got some points in the bank. Even if things go wrong later on, you've at least managed to take something out of the day, and encourages a slight variation in strategy, which we're starting to see now, certainly across the top 3 classes. TCR are a bit different because they've only had one stop, but even they will have to be mindful of this, won't they? Because their third pit stop of the race will come at around about that halfway mark too. Fourth pit stop even.
Yeah, 4 pit stop. I think it's hard to work out, really. But it is a good point, actually. I hadn't quite considered that Williams Esports, with their early stops, will find themselves quite far down at the halfway stage. Although, to be fair, Belaziotis is only 4th now. And so that is still a 6-point loss. But it's not as bad as it could have been. It just makes things a little bit more nervy, as we're still looking at this battle for third in GT4, which is looking very good now. Like these cars getting quite light now, and Riccardo Zappani trying to get a run out of the final corner there, wasn't really able to. He's in the slipstream, might not be able to go down the inside at turn 1 here or do anything really. You can see the Autos Esports car just behind there. That's now Yannick Labchan, who's just at the wheel, just ahead of Daniel Pastor. Actually, you can see the Williams Esports car in the background too. Just going to go right around the outside of everybody, and so he's about 7 seconds behind Williams Esports. If MSI come out in front of Autos, which they might not, then they'll still be behind Belaziotis, and so it is looking good for Williams Esports all of a sudden, as MSI come in still short of the hour again, although they'll only need 1 or 2 laps in the entire race. So it's still not a worry, as it wasn't an hour ago as well. I was making the same point. It's still not a worry now because there's a long way to go.
Well, I think they were 40 seconds short last time and 20 seconds short this time, so it's not necessarily that they're saving fuel, but just the way the timing of the pit stops, and that sometimes can save you, can't it? We tend to work on exact figures, or rough figures I should say. We say, oh, it's about an hour that they can do. Well, of course, depending on the length of a lap, and the length of time you'll then extra spending in the pit lane each time, it can sometimes just roll over to work out all right at the end of the race. So BMW Team BS Turner now take over the race lead. They are getting towards the end of their stint, of course. And the deeper into the race we go, the more off-sync the Williams Esports car is getting, because they're already 11 laps into this stint and we've not yet had the rest of them making their pit stops. So they really are going to be completely off-sync in another couple of pit stops time if they keep this going. As there is the 45 car in the pit lane now. And the bunch for Wheeler Racing Team also choosing this moment to make his third pit stop, or that car's third pit stop of the race. Be interesting to see if we get a driver change here for MSI. We did, and Danny Elgabe back at the wheel. Now that's interesting, Ewan, because he, I would say, was a little bit quicker maybe, and I'm not surprised to see them throwing him in the car now, knowing that they need to make up some time after the penalty that they've had to serve. The trouble is that drivers will have maximum driver times, won't they? So you don't want to use up your quick driver too soon, because you might need him again later on.
Yeah, certainly. You do. The maximum any one driver can complete, by the way, in one of these races is 70% of the laps. That's going to be hard to work out, and I won't. But roughly, I think someone, to be on the safe side, someone would need to do about 150 laps. Oh, no, that's... yeah, maybe. Or at least a combination of other people. If we're assuming that Danny Ogilvy will be the main driver for these for this team, then we do need to get a combination of other drivers to do around 150 laps, maybe 4 stints of this race would do, because that will be a third, and that will be fine, just about, to do it. BS Turner pull into their box, lock everything up, and go up onto the Jackson. That's going to allow Beliziotis to take the lead. German Sim Racing will surely be in here soon as well, and they are. So Beliziotis will lead. Then it's going to be Yannick Labchat just in behind, around 8.5 seconds. Not far behind is Daniel Pastor for, well, say he is a few seconds behind now. Daniel Pastor and Danny Ogilvy just under 2 seconds behind him. So the top 4 are the same once again, but they've once again rotated their positions for the 3rd pit stop cycle in a row, really. So after that penalty for MSI Esports, they've dropped down from 1st to 4th, and now Ogilvy really has a big job in his hands.
He does. 2 and a bit seconds behind Daniel Pastor, who is in his first stint in that car, so we don't really know what his pace is. His last lap was, no, excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong one, aren't I? It is still Beliziotis in 55. Pastor in number 5, of course, so yeah, 2.5 seconds behind that car, but 13 seconds or so behind Williams. So how has that happened? Well, it's not just because of the penalty, of course, because that was only 5, 6, 7 seconds lost. That accounts for about half of the time lost. The rest of it comes from the fact that Williams Esports essentially get a bit of an undercut, don't they? By pitting those dozen or so laps sooner, they're out there on fresh tyres going more quickly. Of course, the idea is that now cycles back through to benefit MSI Esports for the next handful of laps. Good side-by-side battle here for 7th place. Pure Sims falling behind Wave Italy Racing, 7th in the 992 class this is, and that changed hands through that final sector where you really can run side-by-side through all of those corners. Bit of rallycross action on the exit of the final turn for Wave Italy Racing, but they will now wave goodbye to Pure Sims Esports as they try to extend their margin in 6th.
Yeah, there are a couple of nice battles in 992 actually. At least this one for 6th place. Also got one for 2nd, with Alexander Lauritsen trying to hold back Luca Alpert, and they're all trying to catch Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC. Marvin Stroll maybe not as quick as Jürgen Frank, but it's hard for Beach Racing to catch when they're behind ATRS Esports. It does look like they've got through now though. I think that was down at turn 10 that they got that done, but it may have been somewhere else. Urano Esports are catching up as well in that battle for 2nd place, but they're still 3.5 seconds away right now, and so can't quite get there for the moment. And they'll try and catch up for the moment, but waiting to see when their next pit stops are going to be. They're kind of all over the place. ATRS Esports are not too far away from pit stops, but the 992 cars can go quite comfortably more than an hour. So the fact that ATRS are pitting every hour or so is actually going to mean they do make an extra stop compared to everyone else, and they are going to drop down as a result of that, particularly at the halfway stage, although I don't think they'll be worried about that as they're not really involved in the championship.
Yeah, exactly. That is a luxury that can be afforded only by those who aren't fighting for championships. They can just think big picture. Inevitably, it seems that for most of the classes anyway, if you're going to go for those mid-race points, you kind of have to sacrifice your ideal strategy and end up doing something a little bit different to try and make sure you get those points, but you can't afford to turn down those points. They certainly are going to be increasingly important for some of the class championship battles, particularly the likes of GT3 and GT4. Wave Italy Racing then through into 6th position in the 992 class. The lead gap in GT3 is just over 6 seconds now, and Beliziotis is lapping a little bit slower than Yannick Lapcham behind him, the Altus Esports car. And quite nice to have Altus back up there again now. After their earlier dramas, they've really been the comeback kings of this race so far. To P2 now, chasing after the race leader and lapping a little bit more quickly. Would not be surprised to see them in the lead by the time we cycle through to our 4th round of pit stops. Good indication here of how much the pit strategy has been mixed up in GT3, because we've still got some GT3 cars coming in and making scheduled stops. The Pure Sims Esports car, for example, of Alexander Bird is due in the next handful of laps as well, and we are also starting to get some TCR pit stops as well.
That's right on cue. The Pure Sims MSI and Fast Repair Motorsport Simify all into the pit lane now. And that's right on schedule for them. Unsurprising to see them in at this stage in the race, and we'll see the GT4s not long after them. So there's going to be a pretty constant trail of pit stops for the next half an hour, really, because by the end of it all, Williams Esports will be ready to come back in again in both of their cars. It'll be interesting to see, though, how much of a lead SimRC will have after all of this in TCR. Mark Perez gets at the wheel of the second-placed MSI Esports car. He's obviously more than a minute behind SimRC now, but what's that gap going to look like in a few moments' time? Because we're going to see Corentin Guinez into the pit lane. We'll probably see a change of driver. He's not coming in this lap, clearly, but he's probably going to see a change of driver, and we'll see what the gap is and see whether their control over this race is strengthened or loosened. I can imagine what my guess is going to be for that.
Yeah, I think I probably agree with you on that one as well. Interestingly, though, with TCR, they are all getting past an hour and a half, aren't they, each time, which is significant for halfway, because it means that they should all be able to make it to halfway before having to make that fourth stop of the race. So that takes a little bit of the strategy element out of TCR, which is a shame in a way, but it does make life a little bit easier for them. There's one less class for us to worry about working out fuel mileage and the strategy for halfway points. So SimRC in particular, able to go an awfully long way here, and that's always doubly frustrating, isn't it, really, if you're one of SimRC's rivals. They're quicker than you on the track, they're getting the look when things are potentially about to go against them. They seem to come out the other side well, and they're going further on fuel than you are as well. It's particularly frustrating, that element of it, because you're pushing so hard to keep up with them and not being successful, and then they're outlasting you on fuel mileage too. I mean, that really is getting close to the definition of unbeatable, isn't it?
Certainly is, and that's been the case over the last couple of rounds, really. Let's not forget they won the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship with the TCR category. Very strong in that one. Obviously, that's a more sprint-focused series. They won the GT4 category of this championship last season. The defending champions there. They are in with a shout of defending it as well after some wild things going on in GT4 today. And they look like they're on their way to TCR victory as well. They managed 5 wins on their way to a championship in GT4 last season. They're not going to do that in TCR, but the dominance they've shown in the last 2 rounds has been quite phenomenal. And once again, they are going longer on fuel than everybody else, than anybody else in TCR. And especially considering the pace that they have as well as the fuel mileage, it really is quite remarkable. And as I said earlier, it's the best thing you can possibly do as a championship leader. If you're winning the race, there's no maths that needs to be done. The equation is very, very simple, and they've made it very simple for themselves as well. SimRC also leading in GT4. It's turning into a good day for them, but with their penalty, they're going to come out right around this battle, and that could be very interesting. This fight for third is already an interesting one, but adding SimRC here as well would add another level of it.
Indeed. Apologies if you've mentioned this already, but I don't think we have. There's been another penalty dished out to Altus Esports, a 5-second penalty for overtaking off track. They were lapping the 457 car when they went beyond track limits to do so. So Altus Esports, we've just been saying they've sort of resurrected their chances in this race, and now they've got it all to do again. So only a 5-second penalty, I suppose, but still, that's another little bump in the road for them, and just when things were starting to come good for them as well. This is the car's second place in GT3, remember, so yeah, the penalties continuing to come in. No further action against MSI Esports though for their contact with 148, so that's a bit of a relief for the number 14 car. They've dodged a penalty, and actually one of the cars they're chasing has been handed another one.
Certainly, there are so many coming in here so far today. It's quite remarkable. More warnings, more penalties, and race control are now only what? Yeah, still around maybe 15 minutes down on where we are right now in terms of incidents, but we've seen so many so far. It's been a tireless first portion of this one for them. Nearly 5 hours now they will have been going at it since qualifying, if my maths is correct. I believe it is. So yeah, it's been a very long day so far for them. There was a look down the inside there from SERIES Esports on the inside line of Sashagola, but not able to go through. Was fiercely forward, and Isaac Hen comes into the pit lane. We're not far away from these two coming in as well, but it looks like Riccardo Zupani wants to go into this pit stop phase in front of the Mercedes that is currently ahead of him.
Yeah, certainly appears to be the case. Third place this in GT4 as it stands, and Sabre looking to try and get back onto the podium after their delay a little bit earlier on, where they were, I think, on the receiving end of some contact, weren't they? And fell down to fourth place, having been running as high as second in the early stages. And struggling now to find a way past the Mercedes AMG GT4 in front, looking to the inside now at turn 10, but again, that's a low percentage move. There's a long way to go before you have to start thinking about making those sort of lunges. And for SERIES Esports, just not really worth the risk. They sit fourth in the points, remember, just 1 point behind Impulse Racing, who have had a challenging day, shall we say. And, 9 points behind SRC Movano Corsa, with whom they are fighting now. So this is a significant battle, but instead of trying to pass them on the track, they're going to try and do it in the pit lane. They dive for the pit lane with the TCR car ahead, whilst SRC stay out.
Not ideal to follow a slower car into pit lane, though. And will have been a little slowing down there. SERIES Esports pull into pit lane, though, and they will go up on the jacks. Fiercely forward, who were in 5th place there and have been lurking so far, had stopped for 58 seconds, but there's very little strategy in GT4, really. It's very much change 4 tyres, fuel all the way up, and then get on your way again. And these guys aren't really struggling to make it to the hour either. In the first third of the race, first quarter of the race, they have been able to save quarter of an hour, so there is an outside chance that maybe 1 or 2 can reduce this to 10 stops, but it's not quite the same situation as we're seeing in 992, as Tomas Santo is really taking a strange line there. As Guillaume Egloff went through. Egloff here still trying to get through into 7th place. That Movano car, I can't remember the last time I didn't see him in that exact position. And I'm pretty sure that BMW GT3 in the background just dove everybody at turn 12 there.
Looked that way, didn't it? And it was a pair of GT4 Mercedes, I think, including Antti Salminen, who were on the receiving end of some of that rough treatment from the GT3 car, and it's continuing by driving onto the grass and nearly into the side of one of the Cup cars. I think the 992 car's a little bit further up the road, so that's a little bit of excitement going on again in traffic. This is where you do find, don't you, over the course of a race like this, I know you mentioned earlier on that the slower cars develop a bit of a hatred for the quicker cars, but certain teams do develop a reputation, don't they? And antics like that will get you very much off some of the other teams' Christmas card lists. All right, round the outside there for the BS Turner BMW. And that's flirting with that penalty that we saw handed out a while ago for car 43. To Esports for overtaking outside of track limits. You are not allowed to go outside of track limits for any reason unless you are forced outside of track limits. Even if you're negotiating a car that's going quite slowly, you're still supposed to keep it within the white lines. And if you do stray too far outside of them whilst overtaking, even if it's a lapped car, then penalties could be coming your way. Certainly a bit of track limits flaunting going on there through 7 and 8. So again, we get deeper into the race, and drivers start to get braver and braver with their track limits usage. Bravery, particularly the word, through 7 and 8. We've seen that curb can bite.
It certainly can, and it has bitten already a couple of these teams. Still 4 teams out of this race. We're now down to 52 running in this one. Visceral Esports GT3 and Pure Sims Esports GT4 both out of the race since we last went through it. Has meant that Constantine Sharp, well, it's no longer him, it's Dylan Scrivens now at the wheel for Urano. Still 4 laps down on the next car, still 13th in GT4. As I mentioned earlier, the maths will come later on with regards to how that's going to go. So stay tuned for that. As we go down towards turn 1 here with Talk Freak Racing. and Boots and VDS. Talk Freak still have quite a long way to go until their pit stop here, at least 5 laps. And that is certainly going to mean that they can do 10 stops in this race. As the leaders in GT4 now come in, SimRC will serve their penalty, then they will do their pit stop, and they'll be on their way. But that is going to mean Pure Sims Esports will not only take the lead right now as a result of pit stops, but they'll also take the lead in real time once they make their stop as well. They should come out in the lead anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So the drama of penalties happening across lots of different classes, not just the GT3 class itself. MRC, by the way, in TCR, they've obviously done a driver change. Nathan MS on board the car now. Mark Perez is still on board MSI Esports. Did Mark do the last stint? I think he did. Anyway, the gap is down. It was getting on for 20 seconds early on. It's down to 14 again now. Nothing to worry about for SimRC. They could afford to take a few laps to get up to speed. This is a significant battle though, isn't it? This is back in GT3 and it's the fight for third place. It's Williams Esports Chilled Blast Daniel Pastor against MSI Esports Danny Elgabe. The significance being that this is the sister car to the car with whom MSI are fighting for a championship. There is absolutely no way that Daniel is going to move out of the way here for the number 14 machine. This is going to be a pretty stout defence put up by the number 5 car. And it could be a pretty tasty battle to watch.
Oh, off the road for Maniti, is that? Or is it... it's not Harvu, that's too dark for a Harvu car. Is it Phoenix Racing Esport, maybe, who have gone off the road? The gap to... It is. They went round the outside of a TCR. I would have to say that the slower car was blameless in that Phoenix Racing Esport just came down on them, really, and now Robin Stroll's gap at the front of the field has wildly increased. Ooh. Dominic Hoffman for Urano's into the pit lane. That was quite a dive from MSI Esports. And, well, a good move, but a breathe-in moment for everybody involved. A few more incidents, few more close, scary moments that happen around the circuit all at once.
Love to see that move again because that did look aggressive, but I absolutely commend Danny Elgabe on making that move because I think he knew what I was just saying, which was that he was likely to get stuck behind that number 5 car for a while, and at the very first opportunity really dived up the inside. There's damage to the front of the number 5 Porsche as well, isn't there? Look at that. I don't know if that's just been sustained in contact with that. It was geodesic, Hydro Race geodesic racing car, which runs 9th in GT4. But it does look like the front of that Porsche is a little bit skew-whiff. So, anyway, great driving either way by Danny Elgabe there to get through into third place quickly, and that was minimal time loss, really. So he is now 9.9 seconds off the race leader, and that is the car that he really has to try and catch. He'll have to jump past Altus Esports, who he is 3.5 seconds behind right now, before we can even think about that. But that was a significant moment in this race potentially, because there was real potential there for Daniel Pastor to provide a real headache for MSI. In the end, that didn't really materialise.
Not quite. And Williams will have really been hoping that Pastor could have held Elgabe back for a lot longer. The Spaniard realised that and just went for it, threw it down the inside, and it's worked out well on that occasion, so he'll be very pleased. And still the top 4 in this race, separated by less than 10 seconds. There's nearly half a minute back to Billa Racing Team Euronics, who look like they're going to relinquish their hold of reigning champions, their title of reigning champions in this series. Not really been their season. The Lamborghini that they used last season has fallen out of favour, and so they've had to use the slightly more unfamiliar BMW, which has still got them to a good place in the championship, but not where they want to be. And so they're going to probably finish down in third, or maybe even a little bit lower in the standings here this season. Good battle going on for 4th place in GT4 at the moment, with Talk Freak Racing yet to pit, but Fiercely Forward and SimRC certainly have. Lucas Gabler has now worked out where he will be. It looks like 5th place just for the moment. And that's a lot of work to do for SimRC, who were getting themselves right back into the championship with the situation they were in. But that penalty has cost them 4 places.
Yeah, and that's costly. Again, the margins are so tight in all of our classes, really, that if you, maybe TCR, if you do have a penalty or a slip-up somewhere, you're not just going to lose one place, and those are significant points, especially actually when we get into the second half of the race and we start looking at the final race result, because that is double points. So normally it's a couple of points difference between each position on the track, and that suddenly doubles to 4 points per position. And if you're 3 or 4 back, you can very easily start going into double figures as far as amount of points that you're losing. And most of our championship battles are too finely poised to be doing that. So, yeah, really costly stuff with some of the penalties that are creeping in now. And, you have got to try and limit those, got to try and get through the race with as few of those delays as possible. One of the interesting bits of information that we get on our live timing screen, which is linked in the YouTube chat, by the way. If you wish to follow along at home, we can see the total amount of time spent in the pit lane over the course of the race, and it's always interesting when you get into those final few hours to see who has played that better, because there is time to be saved in your pit strategy, of course, but also those who have had penalties or damage to be repaired and whatnot, they will very quickly find themselves dropping 30, 40, 50 seconds or so, and you just can't get that back.
Certainly. Very difficult to do so. SLC Ravana Corsa, I was trying to say that. It's getting difficult. Leaders of GT4 at the moment, Sasagorlet now into the pit lane, and that will allow Matthew Turnbull to take the lead there, and it should allow that battle with Riccardo Zupani to also recommence here, if indeed it works out as we're expecting. Well, I've still got a couple of seconds to wait here. Pure Sims are going to go roaring past, and then these lot are going to come into the picture as well. Lucas Gabler at the back of the three of them, trying to apply the pressure in that Aston Martin. Gabler's coming up to a year in the SimRC team, by the way. Joined last March in 2022, and has now been there for a year, and it's been quite a successful one, relatively speaking. Still involved here in the GT4 Championship. A couple of second places in these races, including back in February at the Nordschleife. It does look like Stebo Esports were able to get in front, and Movano, of course, have come out way behind everybody there in 6th place. Their pit stop times look fine, so I wonder whether they had issues on their in-laps there, because they were battling with Stebo Esports not so long ago, and now they're, more than 10 seconds behind them. There must have been a problem on their in-lap.
Yeah, that almost tells me that there was a fumble in the pit lane, slipping through the pit box or something.
Yeah, but their pit stop time in the box and their time in the lane looks fine. Yeah. And their in-lap looks alright. Their actual in-lap, I mean the lap before the in-lap, whatever you call that. 2 laps before their pit stop, maybe 3 laps before. Something may have gone wrong, because I can't find any other reasons as to why they would have lost so much time without... Well, I just can't find a reason at the minute.
No, you're right, that doesn't make much sense. Not the first time we've been confused about things that have happened in this race, and it won't be the last, but yeah, I'm at a loss as to what happened there. As you say, there must have been an incident, delayed in traffic, or something odd that happened on that in-lap that cost them that time. But that's, again, one of those little things that every team runs the risk of. They all have these little dramas. If you were to ask every single team at the end of this 12-hour race whether or not they had a clean race, not a single one of them would say yes. They all have some obstacle to overcome, something that happened that was either within their control or out of their control, that delayed them by the end of the race, and it's about minimising those, and the team that has the fewest issues throughout the race will be the ones that come out on top. The Smart C car there just slipping up the inside into the first couple of corners. Nice clean move made through turns 1 and 2 that time around. And the Aston Martin looks like a strong package, doesn't it? And I would hope, I'm with you, I would hope we'll start seeing more of these Aston Martins on GT4 grids in the near future, because for whatever reason it doesn't seem as popular as the Mercedes, but I've yet to see it look uncompetitive really across any series. So yeah, hopefully more people start to cotton on to that.
It's just not been picked that regularly, really. in any GT4 series that I've seen, although I haven't commentated on any GT4 only series, to be fair. It's always been an endurance racing setting, but it's just not that widely picked. But for my money, it's the best looking of them. Certainly the best looking of them on iRacing anyway. It might not be that quick, but that's not really what I look for when I'm picking a car, to be fair. So there we are. Lucas Gobler down the inside though, and that will be up to 4th place for him. So through, oh dear, bit of contact. Through on Talk Freak Racing and Fiercely Forward they go. Having word through as well, David Haynes, by the way, is here and will be on commentary with Lorenzo Bonda in just under half an hour, already giving us information and telling us about stuff that we haven't seen. Impulse Racing seem to have hit the wall in GT4. Sven Groot, who is at the wheel there at the moment, and seems to have a meatball flag as well. So that might be a second pit stop in very quick succession for that team in a few moments' time. But Lucas Gobler's made good progress here. He's up to 3rd place at least, and now just under 15 seconds off the lead.
So 8.5 hours and change to go. And Williams Esports continue to lead in the GT3 category. Now they are ticking towards 30 laps on this stint, aren't they? Yeah, 28 laps, and they've been only just going over 30 laps on their short fuel strategy that they're on. So not that far away from another lead change, although it will likely happen in the pit lane, not on the track. The gap I've really been monitoring within GT3 is the gap between 2nd and 3rd places, and it's not coming down all that much. Danny Elgabay has taken about half a second or so out of Yannick Lapchan since I first noted it. It's just a fraction under 2 seconds now, 2nd to 3rd, but he is gaining, they're both gaining actually slightly on the race leader, so 6.8 seconds now cover the top 3 and still only 10 seconds covering the top 4. Considering we're 3.5 hours into this race, Ewan, that really is remarkable, and it shows the high level of ability we've got within that GT3 class. I know they've all had their ups and downs, but they've still all come out of this first portion of the race pretty much locked together. You would not count any of those top 4 teams out of a race win. I guess you could argue that the 5 car is unlikely to win if it means taking points off the 55, but at least the other 3 all still in contention.
Very much so, and that's very encouraging for us. We're very pleased about that. So, lot to look forward to during the remaining 8.5 hours of this one. As I said, in 25 minutes' time, we'll be stepping aside for David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonda. Bit of a commentary swap on Racebook TV. I'll be back a little bit later on to go towards the end of this race. Now, this is our answer. Oh, goodness. SRC Movano Corsa got served by Lipa Esports, I think that is, in GT3. The Lamborghini didn't realise that the Mercedes was coming to pit lane, and why would they expect it, I suppose? Contact was made, and Movano were very lucky they had an extra lap of fuel on board there, because otherwise they would have been in real trouble.
Yeah, that was, again, just clumsy, and it's one of those miscommunications in a way. Well, not even miscommunications, as you said, there was no way of predicting that was going to happen. Of course, there are ways of avoiding that, though. Don't forget that within iRacing, you have the option to assign to different buttons to say and do lots of different things. And one of the things you can do is have a button set up to notify those around you, whether you're pitting in or pitting out. Oh, that one was a little bit clumsier, though. How many times have Impulse Racing been on the receiving end of contact from GT3 cars? It seems like that's at least the 3rd time, and that will be significant contact, and unfortunately happened just as they went past the pit entry. So they'll have to go a full lap in order to get back into the pits. But yeah, you know, that you can notify teams around you when you are planning on making a pit stop, and that's why I see very few people actually bothering to do that these days, and that always frustrates me, because incidents like the previous one that we saw for the SRC Movano car can so easily be avoided.
Yeah, certainly. It's a really disappointing incident to see, really, that kind of thing, because it's just so avoidable. But there we are. As you say, Impulse Racing have really been through it today. They've been on the end of multiple incidents that weren't their fault. And does this open another opportunity for Dylan Scrivens for Urano Esports to gain another position out of this one? Currently down in 13th place, which means they're currently scoring 3 points at the halfway stage and 6 at the end, which is losing a lot of points. But another 3 points could be gained throughout the entirety of the day if they're able to overtake Impulse Racing, and maybe given the amount of bad luck they've had so far today, Impulse Racing might just decide that in GT4 they're not going to continue on anymore. So there is a possibility here for Urano Esports to maybe get back in front again and maybe gain some points in that way. Maybe it's not quite over for them just yet in this championship.
No, absolutely. I'm not counting anyone out the way that this race has gone. Across all of the classes, we've seen dramas for either race leaders or championship contenders or both. And that's only within the first few hours of the race. Now, I know that the track is more congested. You're more likely to have incidents in that first part of the race. But as I said, the deeper into this race we go, in a way, the more likely we are to see mistakes made by tired drivers. And especially with the way that we have the points set up in this race, because we've got points at halfway, you almost get a mini finish to the race, don't you, at 6 hours in. And so there is that intensity level that will naturally start to pick up between now and 6 hours, and then it might settle down again until the very end. But given how tight these championship battles are, it is really essential that teams contending for points leads maximise their points at halfway. Pit stop here for the race leader, so Williams Esports Ben Q are back in the pit lane. I didn't quite notice how many laps they'd done that time, Ewan, but I think it was slightly more than previously. The big question though is how long will they spend in the pit lane this time?
Yeah, it was with 9 hours 20 to go they came in last time, so 8 hours 27 we'll call it this time. A little bit longer, a couple of laps longer maybe than they did on previous stints. Balanciotis stays at the wheel again, so clearly going to go on and do 3 stints on this occasion, although they're not quite hour-long stints, so it's going to end up being about 2 hours and a half at the wheel for him, which is fine. And then he might well change over and revert back to the previous driver, or indeed someone new. We'll wait and see on that one, of course, but Balanciotis leaves now. And it's another 38 second stop, so they seem to have found a happy medium at 38 seconds or so. Just remains to be seen how many pit stops they want to do today. That's the Williams Esports 992 just behind, trying to balance its own battle and its own pace, of course, its own lap time, but also trying to let Balanciotis have the best run out of the pit lane possible, which is the advantage you have when you've got so many teammates around.
Yes, exactly, and that's always nice to have that luxury of teammates to fall back on to protect you in these situations. And we've seen these two working really well together, these two cars, throughout the season. I mentioned the Nürburgring a lot because that really was the race where everything went to plan. It's funny, isn't it? You go to a place like the Nordschleife and you are able to execute a perfect race with virtually nothing, well, I don't think anything went wrong for Williams Esports across the entire 6 hours. Here at Barcelona, a far easier track, you would think, to negotiate and to compete at. And it's been anything but plain sailing for any of our cars, really. But Williams Esports themselves have had a couple of little dramas in this race. So Balanciotis back out in the number 55. And as you said, that was another short pit stop. So their pit strategy continuing to befuddle me a little bit. And it really is only as we get into that middle portion of the race that it will all start to become clear. But they must have this figured out. If there's one thing we know from Williams Esports, Ewan, they normally are on point with their strategy. They felt the need to do something different here today to try and keep themselves that championship advantage. And it may not be for another 8 hours or so that we work out how successful that was.
Well, certainly, that's the beauty of it. Got a long way to go here. Autos Esports, then, 1.5 seconds ahead of MSI Esports. We were talking so much about Dino Lombardi and his chase down of the leading car earlier on. The roles have been reversed. MSI Esports are now chasing down Autos for the lead in this one, in a race that's just toing and throwing again and again. 24 minutes though until MSI will be in. It'll be about 20 minutes until Autos Esports come in. So we're getting quite a disparity now in terms of pit stops in GT3, and we're sort of getting towards that stage in the race where we're almost always entertained because the pit stops are coming pretty much constantly at this stage. There's always something going on down in pit lane or indeed out on the circuit, as we're seeing right now. But hopefully we've got 20 minutes to enjoy this battle between the top two.
Yeah, exactly, and that's another benefit of having Autos Esports back in the mix, which they weren't for the last stint after their penalty, which means is that even when Williams make their pit stops and out of sync, we still are left with some intrigue at the front of the field. Again, this has been a solid stint, this, from Danny Elgabay. He has been the quicker of the two MSI esports drivers that we've had in the car so far. And he's now only 1.5 seconds behind Altus Esports' Yannick Lapcham. They're both on roughly the same strategy. MSI did pit a couple of laps earlier than Altus. So whilst they both should be able to make it to halfway without having to make an extra stop, it'll be a little bit more secure for Altus Esports. If Altus can come out of this with a race victory at the end of the day, that will be a really, really good recovery after the 15-second penalty that they sustained earlier on. But if they are going to win, they're going to have to get through this car, which may be behind them for now on the track, having had its own penalty and its own incidents. Done a decent job to get even within a second and a half of the race lead again. The gap continuing to come down by the corner. And interesting to note as well that I mentioned in the previous stint that it was about this point at which the number 14 car seemed to start losing pace. While with Danny Elgabay at the wheel, it seems to be coming on stronger and stronger as the stint goes on. And again, a sign of how different drivers have different strengths and weaknesses. Some might be quicker outright, some might be a little bit better on their equipment, and it seems that Danny really is the full package.
Absolutely. I do believe they'll need, as I keep saying, I still think they need to do a 36 lap stint to make sure they get to the halfway stage without making a stop just beforehand. They desperately need those full 20 points. And I think Williams will drop points at the halfway stage based on what we're seeing right now. I really do think they will drop those points. So I think it's very, very important for them. There is the Williams car just up in front of, or one of the Williams cars, passing the 992, just in front of German Sim Racing. That's Louis Nasser. I'm looking at the timing screen at the best time again. But just difficult to pass these Cup cars. As we say time and time again, they're just so quick. Well, Full Send Racing were fully sent there, and I think that was the 5, not the 55. I think that was Louis Nasser there that got into the Full Send Racing car, but that was really silly as well. I mean, very clumsy.
Yeah, that was through the penultimate corner, I think, wasn't it? That was never on. Even from that angle, we could see that was never on. Yeah, the German Sim Racing car having a really tough time lapping the Williams Esports Cup car, which, as we've said, is so quick down the straights. And the Lamborghini, clearly not the fastest GT3 car down the straights, finally gets through. But my oohing and ahhing a while ago was because there was a real headbutt given to the Porsche by the Lamborghini at turn 10. And for a brief moment, I actually thought it was the number 5 car, which confusingly is now coming in sight ahead as well. So the two identically liveried Porsches running in different classes, but from the front you really can't tell the difference between them all that easily. And they are pretty close together to each other on track as well. But yeah, I suspect we may see car number 5 appearing on Race Control's list of shame. And it won't be long before we get an outcome on that one, I suspect. Not likely go the way of Williams Esports. But you're right about the point you were making a while ago about Williams and the halfway points. That at the moment they keep coming out of the pit lane in 5th place. So when they're making their early pit stops, they are in 5th. Now, assuming that the 4 cars ahead of them can all make it to halfway in a stint or so's time, get there without having to pit just beforehand, that means that Williams are likely at halfway to score 12, maybe 14 points if they can pick up one position in the next 2.5 hours. Net position, whereas whoever leads at that point will score 20. So that's a potential 6-point swing, well, potential 8-point swing actually, that they could end up losing. And if they end up losing that to MSI, then suddenly this becomes virtually winner takes all when we get to the end of the race.
Now, in GT4, SERIES Esports have been into pit lane for just over a minute's worth of a stop. Not a long stop, but an unscheduled one, certainly, here. Not entirely sure why, but they have. And they've now dropped down to 8th place with Roberto Ferrari at the wheel. I don't know why. I don't know if I don't think there was any incident, actually. There may have been some sort of problem with the driver who was at the wheel previously, because Ferrari wasn't... I didn't get in initially, I don't think. There may have been a crash, but I don't believe so. Though there may have been a problem personally for the driver there. Still waiting for a couple of the pit stops in 992, but as expected, Urano have come out in front of they've come out miles in front of Phoenix Racing Esport. Where have they found themselves? 7th place, Luca Alpert now behind Waverley Racing Team as well. So that's not great news for them, but that spin has cost them a lot of time. And Marvin Stroll with 9 seconds over them after taking a little bit less time in the most recent pit stop there in 992. Impulse Racing have also fallen down below Urano Esports in GT4, so that's another 3 points on the day going to be added to Urano Esports. As of right now, they would be scoring 4 points at the halfway stage and 8 at the end. This is an incident with Boots and BDS getting spun around by one of the GT3s. A case of free wide into turn 4 didn't quite fit.
Yeah, Bila Racing Team, I think that was at the inside, and it was an Impulse Racing Hyundai, I think, that they were also lapping. So again, 3 cars from 3 different classes coming together. Williams Esports 992 car pits from the class lead. This will likely put Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC back in front, and that will cycle us through this latest round of 992 pit stops, where again, Team 75 on the previous stop, yeah, pretty standard length pit stop, but whatever a standard length pit stop is for the 992s, because it really is different based upon A, how much fuel they're putting in, and B, whether or not they're fitting tyres, and in fact C, how many tyres they're fitting. We've seen 2 tyre stops, no tyre stops, 4 tyre stops. The 992 class, as ever, is keeping us guessing as far as pit strategy is concerned. Again, a lot of this will become clearer after halfway, when I wonder whether we'll start to see a bit more of a standard strategy once those halfway points have been dished out. Team 75 move into the class lead. Urano Esports into 2nd place in that class. And again, only 10 seconds, let's call that, between the top 2 in 992s, considering we've been racing now for nearly 4 hours. No safety cars, as we've said, in this series, so it's been a genuine 3 3/4 hours worth of racing. The margins that we're getting are much tighter than I expected, and certainly across the 24H Series races that I've covered this season, this is looking like being the most competitive. What more could you hope for in a championship decider?
Well, exactly. I don't know if it's if it has anything to do with the 12-hour element of this race, or quite what's at play there, but either way, it's good to see the situation we're in, and it's been a good race so far. ATRS Esports 3rd and 4th in the 992 category here. They will be making an extra stop compared to some others in the field, but excuse me, they are 3rd and 4th. They've just jumped up after Williams Esports pitting, but they've just exchanged position. More importantly, that's what we've just seen. Matthias Burt gets in front of Samuel Jordan as they're being caught by Mashius Noj and also Jeremy Lemire as well. Luca Alpert. It's very congested in 992, and over the next hour, I think we'll be enjoying some fights in this category. Was hoping that over the next 15 minutes we'd see a battle for the overall lead, but that doesn't look like it's going to transpire anymore. Altus Esports look like they have enough to get to the next pit stops with that lead, and I guess it's not super important either for MSI Esports to lead at this particular stage. It just matters in 2 hours and 15 minutes time, really. That they are leading, because I do strongly believe that they need the full 20 points at halfway.
Well, they absolutely do. The thing is, though, that they have to be gaining ground the entire way between now and halfway, because once this all settles out, they're going to have to get past Altus at some point. No time like the present, is there? Trying to establish yourself out in front, especially since Williams Esports have that race lead for a period during each stint. Okay, they're not likely to be there the halfway point, but by the end of the race, Williams Esports presumably have planned this so that they will be at the front of the pack, and then MSI will have to try and get through, and they would hate to miss out on the race win by a couple of seconds, knowing that they didn't, get a move on and find a way past Altus Esports in these relatively early stages. 2 ATRS Cup cars here running together. They are 3rd and 4th respectively in their class, the 992 class. Both on slightly different pit strategies, you'll be shocked to hear, and it is the 914 car that pitted the most recently, actually, so a slight advantage there. Samuel Jordan in the 913 pitted 26 laps ago, so getting towards the closing stages of his latest stint, and his teammate around for the time being.
through turn 9 for the ATRS Porsche, and more lapped traffic again. Still, we do have Impulse back in the race. Timo Hayden is 9 laps off, 8 or 9 laps off of the lead of GT4, and a couple of laps behind the next car, which is Dylan Scrivens. He's about to make his way through and start making his way past some of the TCR category cars in the overall field, but still 52 cars out there here today, and lots of lap traffic. We don't often see endurance series with 4 classes in sim racing. It's pretty rare, in fact. 3 is a bit more common, 2 sometimes as well, but 3 is more common. It just means that there's an awful lot of traffic to negotiate, as we just saw there. That was only 3 of the 4 classes in those shots through the final sector there for Matthias Berg to negotiate, but it still looked very, very busy. It almost looks like the start of the race sometimes. I remember that period of traffic about 40 minutes in to this race. That was particularly wild, and sometimes it looks like that all over again with the amount of cars that are still out there on the circuit even now.
It certainly does. And, it actually makes the driving standards look pretty impressive. I know it sounds like we're sort of getting onto the drivers a bit because we have had a number of incidents, quite a lot of penalties handed out, but actually when you see some of the situations the drivers find themselves in, it's a miracle it doesn't go wrong more often. Particularly when you get those situations where 3 or more classes of car are occupying the same bit of track at the same time, particularly through high-speed sections like turn 3, like Campsa there at turn 9, through the last couple of corners as well. If you've got a TCR car ahead of a Cup car, ahead of a GT4, ahead of a GT3, they're all carrying very different speed into those fast corners, and they're all pretty much single file. The faster the corner, the harder it is to go side by side through them, even if it is with a car in a different class. So there are lots of times where it's gone wrong, but there are probably more times that we've seen where actually they've handled the situation really well, especially when you consider how tight the positions are, the gaps between positions are out there. It's pretty impressive, actually, that we don't get more contact and more penalties dished out. You will be shocked to hear, Ewan, that Cardinal 5 is under investigation for that contact that it had with the Full Send Racing Hyundai a while ago. That one's a little bit down the list, but I'm sure that we'll get a verdict on that very shortly. And that is of some significance, actually, because that's the wingman car, isn't it? That's the car that's up there supporting 55. We've mentioned that a couple of times this race already. They are sort of running the same race, and they're going to get separated if that car gets a penalty.
Oh my word. Harvu into the wall in the 992 Porsche category. That was big contact. And, who was involved as well? This is Boots and Vidias undercut, also getting hit and clipped by Wave Italy Racing Team through turn... Oh, and even grabbed the wall as well, through turn 13 that was. But goodness me, a couple of incidents there that had quite big consequences. That was was that the GT3 Team 75 car, or was it the 992? Because if it was the 992, then it's the class leader. Their GT3 is down in 13th, unfortunately, but I think it was the GT3. But either way, big contact for Harvu. That's the main thing there, and you can be sure they're down in pit lane now, and will be for quite some time. Well, I don't see them in pit lane at the moment. The whole front end was ripped off of that. I'm very, very, very surprised.
Yes. Yeah. Their last lap was a 49, so a handful of seconds off the pace. Not that bad. I guess they're getting close to a pit window, aren't they? Let's have a look. Harvu, you in again. Oh, no, actually, they're not that long pitted. So, no, I'm not quite sure why they're continuing to soldier on with a car that clearly is going to be suffering damage, lots of damage. We're hearing it was the 75, by the way, not the 975, so you're right, it was the GT3 car, but I'm amazed that car's not had to go through the pit lane and is only running about 3 or 4 seconds a lap off the pace right now, so they build them strong, clearly. And as I've said it a few times in the past, iRacing, as lifelike as it is, the one thing they haven't simulated on these Porsches is that if you even breathe on the front bodywork, you're probably going to split a radiator, and actually you can have some pretty hefty front end damage in these cars. And it's almost like iRacing lets you get away with it because you can't damage the engine if you damage the front of a Porsche, because that's at the back of the car. The radiator can be pretty vulnerable in those situations, but hey, Harvey, grateful I'm sure to have got away with that, sort of.
Yeah, sort of. They are damaged, as you mentioned, and they are going a little bit slowly. My timing screen clearly telling lies at the moment, because it's telling me that Apex Racing Academy just did a 1:16, which can't be true. I think that's the Formula 1 pace around here, maybe Formula 2 pace or something. So that's not true, but it was making me doubt about whether Harvey were in the pit lane at all or not, but they are not in the pit lane. They're still out there, and I'm amazed as well that is the case, really, because it was a big hit on the wall. Not much of a gap between these two. This is Sebel Esports versus SLC Movano Corsa. That's for 9th place in 992. There's a free car battle for 4th in 992 right now as well. And the gap between the leaders is only 1.5 seconds at the moment. We're coming up towards the end of our little stint here, Andy. We've watched the first third of this race, very much almost. It's been very enjoyable so far. There's been a lot to watch and plenty to look forward to over the next 8 hours as well.
Yeah, absolutely. No complaints from me. This has been a really intriguing opening 4 hours of racing, and really the drama started in qualifying, didn't it? A couple of cars getting penalties there. We had some very mixed up grids, a couple of championship leaders that maybe were starting to feel the pressure and, found themselves a little bit out of position on the grid. And that really then kind of translated into a very exciting and eventful opening hour or so of the race. We obviously had the drama in TCR at the very first corner, with Pure Sims getting tagged into a spin and somehow SimRC coming through all of that. They then got themselves a penalty and are now, by the way, being caught by MSI Esports again. 13.1 seconds between those two. It's been a fascinating battle in GT3. We've had championship drama in GT4, with the Urano car getting hit while serving a penalty in the pit lane. One of the most bizarre things I've ever seen. And the 992 class, I mean, where do you even start? Strategy all over the place. So this has been a very exciting first 4 hours. They've absolutely flown by, which I know is the cliche, but they really have. And I can't wait to see what's going to happen over the next 8 hours. I may not be back on commentary duties today, but I'm not going to be taking my eyes off this race, because I think it's going to go right down to the wire for the race and probably for 1 or 2 championships.
Yeah, you will need a calculator in hand at home. I'll certainly have one a little bit later, because it's going to be difficult to work out. Not much point in doing much at this stage, but
you've been saying that for 4 hours, Ewan, and yet the calculations keep on coming.
Oh, Impulse have just gone around there. Yeah, that was the TCR car. Yes, I do keep doing calculations. This is the incident here for the 122, and again slammed into by Sebel Esports. Once again, Impulse Racing, sometimes it just isn't your day, and it really isn't theirs. And I don't know if I've ever seen one singular team have such bad luck over so many different cars in one race.
Exactly, because it's not just been the TCR car, has it? We've got a GT4 car that's been in the wall a couple of times through no fault of its own. And if ever there was a team who had a right to feel aggrieved at the way they're being treated by the quicker cars, it would be Impulse, wouldn't it? And that would have done a little bit of damage to their car, possibly a bit of damage to the Sebel car as well, although it seems to be running fine now, doesn't it, in this ongoing scrap they're having with the SRC Movano car. We've also got the overall race leaders about to work their way through. Just there in the background is the Altus Esports car of Yannick Lapcham. See, that gap is just creeping down ever so slightly. It comes down by a tenth or so every lap. It's varying by the corner, really, as traffic ebbs and flows, but right on board here with Daniel Gabay in second position. Both of these cars, remember, have had penalties, and yet here they are 4 hours in, contesting the race lead, almost down to 1 second now. Disappointingly though, Ewan, we are getting now down towards the end of this stint, so just as they get themselves together on track, it seems as though maybe the battle will be put on ice, but they are at least going to be pitting around the same time, so hopefully if they come out together, the battle will continue.
Certainly, it's going to be a very interesting one, as the gap falls to just half a second as the traffic continues to come thick and fast. It's time for myself, Ewan O'Leary and Andy McEwen alongside me to bid our farewells for the moment. We're staying right with it here on Racebot TV, though. The 24/8 Series Esports finale here at the 12 Hours of Barcelona. Leading battle very much on. It's the perfect time to hand over to Lorenzo Bonda, but first to David Haynes.
Well, thanks, guys. Thanks, Ewan. Thanks, Andy. David here now with Lorenzo Bonda, and we ride on board 3 wide down the pit straight. Season finale of the 24-hour Series Esports season 2022-2023, with still 8 hours of racing still yet to go. Lorenzo, it's been super tight.
Yeah, extremely tight, and of course some of the championships kind of like running away a little bit because of some of the incidents and how the race transgressed during these first 4 hours. But other than that, it's pretty much tight. Everybody just trying to keep themselves on the track, getting those halfway points and then the double points at the end of the race.
MSI Esports in battle looked pretty good for MSI through the opening sector of the lap here. A lot of traffic for both involved, though, does not make it easy at all. Danny Algabay to the lead from Yannick Lapchin, finding that almost all of the lap traffic lies between turn 1 and where they are right now. We are on board with the now second place Porsche as it makes its way to pit entry. Yannick Lapchin defeated on circuit, but then immediately to pit lane. Still, this is crucially a minute and a half before the top of the hour, and as he missed the penalty box, thought about it, and then had to carry on to the pit lane. That looks like it could have been a pretty damn costly mistake there for the Altus car as well.
Yeah, hoping that he actually didn't break that, because if he did, that would have been a world of hurt, because they have about a certain time limit, and I don't know if they would be able to serve that time, the penalty within the time allotted they have. So it's unfortunate, but let's see how it will be moving forward from this race. So far, having a solid race, and I think it is. I'm just taking a quick look. It's the first really good race they've been having this season. They've just been struggling all over the 5 rounds, so they need a good race to wrap up the season, maybe within the top 10.
Okay, well, that is fuel right there for Yannick Lapchin. 42 seconds. He remains in the car. I'm looking at the penalty sheet here. Penalty was issued 13:20 GMT. The deadline to serve it of 14:50, which is 45 minutes from now. So that car, is going to have to alter its strategy to come back through the pit lane and serve that 5-second penalty that will look more like a 5-second plus drive-through penalty. Here is their key rival up front in that GT3 category, pitting past the top of the hour and much tidier on the entry there, because they haven't served their penalty at Altus, but it did cost them time. They came to a stop pretty much in the pit lane outside of their penalty box. So that is a big amount of time to lose without even clearing a penalty. Here's Biela demonstrating how rapidly that red square comes up after the commitment to the pit lane speed limit.
Yep. Kind of a long penalty for them, apparently. I think 10 seconds for Biela is looking for when she's going to do his service.
Yeah, correct. for aggressive driving, having already received warnings for the aggressive driving. So with 10 seconds. Number 45, who then overshoot their pit stall a little bit. It's just very, very messy on the pit lane still in this race. GT3 cars. I've just seen 2 sort of mishandled penalties and pit stops.
Yeah, and they give him position now to look at the Yetstat, so wondering how Yetstat is going to do this, and I don't know if he actually took over. I've been trying to cover or observe the beginning of the race despite the chaos that we had at the very start, but other than that, it's having a solid race so far, and both of them trying to go head-to-head, as we see now Williams and MSI trying to go at it.
Yep, the number 5 currently being driven by Louis Nasser. I think one of the critical things to look though at this stage of this race, with the points coming up at halfway, is that it was the MSI 14 that led at the top of the hour.
Yeah. And for them, they need all the points they can get on Williams right now, because it is the direct competition. I don't know if it is specifically that car, but it's still, actually that's the main Q car, so that's the direct competition they need to kind of like face up against and try to claw up as many points, because the point gap right now, I think it is like 11 points they have to claw up on Williams. So leaving Williams up ahead in front at the halfway points is going to be quite complicated for you to fall back and cut back the gap at the end of the race.
BS Turner car also pitted. Josh Anderson got out. Phil Dinez got in. That looks like it will likely rejoin 8th or so in class. They've still got quite a lot more pit stops to get through, including this Williams car on screen. So there is some variation all across that strategy, particularly for GT3 as we look at it at the moment. Here's your Spanish weather report, Lorenzo. It's 17 in the air, 25 on the track surface, and 20 past 11 in the AM means that expect the track to continue to heat up and get more sun for the next 3 or 4 hours. A lot of people love to come to Spain to get some sun.
Yeah, it's been much better, I think, the weather than here in Portugal. I gotta say that, and I believe the people in Barcelona they're gonna get a good tan if they manage to bring their tanning creams and everything. So it should be comfortable. I expect the track to be around maybe at its peak, maybe at the late 30s, maybe at the 40s, depending on circumstances.
More GT3s through pit lane as it's their time in the hour for pit stops, based on are they going an hour on fuel, a little bit more, a little bit less. Now, iRacing and Porsche have been very good friends for a couple of years now. We do seem to get a lot of Porsche models quite quickly. New GT3 racing this year.
Yeah.
How long before you expected on iRacing in your wild speculation?
All right. So first things first, I would love to see the new model, but the thing is, if we're going with what real life is kind of providing to you, then I think we should wait maybe a full year if we're taking IMSA as a parameter, because apparently they are obstacled by Bob, the BOV, and it is kind of fortunate to see the new GT3 kind of struggle a little bit, to be very honest with you, but still a very beautiful car, and I think they're going to be able to sort these things out whenever the GT World Challenge begins in a little bit. So the idea is just to find the tweaks that will make the car perform like it normally does with this generation of the car, which is the 991. But I wonder if it comes, I would say around mid-July. For Spot 24, tinfoil hats on.
Okay, so before this most recent round of GT3 pit stops, we saw the MSI Porsche there and Altus Esports Porsche in very, very close proximity to each other. Fumbled pit stop and not serving the penalty, but still losing time to it from Altus Esports, and they are 7 seconds behind this now. So they lost, give or take, 7 seconds in the pit lane, and also didn't clear their 5-second penalty. So that sort of puts in picture how much they lost with that mistake, that fumble, as far as the pit stop went.
Yeah, a little bit problematic for them, but 7 seconds is doable. But you need to push basically the tires with thread that normally people don't like to push here in iRacing. I don't know if they would be up to the task of, just being a little bit over the limit every single lap they move for. Every 30 something laps they have to move around the track to actually get a good time, as Nasher goes for a little bit of a dive on the TCR, necessary to try to keep up with the car in front of the MSI and apply as many pressure as he can. Liking this pressure from Nasher, it's the car that is not directly involved in competition. The one involved is a leader, but is making sure that the MSI doesn't relax a little bit on their toes to maybe lose position to the sister car and possibly jeopardize the points within the competition.
Tempest pit. Another GT3's just on the sort of straggling end of this window. So pitting.
I think I also saw the Apex Tech, one of the ATRS cars pitting as well, but I think just came back into the track. I saw the timing board. So it's right around the window where when they started for the 911 Cup, the 992 Cup cars to pit as well. So it's we're within that pit stop range for them to right about 30 something laps, 29 something laps as well.
I haven't shaken Williams Esports Chilled last year. Last lap, looked a little off for the leader, and I wonder if they caught a bit of traffic. This bit of traffic, and it cost them a second or so. That now these next two cars will have to get their way through. And certainly plenty of traffic on this part of the track as well, but no body panels on the Havu car. 13th in their class. What's the finish game? My summer car or something? And they just haven't finished touching it up.
Apparently, no. They thought that air cooled was actually the way to go. It would be more effective. Jokes apart. From the impact they had a little bit earlier on, about like 20 minutes before we actually took over. They're trying to keep the car on track the best way they can, but apparently the Finnish engineering is very crafty, as we know in rallying, and I think they're trying to do the same thing right here, right now. So it's going to be effective.
Well, we just flicked away from second and third in GT3, and both of them have been off track, made contact dramas in the GT3 field. MSI Esports losing time, Williams Esports losing 5 or 6 seconds, and here suddenly Altus Esports are right back at them, trying to regain third place. Any damage on the car for Danny Algabay, we'll find out. Any damage on the other car for Louis Nasser, Williams Esports Chill Blast. Oh, with now Altus get a bad ride over the curb and just push the MSI TCR car offline. All happening from second, third, fourth in GT3 at the moment, and hopefully we'll get to a replay because don't know what car they collided with, but here's Williams Esports. Here's MSI, Williams Esports Chill Blast losing time, and all three of them are back together.
Yeah, apparently there has been a report of contact between the Chill Blast and MSI, like you said, and I'm really looking forward to see that on the screen in a little bit. But surprise really pays from the Altus car to come back as well, even though getting a little entangled with the MSI TCR. Luckily for them, everybody just keeping went together into the track, because normally those contacts, like from the rear left and rear right, with the front bumpers, usually end up in chaos. So lucky for the 43.
Looks like it happened at the end of the back straight. So that's into turn 9. Here we go. Second and third in GT3, very, very close together. Oh, and poor undercut GT4 cannot catch a break. The GT3 cars are battling with each other, trying to outbrake one GT4 car, and both of them arrive so hot into the corner, too wide, down the inside of the GT4 car, who gets barreled out of the way. What was second and third in GT3, they both also proceeded to sort of half spin, lose the time out of that. They both fell back down the timing towards Altus Esports. There doesn't seem to be much lasting damage to the number 5 or the number 14 car, because they're both stretching their legs and back up to pace, but they lost a bit of time from that, and my goodness, the stewards are going to look at it some way or another.
Ideal, Danny. Why go for that dive ball right there? I can understand why he would go for that, because Louis was actually preparing the dive bomb as well. So like, I think the contact would have been inevitable if Dunny didn't go for it, or stayed a little bit into the line. So it's a little bit tricky, you know, situation. Of course, Dunny, he's gonna get a slam dunk penalty to go into the pit lane, serve that penalty. Is gonna damage them quite a lot in this race. Pressure kind of like worked out in the way for Williams to make Danny, I think, do a little bit of a desperate move. But if you want to stay ahead, you got to pay the price. And unfortunately, he paid a very hefty price to try to keep himself ahead.
All this plays nicely for the Williams Esports BenQ car leading the race, who've had their race lead go from 10 seconds to 16 seconds with all of that.
My only question is, they might be coming in about 13 laps, so give or take, that would be about 20-25 something minutes, David. I'm just doing mathematics on the top of my head. Yeah, the top of my head. I wonder if they actually gonna be able to get those halfway points for the looks of it, because from my point of view, MSI is doing nearly at the top of the hour, and there's a little bit of a off angle between both the MSI and the Williams cars in terms of lap deltas on the strategy. So wonder if the 55 is going to get up ahead by the end of the 6 hours, or whatever we reach that in 1 hour and 44 minutes. It's going to be an interesting thing to look for on the next pit stop.
certainly a lot closer to being able to take a short stop to get them to the halfway point of this race and bag some of those points than they were when they only had a 10-second lead. A bit more. MSI closing in once again. This is the GT4 with Talk Freak Racing 481 and Saybelt Esports 491 through the no chicanes, faster final part of the circuit.
Finally.
Wide entry and a lot more brake to rotate the car from Roberto Ferrari as he then shows the nose down the inside of turn 1. Antti Salminen in the Talk Freak car, I think, smells that one coming. And up to 6th in class goes Saybelt, who then cover off the inside into 3. And Talk Freak can't open up their entry as the GT3 car comes around the outside of the both of them to put the lap on. So, move made. Roberto Ferrari up into 6th for Saybelt Esports GT4.
And Roberto looked like a little bit aggressive, trying to shove off, just doing a quick line under the braking to ensure that Antti didn't go for a cutback move on the second leg of the chicanes, if you want to call it turn number 1 and 2, a little bit of a chicane. So good movement from the Italian to seal up his position and move up one spot.
Look at the standings. GT4. Probably one of the categories with a great potential for a change in this final race.
To Rano's incident at the very start of the race, they picked up 11 minutes, more than 5-6 laps back. So they're trying to fight for every point they can get moving forward, but it does open up the door for Vivano to try to get closer. But Vivano also struggling, as we see, battling within the 992 class.
Yeah, Wave Italy on the inside. Phoenix Racing Esport around the outside, and yeah, on the inside because they were going for pit lane. Jeremy Lanier from Wave Italy Racing Team. Closing up once again. Second and third in GT3. Is that flash the headlights there from Algarve? Or was it just a trick of the glare of the lights from that angle?
I was looking if there was anything from the race control, but if you say he flashed his light, I will believe you. Probably saying that the new chicanes have this new layout. New layout, air quotes, is much better than the old layout, air quotes.
Compromise run through the final corner there for Williams Esports Chill Blast, who then have to move 3 wide right back onto the racing line for turn 1. But down the inside comes MSI Esports GT3. Now look to hold around the outside of turn 2, but can't do it. The 2 Porsche GT3s might just rub the door or so. Now a blockage in front through turn 3 as one of the 992 cars is trying to work its way past TCR. Williams Esports Chill Blast have to defend into turn 4. The 992 from Urano is still all amongst this. But MSI Esports GT3 not able to make a move there. Now looking to dive down the inside here and take second place away. This battle and keeps Altus right in frame and in the picture as well, as you can see there, Porsche 911 GT3. But for Danny Algarve, he tried into turn 1, he tried into turn 4, and turn 5 gets him and the team back up into second in class.
And some moments of argy-bargy right there. They made contact between turn 1 and 2 that took, I think, the momentum off from Dunny going to turn number 3. Then going into 3 and 4. Into the entry of 4, I think gave a little bit of a bump for Nasser. And right after it, then really good overtake, really good dive bomb, commitment from the inside into turn number 5 from Dunny, and now sealing up the position and breaking away a little bit from now the Williams, as the Altus car now is the next one in line to make that overtake.
Yeah, it's only through the traffic and the battling and the contact that Altus Esports have stayed close to those other cars. If it was a GT3 only affair, I think they'd be getting left behind in 4th place. Apex Racing Academy being very smart as they rejoined from pit exit and not tangling up amongst this battle. I think they really did sort of have a better look than Lance Stroll at who was coming down the pit straight towards turn 1.
Definitely. I wonder if anybody's actually adapting the new F1 grip that Lance Stroll kind of launched. Oh, nearly 3 wide.
Yeah, nearly 3 wide with 3 classes at turn 4 and 5 there. Do my GMT conversions here correctly. It says deadline to serve the penalty for the 43 is 14:50 GMT, which is for people who live in time zones that are
it's in 20 minutes
equal with GMT. Yeah, 50 minutes past the hour, so in 20 minutes.
And they're gonna have to find a way to serve that, and that is still not served. I was actually trying to look for the board and fit. Something happened with the MSI, and I kind of like glanced at it from the Altus penalty, still not served. Yeah, it's gonna hurt them. I think quite a lot whenever they come into the pit lane, because if they don't serve that, usually they can get either disqualified or a massive improvement of time within the box. As now he goes inside. Right there, I think David just trying to do his best to try to move forward into the grid and minimize the damage they're probably going to get whenever they have to serve the pit stop.
Now, it wasn't perfectly showroom before, but has the Shell Blast car picked up just a little bit more damage potentially over the last stint?
I'm not seeing if there's anything that shows them they have damage. It might be very minor damage. I think it is the tires, to be very honest with you. Like, they have probably older tires in comparison to the Altus and MSI car, so that's why they're probably struggling for pace a little bit. But unless something else happened, I would be surprised. Maybe within that contact they made with undercut, the car just now showing the struggles. Maybe, I don't know. It's just a theory that I have.
Sorry, I was just reading Altus Esports attempting to justify to the stewards why they should be allowed a larger window of time to serve that 5-second penalty that wouldn't throw off their pit strategy, and it probably falling on relatively deaf ears. Not going to get any exemption for that, and their failure to serve the 5-second penalty at their last pit stop is really going to come back to bite and cost even more for Altus Esports, despite having made their way back to 3rd in class in terms of track position.
It's a good old drama, like in the back of the scenes, as now Nasser comes into the pit lane. And let's see if he's gonna infringe anything. Has any penalties? Yes, he does have a penalty. So gonna stay right there in the box maybe for 5-10 seconds.
I think the number 5 has just 5 seconds, and the notation on that is goes for a late move into the penultimate corner, causing 185, which is one of the TCR cars, to spin out. So for contact with a TCR car, with a late and ambitious move, 5 seconds in the penalty box. Is there a bit of a bitter irony in the fact that the penalty box is directly underneath the podium?
That is a really good question. I do not know. Now you made me think. Good question.
As the tyres done for the number 5, still just waiting on the fuel at this point, and it looks like it's going to be full fuel, and it looks like Nazem is going to stay as the driver. Sashkole Esasimovano Corsa in the penalty box in the 439 before they get to their pit stop. 20 seconds for them.
Would they be naughty?
Leading GT3, Vasilios Belitsiotis. Esports being cute. But soon it will be no longer him, it'll be someone else. It will be Jacek Alpinen.
That close up from Hugo on the car as he goes down to the Jags. We're already re-accelerating as out they look itchy to come back on the track. There we go. Now, David, I got a question to you, since you are a fellow sim racer like I am. Whenever you do your pit stop, what tactic do you use for pit stops? Like whenever you come in, do you use the limiter, shifting up, shifting down, or you're more like of a no limiter and just try to play with the rules a little bit?
I'm not one to try to exploit the pit lane limiter, no.
Alright.
Because for every 2/10 I might game with it, I'm not talented enough with it for that to be worth risking pit lane speeding.
Fair. I gotta admit, I've been trying to do that. Sometimes I fail, sometimes I've been very successful at it. It's just very tricky for you to be like controlling your speed without the limiter. And then whenever you come back up the surface, like you're down the jacks, you go out of your lane. It's so much. It's so much interesting because sometimes I forget that I have a pit limiter off, and I get the big speeding penalty whenever I try to go back up. So it's like even my mental memory usually fails me whenever I do my pit stops.
Cycle GT3s now. MSI Esports GT3 back to the lead of the race. 2.5 seconds ahead of Altus. And BS Turner. 45, Bueller Racing Team Euronics BMW. 5th in class at the moment, looking to be hunting down Atze Kalpinen, who we saw only just got back into the car at their most recent stop. About 4th and 5th at GT4. Aston Martin between them at the moment. I start thinking I can just get him before this chicane. And now you can see clear track up to 4th place in class.
Also another one of those teams that are looking for a solid result within the race, just trying to find where that 45 is within the board. In 3rd place, but like for very many points back from both MSI and Williams. So Lucas Jetstad and the rest of the team trying to do their best to cut down the difference, but of course the penalty that they had and else just damaged them, I think, on the long run.
Closing speed on the TCR is pretty significant down the long straight of Circuit Barcelona, Catalunya. Of course, the closing speed on a 992 to a TCR is even greater. Pretty dramatic, and you love to catch lap traffic on the pit straight. You always hate to catch it anywhere else around the lap, because there's certainly a lot of corners that flow into each other, flip-flop, change directions, and make the multi-class interactions difficult. Particularly, I think about sort of between here and turn 9, and obviously we've seen quite a bit of contact and penalties given for shenanigans, if you will, between sort of turn 10 and the final corner.
I was going to say a little bit of tomfoolery. I think sector 2 and 3, and kind of like part of the sector 3, and like you said at the start of the sector 3, I think are the ones for you to, the worst ones for you to make an overtake, because now we're seeing a little bit of a body damage, but I think that was from the contact they probably suffered with the undercut car. And also the MSI one on the right hand side. I don't know if that is actually damaging them in terms of aerodynamics and all. But coming back is, yeah, doing the overtakes and overlaps around this area, specifically this turn, is just worse because it's so easy to misjudge the speed and the entry speed and try to make that a dive bump or anything like that in a safe fashion. Still, it's tricky, man. You really want to go for it, but you really don't want to overshoot the entry and cause contact with another driver just because you misjudged the gaps a little bit. Okay, looks like the 161 is doing a pit stop. Admittedly, the TCR also is pit stop. Where now TCR, I think, are right on the verge of doing their service as well here, David.
Yeah, if they've been going just a tiny bit over 90 minutes, then it's about to be time. 4.5 and some into this race. Some of the teams have been getting a little bit closer to 100 minutes on their TCR fuel stints, though. Maybe a minute and a bit before we see them. It's funny when you think about how insane the TCR fuel cells are at 100 litres. What size is the fuel tank in a road-going regular Honda Civic? Like, is it even 50?
You got me. I would say around 55, I think.
Esports Chill Blast having a little bit of a dive on German sim racing. IPR by ACV. Getting ahead of the Lamborghini. not many small hatchbacks on the road have 100-liter fuel tanks.
I'm trying to find one if there's anyone that actually have 100 liters. I think only trucks have about 100 liters within the tanks, but then again, if it's trucks, they're big boys, so they need that fuel tank to actually go places. I think the largest tank I ever seen within a car might be 75, 80 liters of fuel tank. I think one of those sports cars. Engineering at its best. Japanese engineering at its best, David.
How much is 20.6 gallons? Sorry, I'm doing stats.
20.6 gallons. I think 1 gallon is 3 liters. 3 something liters. Estimate about 78
liters, okay.
Yeah, 78 or something like that. I was gonna say 72. I was close.
Here's a battle of two Le Mans spec paint scheme cars. It's red, black and white versus red, black and white, and Urano get down the inside of turn 1 on Aztec Sim Sports Visceral. Of course, there's a chance here to then back the wider entry in towards turn 3. It's a pretty tidy, pretty standard move around here. Speeders in the Aztec Sim Sports Visceral car just kicks up a little bit of the gravel in the exit of 5, which makes it more difficult for him to stay close.
GT3. I'm liking the 5 back from Mass Attack right here, trying to do their best and try to go back one position on the run out, but doesn't look like they will be able to because there's a lot of cars in the background. Even the TRS are also fighting for position a little bit. Here, David coming back on the 2, and we might turn this in as a 3-car scrap if they manage to themselves put together the next laps. I'm surprised there is a lot of action around the track, to be very honest with you. Even if it is like mid-pack or something like it, there's always something happening. It's not like gap racing like we see sometimes.
Yeah, suddenly some GT3s between our 992 battle that makes things maybe more difficult for Vince Peters, but then actually as they get past Urano Esports, puts them a little offline, and 992 class Porsche 1 make battle is reunited. That track's getting hotter, 27 Celsius now.
Still not enough for you to make a boil an egg or something like that. That you probably wouldn't be able to do it in the Interlagos, but still, it's kind of hot. You can, like I said, grab the 10 or something like it. 26 degrees is good. Over here in Portugal, I think it is 17 degrees ambient, so I think it is one of the hottest days of the winter so far.
Matthias Burke, ATRS Esports 914 as well, who's been catching both of these cars and caught by almost 7/10 on the last lap. So with a 1:45.1, Burke was the fastest, 9:92 last lap. So maybe able to make a couple passes in the next lap here.
Looks like he has better tires. There's a little bit of now breakaway from Renault or Hesitec, and Burke actually managed to close the gap a little bit, just to the fact that both the Hesitec and the Renault cars got stuck in traffic of sorts, and Burke just tried to follow being the last car back within the train itself, followed the way more smartly around it. As they were about to overtake the TCR. I think it's likely to be a team racing battle on the inside of the track.
Yeah, so look how much closer ATRS have got within car length at the braking zone at their turn 10. They also got past the TCR cars, so now they line up on Vince Peters. Big run off the final corner could get you a really handy dandy little slipstream down the very long pit straight. Oh, and a slide from Acetec there as well. I don't think they really maximised that. It like it could be a little far back for Burke, but it's right within striking distance now.
Wondering when Burke is gonna make that move, as they have the Pearson's car TCR in front. A little bit of a complicated move. Here we go.
Almost an illusion of the camera angle there.
Yeah.
TRS the inside as they looked at the Pure Sims TCR and wanted to make their intention absolutely clear there. We're not overlapping with or trying to get down the inside. So the Pure Sims GT4 gives just a little nudge to one of the TCR Velocitors.
Yeah. Got plowed by the Pure Sim straight from what it looks like from the GT4. Then the TCR and the GT3 went through.
And here, having a look at 10, the ATRS have got that. Tyce Burke takes the position. He had to wait maybe a lap or so longer than he would have wanted for that. It means the Rhino Esports car has scampered away a little bit, but he should be able to catch that within the next 2 or 3 laps and look to make another pass.
Yeah, it makes sense for him to actually overtake. I'm just looking over here. Vince is on 34 laps from what it looks like. So he's due to come to the pit lane. Unless I'm being played by the timing screen, which most likely I am. 34, 35 laps. So he's due to come to the pit stop. Whereas Burke, I think, is within the same lap delta, despite Urano having 7 laps more. 7 last laps of fuel and tires than the TRS car does.
Right on time, Altus Esports have come and served their penalty. So that's dropped them back some in GT3. Of course, we knew they were gonna have to by about now. Sabot lining up on Pure Sims. Pure Sims pulling out as late as they can from the slipstream of the GT4 car. and trying to hold the inside down towards turn 1. Is that going to be enough to save them? Sebelt with the nose in front, trying to go around the outside of turn 1. Can they keep their nose in for turn 2? No, they can't. Pure Sims will hold on to that spot. Relay Sim Racing GT3 will then go around the outside of the whole lot in turn 3, and that keeps Pure Sims in a defensive piece of track position.
Yeah, good defense from Pure Sims, but I think the cutback is going to be done with dive bomb maybe here. The attempt has been done.
Sebelt's in front, and the track goes their direction at the next chicane, and they take a piece of position in the 992 class.
Only 2 laps of fuel delta between them. I think Gaillon Renault needs to come into the pit lane in a little bit, but nevertheless, I think the key in the 992, and this has been something that is a trademark around the Porsche Cup, is don't burn out your tires more than probably you want to, or avoid skids and things like that. I don't know how Pure Sims on this took over, took care of their tires, but it looks like Sebelt on this end has been the better car in terms of taking care of the tires, as Pure Sims, the 992 car, comes into the pit lane.
Phoenix Racing Esport as well in this class, and Havu are in lane 2, so a couple of Porsches there. And hey, right on time, it's almost the window of pit stops in GT3 again. MSI Esports lead the way 12 minutes from the top of the hour. BS Turner in second. Esports BenQ third. Ela Racing Team Euronics 45 in fourth. Will not likely make it to the top of the hour. So I'm looking at it's touch and go for MSI, whether they make this top of this hour on fuel. BS Turner will. Williams Esports BenQ will. And Ela Racing 45. Actually might. No, but interesting. We'll watch that over the next 10 minutes or so. Because, of course, then that's the final stop before the halfway point of the race. Or you want to make it your final stop before the halfway point of the race, when those points get paid.
Yeah, I've been wondering, because I think the max delta for fuel within the GT3s have been 35 laps. I haven't seen anything past 35 laps, so I think for Daniel Gerbet to make it on the hour, I think he needs to survive 6 laps. I would say six laps and a half, maybe, and maybe come without losing any time or anything whatsoever, saving fuel or the car being very slow to try to conserve that fuel to make it within the hour. David is still within the calculations.
Yeah,
David, while you're doing the
quick, I'm looking at who's quick in GT3 at the moment, and Phil Denez was the quickest last lap, and the only driver in the 140s. He's going to cross the line in a bit, and we'll see if he's kept that up. Of course, it's tough to read into any small sample of the lap times with the traffic, but yeah, suddenly a decent turn of speed there. Oh, I didn't even mean to. And I did.
Yeah, done and dusted that overtake, and from across the line. The net's 142.1. So not the fastest car. I think fastest car might be at the Competent right now within the Williams-Benz queue as he goes across the line. And apparently there has been a movement in GT in 992 as I saw Bizelin within the Sabelt car moving up one spot now, being second place. I think the T75 Bernhard by CMRC on the stall as Jürgen Frank takes over the car and coming back out of the pits.
Yep, they've just finished their stop and rejoining pretty hectic part of the racetrack. Here comes Matthias Berg in the ATRS car, who has to yield to the GT3, but will be right in the zone and ready to pressure Jürgen Frank on what is his outlap. Of course, having to be cautious of the Lamborghini GT3. Just a little too much gravel for Burke. Right on board with that 914. In fifth, looking at fourth. Although not too far away from needing to stop is this ATRS car, and of course we've seen this is the outlap for Frank. That car's got a long race run ahead of it. Sabelt also pit in this very same category. They're in their pit stall right now. The two cars we're watching will definitely get past. I'm about to jump into third and fourth. Was my timing acting up, or was that a quick one from Sabelt?
My time, it says 148 for them.
It was my timing because Sabelt was serving. It got tricked by Sabelt serving their 15-second penalty for contact with a TCR.
What did it tell you? What was the timing that it did tell you? Oh, never mind. I think.
It encountered
around.
them serving their penalty as a stop.
Okay.
As being in the pit box, which obviously it wasn't. The car was stopped in pit lane, but not in the box. Yeah, SRA Esports. Yeah, not enough steering lock. They're very good work using the grass to get some angle into the corner. Too slow of a steering rack to pull off that drift.
And meanwhile, Full Send just to find the name of the team, Full Sending into the corner. Car just losing grip within the entry, and really good drift. I would give that drift front end from wheel drift about a 6.5, 7. It lacked a little bit of flair.
Jürgen Frank is starting to settle in a little more. There's much pressure on him as there was on his outlap, and the fuel will be burning off a little bit, and the tyres coming in on SIM-RC car, and the tyres getting towards the end of their life, a little hot, a little slidey for ATRS. That track temperature still rising as well compared to earlier in the race, which was sort of in the pretty early morning. It was quite cool.
But so far being very solid despite being many laps with the car. Just taking a quick look, he's 27 laps and still having really good grip to maintain with a car that is barely out of the pit lane. I gotta give him props. Taking care of those tires, that's very important. Like I said before, on the Porsche Cup, you need to maintain a really good thread on the tires and be competitive and consistent throughout the laps, regardless of the field. So Berg's doing that job. Securing a really good spot for his team right now. Now, David, let's have a quick talk on here. New chicane, new old. What should we call this new layout of Barcelona? Because it's coming back to the F1. The good layout or the good old layout?
Oh, I tell you what, it reminds me of another one, and we'll get to it. Another one of those things where at the moment, if you load up Sonoma Raceway, there's two layouts called Cup and Cup Historic. But they've also done the thing where they realized that the new layout wasn't as good as the old one and gone back. So Cup Historic is actually Cup, and Cup is actually the Historic.
I see. It's kind of like
likewise here, where this is now the new layout, not the old layout.
Yeah, which kind of like begs the question for everybody: would this be the proper nomenclature moving forward for everyone? Just say, oh, the new old is new.
Everything old is new again.
Fair. That is a really good denomination for it. I'll take that moving forward.
And with that logic, we're bringing back mid-2000s emo fashion.
Oh, it's coming. It might be coming back strong. I wouldn't be unsure of emo coming back as well. I mean, Paramore came back. I know other bands are coming back, like Fall Out Boy and things like that, with the albums and everything. So we could have the resurgence of emo after so many years.
I believe Blink-182 had to cancel their South American leg of their upcoming tour because someone hurt their wrist, presumably cycling with Lance Stroll,
which might have been, according to some, avoided. Actually, some people might have said that Lance got involved in a cycling accident, and Fernando Alonso was actually the one that was the other party involved. Tinfoil hats.
They don't make enough tinfoil for that. A couple seconds away from the top of the race hour, and at that point it's 1 hour till the halfway point of the race, where points and very, very important championship points will get paid. So the GT3 cars that get to this top of the hour before they make their pit stop put themselves in a very, very good position to try to grab as many of those halfway points as they can. The leader at the moment, MSI Esports, I'd say it looks good for them right now, because you can count down like it's New Year's Eve and they have not pitted yet. So it looks good for them, looks good for BS Turner. Looks good for Williams Esports BenQ. I'd look at the order as it stands right now in GT3 and suggest that's most likely what it will look like once we get to that 6 hours complete, 6 hours to go mark.
Yeah, I'm wondering now if the 55 will alternate the strategy to go for last fuel whenever they do their service in about 18, 17 laps or something like it, and try to put up as many last fuel as possible to get to the halfway mark of the race. They're going to be the one pitting around the halfway into the hour, so it's should they go for that halfway points. Should they focus on the halfway points as bad as they should have focused? Because different strategies, the gap to, like I said, to MSI is not really close as it looked. Shield blaster on the track. Oh, don't you reverse
Massive damage on the number 5 GT3. And that looks like a chicane. Is it going to just catch the sausage curb? Poor. You see so many teams, you know, purposefully trying to ride or straddle that sausage curb, and see, having just caught it wrong, significant damage on the number 5. Significant enough for a meatball? Apparently not, but it didn't look good. So, sort of just exactly middle on it, and it catches part of the rear of the car for Williams Esports Shield Blast. Man.
Yeah, good avoidance for
bullfighting was
Sims.
popular here, but
yeah, I'm surprised if the car didn't get a meatball for Nasser, they're probably gonna get like maybe 4 damage. As Team Hoisingveld not happy one bit with the movement done by Fiercely Forward.
Shield Blast are pitting now and they're pitting early, so there's got to be significant damage to the car, even if there's not a meatball flag. Lorenzo, what did you see here?
No, I was seeing that the Team Hoisingveld was like blinking their headlights, I think, by getting overlapped by Fiercely Forward as they come back on the track. Something might have happened, maybe contact within, I think it might have been the Sabel car, nearly 3 wide. Oh my god, that was a little bit of a complicated move that Altus probably wanted to do, and Team Hoisingveld just going from bad to worse.
Never a dull minute. Scuderia Volpe Competizione in the first sector of the lap. Mercedes GT4 off circuit. GT3 pit stops happening for BS Turner. MSI Esports have already stopped. Williams Esports, BenQ and Atzik Halpinen go through into the lead of the race. Sixth or so should be for them.
Looks like MSI has pitted, by the way.
Yep. So now it's the race to the points at the halfway point for all of the categories. GT3, of course, easiest to follow the strategy on, but it's just as important in 992, in GT4, in TCR. Big headlight flasher.
Yeah. You could say that wasn't a big flash of the headlights. I think that was like just one time. Just kind of like beep instead of beep beep. So I think that worked for Vila right there. There's more car in front. It might be the Tempest. Yeah, might be the Germany versus Portugal battle. Go on, Portugal. What was worth to go?
I'm team anyone who has Grana Antarctica.
Oh, we have. Believe it or not, I was shell shocked when I saw Guarana Antarctica being sold over here. A little bit pricier than normal, but unfortunately they do not have the 0 calories. They only have the one with the sugar. But I'll take it. I'll take the sugary one every single day of the week whenever I can buy one.
BMW and Bealer Racing team definitely gaining through that very, very, very long and fast turn 3. And having a dive. And no, not successful. Certainly looking the pacier, grippier, more planted of the BMWs is Bealer at the moment in this battle. Shaping up again down at turn 10, no overlap just yet, but they've shown the nose early. They've braked super deep, and we've seen that as definitely one of the overtaking opportunities here. It's not as sharp a braking zone as on the new new circuit. Still get some passing done at the old turn 10.
And getting away from the TCR from Team Wasifan. Now we're gonna make it 3 wide. Just getting a unscathed, as he's probably gonna make the same move on Team Bernhard as the T75 CMRC GT3 opens up for everyone. Gap right here, 15 seconds for Elgerbay. I figured that even if Williams, this 55 comes into the pit lane, does the service, let's just say even just fuel, it's not going to be enough. I think the gap they're probably going to have on Elgerbay whenever they come out of the pit lane is going to be those 15 seconds will kind of like come back at double time, so it would be 30 seconds average. So when they come back, it will be around 15 to 20 seconds, the gap between Talpin and Elgerbay whenever he just does fuel. So if we're to estimate who's probably going to be the winner at the halfway points, I'd say Masai pretty much has this one in the bag.
Yeah, because we did the little sort of stock take at the top of the hour.
Yeah.
And they had not only the race lead at that point, but it was, 10 or more seconds over. Gosh, did they fully have 25 seconds over BS Turner at that point? They had the lead and enough time that no one's gonna leapfrog them with a splash and dash or anything like that. Because now the only car left that could do that is the only car left in front of them on track, Williams Esports BenQ and Atse Kalpinen. And like you point out, the pit lane transit time without any service is greater than the lead that they've got over MSI. So there's no way anyone can pull a rabbit out of the hat on that one. The only way they'd pull it off is if there was a mistake, a crash, or a penalty for MSI, who are sitting in a good spot at the moment.
Now my question is, I've noticed Dino's in the car and I've been looking at the tire at the race control sheet. I think that Alta still haven't served their penalty.
Well, it's been a complicated one, but pretty sure they have.
I mean, if they did, it still has yet to reflect on the race control board. Meanwhile, 25 seconds for the 499. Who's the 499? That is the race factory car. Violating track limits.
Oh wow, yeah, just a good old 50 off tracks, 25-second time penalty, of which 2 teams have done as much. The 499 Race Factory GT4 and the 161 TCR. Elsewhere in TCR. And the 161 is Wave Italy currently in 4th. So behind this battle for 2nd and 3rd. MSI getting their nose chopped a little bit by Fiercely Forward, whose GT4 hasn't necessarily made a lot of friends in the last 10 minutes. Veloster up against the Honda of Pure Sims Esports. Any particular corners you think teams are repeatedly picking up off tracks? Just the last 2, or?
My thoughts are the exit of turn 9 when you go into La Caixa. Maybe turn 10, maybe over there as well. This turn 13 specifically, and yeah, the last 2 turns, maybe just riding that much off. And even last turn, this last turn, maybe they're going extra into this green tarmac or something like that. That they might get a 1x. That's very doable.
Steen Ledger shifts into 6th gear. VTEC kicks in, but then the clutch does a little bit later, and Pure Sims stay in line, stay behind. Yeah, both of these cars are making it to that halfway point in the race without their extra stop, because capable of incredibly long stints. Both of them stopped after 4 hours 30 into the race.
I think this is the first TCR battle we've seen in a long while, which is really good to see. I know that they have the separation after the pit stops and everything, and also is the category that has the last cars in the field, so it's a little bit interesting to see a battle between TCR cars around the track. Good to see that the MSI is doing their best to avoid the VTEC power of Pure Sims to kick in and does Honda things.
Certainly a very powerful slipstream down the pit straight, and at the moment Pure Sims are thinking, instead of using that to pass, using it to save a bit of fuel at the moment in their battle against MSI.
Now, David, I gotta tell you something while we still have this battle, and I've been trying to get up with you. So I have tried new Monster Energy drinks over here in Portugal. I'm amazed the selection that they have. So it's like I tried one of the mango ones and some new ones. I'm trying to remember the flavors. But
Right now, sitting on my desk
Yeah.
is...
What do you have?
Which one's this? Ultra Fiesta.
Nice.
Which, of course, was just called the Ford Fiesta RS if you were after an Ultra Fiesta. But,
I forgot to bring mine because I actually drank that last week, but I'm probably gonna go tomorrow or after this race is done to actually restock on my energy drink cans. It is just too many choices. Back in Brazil, you had like 1, 2, 3 choices. That's pretty much it. Here, you have like 7 or 8 flavors. It's just kind of like I'm in a Disneyland of sorts. David, help me out.
what a time for Lorenzo Bonda to be alive.
Yeah, man.
Do the people there say you have an accent?
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, they do say, but because there are so many Brazilians in here in Portugal, it's much more noticeable. They don't detect which accent I have from Brazil though. It's a little bit more tricky unless there is someone that actually lived in Brazil that would detect the accents. As Pure says, looking for that overtake, but they're not going to capitalize on it for the time being. But yeah, it's unless you're with Brazilians. If you're around Brazilians, they will notice that I have a southern accent, and I can notice the other people's accents. Even Portuguese, the people within their own country, they have different accents. Here is a little bit more laid back, not thick accents, like some other people in the southern parts of the country, or into the east part of the country, which is the next to the Galicia, which is close to Spain, does have.
Certainly very, very strategic at the moment in TCR here. MSI Esports can't take their racing line as some of the traffic starts to stack up.
I think for Pure Sims and MSI, if they really want to be battling for position, they should be working together. And I think that's what they're trying to do. Sort of trying to work, use the draft is the best way they can to try to get closer to SimRC, because the gap right now is just like 26 seconds. Just, you have to say on pure race pace on TCRs, I think it is the most difficult for you to try to cut 26 seconds on track, because you're usually on the wrong end of traffic. So it's more like try to play on dumb luck or something like it, and pure strategy to make sure something works at the end of the day for you.
New spec of Honda TCR car out there in the wide world that people are going to see in IMSA, that eventually we're going to see in Australia apparently. And that Tom Coronel is going to follow and then unfollow.
I only accept Tom Coronel if he's not doing like the racing and also commentating at the same time inside the car and providing like lap by lap analysis, like sometimes he used to do whenever he used to go on his streams on like I think the European TCR Championship.
Here's the closing speed of one of the 992s down the pit straight. Wave Italy go on and really just make it look easy. So TCR cars, no problem. in mouth there for Pure Sims. So that's Tempest get past. And they've got their own GT3 battle against Pure Sims. And then in the battle for third and fourth in GT3, Altus are catching to put a lap on one of the Lamborghinis, but BMW Team BS Turner and Phil Dines are barreling down on them for third in class, and Altus are going to have to stop before the top of the hour when that halfway distance points gets paid out. BS Turner won't, because Altus had to stop early last time around to get into the pit lane in time to serve their penalty that they forgot to serve at their pit stop prior to that one. So what was a 5-second penalty has become almost a minute penalty, depending on how you look at it. Definitely gonna cost them in how many points they can pick up at the halfway point as well. The traffic there, and the BMW from BS Turner just gets through it all. You've got every type of traffic you could dream for. Lapped GT3, TCRs, GT4s. Definitely the trend being that it's closing up on third place here. Now, we've seen from almost every round up until this point, typically 2 driver lineups in every category, but in the 12-hour races, suddenly a lot of 3 driver lineups. Altus 43, not one of them. Looks like it's Lombardi and Latchin only.
I think few teams brought 3 drivers to this race. Because even then, 12 hours, it's pretty much doable with 2 people. Of course, 6 hour stints, if you're dividing by 50%, is a lot, air quotes. But I wouldn't be surprised if my teams, for example, Tempest, Pure Sims, I think, maybe also, I would say even the Williams 55. I think have 3 drivers, so to try to ease up a little bit of the burden of driving many hours throughout the day. Wondering how many teams brought 3 drivers into this race, because some of the teams they have 3, 4, 5 drivers in the lineup, so it's pretty much doable for everybody, you know, distributed evenly.
Because this is a... I don't think the... okay. Unlike the iRacing special events, where in the registration to the session, teams have to nominate their drivers, and those drivers have to drive, and only those drivers can drive. I think here we don't see the names as drivers until they have been in the car and turned a lap. So I'm seeing a lot of driver count 2 teams that probably could still end up as 3 driver lineups by nature of how this exact sim session works.
I see. From what I know, I've seen this, I think, here in Neo in earlier rounds. You have teams with, in the driver count, it says like you have 3 drivers but only 2 take part. Some of them would be working strategy or even spotting for the team, as we see now. Competent lane, so eventually the number 14 is going to take up the lead.
Now, is this going to be a short stop here to try to position themselves for 33 minutes time? That's what's going to be interesting for me to see here for Williams Esports BenQ, as you've got some GT4 action in as well. For Culpin, definitely tyre change happening. The tyre change is done. Do they brim the tank or do they short fuel it a little bit?
They're putting up to the brim.
Yeah. Is that expected or surprising? Because to me, it feels a little surprising.
It's a bit surprising on my end, to be very honest with you, David, but I think they're trying to do their best to try to keep within this off strategy and then try to accrue a large gap or a sizable gap to MSI to whenever they do their final stop. If they keep going on these half hours pit stop on these odd numbers, air quotes, like always, to try to be within minimal gap possible to do the time, maybe like tires and fuel within the final pit stop, and be blasting out of the gates with better tires and fuel in comparison to their competition within the final pit stop and final maybe 40 minutes of the race. It's something to keep an eye on. Unfortunately, David, we're not going to be covering this part of the broadcast. That is going to be the other group of commentators. They take over in about 2 hours and a half.
So looking at the timing, and you too can as well at racebot.tv/timing. I think if they'd gone shorter on the fuel in this car, it still wouldn't be enough to be ahead of second place. And going full on the fuel hasn't cost them anything because they've still rejoined 10 seconds or so ahead of Biela 45. So if they'd have short fueled it, they wouldn't have gained anything, and they haven't lost anything by full fueling. So they were sort of in a little bit too much clear air either side, in front and behind, in their what will be third position. Though it depends on what Altus do, because they have to stop in about 4 or 5 laps. They'll be stopping 20 minutes before this sort of halfway of the race and this points paying. So for Altus in the 43, they might consider that a short fuel could keep them ahead of Williams Esports BenQ, but it have to be very short. Or a short one keeping them ahead of Biela. Saw the live points there, and every bit helps.
What for me, you said Altus can dictate how this thing goes, as we see point pegging right now with the 975 from Team Bernhardt, like kind of running away. I think is the only one I think bar the disaster and is pretty much sealed, done and dusted, because TCR's is a little bit open. You know, despite CMRC doing their job, they're doing it to perfection and putting up the direct competition of MSI and Pure Sims, which we're seeing on screen right now, to the back burner. They would have to do something extra to try to get those points from CMRC at the end. But GT3, it's open for one singular reason, David, and we haven't brought this up because there's still the report done to the stewards regarding the incident they had undercut and Williams had with the MSI car, and we don't know who's gonna be at fault for that because it hasn't been decided. And if there's anything regarding in terms of decision, that might be taking up a little bit of a while, and that could shift the dynamic of the race a whole lot, depending on what the stewards say, if the MSI was at fault or not.
First, second, and third in TCR points. First, second, and third on the road.
Not perfectly in order, because you saw that Pure Sims 116 is second in points and MSI be third. So it makes it pretty important for MSI to try to defend this in the long run.
I gotta give props to SimRC. Despite these two cars, still opening up a gap to both MSI and Pure Sims. Maybe related to traffic, definitely, and traffic might have its hand in here, but it's a job that has to be committed nevertheless.
How's the dive from Havu GT3? Almost overshot a little bit, trying to get cleanly past both TCRs at once. Big drift through the final corner for MSI. Pure Sims all over them. And now maybe finally thinking about passing for second place, the TCR drag race down the pit straight with GT3 bearing down on them as well, who realises now's not the time, and offline, no grip and a slide from MSI. Pure Sims not only get through into second, they look like with some of this traffic they might be able to break that slipstream that's often so critical in TCR.
Yeah, because MSI has Urano and Subbelt moving forward, going into turn number 5. Into turn number 4, rather, and it's going to lose some ground right there, even though with braking, you can see now more than 5 car lanes between them, the gap opening up to more than a second. Still within reachable gaps for him, depending on how Urano and Subbelt play out on turn number 6 and 7, right here.
Yeah, the magic number's somewhere around 1 second. MSI are 1.2 back off of Pure Sims. And growing a little bit through these corners. What about as the GT4 gets past Pure Sims? Costs them a little bit of time at turn 10. Brings it back down under a second.
So keeping up with the slipstream as both MSI and Aztec Porsches, of course, different makes go through. Lovely different side of the cars, but reachable for MSI for the time being, as gap stabilizes around 8 or 7/10 of a second in terms of distance.
Really did look like Pure Sims had maybe gotten away. MSI have got to really put their best forward to try to stay within this 1 second. The traffic's cleared up a little bit, and of course TCR only needs to worry about traffic that's in their mirrors, not cars that's in front of them. And you can't see much in the back of shot. What you hope for really is a clean run out of 9 onto the back straight and use the slipstream there, and a clean run out of the final corner and the slipstream down the pit straight.
Also another potential battle as looking at the time screen, we'll always see this Urano, as we're seeing now, the Williams 992 having to fend off the Urano car, as Daniel Lorenzo is actually doing his best to try to overtake that Williams, but that Williams is blocking the path with a massive dent in the front.
Yeah, and this is a battle for the points at the 6 hours. Looks like no extra stops between now and then for these two teams, so they're battling it out to try to bag those points at that time.
What are the chances that Lorenzo does the overtake return?
Pretty high, especially with BS to pull out and give him a slipstream. So, or not. Maybe that actually makes it more difficult.
Is he
Yeah,
going?
thought about it, but knows the GT3 is there and is just going to make the GT3 wait. But I don't think Williams Esports wanted a whole lot to do with that. They're pretty clever if they can get to the inside of turn 3, but they can't.
They were being cheeky. Like, I think they thought that the possible contact between Urano and Bila would throw them off, as Daniel Lorenzo actually held it pretty tight going around the corner on the transition, and managed to put any hopes of Williams catching back P3 into the dust. Though that front end, man, that front end, I figured it must be taking out easily about 10 kmph out of the car, so it must be suffering top end speed with that damage in the front.
I'm looking, so as we get to the end of the straight, Urano, I definitely think did have a little more. Look at the live telemetry numbers of their car speed. And if in the straight line it continues to grow, you know, the Williams Esports car will be suffering. Cars reach 264. Both cars reaching 264 kilometers an hour. So even with the slipstream, Williams not managing to close down to Urano Esports. I've got my magic hat on. It says Altus Esports GT3 in lap.
Oh, you got the magic. Okay, that's good. That's good. Coming back around 20 minutes, like you predicted. Right around the lap margin that you predicted. 32, 33 laps. Yeah, it's right around the magic numbers. somehow, some way, I think they might keep top 5 with the pit stop.
Well, that's why it's going to be very interesting what they do, because they are one of those teams in the position to short fuel to try to preserve their track position at the halfway point of the race. It's what paying points at a set time in the race does is it adds an extra variable to the strategy of, okay, not just what's the quickest way to get to the end of the race, but how can I also try to preserve my track position at that point in the race when those points get paid. So that's why it entices Altus to maybe do something weird, and if they do something weird, then that's something at least something interesting to comment on. The gap on track has been closing up between themselves and BS Turner, who look on track to take second place at the halfway. Is this the in lap for Dino Lombardi? No. Okay, so I can throw that hat away because it's not doing any good.
Unfortunately for you, the magic hat wasn't as the magic as the Hogwarts one, but still got the job at the end of the day, knowing that probably if that wasn't the in lap, this will probably be the in lap. You cannot, unless that Dino Lombardi and the guys from Altus discovered the gasoline magic around iRacing and the fuel calculations and numbers and things like that. I don't see them actually going more than 35, 36 laps.
If we just guess every lap, then eventually we'll be right, and when we're right, we can stop guessing, and so our last guess will have been correct.
Precisely. And guessing is free, so you don't pay for guessing. So that's why we can guess as many times as we want.
It's easy being in this seat. Suggest it looks like then at the what's paying half of the race, that will be MSI Esports GT3 from this BMW BS Turner, from Williams Esports BenQ. My question, I think, is over 5th as Altus pit. It's all about, does a 43 come out ahead of or behind the number 45? So Lombardi, what are you guys going to do? We know they massively butchered their pit stop 2 pit stops ago, losing time and not serving their penalty. This time, what will they do? 22 seconds or so to change the tyres, which is what you'd think about doing as a minimum, and then how much fuel you take on after that. And Lombardi's still fueling. They're out to 30 seconds with Altus car. Wheeler has come and gone, and I have to worry about whether or not they've covered off the German sim racing Lamborghini, who are just a little too far back.
Yeah, I would say about 10 seconds whenever they're out of the pit lane average. So safe position for them. Top 5 guaranteed, unless they did something really, really naughty and get a penalty again.
Yeah, nothing too spicy lately on the old penalty sheet. Well, there is.
Yeah, there is.
Oh, there really
no.
is.
Oh no! Me and my big mouth.
Well, remember, the views of Lorenzo Bonner are not necessarily those of Race Spot, so make sure that your hate mail is correctly addressed. But the number 14 race leading GT3 has 30 seconds time penalty to serve. But no, I guess it doesn't really matter about the number 5. They're out of contention now, but they've got 35 seconds for their part in it. They had to do a big pit stop for repairs recently after they struck the curb wrong. So unrelated to that, number 5 got taken out of contention. 30 seconds on the next pit stop for the race leader, who will be very, very thankful that their next pit stop comes after the halfway point of the race.
Still 30 seconds, Mr. David Haynes. Man, I'm trying to find words right here, man. That shifts the race dynamic a little bit, to be very honest with you. I'm not gonna lie, this might actually give the tip to Williams, or even maybe BS Turner, to take the lead of the race, or the reins of the race, and shift the dynamic of the championship a little bit. Because as we saw, the point gap still in favors Williams at 55 by a short minimum. I think the last time we saw was like 6 points, because they're now in third. The gap might be a little bit broader than that, maybe 8 points. So, of course, we have double points at the end of the race. It's gonna be an interesting one, you know. Where do they finish? How much they can actually shift back in terms of points and everything. So, looking forward to it whenever we get out of the broadcast, and maybe to see the wrap up of this race in about 6 hours.
The number 14, as you can see, 26 seconds ahead of their next competitor, but with 30 seconds of penalty to serve, presumably at their next stop. Exactly what a GT3's got to do to be able to lap one of the cup cars. Secret ingredient is ABS and braking later by the appearances.
Battle within GT4. This is big for Milano. That need these points, that need this third place to get closer on Urano, as Urano, like we saw the early portion of the broadcast, had some issues, more than 6 laps behind. Still on the track from what it looks like, but still, Milano need all the points they can get to try to get a little bit more relaxed position into the championship. Whenever they move forward into the final 6 hours of this race.
every battle for position right now is a battle for points. And they get paid at the halfway stage of this race. Hoisingveld TCR find themselves in the line of fire between SRC Movano Corsa and Pure Sims Esports GT4. Pure Sims don't really want to hang around, but into braking and through some of the slower corners, there's really not a great difference in performance between TCR and GT4. It's in a straight line when the extra horsepower of the GT4 can show you really notice the difference. What was kind of nose to tail suddenly becomes 1.2 seconds as Pure Sims had to wait a little to pass the TCR and then had the ATRS 992 car working its way through. The Aston Martin Vantage from SimRC who lead this class at the moment. Fiercely forward, and then the battle we have just seen. Tempest Simsport BMW getting closed a little by Leipert Esports Lamborghini. Actually not quicker on the last lap. The traffic that lays in store for Tempest though.
Getting really close on the Hoisingveld TCR. The inside, the entry of Akasha, so safe and south rim, and the gap widens.
Translate for me, what does that mean?
Akasha means I think is one of the sponsors, sponsors around the track.
It's not a type of snack.
It's not a type of snack or like its literal definition. It would say the box.
What's the Brazilian one with the shredded chicken or whatever in it? Like a little pastry.
I think I know what you mean, but I'm trying to remember. I cannot remember. Escondidinho? Wasn't that one that you ate, the escondidinho one?
I don't want to be wrong and accidentally say something stupid, so I'm just gonna Google it quietly.
All right, fair. It's because like I'm truly trying to remember what the food would be. Man, I'm talking about food. I'm getting hungry really. So, coxinha. Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So you can see why I would think that corner sounds like it could be a delicious snack.
Nah, it's completely different. If I remember, La Caixa was actually a bank. Is a bank that is in Barcelona. So it used to sponsor the track, sort of, and now finance the build of the track. So they have a corner on their name because there was a big board classic, I think, within the 90s and 2000s. I don't know if there is still over there, that you can definitely say La Caja or La Caixa.
Leipert have closed in here, and a little bit of time pressure on them with only a couple of laps to make that move if they want to bag some bonus points. Tempest a little wide in the final corner, one of the places you might be able to get an off track. And all the while, it's the 91 trying to unlap itself almost, it looks like.
Definitely adding up the spice on this battle. Wondering how aggressive they will be because that Porsche looks spacey. So if it were up to you, do you wait until Liper makes that overtake? Because I think Liper is gonna want to make that overtake. That most definitely is just a matter of where and when you do that overtake and then try to get your lap back.
It's going to be depend on how much aggression you see from Liper. If you see they're really shaping up for the move, trying to outbrake, trying to make sure they get that spot post haste, you wait it out. But if Liper are just sitting there, then you make it about you get in there and you get your lap back. So you're kind of looking for cues from Liper about how aggressive they're trying to be.
And you can see there's a little bit of a flare of patience with the Liper. They're not looking to make a desperate move or overwork the tires to lose that grip on the long run to Tempest, and Tempest is doing the job of trying to break himself 0.5 of a second. Though I think who's doing the overwork with the car right now must be the Portuguese team in comparison to the German team. So completely botched out turn number 1 right there.
Yeah, very, very wide in 1, which of course then compromises you into 2 and can compromise you into 3. Like that, get very close, and this seems to be more the strength of the Lamborghini is the corners than the straights. TRS cars. We get ever closer to that top of the hour. One more lap for the outright leader, and I assume it's all got to get counted in terms of who crosses the line after that in each class. Is just a little different than a checkered flag because racing goes on. MSI, TCR, another team hoping to pick up some of those halfway points. You can see they're still almost in touch with the Pure Sims TCR, and all of this traffic for Tempest I think plays relatively in their hands, in their favour. Points for every category about to get paid out when they cross the line at this lap. So your leader in each class, MSI Esports in GT3, Team 75 in 992, GT4 it is also SimRC and TCR. So big winners, SimRC.
Yeah, big winners for sure, especially given the fact that for 992, it's basically the leading car within the championship, won every single race bar at Sebring and Monza. Monza actually got P2, though getting massive points and breaking away from Urano as we see MSI come into the pit lane, but they already have the halfway points like we said before.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, because this is the first time MSI have crossed the start-finish line since the clock ticked over. Now, their pit box is after the timing line, so they got to the timing line in first place. They must have been pretty confident about it. And yeah, actually they've been to their penalty box, and the penalty box is after the timing line as well, which you'd have to be pretty certain about, otherwise they might have given up some points. Driver change in the 14.
Finally, it looks like we've seen Algarve since the start of the race, so deserving a bit of a break.
We almost have. He's done 178, and I'm seeing Alejandro Avin Luis Sanchez as having done 35. So that's 5 for Algarve and 1 for Luis Sanchez. Let's look to confirm those halfway points and then switch over into the second half of our coverage, race spot coverage, with VCO of the 24-hour Series Esports finale, 12 Hours of Barcelona. And now past that crucial points-paying halfway stage, we do see a lot of GT3s rush for pit lane, including the team that we expect would have bagged second in that category, the BMW team BS Turner car. Denez out, and do you hear the drums, Fernando? Ruben Bonga gets in.
Yeah, I can hear those drums loud and clear for Ruben Bonga, which definitely is going to be taking over the car, and I'm looking for what the Dutch driver has in terms of rhythm. That is definitely not going to be on the night because we're doing daytime racing. So, what kind of rhythm do you impose with the drums during daytime?
You just look to avoid being too percussive in the final 6 hours.
Yeah, that is true. You want to be calm. If you got to turn up, you got to turn up at the very end.
Also not far out of the TCR pit window as well, so now that we've clocked those halfway points, I wouldn't be surprised to see some of them pit. Also a handful of 992 cars on the lane, Team 75 and Visceral. Now I've got MSI ahead of Pure Sims on the road right now, but I think it was the other way around just a couple laps ago. So that's another one to have a look into. Who exactly was where when they crossed the timing line, when it counted?
In the TCR, you mean?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. I'll switch back. Interesting.
Do you read that as Pure Sims wanted to lead at the halfway and then
Give back to MSI?
Yeah.
Possibly. It's a cheeky strategy, you know. You'd probably want to do that. You know, wouldn't surprise me at all if they did it, because for them, they are the team that needs the points in the championship. MSI is kind of like out of reach, really. 11 points. No. For pure sims, those points for them are everything golden. Given the fact that SMRC is dominating this race.
One can certainly spend plenty of time reading the protest sheet. There's a lot to be read there.
Yeah, my only question is if I think you've said MSI serving the penalty, because I didn't see because from what it looks like on the sheet here, when Luis Sanchez took over the car, they didn't do the penalty. So for me, it's a bit weird why you didn't do the penalty now. Of course, it makes sense that you have 90 minutes to do it, so you live until the other pit stop for you to take over the car. But still, aren't you playing with the margins in a very fine fashion? You know, to get those things
No,
done at the end.
I've got them as having served the penalty they were in the penalty box last time through the lane for what was the outright leader.
Okay.
Oh, Weissenfeld, TCR locking them all up, going for an adventure across the apex at 5. Got surprised in the braking zone.
Now the one thing I'm looking for in this race, if it keeps going like this, because I know that and it's kind of involving this car, the Altos car. Where does it stay at the end of things? I know they got a penalty as well. They got like I think a 5-second penalty for making contact with the 114 of MSI, the TCR, and they got 5 seconds. They have to serve it in about I would say 70 minutes or something like that. But still, it's where is the gap from Williams, the 55, to MSI, or even PS Turner at this point now, moving forward into this race? How spread apart are they? Is it 20 seconds? Is it 30 seconds? We're taking 30 seconds, so final pit stop. Let's just say they do 30-second pit stop from the entry to the exit. This is an 80-kilometer pit stop, and you put up half the fuel stint, half a stint of fuel. I think you get out with a gap that can be very comfortable, maybe like 5 to 8 seconds in terms of gap into the final pit stop. Then you kind of like bounce things up for the final moments of the race. So it spices up things a little bit.
Any particular cars that you think the warming track surface favours?
Normally does favor the BMW a little bit. From what I know from history, the BMW kind of like performs really well within warm temperatures. I think the Porsche it has a struggle on the long run, very short runs. It has that grip, but after I think 60% in, 65%, it starts to struggle a little bit to find that grip. I think because it is rear engine, mid-rear engine, and after that, it's just fighting those other cars. I know the Lamborghini might not be competitive at all, and for GT4s, I think it doesn't matter too much. There would be keep that equal in terms of performance.
Well, past the halfway point of this season finale in 24-hour Series Esports. Coverage continues on YouTube in part 2. Click over, join us as we race towards the checkered flag, the end of the season, and champions for each of our 4 categories. David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonda will be with you on the other side there. So whatever platform you're on, some will click over automatically, some you'll find the link. We'll see you for the second half of the 12 hours of Barcelona.
Well, welcome back and welcome to the second half of the season finale for 24-hour Series Esports. Points have been paid at the halfway point, and it sets us up for the championship decider in all 4 classes. David Haynes here with Lorenzo Bonda, Connery Maddock now producing for us. Lorenzo, let's take a look then at the new lay of the land, who won out big, and what it means for how they've got to perform in the final half.
Yeah, so points difference between Williams and MSI, like I said, 8 points separate them due to the fact that MSI won the halfway points and Williams was third, just as we've seen 3 wide between a TCR 992 class and the BS Turner GT3. But yeah, I would say big winners over here. MSI, just those 2 points might make a lot of difference at the end of the race. Let's see how that will continue with this final 6 hours.
Yeah, remembering that at the end there's 40 points on the line for a win, so a gap of 8 between first and second is it keeps everything important as far as the execution is concerned, and to really see this out to the end could end up being very close. That's GT3. And TCR, SimRC have just pitted from the lead of that category. They hung it out there to get the points at the halfway, but in 992, Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC now 10 points clear of Urano, and neither of them can be complacent that Acetec could still take this if either of the first 2 stumble. So 10 points to separate first and second there.
And we said that big winners were SimRC, right, before we switched over?
Yeah, I think they bagged the max of points in 3 of the 4 categories. And in GT4, it means it brought them just a little bit closer. Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports, which is a lot of letters to fit into a little graphic, have 93 points at the lead of class, but this is SimRC leading the way in that category, and SRC Movano Corsa in second as well. We can actually take a look at the live points for that one later on, and I'm sure as we get closer to the checkered flag it'll be of much more importance. You cannot get complacent, no way. And there in TCR, you're looking at the championship leader, the race leader. It's Corentin Guinea has gotten in and taken over from, I think, Nathan Amos was driving earlier. Just 5 points from Pure Sims, and they did well for themselves with the halfway points to just extend a little bit over MSI, Hoisey Felt Impulse, and Carbon. Top 6 there.
It's interesting to see how Pearson still has some hope of a victory despite being 33 seconds back. And just say that any fumble that SimRC might get himself involved into, might get a massive pit stop or a massive accident that might take some time away from them, would be enough for them to go back into the fight and be within the realms of winning the championship, just because the Monza round, from what it looks like, the second to last race, they had massive problems at the start. No, actually at the race itself, not at the start, but during the race itself.
A little family photo moment a second ago as the SimRC GT4 passed the TCR. Those are the cars painted in the traditional SimRC yellow, red and black. Meanwhile, they're running the Team 75 Bernhard cars in GT3 and 992 that are in the blue and red, but SimRC underneath. I'd have to say, with the exception of the 992 leader, the SimRC paint seems to be bringing them a little more luck.
But then again, now I have to ask you a question. Which of the liveries do you prefer from SimRC?
I'm a sucker for the classic, but maybe if I was a big DTM fan or something, I'd look at it the other way.
Okay. I'll agree with you, not only for that, but I'm trying to remember if the Team Bernhard car has race spot stickers as well.
Oh yeah, that could make a big difference.
Yeah, because the SimRC one does have massive race spot stickers, and we know that they make a lot of difference in the track.
GT3 leader pits, and Altus Esports go back through to the lead of the race. MSI Esports 14 would be leading at this point were it not for that 30-second penalty, so that's really brought some of the other cars back into contention for the outright win at the end of this, like BS Turner, like Altus, and like that Williams Esports BenQ 55. Hell, maybe even Beeler. And they probably remain fifth after that stop. Any news on the penalty sheet there, Lorenzo? I'm seeing that the 13 has picked up a couple, which is Tempest.
83 as well, which is the Relay Sim Racing. And that is pretty much it. I think all the penalties have been issued now from now on.
Occasionally you do see a little bit of a backlog of ones that are under review.
No,
not many of those at the moment.
Actually, none at all. All of them actually have been either served or issued towards the teams, because some of them are kind of like repeating itself. So interesting. Other than that, it's pretty much calm. What surprises me is the fact that we have 79 reports, but for average, we have lots of reports, 79, 80 something reports for this first 6 hours. Do you expect that to be for Barcelona a lesser number? But then again, some of them repeat itself. So at average, you have about what one-time reports. You have like 50, 40, 40, 50 reports for 6 hours. That is quite a lot. I don't know. I don't know what you think.
I think Kota set the record. I'm not sure it's something that aims to be beaten. Yeah, around 79. On the sheet.
Now I'm actually curious to see how many Kota had.
Well, everything's bigger in Texas. as they say. Let's take a look then again at the standings across all the classes, because what we had was the bagged, the locked-in points after they were given it halfway. Now you're looking at quote-unquote live points, or as they run, if they finished where they stand right now, what would happen? And the answer is Williams Esports BenQ winning by 4 points over MSI. I think there's a couple of positions that MSI are going to fight back for in this final half of the race after that 30-second penalty they only very recently served in the last half hour. So there's a couple of cars in front of them that they could catch, see themselves get a couple more points and still become champions against Williams Esports BenQ. You see that BS Turner are in a good spot at the moment, second on track. I'd see them jump the Biela Racing Team Euronics. And you can see Altus tracking for 5th at the moment. German Sim Racing IPR ACV with a handy little jump up into 6th. Lorenzo, have a look at 992.
As soon as we get up on the screen, Team Bernhard, 75 by Bernhard by SimRC. I completely butchered the name. I apologize, SimRC. Running away with 152 points, still within the lead of the race with a very comfortable gap to Phoenix. Urano is in 3rd with 134 points, basically sealing the deal for them. And Visceral was fighting with Urano a few laps back before we went to the halfway point of the race, trying to get as many points they can and getting that performance and jumping up one spot. Williams just by staying on the track and having solid positions within the top 5. In 4th, jumping one spot from Apex Academy, and Sabel doing their best job to try to get closer and closer within those top 10s to get 1 point up on Apex Academy.
GT4 definitely one of the categories of interest after the damage that the championship leading Urano Mercedes picked up relatively early on into this one. As they run at the moment, SRC Movano Corsa would jump them for the championship. And very close there between Urano and SimRC, 2nd and 3rd as well. Pure Sims with some late gains, Sabelt slipping 1 spot and Fiercely Forward jumping 3 into the top 6. So SRC Movano course.
Oh!
Well, that's a 992 that's a long way from the racing line. Apex Racing Academy in the penultimate corner, well out into the gravel. Normally, they end up there with a little bit of help, or turning into the corner with the outside wheels on the gravel. But there is a looming presence of the BS Turner BMW. And it's nose to tail contact at turn in that sends the Apex Racing Academy sideways and out there. What did we say about the bonga drums?
Yeah, you told them to be very mild and quiet. Unfortunately, they just beat up too hard to make contact with the Apex Academy car and throw them around into the outside, making sure that that Porsche is rally cross ready for whenever the Rally Cross Championship comes back into iRacing. With that being said, definitely a slam dunk penalty for a BS competition. The BS Turner.
Is it? I mean, I didn't see the BS car go wide. They made the apex. They didn't dive to the inside late. They were always positioned there.
Yeah, but you're positioning yourself to try to set yourself for an overtake. Of course, the other car cooked the entry. The Apex Academy car cooked the entry, missed the apex, like you said. but still you're positioning yourself quite aggressively. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's like an NFA. I definitely would say, oh, this is a race system, but in my POV, if it were up to me, I'm not. And this is the benefit of us commentators being having this free opinion of sorts. The way that the BS Turner car positioned themselves, I would say that's a penalty on them. Maybe 5 seconds, something like it. But nothing too transgressive after that. Maybe just because they caused a contact and could have waited more patiently to make that overtake.
Well, you won't have to wait too long because the protest is being typed out by Apex Racing Academy at the moment. And BS Competition are not typing out a counter protest, so we'll see what happens of that. This is TCR points at the moment. Things looking good for Sim RC. Things looking pretty good for Pure Sims as well, as they passed MSI just before the points got paid out. And it still shapes as a pretty competitive three-way tussle where SimRC Honda cannot afford to misstep in the remaining 5.5 hours. And full send, the only change there. If they can finish where they are at the moment, they'll jump some championship spots. Ooh, I need to really dig into the rules, Lorenzo, to know what championship result guarantees you a spot on the grid next season. Because if you're not thinking about winning, that's probably the only other main consolation you've got going for yourself.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, when I was looking at the rules and regulations, I think it is top 3. I know is guaranteed next season. I think the rest is, I know from Ivra, you win the championship, you get a spot into 24-hour series. Or I don't know if it is top 3 or top 5. Then the Ivra gets 1 spot. The rest is kind of like open. From Club Sport, I think GT Sprint from Ivra gets a point and get a spot within GT3s. 992 TCRs, like I said, on Club Sport, it gives you access to it. And I think on Endurance Series as well, if you win GT3 Pro, if I remember correctly, you get a spot within the 24-hour series too. But that I would have to confirm. I'm just saying that on the top of my head. I'm looking at the regulations now, I'll tell you in a little bit.
Kidoki. Well, heard from Pure Sims that it wasn't purely tactical to give up second place back to MSI. There was some dramas with the traffic that happened the lap after they crossed the line to get the halfway points paid. So Pure Sims, they got their points, but then lost their position pretty quickly after. And that's where we find ourselves again in this situation with MSI in second in the Veloster, Pure Sims third in the Civic, and both of them within mathematical hope of the championship, but 38 seconds adrift of SimRC leading the category, and definitely the category where it's hardest to make up that amount of time. certainly remains very close in this battle, second and third. TCR, and it doesn't look like now that finishing ahead of Pure Sims on the road is not enough for MSI to finish ahead of them in the championship. They were very, very level at the start of this race. Pure Sims just nosed far enough ahead with the bevy of points from the halfway point. Stewards still looking over if there's going to be a penalty for the second place running BMW team BS Turner. They've decided there will be 5 seconds for the number 10 car. If I've read that right, which is SERIES Esports. Yep, in one of the Lamborghinis. German sim racing also in a Lamborghini, but outside of that, it's very much a Porsche BMW game in the GT3 category. Very much been a Mercedes game in the GT4, but with just 2 Aston Martins that started the championship, one of them is leading in that class at the moment with Sim RC. Oh, TCR battles door to door again. A couple of corners in a row, they've almost lent on each other, and there's the GT4 leader trying to get past as well. The side-by-side TCR is creating a little bit of a roadblock, and the 992 car tries to dive down the inside. All of this serves to help MSI protect their position.
Yeah, because they were thinking about it, you know, they nearly put the cars side by side into a dive into the entry of turn number 10, but unfortunately, the fact that Sim RC GT4 and then also the Phoenix 992, which is P2 in the class, put up the cars side by side, Pure Sims had to like be the bigger man and yield the track position to both of those cars and live to fight another day.
Looking forward again, Ross McFarlane's patience has run out. He dives down the inside of Victor Lobato, driving the MSI TCR, and this time makes it stick far more cleanly. All this to keep Pure Sims just a little closer in the championship hunt.
All right, so I got the end. Oh, never mind.
Well, we'll see. Lorenzo, you stay on hold, because with that move from Pure Sims, suddenly now only 9 points away from Sim RC, but it does just become a who finishes first on the road situation. There's no way Pure Sims take the championship without closing down the now 39 seconds on the road between themselves and Sim RC leading class.
Yeah, I think for Pure Sims, right from the get-go of this race, it was like a must-win race, because what happened in Monza, just getting 7
Stays
points.
in Monza?
Beside that, mamma mia, I was going to say, it turned into a race win situation for them no matter what. They needed to win, and then gone with a considerable gap to Sim RC and see where they would take them to the end. So the job is just becoming harder and harder and harder as laps go by. And the thing is, MSI, if they do the switchback, I don't know how many points there will be in terms between them as well. I think it will be right around 10 points instead of 14 points to separate them, or even less than that, maybe 9 or 8 points, just by one overtake done at the time being.
If there's any good news for Pure Sims, it's that the last lap for the leader was a 153.2, and Ross McFarlane, including his rather gutsy pass, managed a 152.8 to just trim a couple tenths out of it. And there is still, of course, hours and hours of racing still to go in this one, even if the gaps grow and shrink at a snail's pace in TCR, with everyone being so equal on strategy and on the race pace. McFarlane definitely looks quick at the moment. Not that it doesn't mean there might be something still in reserve for Corentin Guinea in the leading machine. Oh, MSI off the circuit. Always looked like a very tail-happy car, but through the final corner, Victor Lobato oversteps the mark and not only loses a little bit of time, but critically looks like he's going to lose the slipstream to an absolutely charging Ross McFarlane.
Yeah, let's look on the replay right here, going to the final corner. Just wondering how badly they overcooked the car. Completely overcooked the entry, David.
Yeah, that's bird. Having a look at it again, it all starts with being out very wide on that yellow curb, but every time he goes to turn in, there's no rear grip either, so it just ends up a little wide on the marbles, which were very, very extensively built up after more than 6 hours of racing. Here's the view from someone.
The BS Turner.
BS Turner. It's like it sure looks like a BMW, not a MSI Porsche to me. And that car 2.7 seconds away from the lead. And expecting, I'm not going to consult the same magic hat again, but expecting this could be an in-lap from Altus Esports at the lead of the race.
Yep.
And indeed it is. Okay, I'll take that magic hat back out of the garbage and dust it off and wear it one more time. So then ES Turner go through into the lead. Altus with the 5-second penalty, I think it is, to serve.
Yep.
For
touching the MSI car.
Yes. Yeah, we did see that one on broadcast at the time. And very promptly served. So...
Ooh, I think we got a new one right here. 5-second... I think if you haven't broke this down, remember that incident between the BS Turner car and the...
Apex Racing Academy 992?
Yeah. 9 seconds, 5 seconds to the BS Turner car for causing the contact and spinning the Apex Academy.
That sits about right with me.
Yeah, it's like I said, I expected 5 seconds just because he made the contact and he spun him around. But at the same time, I like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if possible NFA would have been hinted out, because surely he didn't go for the overtake. He was trying to set up the overtake to go on the ultimate on the last corner. So I understand the point of view, but still, if you're in the faster car, you have to set up yourself a gap that is relatively safe. And unfortunately, by not doing that, you cause a contact of 5 seconds, more than justifiable for PS Turner to get the penalty.
Here's Dominic Hoffman, third in category on track. A car still harbouring championship hopes in this class. And definitely moving and shaking on that lap. Cutting down the gap to second place, who's just up the road from the Phoenix Racing Esport car driven by Luca Alpert. Then, my goodness, it's a handy class lead that Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC have in this category, the most of any, as you can see looking down the timing column in the on-screen graphics. 42 seconds, even more than their TCR siblings have.
Fiercely forward, what happened to them? What happened to our fiercely forward car? They are in second place for the time being here, David. I think that is the best spot for them in this race, and I think overall the championship, as we see the standings for the 992 plus finally, David.
Yeah, and when we saw the live standings at GT4, we also see that result, or where they're standing at the moment, fiercely forward, will launch them up the standings a little bit. But yeah, Urano we were looking at, and where they are at the moment, will only net them second in the championship. Even jumping a spot would be enough. If they finish behind Team 75, they'll finish behind Team 75. It sounds like a pretty dumb thing to say, but it definitely means the battle's got to be fought out on track. And the number 975 holds a very, very comfortable little margin at the moment. Looking at Phoenix, who are second on circuit at the moment, still just losing a little bit to Urano in third, who are closing them up. And Lorenzo, my numbers have got the 992 category as being the class with the highest strength of field. So mathematically, it's got the highest average rated drivers, and it should be the most competitive.
Yeah.
Or it should be quite competitive.
I think the reason is because of this class. It's a little bit interesting, my point of view. It's one of those classes that, yeah, sure, you have the highest strength of field. You have drivers that competed or compete in Porsche, in the Porsche Esports Super Cup or the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup on their native countries, like the Netherlands. Sorry, not the Netherlands. Denmark, Germany, and other places. The Great Britain too. So it's natural to have this relative real strong field between them. But it's a class that suffer a lot with damages. So it's, I think, one of the classes that we had a lot of DNFs. And I'm just taking a quick look over here. Like, for example, Phoenix, which is actually the second place, only had 4 DNFs in the entirety of the championship. Finished second last race, is still second in this
I think
race.
last race was their first race.
Yeah, the last race I think was first race, or even so DNS or even DNFs. So second place for them already. But it's a class that suffers a lot with issues throughout the field. So being that mid-top tier car that struggles to make that overtake on the turns and doesn't have electronics that the GT3 does have to aid them into the track, so it is more of a driver's car than anything else. But I think it is definitely much more contested than last season. Last season had a really strong teams fighting for it, but and I think we came down to the wire into the final race. I think the fact that we had the separation and the dominance from SRC, as we see Sabelt before coming out of the pit lane, made a little bit of a stronger case this year.
Yep, Sebelt returning to the track 5th in class with Emanuele Petri. Now, we talked about a couple of the penalties that had come through for Tempest Sim Sport in GT3, and neither of them have been served yet per the sheet, so still 35 seconds hanging over them for dangerous driving and contact. But, you know, what can you expect? Sometimes in the heat of racing, tempests flare. Well, it's been a pleasure working with RaceSpot, as I assume I'm getting fired after that one. But more seriously, looking at the timing, it's pretty close in this sort of midfield of the GT3. Tempest currently in 7th, 2 minutes 1 second behind the class leader. But you add 35 seconds to that, it puts them behind Leipert, it puts them sort of neck and neck with Pure Sims in 9th. So it's definitely going to cost them one position, potentially to cost them 2 and put them in battle for 9th place instead of the 7th where they currently run.
And for them, any position they can get over here, I think is going to be positive. I've been looking at, if I remember correctly, this is their debut race, so the final race for them is the debut. They haven't raced at all, looking at the standings in this championship. So the Portuguese team trying to make a good statement, and so far getting a top 10 in here. So for them, I think it must be very good, very positive. Probably gonna celebrate the top 10 with the bacalhau, the codfish, maybe. I don't know. It's the I wouldn't mind eating a codfish right now.
We could totally have a travel/food show. It'd be great.
What would we name it though? It's like Foodscapades?
I was trying to have like a pun on Bonda, but I got nothing.
I got nothing as well, man. As we're seeing some team-on-team action. 992 Cup Class Car giving draft to the 55 BenQ Porsche as well, just different mates. Bondering with food.
Got some great suggestions from our YouTube comments.
Oh.
Between either Food Spot or Race Pot. Race Pot is good.
The Race Pot is good.
Because I love, your Korean and Asian style, hot pot and other things like that. So,
yeah.
Race Pot sounds good to me.
Race Pot, it gives me like going to a Korean barbecue vibes. Did you ever go to a Korean barbecue?
Dude,
in
yes.
Australia?
Yeah, it's great.
Mate, it's like when I went to Lisbon last week and the week prior to that. Unfortunately, there was a very good Korean barbecue joint that me and the guys from my company that we work with, we wanted to go, but no room whatsoever. And I really wanted to go and have that proper barbecue in here. I found one place in Porto that actually does Korean barbecue. I need to go. Like, I need to have that experience. I just, when you get into the vortex of watching Korean shows and the Korean dramas on Netflix.
No, I'm still safe from K-dramas, but I've got some friends.
Yeah, man. I just gotta tell you, that is a very big vortex. It's like a black hole. Once you start seeing one, you get pulled in and you watch the other one, and then another one, and then another one. Now I'm kind of like addicted to it. It's complicated, and you try to get out, but you just can't. And now I started liking Korean barbecue because of it. I cannot take K-pop though. K-pop is a completely different story though. It's completely different from the K-dramas.
No Blackpink in your areas?
Oh, they have. Oh, I've listened to Blackpink, but still, nah. Oh, and I listen This is curious. I listen Blackpink in a Hard Rock Cafe restaurant, which was weird for me.
MSI Esports stop and rejoin the race. Sani El Gabay. Again, some work to do if they want to secure championship. The penalty not long ago, setting them back, taking them out of what looked like net race leaders. Alcabe, very ambitious with his move on traffic there that I'm not sure Sebelt 992 are going to greatly appreciate, but yields in the end. Still waiting on stops from BMW Team BS Turner, Williams Esports BenQ, Beeler Racing Team Euronics. And see where MSI then end up in the pecking order. We're not going to have to wait on Beeler Racing Team too much longer though, because they're in. And of course, MSI are going to get around them, seeing as the MSI car is just navigating the final corner right now. And Beeler on the pit lane. Luca Wunsch, I think, taking that car. Ooh, Apex Racing Academy having to take some avoiding action there as MSI showed the nose. And Apex maybe with some flashbacks to BS Turner, who are in the lane now and will have to serve their 5-second penalty. Or, yeah, they did. They have already, and now they're moving towards their pit stall. MSI are halfway around the lap at the moment. I think Turner are gonna hold on to that one. Urano versus Phoenix for second in class though. We talked about the speed that Urano had catching and closing down on second. Took them a while to get there, but they just kept chipping to half a second a lap, and here they are.
Yeah, I think this is the same scenario we saw with Williams and Urano when they were battling for position. Not that Williams, the livery is pretty much the same, but it still is a 992 Cup class car. look at the front end of the Phoenix car. It's pretty much dent. It's kind of like the same way that the Williams car was dent, and we know those cars are aggressive defense from Phoenix going to turn number 7. It must be taken out at least 5 or to up to 10 kph of terminal speed. So the struggle that Phoenix probably have on their car right now to keep that second place and be on track is massive. I see Rano making the dive bomb right here, right now, if they want to.
Yeah, a little predictable. Hoffman, the late move to the inside, gets squeezed by Alpert. Hoffman really looked up against the apex there, but he moves Urano up into second. And then immediately pits. Great move. Great work. Great strategy. There's the live points. Which we'll look at them again later, but wow, okay. Works like that sometimes, huh?
It's for the ego. It's for that. It's for massaging your ego. Like, I did it.
If you're a full season team, you've got to let these part timers know their place.
Yeah, precisely. You know, just show him up who's boss. You know. Don't be diminished by the presence of part-time teams. Just because they think, oh, I can make an impact right here, they're gonna be like, psych. No way, I dominate it. I'm the big dog of this house. And no, I did not want to make a Roman Reigns. If you got, for those guys wondering, I did not make a Roman Reigns reference right here. It wasn't the intention.
Let's have a recap of where we stand now. 24-hour series esports season finale, 12 hours of Barcelona. GT3 Williams Esports BenQ lead from Altus from BMW team BS Turner. You can see where that 5-second penalty in the last stop for BS Turner has dropped them behind Altus, but still remaining ahead of MSI. Last cars on the lead lap there at the moment, at least. Biela Racing Team Euronics and German Sim Racing best placed Lamborghini for all of the Lamborghini fans. And then Tempest Sim Sport are in 7th, but still with a 35-second penalty to be served by them. Lipit Esports, Pure Sims Esports, ASR able to 10th. And see Relay just finishing up a pit stop there in 11th, I think. Team 75, Bernhard, Havu, Williams Esports, Chill Blast. And I think Pike from Beach Racing is still running. Yes, they're still on track and running. So 15 cars in GT3 with 2 retirements. Aztec Sim Sports, Visceral 95. And BS Competition 89. Lorenzo, that's GT3.
Yeah, let's take a quick look on the 992 class. Once we have them up on the screen, so it's still T75 Bernhard by SimRC dominating the field by a long margin from Phoenix Racing Esport. They were P3, but then Urano came into the pit box when they were P2, so taking back P2 now. Phoenix Racing Esport, Williams Esports, the 995 is in 3rd place, Pure Sims in 4th. Apex Tech Racing Esports in 5th place, Sabel 6th, Urano after the pit stop in 7th place, Vividly 8th, Aztec 9th, and Mivano in 10th. Apex Racing Academy, despite the issues they are having still on the track, in 11th in Apex Tech. The other sister car, the 913, pitting at the time being the last running car on the track in 12th place.
Okey-doke. What about GT4 then, where Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC lead? Well, actually, they're just SimRC. And they're ahead of Fiercely Forward, SRC Movano Corsa, Pure Sims, and Saybelts, the 5 GT4s. Lead lap there, Torque Freak, Hydra Race Geodesic Racing, SCK Racing. Scored 1 lap down, Delta Sport 3, Scuderia Volpe Competizione 4, Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports in 11th, soldiering on every point they can get, keeps them in the championship. So they will look to do everything to not give up on this with still almost 5 hours left. With the retirements, we do have Bitson VDS by Undercut, Impulse Racing, Pure Sims Esports, and Hunkos Racing Esports, making the whole GT4 field sandwiched betwixt the 2 Aston Martins. Notice how I didn't call it an Aston Martin sandwich so I don't get yelled at by whoever it is that... yeah, well, actually, there's a couple of people who'd informed me that sandwiches are typically defined by their filling and not their crust.
Yeah, I know what you mean. So, TCRs, as we have SimRC still leading this race by 41 seconds on Pure Sims, and following closely, not anymore that close as we saw before, by MSI Esports in 3rd place. Maybe in 4th, Fast Repair Motorsports and Simplify is in 5th place. Full Send 6th, Send at 7th. Team Hoistenfeld in 8th place, Impulse 9th, and the last of the running cars is Carbon Simsport in 10th place. In the TCRs, David.
I had a dream last night. I was racing in one of the Alpha TCRs.
The one that Tyler Maxon hates.
I imagine he might. But yeah, one
because
of them.
that car is a bullet on the straight lines. That's why he hates it. But go back. You were racing on the TCR, so I apologize.
Yeah, I had my helmet and everything, and I was at the racetrack, and I was gonna race a Alfa Romeo TCR.
Did you picture the track though?
Might have been Winton.
Not a bad choice. I like the choice. It's an interesting track for TCRs. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, TCR Australia is going there this year. I think they've been there before. And there's at least one Alpha left. There used to be a couple more, I think.
What is Australia dominated right now in terms of TCRs? Hondas or?
I think, funnily enough, I think there's 4 Peugeots. I think Peugeots are the most.
Really?
There's kind of a split. I think there's 2 new Audis and 2 old spec Audis.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's Peugeot 308, I think.
Really? I never would think that a Peugeot 308 TCR existed. I know they made it, and I think it raced a few seasons in WTCR. And
it's a funny thing, the different TCR models, because there's probably about 100 Audi RS3s made.
I was going to say that.
And
but the same denomination.
there are some of the
like
other popular models, like the Civic. There's probably been at least 50 of those made, I think.
Okay.
But then I believe there's only ever been 8 chassis of the Peugeot 308. There was only ever 2 Subaru WRX TCRs.
Whoever made them, you are a Chad. You have my heartfelt thanks, man. Subarus are real race cars. Why they haven't made put it in Impreza, making GT3 version out of the Impreza? Gran Turismo does that. Come on, I want to see one. in a track. It's been a long time, but we haven't seen a Subaru race cars. I know they made the BRZ for GT, the GT300.
Let's just slap one of those badges on the GR86 Cup car to make you happy.
Fair. I would take that 100%.
And there are some racing mother chassis GT300 and Super GT.
Yeah. Like, I would take it.
Pour one out for my friend, the Toyota Prius Super GT.
The boy. You gotta respect the Prius. If you don't respect the Prius GT300, you're not a racing fan.
If you want every race car to, fit in the same box and look the same and sound the same, variety is the spice of life. Of course, there should be Mercedes AMG GT3s racing against a Toyota Prius in Japan. If that's not happening, then the world's not right.
Precisely. It's like... However, the next thing I really want to see is kind of like take an evolution and maybe like put up a Toyota Grand Chaser. You know, the big boy, that big sedan. I would love to see that maybe in some sort of a Japanese racing, because that thing is big. And it has an engine. Oh, nice dive bomb from Pure Sims. MSI, the TCR just
Getting bullied.
To it. Very fully bullied. At least he was mindful that the car was coming though.
Pure Sims Daniel Ferguson is in a bit of a hurry though, because Tobias Grundkotter in the German sim racing Lamborghini is hot on his heels and has the full endurance lights on the Lamborghini as well. The kind you put on your ute if you're going kangaroo hunting. Tempest are in the lane, and they have just served their 35 seconds of penalty. Now they've just made it down to their pit stall. You can see Pure Sims 992 having a driver change as well. Ian Gagnon Renault gets in, the Canadian. But for Tempest, yeah, this is what's going to drop them back from 7th or so to potentially as far as 9th as the battle between Pure Sims, German Sim Racing goes through, and ASR Able in this Porsche also go through. Be the race leading 992 behind that as well.
Yep.
Marvin Strel pitting. Always Shay Adam when we need her.
Yeah, to do those driver reports. Like one of the best things of watching like Red Le Mans, aside from John Highhog and Nick Damon and all the boys, is like the expertise of Shay to handle interviews. Like she has a different, because like if this is a gripe that I have with like normal racing interviews. They're okay, but they sound like kind of dull sometimes. And listening to Shay do the interviews whenever she's on the 24-hour series, here on 24-hour series, or even on IMSA, for example, is something different. It's more relaxing. It's much better to listen, and the drivers are also relaxed as well. Because she handles like a more relaxed interview. She's gonna ask about the obvious things, sure, but still, she does it in a way that it doesn't sound forced. You know, that is good to listen to.
Tempest pulled out, had to get back into slipstream, and then make the dive on the 992 of Away of Italy. They get through eventually. Was someone stopped on track there?
Yeah,
am I crazy?
No, you're not crazy. I did see the same thing.
Yeah, just panned past, and I swear there might have been a stopped car. The nose has been pushed in on that GT4 Delta Sport. There's a lot more going on than that, and I think the suspension is
toasted.
crooked as well.
Oh, Bila. Oh. Wondering.
Race Factory 499. So, at the top of the hill, at the corner that you know how to pronounce.
Oh, give it a try, David. I don't judge.
No, because I'm just gonna say Coccinia again.
Oh, okay, fair. It's La Caixa.
Yeah, see, if I practice that, then I'll forget how to pronounce the snack, and I'll go to the restaurant and be like, "Can I get caipirinha? Whatever the other meal I like." Yeah.
Coxinha? Yeah, that's yeah. Luca could have done this much better. He's gonna get a penalty, that is for sure. Surely the GT4 made him think that he was gonna get the right hand side and made a very late move. You know, some lack of communication, but still, Luca could have done this a little bit better.
Yeah, so I'll be in the restaurant being like, "Oh, can I get a drink, a feijoada, and a bank?" And they'll be like, "What?"
David, why did you mention the feijoada? I haven't eaten one in months, man. What I might do, actually, I might leave the broadcast whenever my Arsenal is in about 30 minutes. I'm gonna go to the mall, get myself a feijoada, and then I'll watch Creed 3. Now I really got that's really nice.
You will be absolutely set up with that.
Gotta satiate my need for feijoada.
I'm looking at the menu again for Brisbane's best O Brasileiro restaurant. Okay, lunch menu.
Though Bila overshooting the corner a little bit right there, but still keeping that car on the track. Nothing much happened right now in terms of gaps around the track. I think the closest one, while we're still talking about food and stuff, is...
correct my pronunciation here. Escondidinho.
It's not bad. It's actually really good. That's really good.
I thought I did pretty good saying feijoada as well.
No. You nailed it. You completely nailed it. Like of all the
Coxinha?
people, it's not bad. We say coxinha.
Coxinha.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, good. I'll never be hungry again.
No, you're good. Like from all the people that I've met that speak Portuguese or speak these Brazilian, the local cuisine, I would say, it's you're good. You're bang on. You're probably one of the best.
Good. Being able to order in a restaurant is a skill that I, always aspire to excel at.
I mean,
on account of the reward for success is very immediate.
Oh, ordering your place in restaurants sometimes gets you places, man. Trust me, I got a lot of free meals just by knowing how to order stuff.
Get a lot of delicious things.
Precisely.
Fuel Sim's no longer under as much pressure from Gen Sim Racing as they were. David Ferguson has found his vibe and his rhythm here as he gets towards the end of the stint. Definitely lighter on fuel. The BMW versus the Lamborghini that was with him.
Just taking a quick look. Yes, I think the gap widened up a little bit between them because I saw that around 1.7 seconds. I think at the start of the last lap, but now it's 2.3 seconds. The gap that separates Pearson to GSR. And if I remember correctly, that is actually the closest gap we have around the track right now. Yeah. So now truly, for the time being, became a gap race of sorts. And can I borrow your magic hat really quickly, David?
Yes, it's a little dirty, but go ahead.
No, it's okay. My thought is, I think the leader in the 995 Williams Esports, this might be their in lap. 40 laps within their stint.
Yeah. No.
Slam dunked. Yeah, I think the magic hat only works with people that are not from Hufflepuff. I can understand that.
Ready for the Pure Sims team picture? Here we go. And everyone smile. Beautiful.
And it's interesting now to see like these teams involved with real race drivers we've seen now. Pearson might be actually one of the first ones that are owned by of sorts by a sim racer in actually Ash Sutton from BTCC. We know that Timo Bernhard now has his team announced. Actually, this is kind of funny. I don't know if you've seen this. London Heinrich and Ayanchen Guven to race on DTM. So two former sim racers. Well, they're driver with sim racing pedigrees as well. Very decorated sim racing pedigrees to race for them on DTM, which is really cool, by the way. As we're seeing now, someone on the pit box because Turner went to second place. William being queued 55 into the pit lane. So it's really good to see now this involvement. Yeah. Involvement from drivers and teams coming into sim racing, giving opportunities to aspiring young and aspiring sim racers. And now the 995 Williams comes into the pit lane as well.
Did they do Two Williams, Two Furious, the sequel? There's the driver change in what was the leading 992.
One of the new additions of the team, by the way, David. Matheus Nogai. That was from Triton Racing. So now basically all the Triton Racing has been merged to Williams with the addition of Dominic Blyer and also, I'm trying to remember the third driver. I forget. I'm truly trying to remember, but they added basically the entire Triton racing team into the team right now. So very decorated Polish drivers enjoying Kamil Grabowski into the team as well.
Very nice.
I remember, is Jerzy Glach. I remember. There you go. My memory does not fail me.
SR Able, one of the teams that are involved in a kind of a proxy race against Tempest after the penalty for Tempest. Able not that far away off a pit stop and where they will be relative to Tempest when that happens. I feel like many of there's a great representation of French Canadians in sim racing.
Yeah.
We've got Vacherit here in ASR Able. We saw Ian Gagnon Renault get into the Pure Sims
car in 992.
Yeah, you have Andrew Caron as well into the other. He's in the same car as Sharid is actually driving. There's a Guillaume Levesque as well. I think he did the stint for ASR Able, I think at the very start. So yeah, you do have a growing representation of the French-Canadian side of Canada to try to showcase towards other Canadians that French Canada is much better than American Canada. Kind of like their internal civil sim racing war.
My full dose of that was flying Air Canada recently, and love me some French language safety videos.
Bonjour, monsieur.
And, welcome, aboard Air Canada.
Nice. I need to fly Air Canada. Probably, I'm considering going to the World Cup in Canada in 2026, so see if I can actually get an Air Canada ticket, either from Porto or Lisbon, whenever I go there. Because I heard the airline is really good.
I've heard that statistically they're the most delayed airline in North America, but it's tough to say, is that because they're a bad airline or because Canada has weather and they just happen to be the biggest airline in Canada?
Bam. That is a really good question. Or even both. You can say both.
Or maybe Toronto Airport is really badly managed and they just happen to be the biggest user of Toronto Airport, or...
So this is actually kind of funny. I met a friend. She came from Ottawa earlier today. Not earlier today, yesterday. But one of my friends, actually, one of my best friends, went to Brazil, and his flight was due to go on Wednesday. Guess what happened? Touching upon what you were saying.
The front fell off.
Oh, nearly close. Weather delayed canceled the flight to Thursday. So it might be maybe the weather. It's always snowing in Canada or something like it. It's like 295 days of the year probably snowing, and the other 65 days, which is kind of like summer, good weather. That's my tinfoil theory for Canada. Why the flight's always delayed.
Well, you've got the GT4 leader going around the outside. Third place in TCR there. And a little bit of a 992 battle shaping up all amongst it. Visceral and SRC Movano. There's an earlier drama, though, for Sebelt Esports, Emanuele Petrie. Now I'm seeing this for the first time as you are. BS Turner down the inside. They cut through to follow them on MSI and have just a little touch that spins the GT4 Mercedes around.
A very finicky and small touch, spinning them around. Weird, but still, it is what it is. As we see now, what happened to...
That's just another view of it.
Yeah, from Vooz, I think. Point of view.
Cotti Pizza.
Oh, don't get me touched upon pizza, David, please. It's a topic that I think I had the discussion with Andy upon crimes committed against the pizzas. You probably know what I'm talking about, right?
The only crime you can commit against pizza is telling people that the way they enjoy pizza is wrong and they shouldn't be allowed to have fun.
Okay.
That and using pizza to rob a bank.
Okay. But that would be too cheesy to try to rob a bank. See what it did there? I'll see myself out.
I'm thinking.
Oh, you're still thinking about the pun that I made? Really?
I'm thinking if I can do worse.
No. But I am very good with bad puns. Like, that actually, I'm not going to joke. Actually, that was very fast for me because that was literally the first thing that came into my mind. I was like, oh, I'm just going to let it go. I don't even care if it is bad. It cannot be as Chaz Draycott's bad puns.
And fair enough. Here's that 992 battle once again. 9th and 10th place. SERIES Sim Sports Visceral currently ahead of SRC Movano Corsa. They've had a tough run of the traffic. And what is there? Still close to 50 cars running on track. What is a 4.7 kilometre lap. So there's plenty of them out there.
That fuel saving though.
Acetec out so wide as they tried to pass the TCR car. Movano a little easier for Eduardo Leo.
I think they got bullied by the GSR Lamborghini going to the corner.
Every second letter of this man's name is either an E or an O.
I didn't even think of that, to be very honest.
A little bit clearer in front of them this time, and I think without the traffic to jumble things up a little bit, definitely looks like the 933 is the quicker car. Struggling with any damage or straight line speed. Look at how much it closes once they kick into 6th gear. Acetec might be working with a little bit more aero drag on. And there goes Eduardo Leo ahead into 9th place. Just the textbook slipstream down the pit straight and to the inside at turn 1. If anywhere was damaged on the Acetec car, it kind of looked like it might have been the front right. And again, they're one of those teams with a livery that very well masks the damage because it's already, half of it's black, half of it's already white, so you don't notice if it gets scuffed. Same's kind of true of the back of SRC Movano Corsa.
Yeah, but it's
Italian super team.
Yeah, but still, if there is any damage, I'm not even seeing. It's kind of like he's, like you said, very well masked and not affecting the car. Part of me thinks, and I'm just taking a quick look at that. Potato, where's Acetec? I'm completely blind. But anyway, I was gonna say maybe the tire difference, how they actually drove the car, made a complete difference.
Now we know that the pit stops got altered and the pit stop rules and etc. for GT3 across the whole of iRacing to match how GT3 pit stops are done and only done in one category around the world and nowhere else. And that's destroyed any hope of tyre strategy in GT3, but I believe the 992 still does fuel and tyres separately, right? Or did it always do them together?
The 992 car. The 992, I think, was together. It's been a long time I've done a pit stop in the car. because we all know it changed within the GT3s. GT3s are adopting some rules, so they do at the same time they're doing fuel. Same thing for GT4s and TCRs. The 992 is the same stuff. I'm going to be surprised if it changed. If somebody in the YouTube chat knows and want to completely correct us, I would appreciate very much. Showcase that us commentators, we don't know anything. Or we might know, right, and just to message our egos.
Did you return my magic hat?
Oh, I didn't. Oh, go ahead. You can have it back.
Okay, I need it in about a lap when Pure Sims Esports pit and it frees up the track in front of Lucas Gabler and SimRC, who has just pitted.
Okay.
No, that's definitely damage. We don't need to argue about whether that's damage or not on the front left of SimRC.
Oh yeah, no, it's just like minor damage, so I don't think it's anything that is going to affect too much the aerodynamics or complete speed of the car. If it affects, it's going to be minor.
The iRacing store page for the Aston Martin GT4 still wrong? I'm gonna look.
Now, the only thing that we wish is like Aston Martin just perform like the F1 car did. I'm not giving spoilers.
P.S. No spoilers.
I was going to say that. I was going to say like performed in practice, so I'll keep it at that, and I'll give you spoilers about the qualifying. Oh, too close to call.
Yep. Yes, indeed. The iRacing store page for the Aston Martin Vantage GT4 still erroneously says that it has a 4.7-litre V8, not a 4-litre turbocharged V8. Okay, Magic Hat is going to force the Mercedes to... No! What did you do to my Magic Hat? Did you break it?
Like I said, I think it only works in Hufflepuff. Since I'm a Hufflepuff, I think I might have broken it.
That's rude. I let you wear my hat. You haven't returned it in the condition.
The dive.
German Sim Racing Lamborghini outbraking and splitting the GT4 battle.
No, but I apologize, David. The idea was not to break it. You know, I think it is because it is related to my sim racing skills. That's why it is broken.
Maybe I forgot to change the batteries, and if I do that, it'll work again.
Are they on AA batteries or AAA batteries?
You know those really annoying little button cell batteries?
Oh yeah, I do. Those are the worst.
Like watch batteries or whatever.
Yeah, I know. They're simply the worst, man. I had a watch that every time. I don't know if it was the watch itself. I don't have that watch anymore. I changed every time. I spent like $5 or something like it on a new battery. It lasted like for 2 days. Didn't even know what happened. I sent like to thousands and thousands of people to look at my watch. None of them had a fix. So I just was very sad and I kind of like ditched it.
Okay, new battery installed in my hat. And right on cue. Pure Sims Esports are going to pit. SRC Movano Corsa GT4 are already in the lane. So in the space of between the last corner and the first corner, SimRC are going to go from third back into the lead of the GT4 category as we see the pit stops from what will become second and third.
Yeah, and I think I just saw a potential very dangerous movement before when they came into the pits, because I think I saw a GT3 car and something like it with the SimRC GT4 that it looked a little bit scary to look at a first glance, but everything else, no. As we see the Phoenix Porsche 992 class car in P2 just launching themselves. Everything back to normal as we're gonna have it on the screenshot here in a moment. David, two SimRC cars close to one another.
Each leaders respectively. SimRC's GT4 lead still just extending a little bit as fiercely forward get up to pace. Out to 55-second lead in TCR from what was 35 seconds not long ago when I was thinking about it, and there was a battle between MSI and Pure Sims. Pure Sims have had a pit stop, and MSI and SimRC will have ones not too long. That would put Pure Sims in second, a little closer to SimRC in the lead of TCR.
Now 14 minutes left within our stint. David, what are your plans after you're done with the broadcast? I think right now for you it's kind of like late in the morning, so that good old
break. I restocked the fridge, and
nice.
then I think we're not far away from IndyCar qualifying either. So there's lots going on. There's lots going on this week in the world of motorsport.
Forgot about St. Pete's. It just made me sad about IndyCar stuff because, well, IndyCar sim over here, and I don't get to broadcast that anyway. It happened. That's life. But who do you think is going to take pole? Because from what I saw, top times were like Palau and other drivers. So for me, it's completely unexpected. Who do you think is going to be pole?
Alexander Rossi.
Really?
No,
okay.
I thought it'd be funny to say.
Nice debate. I'm thinking it might be... I'm either gonna say Palau or Scott Dixon, pole. And Scotty Mack is going to get top 5.
Yeah, 5 sheep on that one. MSI Esports fighting back. Remember, they had a pretty significant penalty that they served just after the halfway point of the race, so they were able to play the penalty, take the points from the halfway point of the race, and it's given them more homework for this back half of the race. And you see they are 11 seconds away from the next car for position, about 16 seconds away from the lead. Maybe my magic hat can get us the live championship points as well, and we can see exactly how hard Danny Algabay and team are going to have to work in the closing stages of this one. That's where I changed the batteries.
Oh, you forgot the 3 magic words.
Chat.
Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
Okay, so Abel are pitting from GT3, and in GT4 we recently had the pit stops from Movano. And it was Sims?
Yeah.
So they rejoin in battle against Sabel. Fiercely Forward went back to second in class. SimRC regained their lead.
Oh wait, am I seeing a Corvette GT3 in GT America? Oh my God, something has changed. Something is deeply has changed now. David, help me. I saw an image of a Corvette GT3.
It's not one of the...
It's one of the Callaways. It's one of the Callaways.
Yeah.
I am
Is that
deeply surprised right
entirely unrelated to the company that makes golf stuff?
now you got me. I think it is.
Okay, because that's another thing I know very little about.
No. Callaway it's Callaway cars. There's the Callaway cars and there's the Callaway Golf Company. Yeah, they're pretty much different.
Okay, they're both good for a long drive.
Yep. Nice pun. I like that one. I never done golfing in my life though, so it's kind of like I don't know. Have you? Even in Japan when I went there, I never done golfing like in those small courses, which is it sounds like I committed a crime. It's the same thing with baseball.
Putt for Lorenzo.
Yep. Nope. None at all.
I don't think I've done any recently, but definitely a birthday or two as a kid. This could be pretty critical in GT3, by the way. Alta's pitting now with 4 hours, 8 minutes to go. Still 8 minutes from the top of the hour. They've been really stretching out their fuel since their failure to properly serve a penalty shot their own strategy in the foot. And Lapchin's just completed back-to-back 37 lap stints in GT3 there. So I guess they're setting themselves up to be able to claw back a minute or two each stint and get to the end without a splash and dash, Lorenzo.
I was gonna say that 37. I think that's the first time I've seen someone stretch that largely the fuel, and surely you get 1 minute back with still 4 to go, and you're cutting within real close times. You might need maybe some draft or something like it within the final maybe 2 pit stops to really rely on and getting maybe 38 laps on the fuel tank, or even 37 still. Would be. It would depend if you get an extra lap at the very end for the time being. But it's a good fight back. I gotta give them props, because for it to be that close, it's very hard. Very hard for you to execute that properly.
Lapchin's rejoined just in front of Luka Wunsch, and they go 3 wide. Wunsch trying to spring a surprise move down and towards turn 5. Still side by side as they approach the chicane. Bieler definitely with the better positioning. Yannick Lapchin kind of still warming up those tyres, but a moment for the BMW does let Altus get back to the top of the hill. Not Cushinga, but something like that.
You get it. I have faith in you, David.
I've only got room in my head to remember either the name of the corner or the name of the snack, and I will not give up on the name of the snack.
No, that's a good choice. That is a really good choice.
For Altus having to go the long way around, the Acetec Visceral 992 has hurt them a little bit. They would want to stay with the slipstream of Biela, but for drivers of Altus Esports, fuel saving is going to be of an absolute premium to get that thing to the end.
Yeah, and I think they put up tires within the new car, so it's gonna take a while for those tires to build up a little bit of heat and then truly pick up some pace within that car. So looking forward to see what Lapchin has in store for his stint right now.
Thinking of the heat, Lorenzo, I think we might have reached the peak of the track temperatures because it's sort of 3:15 in session, and while we had seen sort of 28-ish earlier, it's down at 26 now, and I wouldn't be surprised if with a little bit of cloud cover out there, that's kind of the peak of it. And 4 hours still to go. It was pretty dark at the start. Gosh, the BMW does not take that change of direction well at all. His rear tyres are cooked for Luka Wunsch. It'll get pretty dark by the end of this with a 7 p.m. checkered flag time on the 3rd of March. So, that's before the equinox. So definitely racing into the dark, I'd have to think.
You might not be racing into full darkness, but you're racing within full dusk. So the headlights will be coming up into play, especially given the fact that you are in winter time. So
look at this, SRC Movano pulling the Altus car up towards
a
passing opportunity, a real slingshot off the 992. Yannick Lapchin will take that gladly in towards turn 1, but he's got to leave room all the time. You have to leave it to space. Can he still hold the inside for 3? No, the door gets shut on him. And wait a couple corners though and see if Wunsch is still having problems with the change of direction in the chicane. It's almost rocket assisted down the straight there for Altus.
Yeah, but you're seeing Lapchin trying to look for space now, got a little bit blocked off by Wunsch at the entry of turn number 5, going to 6 and 7 right here. Let's see how the BMW does cope with the turn in. Coped a bit better this time around than what we normally expected it to struggle.
2 snaps in a row might have learnt to take it a little differently. There's only a couple of minutes left of Insanity with David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonda before you get the capable commentary of Ewan O'Leary and Cameron Roger to take to the end of an endurance championship, and with a lot of points still on the line for this race result, and some teams and drivers that really just need to see it out to the end.
Yeah, Shane, that we're not going to be able to cover YFL is the next greatest thing. I can pretty much say that the Ferraris
having another go.
Yeah, here he goes. Oh,
he will, and this time Biela, I think, have almost just let that one go, decided not to fight it. Altus looked a little sideways, a little out of control, definitely higher tyre wear, trying to pull off that kind of move, but Altus ahead of Biela. Well, it's time for Ewan O'Leary, Cameron Roger, and a fan immersion. Why not the Altus number 43 Porsche?
Welcome back to Barcelona, where there are less than 4 hours remaining in the final round, the 24/8 Series Esports Championship for 2022-23. A big thanks to David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonda, who have been steering us through the mid part of the race, but I'm back again. You'll be not pleased to know. Ewan O'Leary alongside Cameron Roger, Conor Maddock behind the cameras for the remainder of this one. It's been an interesting one so far, and it's going to ramp up ever more towards the very end. As we come back, let's have a bit of a run through of where we are standing right now, starting with the GT3s. BS Turner currently leading this one, but they are about to make a stop, and they are doing right now. Ruben Bonga will give way to Vasilis Bilatsiotis to now lead this race. Autos Esports, MSI Esports and Bila Racing Team Euronics, the other drivers on the lead lap. They are the standings you can see on the left-hand side of your screen as they run right now, which would leave you to believe that 16 points is the margin between Williams and MSI, which was true. They're about to change again. So live points, very much live, as expected. So we'll be monitoring that throughout the remainder of this race, because it's going to change quite a lot over the course of the next 4 hours. In terms of realistically, can anybody else do it in GT3? Probably not in terms of this championship. In 992, we've got a totally different set of circumstances, of course. These guys not in the middle of a pit stop cycle, so it makes a bit more sense that Team 5, burnt up by SimRC, are currently leading by 30 seconds ahead of Urano Esports. Phoenix Racing Team Esport are rounding out the podium, with Williams Esports, Pure Sims Esports and APRS Esports all on the lead lap here. You can see the two team cars nearly side by side towards 7 and 8 there. The car just in front has got a 14-point advantage over Urano Esports, and they only need to finish on the podium here this afternoon to clinch the title. In the GT4 category, we've got arguably the most exciting championship situation here. Urano Esports were nailed on leaders of this category before, but they're now 6 laps down on the leaders and in 10th place. Overall, it means that they're now down to 3rd in the standings. As things stand, with SimRC leading and Mivano in 3rd, SimRC are going to jump up right from absolutely nowhere at the start of the day. They were down in 5th place at the start of today, a whopping 38 points adrift of the leader. They're pulling off the most remarkable turnaround I've ever seen, and they're currently leading this race, currently leading the standings as well. And a Fitzy forward who are not really involved. Mivano certainly are, as you can see. They're in 3rd in the race, but 2nd in the standings. They just need to get into 2nd there to take the title. Pure Sims Esports also on the lead lap here. Sabot Esports can't win the title if Urano Esports are inside the top 10. While they also need to do a bit more themselves, there's not a lot they can do with Urano Esports back in 10th place as of right now. It's a very exciting situation. We'll get more into that later on. TCR is the final of the categories, and it's currently being led by SimRC here as well. Nearly 3/4 of a minute here. They're also leading the standings as well. Pure Sims Esports and MSI Esports trail them both in the race standings and the championship standings as well. In this category, SimRC also only need a top 2 finish to clinch the title, so they've got a minute to burn in the race right now. That is your rundown. 3 hours 53 minutes remaining here at Barcelona. It's time to bring in Cameron Roger this afternoon. Cam, welcome to the booth. Good to have you here. It's championship finale day, which is always exciting, and as I said in the rundown, GT4 for my money is looking by far the most exciting, because who could have predicted at the start of the day that SimRC were going to be leading with just 4 hours to go in the championship?
Absolutely. It's a great race to come in as well. My first time commentating on this series. Coming to the finale, obviously it's always interesting to see the championship results and who is doing what. And that one, as you say, in GT4 is certainly an interesting point where the top 5 can pretty much flip around. But we were saying just before we came on air, Ewan, that there's obviously 60 points available. Oh, that's a massive dive there up the inside of their hairpin in the GT4 category. There's 60 points for this race. Not many teams, only really the top 2 in most categories, had 60 points anyway from the previous races in the whole season. So this was really big in terms of the point standings, and some teams like SimRC there are really using it to their advantage.
They really are. want to just mention that as well. Really, would you? This race has been billed as a double points race, which of course there are double points available at the end. But given that there are points available at the halfway stage, as there aren't normally in a normal race, I mean, you could almost go as far as to say this is a triple points race, to be honest, because 60 points are available for the winner. I believe, SimRC took the 20 points in GT4 at the halfway stage. They might well pick up 40 at the end as well. I mean, you could make a case for this being a triple points race, to be honest, which, it only increases the importance of this 12-hour race ever more, as it always is really important in this series.
Indeed, you're right. It's obviously 20 normally, 60 for this one. So yeah, you're right. Triple points, which makes it that bit more important. But of course, being a 12-hour race, in some ways is more difficult because there's always more things that can go wrong. There's more physical overtakes of traffic. We've seen already quite a few of the slower classes get spun around by the faster classes trying to come through as well. So that always adds in quite a bit of extra issues that could potentially happen as number 10 there sitting in the pit lane in the GT3s, and certainly just a lot of things can happen in a 12-hour, but I definitely do like them as it always adds a bit more endurance to the racing.
Certainly has. This double the length to anything we've seen so far. This is the battle for second place, which is or could be very interesting in the story for the overall lead here in GT3s. We'll get into the strategy element in a few moments' time, but the battle for second is pretty close here between BS Turner, I should say, and Phil Denez, and Yannick Labchan, I should say, in the Outer Esports Porsche. Just a few temps between them right now. Danny Ogabe around 14 seconds off them as well. So these two fighting over second, but where are they going to be by the end? It kind of matters what Williams Esports do, but for now it's just about applying the pressure for Outer Esports, and I think that's what they are going to do for the next few moments, because there's not too much point in fighting, even with not that long remaining. They do need to worry about the leader more than anything else.
Yeah, they certainly do, and that gap 37 seconds is of course doable in the remaining time that we have in the race if they got some good speed about them, but can't be getting more penalties as well. We've seen quite a few penalties over the course of this race, as you would kind of expect through the more tighter nature of this track compared to some other ones on the calendar, but for sure it's certainly one you can't come back from, and that nice move there up into P2 is going to be putting them in a good way. But Williams doing a very good job at this moment in time. They've already won 3 races this season, so they are of course very comfortable in the series and leading the way towards a championship victory as it stands. I'm sure they're going to be up for a fight, even if BS Turner there get quite a bit closer.
Yeah, BS Turner have had a couple of penalties today so far. They've just had one recently, but they also got one in qualifying for impeding. That was 20 seconds, and that really set them back. Not only the actual 20 seconds they had to spend stationary, but also the cars that they ended up battling with that they otherwise wouldn't have if they had avoided a penalty. So they really have been set back today. Oh, that was contact. And off the road very nearly for ATRS. But yes, about 25 seconds worth of penalties so far. And it just makes you wonder where they would have been otherwise. Although, to be fair, Williams Esports have had their own issues, and they're making an extra stop today compared to some others, so we can play the game of what ifs all day long. Williams Esports are currently 2/3 of the way, just past 2/3, maybe 3/4 of the way through this stint right now, with Vasilis Belitsiotis at the wheel of the 55. Phil Denez and Yannick Labchan are both trying to make this work on 11 stops only. Williams Esports will be making one extra one, but with nearly 30 seconds out in front, they might just be able to afford that extra stop, because you've got to remember their final stop will be quite a bit shorter than the final stop for BS Turner and for Outer Esports as well. So not only do they have track position, but they've got a little bit of an advantage as well in terms of strategy, mainly only because of the lead they have right now. They can almost do what they want with 38 seconds there.
Yeah, that's a big statement, isn't it? Both best on the lap times and in the strategy as well, as we see coming up towards turn 4. Vitikainen into there, just sliding the rear end a little bit, losing it, locking the rears on the brakes to keep the car from spinning, just dipping into the gravel and coming back on. Not the worst Bin Pavu there, but certainly one that you wouldn't want to do, losing a bit of unnecessary time.
Yeah, we'll have another look at it here. But it's just a trait of the Porsche, really, that you see so often in these races. We'll have a look on board. It's a nice move around the outside of Zenith. I think that was on the inside line. Or was it Carpenter's? I don't know. But here it is. Just turns in, and from the very beginning there, the rear end just wasn't looking great. And well, I don't know if you've ever driven the Porsche GT3 in iRacing, Cam, but it's definitely a trait. It's not the first time we've seen a Porsche do that.
Yeah, certainly not. And I haven't actually driven it in iRacing, but I have on other sims and stuff. And just generally the nature of the car, if you get the rear going around with the rear engine, yeah, very difficult to come back from that one. So we've got quite a lot of traffic here coming through the kink of turn 6. Everyone trying to work their way out, getting a bit of a close battle in the 992 category there. Urano being chased down by ATRS as they come up the hill out to turn 8 and trying to get a run. Of course, around here the traffic can come at some awkward times. You think you might get a run, but then it's so narrow in some sections, so one line, it's difficult to do so. But yeah, about half a second between these two as they come down towards the hairpin.
Yeah, Lawrence is going to really struggle here because Urano Esports have just come out of the pit lane. Daniel Alves Lorenzo is the driver at the wheel right now in the 5th position. They were running 2nd, and you'd imagine they will run 2nd again very soon. I think they're making an extra stop compared to the others as well in this one, so they're going to have to really get their skates on here. But I guess it's needed for them when you've got the championship leaders leading the race and you're in the championship fight. You can't match them on pace. You've got to do something different. You can't just do the same thing they're doing, and so Urano Esports are trying to upset things a little bit here, really, by doing something a little bit different. And maybe they can get in front of Team 75 that way.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the results, they have had obviously a good season. Podiums in all race bar 1, so they've been certainly enjoying themselves, but just dropping back a little bit over the course, due to that the previous race, I should say, 6 hours of Nürburgring, where Team 75 took their 3rd victory of the season, and Urano their 1st one of the season, not on the podium. Those points, those 6 points, very crucial coming into this race potentially. I say they need to try and swap something around, and it is looking pretty close, but they need to be obviously trying to go for the win, getting ahead of Team 75 if they have any chance of doing something.
Interesting to note as well, I'm sure you have at home, SimRC leading 3 out of 4 categories right now. And very much in the conversation for 3 championships here as well. They are reigning champions in the GT4 category, and I actually remember, and here is the GT4 car, I actually remember saying earlier, Cam, and you can laugh at me if you want, I remember saying that they're probably not going to defend their title this year. I think it was in qualifying or something, but it looked so unlikely at the time. 38 points behind. Urano have won 4 out of the 5 races so far. You're thinking, well, if they're not going to win again, maybe they won't, but they're at least going to put in a good performance. But look how things have changed as they run right now. SimRC are going to win this by 1 point, and for them to be fair to them, even if this doesn't come off, even if they don't get 3 championships, for them to be in the conversation for 3 is quite amazing anyway.
Yeah, they've done such a good job to turn around from that. I guess that is testament to how close the championship is, because even though they were in that 5th place, they were only 3 points off 3rd place and only 11 off 2nd place as well. So they were definitely in with a shout with how many points there were. But to come out, final race of the season where, as we said, it's pretty much triple points for this race, they've really done a good job to use this race as their time to shine and get towards the front. And as you say, if they can top that off with potentially 3 championships, I think that just shows you, where that team is going moving forward.
Well, it all sort of depends on Urano as well. If Urano are to beat SimRC in the standings today, they do need to get to 7th place, and at the moment that is not looking likely. Urano Esports down in 10th place. We haven't seen much of them really in the GT4 category so far today, because they just have not been near anybody. They're now a lap behind the next driver, but 6 laps down on Lucas Gabler here. Not a gap that you're going to catch on pace alone, even with the talent of Dylan Scrivens, who is at the wheel there right now. It is a bizarre situation, Cameron. You know Dylan quite well, or have done for a long time. Just what's he going to be like just driving? You know, you're in this situation where you're just sort of driving to pick up the points. You're not really competing with anybody. you are just driving and hoping that people fall off in front of you, because as I mentioned, you can't catch anyone realistically. It's obviously a different situation because they have got the motivation of the fact that they're driving for a possible championship here if things go their way. But even so, it's got to be a pretty demotivating moment when you realise you've got about 10 hours in front of you with almost no competition around you, and you do literally just have to drive, and that's what Dylan Scrivens is doing right now.
Yeah, and specifically speaking of Dylan, from the time working with him over the years I've known him since sort of 2016-ish, through various different formats, he's definitely one who, if they were speaking off track, he would probably be saying, don't care, blah, blah, blah. But he's a very professional driver. When he gets into the car, he will be taking it very seriously and will be trying to obviously go as fast as possible. For sure, it's not going to be 100% motivation, with the fact that, as you say, it's one lap ahead, but then the car ahead of that one is another 3 laps. So they're really 4 laps away from even 8th place, and then you said they need 7th. So certainly a difficult situation, but I know they'll be at least trying to go as fast as possible, and they're actually doing some really good times. They are one of the faster cars, pretty much actually equal fastest car in the class as well. So they are setting some good times at this moment. They just need to obviously keep that one going and hope that issues come for the cars ahead. But that's always a difficult strategy to do, because as we've seen multiple times in sim racing, it's a lot more difficult in some ways to have some bad luck as such, unless it's overtakes in traffic. You don't necessarily see sort of mechanical failures and that sort of thing like you would potentially see in real life.
By the way, if Movado get into 2nd, then they'll need 6th place and so on. So it gets even worse for Urano, or it could do. We'll wait and see. SERIES Esports and Sebastian Hove into the pit lane now. This is the 213. Was trying at the 9:13, I should say, that was trying something a little bit earlier on in the day, but has not quite panned out in the way they hoped for. SERIES Esports have still done all right with the 9:14. Alexander Lauritsen still in the 6th position, and we do have a fight in the 992 category, because Clement Bourzelin is closing in on Andrea Alberti for Wave Italy Racing Team, and here is the fight. Oh dearie me, that was a lot of weaving around. Past 2 slower cars they go, and Bourzelin's going to get a huge slipstream here in towards turn number 1. He's going to go defensive, is Alberti, but Bourzelin might just go round the outside anyway here for Sebel. Not looking like he's going to, and this is aggressive defending for more than 3.5 hours remaining in the race. You very rarely see someone in an endurance race protecting the inside line quite like that.
Yeah, especially for slightly lower down in the standings as well in their class. It's not necessarily for the race. Especially coming up to turn 4 though, so about they're diving it towards the inside, at least having a think about it, trying to make the Wave Italy car make a mistake, but certainly nothing happening as we come up now towards turn 5. Another opportunity to dive it down the inside again, half thinking about it, just showing that's there, and that's actually potentially works on the exit now, coming through turn 6. Wave Italy car, loads of wheel spin, can't get the traction, and that is an overtake without really doing too much for Sebel. They'll be liking that one. No risk, but just forcing a mistake from the driver ahead.
Absolutely, that's exactly what you've got to do. And Bourzelin is through, based on the pace as well of Bourzelin that I've seen in previous races, but also just as we look at it right now, you'd expect him to be able to get away from the red and darker red, I guess, Wave Italy car in the 944 there. So that is going to be a gap that extends, you would imagine. 9 teams out of this race as of right now, the most recent one being Impulse Racing in the TCR to become the first TCR retirement of the day, and that means we do have one car from all of the categories out of this race at this stage, as we see Wave Italy Racing Team into the pit lane, locking up. Maybe this is one of the reasons why that fight was developing quite so quickly. It's because Wave Italy Racing Team, turns out they very dearly needed a pit stop here. Not sure quite how many pit stops are going to be to go for these drivers now after they've made this one, whether they can do it on 2 more, whether they're going to need a splash and dash a little bit later on. Certainly teams like Williams Esports, I think, are going to be trying to avoid a splash and dash, but always a little bit more difficult to work out. GT3s are quite easy to work out. You just pit every hour, that's fine, but these Porsche Cup cars can go a little bit longer, and if you're really stretching this one, you might be able to do this 12-hour race on only 9 stops, which is really not very many.
That would be, yeah, that would be quite a feat, and just showing you how, especially when you get into the 12-hour races, because you have so much time and so many stints, percentagely per stint, you can sort of save less, if that makes sense. Because say you need to save, I don't know, 10 minutes or whatever, 15 minutes. If you can then split that up over every single stint, that can actually work out pretty well. You obviously have a lot more opportunities to do that, and maybe saving an extra lap here or there. So certainly strategy is one to look out for in the 12-hour races. And we even saw early in the race some of the drivers already as that lost there way too deep into turn 5, almost taking out Porsche. Did they actually manage to survive? They've completely gone off the back end of the screen as well.
That was Team Huysingveld. I think they were on the grass there rather than braking too late. It's quite hard to outbrake yourself in a touring car, to be fair. The brakes are quite good, and you're not going down from that high of a speed. But they have completely gone. There they are. Huysingveld doing absolutely fine. Another one of the championship contenders, by the way, in TCR, but they've not had a good start to the race. And there's the moment, just clipping on the grass. I've said it time and time again. Turn 5 is one of the most deceptively difficult braking zones on this circuit, and people don't think about it as being very difficult, but it's downhill. We've seen countless incidents there, and you can just dip a wheel on the grass exactly like that. People don't appreciate it as being a very difficult corner at all, but the amount of incidents we've seen there today, you'd think they'd pay a bit more attention to it, really, but it's just not named as a difficult corner, really. Downhill braking zones are never a great idea, and never a great fan of them as a driver either. It just does make life a lot more difficult.
Yeah, certainly a tricky corner, as you say, and also it's one where it really opens it up to sort of do something aggressive. Even on your own, you feel like it's a little bit more open than it is, but it's really awkward. Tricky little corner, as you obviously have to master it in some ways, especially even on a qualifying lap, but also throughout the 24-hour races. We're obviously seeing SimRC and the TCRs leading the way 44 seconds, so they're doing a really good job in that one, comfortably leading the way there. And just controlling the race from that point. That's obviously at a point now where you can really just chill out a little bit. You don't have to fight for every single second, as we're seeing Williams BenQ also in the pit lane.
Atte Kuppinen back at the wheel now, with 3.5 hours to go. I would expect Belotsiotis maybe to get back in for the final couple of stints, actually, unless Kuppinen decides to go for a very long one. With this driver change, though, I'm very confident, and they'll be very confident, that they've done their minimum amount of driving for the day. There is no minimum, but no one driver can do more than 70% of the race, and I don't think that can be achieved by either of them now with this driver change. So they've worked that out well, and it is helpful to have two drivers of similar capability as well. We've not really noticed them rising and falling in terms of pace so far today, as we have with some other teams. They've just been constantly quick, as you'd hope. They're back out though in 4th position, and now that means we have the top 3 separated by 17 seconds or so in the race right now. BS Turner continued to pull away. Phil Denez is putting in a shift here, and I do wonder how close BS Turner can get to a race win here, because let's not forget, they have the same amount of stops remaining in this race now. Kuppinen's 24 seconds behind Denez. It's just a case of whether Kuppinen's final stop is 24 seconds shorter than BS Turner's at this stage, which I would sort of doubt. Would I? I don't know, because well, it's difficult to work out, and the gaps are going to change. But we are getting to that stage in the race where we can sort of start to work out where people are going to be, and Williams may not be nailed on race winners here at all.
And that is why we love coming racing, because even in a 12-hour race, it can come down to one pit stop, which is pretty insane to think about. And of course, that is the way strategy goes sometimes. And yeah, if you're right in saying that they have the same amount of pit stops left, and it comes down to, of course, the pit stop times, and of course the lap speed as well. We need to see how that goes, because we still have 3.5 hours. There's still quite a lot of time, quite a lot of traffic overtakes as well that can come into that. But for sure, I think that's going to be a pretty close fight, to be honest, because even if it's after pit stops work out, even if it's sort of a 5-second gap here or there, that can always come down very quickly in the final few laps of the race.
Yeah, well, I guess it is possible to work it out right now, but why would we do that when there's 3 hours worth of time for it to change? It all depends on where the gaps are, and multiple other things. Also penalties to think about as well. that could be a problem. The 9:14, I believe, will have just served its latest time penalty in that last stop there. The 4:90 has one. That's SERIES Esports, actually, who have got a time penalty for blocking. So that's half a minute's worth of a penalty there for SERIES. And the 79 in GT3, that's Harvey, also have a 25-second time penalty for track limits now. And I can tell you there's been so many warnings and or penalties for track limits so far today. The 499 and the 161 had very early ones. Now we've got the 122, 161 and 79 with 25-second penalties. So that's 5 penalties and 46 warnings so far. There's 47 cars left in this race, so that just gives you an idea of quite how many off-tracks are being achieved right now.
Yeah, despite being an old school circuit, the track limits have been sort of held to this green paint and stuff that you see on the outside. It's not Astro, it is literally just painted, so it still has quite a lot of grip. And even this corner we come up to now, turn 4, you see the massive curb. Literally, you can drive, as you see there, the whole way on it. It really opens itself up to being abused, even in the final couple of corners as well. So you do have to, of course, look out for that, because track limit penalties are something that you as a driver can obviously directly control. So that's something that you don't want to do. Some will potentially argue that if you have a couple of warnings available, then you might want to use it, because that extra maybe half a tenth that you gain might, of course, be beneficial to you at some point, potentially during a battle. But certainly, it's not something that you always talk about, but track limits are still of concern in endurance race.
They certainly are, especially one as long as this, as we see the battle for 10th place in GT3. I think that brings up an interesting point that Andy McEwen raised actually earlier on in the broadcast about modern racetracks and whether we're going back a little bit to sort of the more old school way of doing things, which is to bring the grass, bring the gravel a bit closer to the white lines and police the track limits themselves, like we see through here, like at turn 12. Not so long ago, that was a bit more tarmac on the exit of that corner there, and you could run out wide. You can't really run very out wide through the final corner here either, nor can you through the penultimate corner. Would you agree with Andy's assessment that maybe modern race circuits are reverting back to that more old school way of doing things, and we're actually policing track limits in the right way again, or at least we've got to strike the balance between safety and track limit enforcement, right? Because we can't have every circuit turning into Paul Ricard, which at one stage in the 2010s, I have to say, it looked like that's the way we were going.
Yeah, I was literally just about to say that as well. Maybe 10 years ago, it was going that way, where it was just tarmac everywhere. But now, you'll see, especially in the final corner here, at Barcelona, is a really good example where you have the green, but then you have like the white sort of bits that still stick up. So you can go there. It's not going to, destroy really your car. You're not going to have a big crash or anything like that. It's not going to flip you like gravel, but it is a deterrent to do it, especially when we see things like Formula 1 tracks, and when they're pushing the absolute limits of the thickness of wishbones and stuff like that. We saw a few years ago, cars of obviously literally breaking things from the harsh curbs. So once everyone gets around that and actually build the cars that can withstand it, I think it is probably the best middle ground. I do like the big gravel traps, but as we say, you've got to have that balance of not having cars flipping around as well. I think also the issue with the track like this is the fact that you have the motorbikes as well. So it's just a big fine balance. And like you say, we're coming around to it. We're getting into a sort of period of time where we're having the ability to push the limit, but safely.
Yeah, I've been very pleased with the changes that motorsport have made in the last few years, actually, in terms of not ruining racetracks, but also making them safer. Spa being the perfect example. Was it for the 2021 season or 22? I can't remember quite which.
I think it was this year. Oh, well, yeah, last year, 22.
2022, last year already. It's 3 months ago indeed, so that's scary.
Oh, don't say that.
Sorry. Spa for me is the perfect example. And you mentioned motorbikes, motorcycles and whatever. I don't really understand them, to be honest, but...
2 wheels, not 4.
Well, I got that part, but I don't watch it. Is what I mean. I think that's a good example as well in terms of striking the balance in terms of what they did at Pouhon at Spa at the chicane just after Pouhon, but also keeping Eau Rouge's sort of character without and making it safer at the same time, because as I've said many times on this on broadcast, and people may have heard me say it before, but I wasn't particularly excited to learn that they were changing Eau Rouge and all of that. I was a bit worried about it, whether the character would be removed, but they've struck that perfect middle ground. I've been very pleased with what Spa have done and what multiple race circuits have done. Barcelona's another one of them where they're striking a bit of a balance, a little bit better than we were, as you say, 20 years ago, or 10 years ago, sorry, with the tarmac everywhere.
Throwing it back, I don't know. Obviously, you say you don't watch MotoGP and that sort of stuff, but throwing it back, I remember going to MotoGP. I mean, this was years ago. It's probably 2006. Going to Shanghai, China, and they, for instance, the first corner there, the really long right-hander. Yeah. They basically, for MotoGP, they just filled that with gravel. And if you think about and obviously then they had to take it away again for like when F1 went there. So if you think about the logistical nightmare, I mean, that's a huge bit of runoff. I dread to think how many tons of gravel that was. So it's obviously that was obviously, as I said, that was like 15 years ago or something like that. So we've gone past those times where tracks can do so. But I even remember at Kota, that little left-hander down the hill is sort of coming towards the head. I think it's turn 9. The motorbikes wanted a lot more gravel on the outside there, because basically the reason is if they are sliding, come with the bike and they're sliding, they want to have that gravel to slow them down, because otherwise they just keep sliding on the tarmac. Whereas obviously the cars, they want the tarmac so they can just spin and pirouette and absolutely nothing happens. So it is getting balance, and I think that is just a learning thing, as I said, because we don't want to see car parks with a white line and then be like, oh, we went a millimetre off. We want to see some sort of punishment for when drivers go off track.
And speaking of throwing it back to the mid-2000s, by the way, this final couple of corners is something I've enjoyed seeing. I don't particularly enjoy this big orange curb, by the way, or yellow curb that runs directly parallel. I can't remember who it was that straddled it in a wrong way. Was it MSI Esports maybe in the TCR category? Just with about 5 hours to go, straddled it in the wrong way and went off the road. I'm not a big fan of seeing that. However, it's good to see those final couple of corners returning again for actual car racing. I know that for motorcycles, I think it has been used more recently than it has for Formula 1, for example. But did I read in the news that that might be coming back in real life as well for Formula 1? I've got... Yeah. I might have made that up, but...
no, you're right. They have, and I think it's a good thing. And basically the sausage curb here is mainly, that's just a leftover from when we were using the chicane. So it's obviously just in the model that we have on iRacing, I guess. Because obviously as you come out the curb, they wanted to stop people just going. And it was actually quite nice, actually, because when you came out the curb, you sort of put your left tyres on and it would sort of slightly rotate the car to pinch it in. But obviously with this out, it's a little bit difficult. But yes, you are correct. Using these final corners, especially when we get to the echelons like Formula 1, even if it doesn't improve the racing, it's just a much nicer corner to watch, and the cars aren't just lethargically going around that awkward little right-hander then into the chicane. It's just a much more exciting, and of course using this faster left-hander as well at the end of the back straight, that's a lot nicer as well. So I'm glad that they've worked out. I guess the issue was, if you look back at the onboards from like 2006 and such, before they introduced it, there just wasn't the amount of runoff there in that first right-hander turn 12. There just isn't the amount of runoff there, or wasn't, and they've obviously massively removed that, of course, unfortunately, with Luis Salom in Moto 2, I believe it was, years ago now, about 2016, had a nasty crash and lost his life there. And as you see now, there's just so much more runoff that there was there. So it's great to see that the tracks obviously learn from that, and we can come back to the funner layouts, but in a safe manner. More fun, sorry, better English. More fun layouts in a safer manner, because we don't want to go through these, silly little chicanes to try and avoid things like that.
No, absolutely. It's a bit of a discussion point. It's good to have the options there, though, to be fair. I don't mind it at all sometimes, but good to change it up as well. A couple of battles going on out on the circuit, by the way, as we've been chatting for the last 10 minutes or so. I'm sure you'll appreciate we have to let these things sort of develop. like this fight for 10th place in GT3, still in the same position we were 10 minutes ago. Williams Esports have been caught in the lead of the 992 category as well. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC are not far away from them, and are going to be wondering whether they can make it on only 2 more stops from here. I think it's going to be a stretch for them, but Williams Esports might be able to do it. Let's see about that, of course. And we've got SLC Movano Corsa back in championship winning position, because Fiercely Forward are the first of the GT3s effectively to have to come in to pit lane. That was a normal stop for Fiercely Forward. SimRC won't be too far behind them. I'm not sure whether SimRC are going to have to splash and dash, but I'm pretty sure Fiercely Forward are going to, because I'm not convinced with 3 hours 25 to go they could make it with 2 more stops from there. I don't think the GT4s can go awfully longer than the GT3s, really. So it looks like Movano Corsa might jump back in front into 2nd place, but it's going to be one of those where they're going to be... I can see them being, still 3rd and out of championship position with still 20 or 25 minutes to go, and it's going to be there's not going to be many fingernails left on that team, I can tell you that.
Which is what we like to see, though, when it gets that close. The teams can't be making mistakes at this point in the championship, at this point in the race. Of course, when you're coming down to that point, just a couple of pit stops left to go. It's really getting to the tense points, and that's when it's down to the drivers to perform out on track, not make mistakes, make it easier for the team and for the strategists to open up the doors to some possibilities for them, as you're seeing that SLC Movano Corsa car, of course, as they are 36 seconds off the lead, but they're still in, as you're saying, that strong position. I just want to see roughly what lap times they're looking at in comparison. They were slower by about 4/10 on the previous lap, but they are looking pretty good compared to some of the cars behind. It's pretty close actually on times through there, but they need to be swapping that around if they want to be moving forward.
They do. I think it's going to be hard for them to catch SimRC, who might well take 3 race wins today, but you've got to remember they only need to finish 2nd. Lucas Gabler into the pit lane then. He's very close to a 1-year anniversary of being part of SimRC, is Gabler, and I think he's could well be celebrating it with a win today. Adam Isaacson gets back at the wheel, a Swedish driver who transferred from 5-Star Motorsport at not too far long after Gabler did into SimRC, who are recruiting quite a few drivers. Don't forget they entered a car in each of the 4 categories for this season, and they've managed to get 3 of them into a position to contend for a championship. The 75 was only in 5th coming into today as well, 40 points away, but unfortunately, after getting pole, they hit the curb on, a curb at turns 7 and 8, and they lost 4 laps pretty much immediately as a result of that. They are now still 4 laps down, so that just shows you they would be right up there inside the top 5 if they didn't have that issue on the very first lap of this race, which has unfortunately put them way down here today. Here are the reigning champions, Biela Racing Team Euronics and Lucas Jestat in the 45. Come over the line right now, and looks like, unless there is a bit of a miracle, that Biela Racing Team Euronics can no longer call themselves reigning champions, but former champions of this series in about 3 hours 18 minutes time. We talk about miracles often, but they really do need one.
And after the amount of hours they've had, we've had almost 9 hours coming up in this race, and they're only a bit over a bit over a minute, off the lead. So it's not actually crazy when you start to think about it like that. But at this point in the race, they need to start turning that round. But it's not necessarily a bad thing to lose a championship as such. In many ways, there's just more motivation to come back for the next season, and you can't win them all, despite some people trying to do so. So hopefully they can obviously bounce back from that one, and certainly. Still in a half-decent position as well, championship-wise. They were 3rd coming into it in this race. Really just suffered with getting 0 points back at Monza for round 4 of the season, and not a great start back at the 6 Hours of Spa to open the season either. So when you just have a few races like that in a short 6-race season, it's really difficult to fight for a championship.
Very much so. And by the way, just to give you a bit of context, 72 seconds off the lead after 301 laps is just over 2/10 a lap. So there you are. That gives you an idea of just how close it really is. And then you look at your 3.6 second gap at the front and then start to realise really quite how close it is there as well. Two of the best liveries on the grid, in my opinion, coming through turn 7 and 8 right now. It's the MSI Esports GT3 just in front of Team 75, Bernard by SimRC, leading in 992 and doing more than enough right now to clinch a title in the 992 category. It's a great position for them to be in the 975. Marvin Stroll at the wheel again with more than half a minute over Urano Esports, who are not really on the same strategy as those around them. Phoenix Racing Esport are the next team on the same strategy as this car, and they're more than 50 seconds behind. Been a very, very dominant performance from them so far, and they're very much continuing it on. But we've seen so often here today about just how quick these 992 Porsches are over the line for Marvin Stroll. Last lap he was in the low 1 minute 46s. That was a low 1 minute 45, where some of the GT3 cars out front right now are in the high 42s and so on. So there really isn't that much difference in it at all. This is what happened to Pure Sims Esports a couple of laps ago. They lost about 10 seconds on one lap, and it was Steen Ledger at the wheel who was blaming us for cursing people earlier. I think maybe we've well, we weren't looking at him, and he's maybe gone off the road. Oh, I thought he was going to smash that curb and go off. Clearly not. Car down the inside. Bieler Racing Team Euronics, and into the wall there for Steen Ledger. It's a rather difficult one to call that really at turn 9. There's going to be some arguments about who was at fault there.
I'm confused. So, slows down on the exit coming up the hill, or at least it looked like a little bit on the replay. Bieler definitely going past, I don't know, maybe it's turning in a little bit too late.
They're a long way past. They're a long way past.
Yeah, that is a bit of a weird one. I wouldn't say that's definitely on Bieler from angles that we've been seeing. Let's just see this again. Ledger coming up the hill, and where does he turn in? Quite late, and I think he just turns a little bit too early, don't you think? From that last angle especially.
Yeah, if you listen to it as well as we were on board there, you could hear him just fading off the throttle a little bit. He definitely saw him coming. He definitely wanted him to get on with it as well. He definitely wanted him to get on with it and go through there. So, yeah, that was just all a bit weird, really. I think, well, unfortunate, I think is all we can say for Steen Ledger there. MSI Esports are quite a long way behind them at this stage, 22 seconds, so it hasn't cost them all that much in the end. It's just given SimRC and Corentin Guinez a little bit more time in the lead of this race right now. More issues, I believe, a couple of laps ago, maybe for Tempest, or were they making an outlap? No, maybe they did go off at some point. I think somebody in the midfield of GT3 did a 52 on the last lap, but we might be able to get our reason why here. This was the fight for 10th place between Tempest Simsport and also Riley Sim Racing down in towards the changed turn 10. It was a dive from Tempest, base given by Riley Sim Racing, and a good battle in the end here up to turn 12. Did it turn sour at any point? Well, oh yes it did. Both go around. Well, I wasn't expecting that. I thought it was only one of them, but bit of side-to-side contact, and they've both gone around.
Yeah, we've seen that. I mean, even just since I've been in the booth, we've seen that a couple of times. Leave space on the entry and mid, and as soon as you get to the exit, the lines just come on together. And unfortunately, as you say, both of them spinning. Pure Sims getting that track position nicely, which is great for them, of course. But that's just a very awkward moment. But actually, that was directly for position, actually, I think, as well. So certainly enjoying that one. At that time, but yeah, that's just a really awkward situation. Maybe the driver's not quite realising exactly where they were on the track.
Yeah, I think so. If I had to pin it on anybody, I would go for Riley Sim Racing, although they both spun, so does it really matter? Not sure. We'll see if that one gets investigated or not. No time penalties for any of the real top names in this race so far. I'm seeing I don't know if this is a mistake on the sheet at the moment, but I'm seeing the 89 BS competition car get investigated for something that happened 5 minutes ago. However, they are currently 239 laps down. I've not seen them out for a very long time, since they had that big accident on the front straight, less than 3 hours into this one. I'm not sure whether that's a typo, and there was meant to be a number in front of that, 89 there. We'll wait and see on that one, but no time penalties for any of the main championship contenders just right now. And so everybody able to continue on as they were doing. SimRC back out there again in GT4, by the way, still 23 seconds in front of Alvar Gomez. Pure Sims Esports and Sabelt Esports both have to come in, and so the top three very much getting away from one another in GT4. But for the moment, no battles happening there, just waiting for the next bit of drama really, and waiting for a bit of pit strategy to work itself out really before we get any conclusions there. Still got more than 3 hours to go, of course. It is still, can't underestimate quite what a distance that is, even when it's in the context of a 12-hour race.
Yeah, it's certainly important to get these things right, as we're seeing Pearson's there not being able to overtake one of the Cup cars coming through that very important turn 9, and as you were mentioning earlier, just a few seconds a lap really difference between them, being able to get past down into turn 10, but certainly not easy. And you're obviously saying as well with the 4 classes in general, that makes it quite difficult in itself. But then, of course, when you have 2 classes that are quite close together, as we're getting the leader in GT4s, SRC Movana Corsa, coming into the pit lane. I think I saw the number 5 Williams Esports GT3 as well in the pit lane as we speak.
Yeah, they'll be in the penalty box serving a 10-second time penalty, will the number 5, for pushing the Urano Esports car at some point. Don't quite know in what context that was, but happened a little while ago now. We're seeing the leader, BS Turner, and Phil Denez out front right now. 27 laps now on this stint for him. In this one, he's just over 5.5 seconds away from Altus Esports, who are coming towards the end of 35th lap, or 34th lap, I should say. Lapshan has been able to do 37 laps on his last 2 stints here, but I think you can tell by the pace of that Altus Esports car that they definitely are saving fuel, and when they pit here in a few moments time, we're going to know just how much fuel they have remaining to save, because I still think they're short of the hour right now, and they're trying desperately to make sure they don't have to make a splash and dash later on in this race, as of course you would do.
And that's something that you need to sort out now, if that is the case. If they need the extra lap or 2 between here and the checkered flag, you need to do that as early as possible, because now you can spread that percentage saving quite a lot easier over the course of the laps remaining. You don't want to be trying to do that in the last sort of 20 laps of the race and realising that you're a lap short. So that's why you always need to be looking ahead and trying to work out exactly your lap counts and the stint lengths that you need to do to the end of the race, because that is such an important factor in the endurance racing. Is 1 lap here or there, and a pit stop here and there, that can always be the biggest effect of your race, even if you do the driving part absolutely perfect. And that is where the better teams come out for sure. Certainly an important factor as we're getting deeper and deeper into sim racing esports. The engineers and strategists behind the scenes guiding the teams through, they are certainly becoming more and more important.
They very much are. It's there is the 5. It's a long stop we're hearing for Louis Nasser. No, it is 2.5 minutes here for Louis Nasser, but the in-lap is fine. It doesn't seem to be slow. Not saying there wasn't an incident, but it doesn't seem to be slow. This in-lap, and it doesn't look damaged to me either. I don't know if you can see anything different, Cam, but I can't see any. I can't see a mark on that car.
So what else could that be? I guess maybe a hardware issue, or a driver swap issue maybe going on there, but that is a long time. That's 3 minutes now, 180 seconds sat in the box. That's a long time, and you'd expect a little issue to be sorted out, but maybe there has been a bit of damage that we haven't seen. Let's have a look here, coming through turn 11.
Well, I believe this is his in-lap. He's got, we've seen classic incidents through here. Oh no, slow down enough for Pure Sims. Into pit lane we're going to go. Oh, I thought we were going to grab the outside wall. Fine.
Looks fine.
Yeah, looks fine. He's going to pull into the penalty box. That's expected. Needs to spend 10 seconds here. Watch you don't get hit by anyone, as we've seen earlier. Nasser will be back on his way again very shortly. We'll pull back into the fast lane again, which you have to do when your hitbox is as far down as it will be in a GT3. And then here he goes, pulls into the box. He doesn't hit the garages, and then he's just there, and he's still there as we speak now. We've been watching the replays, but he's still there, and they are live pictures now. 4 minutes later, Nasser's still stopped down there on the pit apron. I'm at a loss, to be honest, right now. I can't think of any reasons. And they're about to be overtaken overall now by some 992 Cup cars.
I was just thinking maybe some sort of optional repair, but then why would you choose to take that when they were already not in a catastrophic position? I don't know. Certainly, I reckon there's some sort of other technical, be it software, hardware issue going on for that team, which is a bit of a shame for them, of course, with their sister car going for a championship. They often would want to be there to help in some way, but they are not going to be able to do that, being quite a few laps down now. 11 laps overall it is total to throughout the course of the almost 9 hours of racing that we've had so far, and just 3 hours left to go of the season for these teams to work out where their final place in the standings is going to be.
Absolutely. I just wonder whether it's a lack of motivation, to be honest, for Louis Nasser at the moment and the number 5 team, because after all, they're not in the championship fight. There's not a lot they can do to help their teammates at this stage. Their teammates don't need that much help either. Are they just do they want to sit back and enjoy the moment with their teammates? I don't know.
What's the rule for like when you get points and that sort of thing? Like, could they just come back for the final half hour?
Well, that's a good point. You don't actually have to cross the line when the checker flag's waving in 24/8 series racing. That goes for the eSports Championship and real life, by the way. And the rules here are the same as in real life. You have to complete 60% of the race winner's laps, your class winner's laps. In this case, it will be the race winner. Expecting, just over 400 laps here. I don't know what 60% of 400 is, but it's somewhere around 250, 220.
No, 240. Great
got there in the end. Live maths without a calculator. 240, somewhere around that. They will have done that, surely. They're 12 laps down. Yeah, they've done more than 300, so they'll get the points. But as I said, I don't know if it matters to them really at this stage. It could really be a lack of motivation at this point. Or indeed, there could be some repairs or technical problems going on to their car at the moment. But it's certainly a weird one. And certainly a shame as well to see that car down on pit lane at the moment. And it would be the first retirement we've seen for nearly an hour now. So that would be a shame, but you can hardly blame it. It's coming towards the end of a long season, and they haven't got all that much to fight for, really.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? It's a very tricky one. In some ways, you want to keep going, but then you look and you have, you have all those hours to go. Not necessarily the most motivating situation to be in, as you say. But that is one thing that we do commend about the drivers and the teams who do go to the end of the race, even after issues. At the end of the day, half of the fun should be trying to finish the race and the challenge of that, and the team aspect as well. It's not just about trying to set the fastest laps possible and then quitting when you don't have a chance of winning. It's still a challenge, even in these days where we have so many long endurance races, so many championships now. You have a lot of opportunities to do these races. They do come a little bit, I guess, of a novelty, but at the end of the day, you still want to be showing your team well and trying to get towards the end of the race, or at least you expect so.
You would do, and I'm not saying, of course, that I'm not accusing them of not trying.
No.
But I just can't see any reason why they're not out there again now. It's been over 8 minutes for them, but either way, Phil Denez still leads, just over 20 seconds to Danny Elgabay now, who's actually being caught by Antti Kupanen for Williams Esports. 9/10 of a second on the last lap. The gap now just under 5 seconds between the two championship contenders. They both have the same amount of pit stops remaining in this race, but Williams Esports are 14 laps to the good in terms of fuel. They'll have to put 14 laps less into their car for their very final stop, and you can imagine those 14 laps are going to take them a good deal less than those 5 seconds that currently separate the two.
Yes, I would. I'm not up to date with the refuel rates, but that is definitely a quick maths. So certainly, that's going to be swapping around, which is again what I was saying, how the strategy is so important, because you have to work out whether maybe it's saving fuel and the little bit of time that you're going to lose from that, and then maybe saving a pit stop or saving some sort of time, what is going to balance out to be the best. Because sometimes just going absolutely flat out racing makes sense. Maybe you're a few tenths a lap quicker, but then you have yourself more risk of the strategy, because any time that you lose is crucial, but also you generally use exponentially more fuel to do that. So it could get to a point where you're just simply burning more fuel, and then the strategy doesn't work in your favour anyway.
Absolutely. By the way, we're currently looking at Thomas O'Carla here for SRC Movano Corsa. I'm trying to do some digging right now, but I can't find the answers to it. Somebody might be able to, somebody who's more knowledgeable than me, but I'm fairly sure Thomas O'Carla was driving for SRC Movano Corsa when this team won this series course used to be called the Neo Endurance Series. I'm pretty sure that he was driving and drove this team to a GT1 class victory in an Aston Martin, those V12 Aston Martins back in the day, in the GT1 about 7 years ago, or 6-7 years ago, maybe 8, a very long time ago. I'm very sure that this team won a title in that GT1 class with him driving it for quite some periods of time as well. But I'm hoping that someone more knowledgeable than me can tell me or not, because my memory isn't great. It could be better, but Carla might well be, whether he did that back then or not, I've no idea, but he might well be steering them to a good place right now after another 35 laps. MSI Esports into the pit lane. So just under 3 hours to go. It does look like they're just about going to make it in terms of fuel. I think they'll have almost exactly the right amount of fuel on board here for exactly 12 stints here at MSI Esports. They've just got to make sure this race doesn't go one lap longer than they're expecting, otherwise they will be in trouble.
Yeah, it's tight when you get to this point, but as you say, if you do it exactly an hour for the stint, and you have to remember, you have to bring the fuel and pit stop time into that hour as well. So not just an hour of physical driving time, but yeah, if you can do that and get it exactly, then it's going to work out. However, as you say, if it goes a lap longer and the leader crosses with, say, 10-15 seconds to go, and then you have to go another minute and a half longer than that, an extra lap, you definitely have to take that into consideration. And that's why I said now it might help if you get into a situation where you can save a lap or two in these stints, so you can add them on to the end.
25 seconds now the lead for PS Turner, but that will soon diminish, and they'll soon fall behind Williams Esports BenQ. And Dino Lombardi, by the way, is back at the wheel for Autos Esports in place of Yannick Lafchan. We've got MSI Esports with a driver change there. Alejandro Alvin Ruiz Sanchez is now at the wheel there. They've dropped behind Bila Racing Team Euronics for now, but that should change again soon. But a few more laps here for Phil Denez. It might even be this lap when he comes into the pit lane. And the race will change again for Williams Esports. We really are waiting for those final pit stops here today. It doesn't look like, without penalties or incidents, that the gaps in GT3 or anything like that, or the strategies are really going to change until we get to the very end now, and that's going to be in the final half hour or so.
Yes, it's a weird one how endurance racing works. Sometimes it works its way towards a certain point, be it a final pit stop or something like that. It generally comes to a head at some point because everyone's trying to do the same thing, which is get to the race at the fastest rate, but everyone does it in a different way. And as I said, at some point paths will collide, and hopefully we get a couple of on-track battles towards the end of the race. So don't worry, some of the gaps that you are seeing, about 25 seconds for each of the top 3 classes, the gap between P1 and P2, but don't worry, they are definitely going to change before the end of this race inside the final 3 hours. And even the teams that you're looking at now are probably going to swap around due to pit stops and such, which is always good to see, especially around a longer 12-hour race as well, as we're seeing BS there just on time coming into the pit lane.
It really is a committed pit entry when we do it this way. We don't have the chicane. You're seeing it in the background for SERIES Esports as well. Just under 3 hours to go. And they're in 2. So it'll be 2 stops after this one for those guys as well. Although their final stop will probably be shorter than that of this BMW. And up onto the jacks they go. With the 5 still there. And Bela Racing Team Euronics, Lucas Yesta also in there right now. It does certainly, I have to say, the 6 hours of Spa to open this season was one of the most interesting races I've watched for a very long time, especially in the GT3 class. It was a very, very fantastic way actually to open out this season, and it was mostly down to the fact that tyres and fuel were not changed at the same time, but we've got that change in ruling now, and I'm afraid it means that tyres are changed every time. And for me, that certainly eliminates something in terms of strategy. I know Arjuna disagrees with me on this regularly. Arjuna elsewhere on Racebot TV today, but I just think it just adds so much more when you change tyres and fuel at different times. It just allows you to do something a little bit different as opposed to what we're seeing right now, which is really we know what's going to happen until the final half hour really. We're kind of waiting for that moment when Williams Esports come out of the pit lane for the final time, and we're going to see where BS Turner are, basically, and that's what we're waiting for later on.
I do agree with you as well. Definitely it adds something where you have the potential of double stints, because also the driving then gets even harder in the second stint because you go back to full tank of fuel. So the car's heavy again, but also on worn tyres. So there's always a added issue for the drivers potentially having having a few mistakes come into that, and there's potentially a little bit more tyre control that needs to happen throughout the stint. So I do agree with that one. But then sometimes with the single stinting as well, everyone is just absolutely flat out, and therefore you potentially make more mistakes that way. So just 2 different ways of doing it. I think that my preferred as well is, even if they're done at the same time, if say tyres last X amount longer to a point where it's significant, and therefore you're sort of halfway in between those 2 theories of racing.
Yeah, it's the problem is, I guess it's just unrealistic, I suppose, to expect that tyres would take longer than fuel, because in real life that's just that isn't the case. So I guess that is a way of doing it, but I don't think they'll be going down that route anytime soon. We'll see though. See if my suggestions are listened to. I won't be taking credit, by the way, if it does revert. But anyway, I will be pleased if indeed that is the case. We certainly saw that earlier on in the 992 Cup category. We saw some different things going on. Not least for this team, the 975 team, currently leading this race and leading this championship quite comfortably here as well, as they let through the MSI Esports car. I think Andy McEwen as well was talking a little bit earlier on about how maybe the tyre model for GT3s would have to change a little bit, because everyone would just change tyres after every stint anyway. With the current way that it is, you do have to strike that balance. If the tyres are going to shred themselves to pieces over the course of an hour anyway, I guess it doesn't really matter how you change your tyres or when and where. If the tyres are gone after an hour, then everybody's going to change, and there's not a lot else you can do about that.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Cars have to be made for it, which, yeah, potentially. I haven't actually really driven too much in the last couple of years, so not up to date with how the cars are handling in that point. But yeah, definitely the cars have to be able to do it, as you're right. At the end of the day, it's just a maths game. The reason why, when it is fuel plus the tyres afterwards, the reason why you double stint is purely because, say it adds another 30 seconds to change the tyres, in one stint, 1 hour, you're not going to lose the 30 seconds by being on older tyres, where, as you say, if it gets to a point where you start losing 5 seconds lap, then of course you are going to change tyres. Anyway, so that is of course a consideration factor, but we do have a close battle here for P7 in the 992 category, just 3/10 between Waverty Racing and Sabre. We did see these drivers actually have a nice battle maybe half an hour ago, and they've suddenly come back to close together once again.
I'm not entirely sure how Seville Esports keep finding themselves behind Waverley Racing Team, actually, because this is the same order they were earlier. Clement Bouzzelin was able to get through and drive away as well, but Eglov's pit stop was 5 seconds longer than for the 944, and it's currently Simone Passoni at the wheel of the Porsche. Now, I am not entirely convinced, because I was not watching Pesk earlier. I don't even know if it's still going on now. However, I'm pretty sure he's a Pesk driver, and if so, he's jumped from that race very quickly into this car, or
same
he's
car.
not doing it today. It is the same car, but no, he's not. Where did I see him then? Am I going mad? I swear I saw him in Pesk. I might have seen him in the Skip Barber series, actually. The iRacing series happens on Wednesday nights, Thursday nights, Wednesday. I'm pretty sure was doing all right in that one. I think the championship finale of that is coming up on iRacing this week. He's certainly in one of those top level series, but I could have sworn it was Pesk. Clearly, I'm losing it a bit.
Either way, it's the same car, so it would be possible to jump, but it's one of certain drivers do that, to be fair. I can't remember which driver it was actually. I think it was last year, 22, when the real life Nürburgring 24 was going on. There was also, I think it was the International Continental GT Cup at Zandvoort as well, and they did that, and then so they did like qualifying for Nürburgring, drove to Zandvoort, did that race, and then came back to get in the car for Nürburgring. So you do see that even in real life, and it's very unrealistic in most cases, but it's certainly possible, and definitely in sim racing it's so much easier to jump into that, because obviously you're still at your house, so you just have to click on the button to join the server, and then you might say, oh, that's a lot going on at once, but it's still a 12-hour endurance race, so even if you're driving this the whole time, you'd probably end up doing quite a few hours here as well.
Certainly, it's normally, to be fair, in real life, normally the Le Mans test day that people are flying all over the place from, because I think there are rules that you have to do some laps of the test day, and obviously there's other racing that weekend as well, so it's a bit of a mess. Passoni goes to the inside just a little bit to defend, but that doesn't put Guillaume Eglov off, and he goes down the inside in towards turn 1, and that is Seville Esports up into 7th place in the 992 category. Got a good 6 seconds to catch up to 6th and get ahead of the 914, but for now he'll be pleased with that move. It was, I think, Passoni attempted to put him off by going to the inside ever so slightly, but it clearly didn't. Eglov went for it anyway, and in the end he does look quicker, and that was not a particularly difficult move.
Yeah, that was a nice simple one, which is good, and there was also not too much of a battle last time as well, just with the way Visi car driver at the time making a bit of a mistake. And something I just noticed as those two cars went through, obviously we've got the 992 Cup cars, but we still have the 991 GT3 cars, and obviously at some point we also had the RSR GTEs as well. So when the GT3 car gets updated, of course, to 992s, that's going to be a little bit harder to see the differences between the two cars, because I know had a little bit of trouble seeing the difference between the GTEs and GT3s. And obviously, the Cup and GT3s are even closer than that.
It wasn't me that was having problems with GTEs and GT3s. I was having problems earlier on in this race with this as it is. So I'm glad you've said it's going to get harder. Thanks for that. Because I was having problems earlier. Obviously, I can see now, but it's not that evident at a glance. Partly because they're so quick. I know I keep saying it, but they're so quick. There is one of the Porsches just in the background there.
So you noticed it?
I did notice it, yeah. And it's quite a Porsche heavy GT3 field this season as well, in this series. That's the 91, I think. Aero Antler currently at the wheel of that one, I'm pretty sure. Working his way through on some of these drivers. 2 laps behind them, such as the problems that they've experienced earlier on in the day. But yeah, I'm pleased to say it's going to get more difficult. To be honest though, I have to say, I did watch the 24 Hours of Daytona quite closely. I didn't actually know that was a new Porsche GT3. Maybe I'm not very observant, but I didn't notice that was new at all. So maybe it won't be so bad.
Yeah, I can't remember. I don't think they were all the updated car from memory in that one. But certainly, it's an evolution rather than a revolution as such, which is good. And I do actually really like the new 992. I know some people weren't too keen with the rear tail lights, especially, but yeah, I do really like it. It's definitely a good upgrade as such. I did think the 991, especially like the 991.2 that they got to, was one of the best looking cars that they could make, but they managed to just refine it and make it even better for the 992.
They have made some good cars down the years. Porsche. I'm disappointed the GTE had such a short lifespan. I can't remember when it came in. The screaming RSR GTE that we had. This will be 2017. I want to go for. Do I? Oh. I don't know. Maybe 2018. But GTEs are no more in real life. At least in the WEC, they'll have one more season in the ELMS and in somewhere else as well. They'll be. Oh, they will be in the WEC, just not as a pro category. Yeah, that's right. Sorry, I'm just working around my brain there. Yeah. So one more year of GTEs, but it's not quite the same. And then that'll be it for them. Having GT3s at Le Mans from this point onwards, which really does pose a lot of questions really about where this category is going to go in future years. I think GT3's worked quite well for what it's been over the last 12 years, or even 13 years, 12 years, 11 years, somewhere around there. It's worked out quite well for what it's done, especially in SRO racing. It suits that very well, but with WEC now adding it, with it now being able to race all 4 of the big 24-hour races in the world, it does beg questions about where GT3 structure, where the class is going to go over the next 5 years or so.
Well, we'll have to see, of course, but we have obviously got to that point now where there's second evolutions of these GT3 cars. I'm sure we'll see more coming through as the seasons progress, and of course Porsche bring out literally a whole new car effectively as well. So definitely the love, I'd say, is still there, which is good. And I think that's probably one reason why the GTs sort of started to die off as well. GT3s have got so good, and there's so many different manufacturers out there. I think in some way or form it is going to obviously keep continuing, and probably also helped in terms of sim racing by the fact that literally every sim has pretty much all of the GT3s as well by this point, because they just seem to be such a popular category. Of course, the driving assist, ABS, TC, they help things as well, and it's fast, but it's not too fast. So it just overall ticks a lot of boxes. So yeah, as you say, hopefully we can see that still continue as it turns into a proper pro category.
Well, this is the thing, really. It's see the basis of GT3 has been built on customer racing and amateur racing in some ways as well in the real world. But Le Mans has very much been going away from that over the last 20 years or so, really. It's gone less and less amateur, and it's the biggest motor race, biggest sports car race, certainly in the world. And so it just begs some questions what's going to happen. And it also, I'm sometimes baffled as to how GTE fell apart so quickly, because in 2019, I think more than half of the GT field was GTE Pro cars. We had about 6-7 manufacturers there, and by the last season in WC there was about 2 manufacturers remaining. So I'm kind of surprised how it quite fell apart so quickly, really.
I guess there's the change with obviously the hypercars coming in though as well, where manufacturers put their money. With the likes of BMW, for instance, Porsche as well, obviously turning their, and I guess Ferrari you could include in that with WEC, putting their, obviously then their pro lineups into the GTPs. I guess that was really quite a big factor as well, and it's in that way I guess it has kind of worked with the amount of manufacturers, the amount of entrants we've seen. With the mon-entry list coming out, is it 16 hypercars that we've got, and of course Daytona as well was pretty stacked as well with the additional manufacturers that we get there. So I think it's certainly a way of that manufacturers not wanting to put in so much money into 2 different categories at the same sort of level as such. So we just have to see that balance, because you also don't then just want to see a whole grid of GTPs. You want to keep the P2s and some sort of GT class going. So definitely a difficult balance to do so. But at the end of the day, with how much commitment we've seen into the GTP category, I think there's still quite a good hope for sports car racing. I guess it's just the GT half of that's going to be the question mark.
Yeah, I certainly agree, but it's just a case of, for me, how long is this excitement and motivation for manufacturers to be involved going to go on for? We know that there are more manufacturers coming in 2024, like Lamborghini, but how long is that going to go on for? I think the key for it is Porsche making some GTPs and actually letting teams buy them, and as we saw with that announcement, the Jota livery announcement in the week, a pretty nice livery, by the way. I'm sure you've seen it on social media, and if you haven't, then Google it. It's important, I think, to have that, because previously in LMP1, obviously we had good racing, and a few manufacturers involved, nice fields relatively, but once that manufacturer support went, LMP1 went from being the best it's ever been, in my opinion, in 2016 to almost non-existent by 2018, and up towards 2022. Really, those years were very, very quiet in terms of the top categories. So it's just a case of whether that can be sustained, and I think Porsche having a sort of customer program will help a little bit. And I have seen them in the news encouraging other manufacturers to do the same as well. So if they do, then we'll be able to have teams buying GTPs to hopefully compete in the top class as well, which is hopefully going to keep it sustained and filled up at least for that little bit longer, which of course I hope it does. The early signs are good, at least.
I think it will, to be honest. I think the cars are just too new to expect that from the get-go. But definitely after a season, once everything's sorted out from the technical point of view, and the teams actually know how to use the cars themselves, they'll then be able to, obviously at least have some documentation, some information to give these the customer teams, which I think is going to be working out pretty well, as you say, especially with the amount of manufacturers that we have. But I guess the one sort of concern from my point of view, as I was just starting to mention a couple of minutes ago, is what would, say, Le Mans be like if we ended up sort of back in the days where we'd have like 40 odd cars in the top category and not many in the smaller ones? I wonder how that would affect the balance as the race leader comes into the pit lane.
This is to be expected once again. 38 minutes to the top of the hour. Let's see. Penalty to serve here for the race leaders. Now that's a 10-second penalty. We'll just get back to the race for a moment, because the 490 got involved. It was a late overtake from the 55, which caused a collision back. How long ago was that? It was a good 20 minutes ago or so. We've been chatting about other things, though. It wasn't looking. So 10-second penalties are served there for Williams Esports, and I guess that that helps out BS Turner even further. I thought Phil Denez actually had the advantage anyway, but now certainly he's that we really do have a chance at a different way to win. It's not quite as simple as just giving this one to Williams Esports by the looks of it.
That just shows you how traffic can change things. You just get it slightly wrong, you tap a car around, and seems that was the 490, which is the Urana car, and they've been in a few of the recent penalty decisions as well, which is not ideal for them, just showing how their race is going. But yeah, certainly that one little overtake can change the course of the race, and that's why you have to be on it every single time you come into a corner, every braking zone, every time you've got to make a reactive decision in some way. But it's very difficult to do that without having absolutely any issues, and I think we've seen pretty much every team have a little bit of damage on the car, a little bit of issues happening here and there.
We certainly have. So it's a little bit of drama in GT3, but things will settle down again pretty soon. You'd imagine. You've got Apex Racing Academy not far from the back of SERIES Esports as of right now, but that is the closest battle on the circuit at just over a second for 11th place in the 992 categories. We see all four of the categories working their way through the first couple of corners here. And SimRC, by the way, still out in front in TCR. They've got to make a pit stop pretty soon, though. This is what happened to Pure Sims Esports. I didn't really know they'd been off the road, but clearly something has gone wrong for them down the bottom of turn 10 here. Maybe it was turn 12 actually, where we've seen a few more incidents, and I saw lap traffic up in front as well that I wonder was maybe involved. Just up in front there's Carbon Simsport. We've seen this penultimate corner provide some problems. Well, that's all alright. Maybe we haven't got, maybe they haven't been off the road. We're not entirely sure. It seems like Alexander Bird is doing alright. 6th place now for Pure Sims Esports. Had to recover from a 1-minute penalty to start off this race as a result of joining with the wrong number. If you haven't noticed already at home, 39 car is not, well, there isn't one. They accidentally put it there instead of the number 16. And so they have, well, yeah, got things a little bit wrong. That's an awkward moment between two teammates here.
Absolutely. And getting the numbers wrong, I always think is such a silly issue. I know the teams do a lot of competitions. They might have multiple different cars in the same category, or this sort of thing. There's a lot to do, but getting the number wrong is such like a basic thing as such. I say that, I'm sure I might end up doing it one day myself, but it's always just one of those silly penalties that you just, you've already hindered yourself before the race has even started, and definitely, operational thing. I know, obviously, mistakes happen, but sometimes those little penalties can change the course of a race. So you've got to be on top of it with all of those things.
Well, there is 1 minute between themselves and Beeler Racing Team Euronics, so would it have changed the outcome of this one for them? Maybe not, in all honesty. Looks like Apex Racing Academy have now got through, and did get through pretty quickly there. Manuel Cubo Torres ahead of Sebastian Hove now. And the two of them will run nose to tail in 992 for the Myron. Just going to circle back to the point you were making a few moments ago, since we've dealt with that penalty for Williams Esports now, and things will settle down again for another little while, until the GT4 pit stops probably coming up in some period of time. Do you not think that some people might even enjoy having a really huge top class? Because after all, for the last 10 years at Le Mans, we've seen less than 10 cars able to win a race, less than 15 cars able to win the race realistically. I know in 2017 LMP2 nearly won, and that was ridiculous, and it was great and all that. It was a laugh. It was a bit of a laugh at the time as well. But, do you not think people would enjoy a realistic chance at 20, 30 cars actually being in contention to win at the top class at Le Mans?
As far as, I think you are right in that perspective. For me, half the fun though, because generally when I drive endurance, I drive top class, or maybe the middle if it's 3 class, because part of the fun for me is the overtaking and the traffic aspect of it. I find it's more of just a standard GT race as such, if you're in GT class. So if traffic doesn't come into that as much, I don't know if that is going to affect the dynamic of that, and how some people sort of navigate that. If it just ends up, for instance, is what I would say is it's the difference between, say, the 24 Hours of Spa, where it's just GT3 cars, or even, say, Bathurst for that, versus, say, the Daytona 24 or Le Mans 24, where you have all those classes, you have the traffic. It's a completely different vibe. So I don't know if that would necessarily work out. And obviously with customer teams going towards GTP as well, that's then going to hinder the LMP2 class as well. So it's definitely something to factor in. I think it will have its cons in terms of the style of racing, at least.
If I'm honest with you, I'd be quite pleased to see this generation of LMP2 slowly be phased out, to be honest, because I have to say, well, mainly this is just because I really enjoyed the previous regulations, pre-2016 and backwards regulations. I really enjoyed those as I was getting into endurance racing at that time, while those regulations were in place. So I guess maybe that's one of the reasons, but I just, the lack of variety we've had in LMP2 for the last 6 years has really started to, well, it annoyed me when it first came in, and it's continued for half a decade. So I wouldn't be too mad to see that the LMP2's got rid of entirely. I do agree in terms of the lap traffic, and that might take something away from it, and I certainly agree with that. But for example, Spa is the Spa 24 is what it is because of the safety cars, in my opinion. Le Mans doesn't quite work the same way. I'm sure there's a discussion we could have about safety cars at Le Mans at some point as well, maybe later on or for another day, because that's been a talking point over the last month or two. But yeah, it's Spa is what it is because of the safety cars, and that works well for GT3 racing. But at Le Mans, I do agree, if there were loads of top class cars, or even loads of cars in any class, to be honest, it's been kept quite nicely even over the last 10 years or so at Le Mans, really, last 15 years. But if that wasn't the case, and we had the regulations and the things the way they are right now, maybe it would take something away from it. But then again, maybe the drivers would enjoy it a little bit more, prototype drivers, because, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, faster drivers develop a bit of a hatred for some slower, particularly some slower teams sometimes as well, if they feel they're not quite being a lapped car the way they should do, or slower cars are developing a hatred of faster ones, and so on and so forth. Maybe people would actually, the drivers themselves maybe, would enjoy that little bit of free track space a little bit more on their own, especially at that top level.
Yeah, one thing I was just thinking about what you're saying though is obviously if you have more cars in the top class, you said obviously more cars fighting for the overall victory, but I don't think the GTE winners cared so much. I mean, they're still Le Mans winners, you know what I mean? So when you then put 40 cars in a class, for instance, on Extreme, realistically, 20 of them have no chance of winning. So if there was those 20 cars then in another class like the LMP2, at least you then have two battles going on. And that is really the whole point, in my opinion, of endurance racing, and how that came about with the different classes, is to allow loads of different people to have their races within a race as well. So there's definitely, of course, pros and cons for everything, and definitely it's an enjoyable time though to see that this is all going, I would say, in a positive direction. And the fact that we still don't know where that is going to end up, I certainly am going to enjoy the next, especially this year, with how that's all going to work out with the team still learning the cars.
I have to say, I've been looking. I've had the 17th of March down in my diary for a long time, and I've been looking forward to it for ages because it's a very exciting time. So yeah, very much looking forward to that, and it would be good to watch. Well, of course. That's, by the way, for the 1,000 miles of Sebring in real life. We'll of course have the iRacing 12 hours of Sebring not long after that. It's the weekend after the 12 hours of Sebring in real life this year is the 12 hours of Sebring. So make sure you get yourself on there on the iRacing official events. If you're watching at home, want to have a go, make sure you get yourself on there. But we'll be broadcasting the top split here on RaceSpot TV once again, and you may hear a few of the voices you've heard today on that one. We'll wait and see on that, of course, but it's going to be all live, as this race has been, in a few weekends' time. One of the main selling points of iRacing, in my opinion, those special events. the 12-hour Sebring, one of the most iconic of them, and that will be coming up in 3 weeks' time. Currently looking at the GT3 championship leaders as they run right now. They would lose 4 points to MSI Esports, but that would only half the current standings, with them on 97 points, MSI only on 89. The current position that they're in would not quite be good enough for the number 14. They're still 14 seconds in front of Williams Esports. I'm not sure whether Simone Passoni locked up or spanned the wheels there or something. I don't think his engine's smoking. I think he's just about to get back on his way again, but going to be quite close to whether the next stop's going to be the last one for them. I don't think it will be. There'll be an awkward splash to come for them.
Yeah, I think so too, which, as you say, is going to be awkward, because when it's only a handful of laps, you often think maybe I'm going to save that actually over the course of the race to not do that. But yeah, they're definitely going to need, I think, two to the end from that position. And they come out, where's that, about 9th place in class, 24 seconds off the next car, Visceral Esports, a bit further up the road as it stands.
Yeah, certainly. The Waverley Racing Team out again in 9th place, just ahead of Movano and behind Visceral Esports. Plenty of time either side of them. One's really on the move at the moment. Urano Esports probably closing down on Pure Sims Esports, although the 916 is not far from a pit stop at all. I don't think that's going to develop into a battle, and I don't think we do have any imminent battles out there on the circuit. So we are waiting for those final moments here, and it very much is a waiting game. I guess it is easier when you've only got one car to focus on, but when we're up here trying to focus on all 47 of them that are still out there right now, it's a little bit more difficult, because we probably could do the maths as to whether BS Turner and Williams would get out of in front of one another, or which way round that would go. But we're not going to do that. It's difficult, and we've also got 4 classes to think about here as well. So we are waiting for those final pit stops at the moment, but even then we don't really know whether when the next pit stop, when the last pit stops are going to be, because there is always that question mark about being able to make it on fuel or not.
Of course, and sometimes lap speed is your friend, and it's working out for BS Turner, because they were the only GT3s on the last lap into the 1 minute 40s, all the other cars in either the 41s or 42s, so the speed definitely in that car either way, and that gap therefore increasing to the number 55 Williams, who's currently down in that 4th place in class, and certainly moving away, the swing of the race, moving away from that Williams 55 car that we're looking a bit dominant an hour or two ago. But despite the penalty that we saw for the BMW as well, and they have come back and put themselves in a very strong manner. But we're still about, what's that going to be? Yeah, so towards 15 laps or so from the pit stops there.
Still lots of time before the top 3 will be in this race. Next pit stop's in 992, probably going to come from Pure Sims Esports and ATRS Esports as well. And then we've got real question marks about whether they'll be able to make it or not. But Pure Sims have now done 40 laps. Phoenix Racing Esports, have now done 40 laps on this stint. Now at 1 minute 45, that's not easy to work out how long that is on a stint here. But if I was to do some very quick maths, it would be 1 hour 15 maybe, 1 hour 10. So if they can make it to 2 hours 20, can we maybe put forward the idea that maybe they've only got one more stop remaining, if they can just edge it over to that 2 hours 20 to go in 992?
Definitely, if they can make that. It's just that point we were saying earlier, if they're literally pitting right on the limit, they've got to be careful it doesn't go 1 lap longer compared to where they are and where the lead is, especially when you're not in the top class. I mean, it's almost a bit of a lottery, and it's really difficult to work out where the leader's going to be in relation to you. So definitely got to make sure you have that final lap of fuel. So yeah, it's only going to be 2 laps longer from now that they need to go if they're going to make it on that strategy that you're suggesting, as we've seen Phoenix Racing Esports second place in that 992 category coming into the pit lane.
Now they could be a couple of laps short there. Same for Matthias Berg, who's a lap behind Phoenix Racing Esports at this point. Luca Alpert at the wheel of the 905 pits from second place. There they are. Williams Esports will get through, so will Pure Sims and Urano as well. Although Pure Sims won't be far away from a pit stop either. They've completed 39 laps now on this stint. Williams Esports move up to second. They certainly will be able to make it. I'm very sure of that. They've been going very long on their stints so far in this race. So they're definitely going to make it. What about Pure Sims and Urano, though? That's the question. Urano certainly will as well, but they've been on a bit of an odd strategy, really. I think they accepted a long time ago that they'd have to make an extra stop, and so they've tried to even things out a little bit, really. And I guess that is one way of doing things. Instead of trying to stretch it all day long and then failing at the end, you could just accept that you're going to have to make the extra stop and then slightly shorten all of your other ones, even things out a little bit more, and ultimately go a little bit quicker without worrying about fuel. That's one way of doing it.
Yeah, if you know you're definitely not going to make it, and you know you're just going to lose too much time to save that amount of fuel, as you're right, go flat out. Because at that point, you're going to gain more time from going flat out than still trying to kind of make it, and just to save 1 lap at the end. That 1 lap of fuel and the second or couple of seconds that's going to be is obviously less important than the time you'll gain from then doing 2 hours of pushing to the limit. So certainly you're right, and that is why you do have to think about the strategy. You've got to be on top of it, because you've got to know that. You've got to work out at some point, are we going to switch our strategy? Are we then going to start pushing to the end? Or are we still going to try and make that fuel stint work?
Absolutely. Into the final corner for Williams Esports. Now, Mariusz Noj at the wheel of that one for the moment. Earlier on, it was Kamil Grabowski, who's been an iRacing regular for years now. World Championship driver back in the day. Down on the brakes in towards turn number 1, more than a minute behind the current race leaders. As I mentioned earlier, we are waiting for those final pit stops at this stage, really, to quite work out where things are. In GT4, the gap between Movano and Fiercely Forward is closing anyway. 7 seconds now. Alvar Gomez is being caught by Thomas O'Connor, and I get the feeling that we've been talking about the strategy between these two all day long, and the fact that Movano will have 8 laps less to put in terms of fuel at their final stop. There's the situation you can see. They need second in Movano, and it's just 7 seconds up the road, but they've got 8 laps less of fuel to put in than Pissy Forward at their final stop, which is coming up in 2 stops time. So that's a bit nervy, but they might be able to do this on the road anyway, because the gap is coming down.
And especially for Movano there, because they know, being 1 point behind SimRC as it stands, they want to stay in that position, of course, to keep their hopes alive. They want to gain that position, I say, because they want to keep their hopes alive, that they can actually do something about this and have control of their championship standings. So they want to be fighting this especially hard, because that 1 point will change very quickly, especially in this double point situation where it's pretty much 2 points position.
Yeah, 2 points of position for the normal point scale. So that means it's 4 points of position at the double points. And 2 points a little bit further down, depends where you are in the order. A little bit complicated to explain without a sheet of paper, but we think we know what we're doing. So yeah, we do. We've got that up on the top right, by the way, is not someone inputting numbers. That is a computer. So we are going to be set straight by the computer if we get things wrong. You'll be glad to know at home. What could possibly go wrong? Nothing. It's foolproof, surely. So let's see. But 1 point is the gap at the moment. 5 points back to Urano. who are now only 58 seconds behind Scuderia Volpe Competizione. But as we just alluded to, they would only gain 2 points as a result of that overtake. And looking at that, it doesn't take a genius to work out that that's not going to do much for them right now.
Certainly not, but if issues happen, maybe, Fiercely Forwards do something crazy and get themselves a victory, not really too involved in the championship fight, that's going to be taking points off, and before you know it, those 2 points could become a very big factor. So yeah, let's see how that one works out. But as you say, we are waiting for some pit stops to exactly sort that one out. Still a couple of laps to go for those teams of SimRC and Fiercely Forward. First of all, will be coming in before SLC Movano, as you say, probably about 8 laps longer.
I just want to work out, because we've seen so many warnings for track limits today, I just want to work out and see where theirs came in. So the warning, you get a warning, just to explain to people who aren't aware, you get a warning when you get halfway towards a penalty here in this series. So there's a set number of off-tracks that you can get, and they're monitored by race control. Off-tracks are specifically monitored by race control. It's not an incident limit, as you would normally see in your regular iRacing sessions. It's monitored by race control. When you get to halfway towards a penalty, you get a warning from race control. That goes out to everybody, so everybody knows you're halfway. And then obviously the penalties are out to the world as well. Movano got their warning 5 hours, 47 minutes, 27 seconds into this race. So they were 12.5 minutes short of making it to halfway with half of their off-tracks, which is also another cause for concern, I guess, for them over the final 2 hours 15, depending on how they've done over the last 4 hours. But of course we don't know that, and neither will the other teams.
Yes, that's an awkward one where, as you say, you go over halfway on the cuts before halfway in the race, because that means on average you're probably going to get the penalty before. But it is actually quite fun. Cuts are so funny though as a driver, because sometimes you might do a few stints like that towards the beginning of the race where you just cut, and then sometimes randomly you can go literally, 6 hours with getting not a single one. Sometimes in certain corners you're just so on the limit that if you just don't quite have the flow, you might be going those couple of millimeters too wide, and then sometimes you're just in that rhythm and you just know exactly what the car's doing. And the one Lewis McGlade will always go on about getting a 0 incident limit at Bathurst 12 Hour a couple of years ago as well. Of course, a little bit harder. Yeah, he and Dan Kell. I believe there's only 2 cars out of the whole Bathurst 12 Hour event. So obviously that's thousands. Only 2 cars got 0 incident points, and not only that, but I believe they won their split that year as well, which is.
I bet they did. No incidents.
Absolutely.
Unless they just didn't drive.
Yeah, literally, which is quite something, especially around there with the walls, and maybe not track limits as such, but just as an example, it can happen where you just have those days where you're just in the zone, and just things like that just don't quite come into it. I do think if you start stressing about it, you almost get more cuts because you're thinking about it too much, and I don't know, that's I guess just the way the brain works.
Yeah, I think there might be a bit of truth to that though, in terms of the cut tracks and the off tracks, which I guess it would be called here on iRacing. I do have another question about that though, about Lewis. How much driving did Dan Kell do? What percentage did he do? 11 hours or so?
Oh yes, because you're saying Lewis is going to bin it. I don't know. I'd assume it was pretty even. But yeah, I would say. Yeah, I'd say there's probably a little bit of luck that comes into that, especially around the mountain. But I mean, yeah,
Lewis was a good driver, by the way. He is.
So are you?
Still. I did beat him on Sunday, yeah. But that's partly down to you.
Oh, I may have taken him out.
Yes,
may.
This is a race that none of the audience were there for, so I apologise for that to everybody who's watching. But yes, I did beat Lewis McGlade and Cam in a race on Sunday.
We need to get you in the car, Ewan. You're a great commentator. You know a lot about everything. So if you're a great racer as well, that just ticks all the boxes.
I think my school teachers would disagree with a lot about everything. But I would like to a little bit. But yeah, it's not going to be anywhere near the level of these guys, I've got to say. Over the well, any amount of practice I don't think would get me to that level quite in any amount of time. But there we are. Race leader in GT4, by the way, into the pit lane as I see Movano Corsa make their way to the top. Adam Isaacson still at the wheel there and will probably remain so after this one, and maybe until the end of the race now as well. Might be a bit of an awkward final driver change, but I think he's just about going to be able to make it on fuel there. 2 hours 12 to go. I reckon they might just be able to edge out 1 hour 7-ish on a stint, maybe.
Oh, absolutely. It's getting very close for Apex. They're down the inside of turn 10, and 996, 998 side by side up the hill. Definitely not leaving each other too much room as they try and battle their way through here, and just enjoying some nice side by side, which is always great to see between the cars, giving each other some respectful race. Of course, and they're not really on the same lap. Actually, looking at it, I believe they're actually a lap apart. So that's Apex trying to get a lap ahead. Interesting to be batting that much for that situation. Apex really one of the lower down cars in that class as it stands.
Now, my timing screen's showing that they are on the same lap, so I think they are here at the moment. 75 car heads its way down the inside there in GT3. It's going to split them up here for good anyway. And by the way, Visceral Esports, currently being driven by Vince Peters. We're focusing in on the red and black and white car right now. They were third in the championship standings coming into today. They've won a race back at Sebring. They've been on the podium 3 more times with a trio of third places, Spa, Monza and the Nordschleife. And for some reason it just has not clicked today. And their worst result so far is 4th place, but I don't think they've been in the top 5 so far today. I really can't figure out any reasons as to why, because they were in a Porsche Cup race, endurance race in Ivra last weekend, where they were very competitive and got up to 2nd place despite a late safety car restart starting them outside the top 10. They're in a good run of form as a team, but for some reason they've turned up here and they've been really far away from where you'd expect them to be.
I guess it's just one of those days where you say it is weird with as you're right, the run of form over the last couple of weeks and months has been going really well for this team. So they're definitely on the ball with that. Maybe, obviously, first race in the series. Are the drivers different maybe for this race in particular? I don't know, sometimes maybe just don't get a hold of the car at a certain track.
It does happen like that from time to time. Just under 9 seconds for the overall race lead, by the way, as we're nearing pit stops there. Although Alejandro Aventura Sanchez is losing time now to Dino Lombardi, certainly. And they're not far away from pit stops being made. About, well, maybe 7 laps away actually. 6 laps away maybe for SERIES Esports here, because they are trying to get to the hour, of course. They're trying to catch Phil Denez all at the same time. Can Aston Kupanen close in? He's 46 seconds behind them. It's looking less and less likely as this goes on that Williams are actually going to win this race. I thought they were nailed on to win it earlier on. They weren't being challenged by MSI Esports, but it's changed around so much. I have to say I'd written off BS Turner and SERIES Esports, but now they're both in it, and well, it's staying very, very close indeed. To have 4 cars separated by 3/4 of a minute after nearly 10 hours is, well, we can't be displeased with that.
And I guess at some point in the next pit stop, we're going to be seeing some driver swaps potentially. A couple of hours to the end, a couple of stints for another driver. That could always be a factor in the speed and the driving of certain cars potentially, because a few tenths, as we've seen multiple times, quite matter. Just like there as well, BS Turner just sliding up past Carbon there, out of turn 8, which is always an interesting corner in traffic, being a little kink. You want to try and keep it flat out, but certainly working out and then diving it down the inside there, past a couple of other cars of traffic, and working out quite nicely. And that is why some tenths matter very, very importantly around here, especially with traffic, because sometimes you feel like the traffic is just not coming to you at the right times. But if you think about it, if you were there either a couple of tenths earlier or a couple of tenths later, your experience would be quite a lot different.
That certainly would. We've got 10 official retirements now in this race, by the way. Louis Nasser is indeed officially out of this one for Williams Esports. That's our 3rd GT3 retirement of the day. And that is That's it for them. Alexander Bird is on pit lane right now. The only GT3 to do so. I think I just caught a glimpse of Harvey there just up in front of them as well. I'm not sure whether that could be another GT3 retirement soon, but just seeing that car is still receiving repairs, if indeed that's what it is. But there's Pitikainen at the wheel there, and I'm not entirely sure whether they'll be returning.
Yeah, I was just going to say they're 30 laps down, so not really having the best day. And I don't know if it's that car or their sister car as well, but I've seen definitely that Harvu car, maybe both of them actually, just off the track quite a few times in replays over the course of the race. So they haven't enjoyed their race too much. But sometimes it just does be like that, unfortunately, in endurance racing. So certainly a difficult day. But it's good to see at least that they're still there. And I guess they might just see roughly where they are and how exactly it stands once their repairs are finished.
We'll see if we can get them to the end of the race, or at least cross the line at the end of the race. As we mentioned earlier on, you don't need to be running at the end to score points. I think any team that's less than 100 laps down, so Impulse might just have been able to drive to 60% mark and then parked it. Same for Williams Esports. Maybe Harvu will do the same as well here. SEK Racing still in the pit lane in GT4, and they really have had quite the day so far. Frank Schlofferman at the wheel now for them in 8th place. 3 laps in front of Urano Esports. I don't know if you saw earlier on, Cam, but the incident with them on pit lane was, it's shaped this GT4 race and possibly the season in GT4 really. Just a bit of contact on pit lane between SEK Racing and Urano Esports, and the whole complexion of everything has changed really. It's set Urano back all these laps, and they're still feeling the effects of it about 8 or 9 hours later.
Where exactly, I missed that. Where exactly was the contact though? Was it not during, obviously it wasn't during the ghosted element of the pit lane?
So Urano Esports were serving a penalty in the penalty box. Obviously, as I thought as well, I thought you could go through people through the penalty box as well, but evidently not. SEK Racing thought that you could and drove straight into the side of Urano Esports and gave them 30 minutes of optional repairs and about 12 of mandatory ones. I'm not sure how many of the optionals they took, but they certainly took, they had to take all the required repairs, of course, and got back out there as quickly as possible. I thought it was ghosted everywhere, apart from the fast lane in iRacing, but evidently not. The penalty box on the right-hand side is not ghosted, and that was close into the final corner. Everybody just about got through there without issues somehow.
That's a tricky place to have contact as well. The Visceral car could have easily gone light around a corner like that. Of course, it is fast corner. There's been quite a bit of downforce on the car, but still, getting a nudge from the rear can always be a little bit unsettling. That's the MSI car, isn't it? Just having a little bit too much speed. They definitely saw the car coming, but I guess they also were trying to block off Byler a little bit naturally, but almost causing a crash. And just a bit of contact though, and hopefully that doesn't hinder Visceral too much, because they are still in that very close battle with the Apex Academy team, just in behind them at the back of the screen there as well. So certainly a very close battle, and just these little things here and there can always swap them around very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I didn't really realise that battle was still going to continue on actually, but it has done. But Manuel Cubo Torres closing in on Vince Peters again. And that fight for 10th place. It is bizarre to see those teams fighting for 10th place when they are 3rd and 4th in the championship coming into today, but these things do happen from time to time. GT4 leader in then, SLC Movano Corsa, with the best final stop in terms of its strategy of anyone inside the top 3. They'll be pitting latest. They can certainly make it on one more stop after this one, and they'll be very pleased about that indeed. We'll see if there's a driver change for the final couple of stints here. Tommaso Carlo has been at the wheel there for a little while now, and so Lorenzo Manfredotti is going to get at the wheel for one final time. He'll be back out there again soon. And we'll see whether they can catch fiercely forward on the circuit or whether they're going to do them with their pit strategy or both here in the remainder of this race. It doesn't matter which way they do it, they just need that second place.
Certainly, and it was getting very close, and certainly, I'd say almost guaranteed to have a battle by the end